The plot of this film is purely fictional. Do not take it seriously. Thanks for the support. Your likes and subscriptions are my motivation to update. Chapter 1 turned into a zombie. When Yu Qingyang opened her eyes again, she really didn't think that she was still alive. She sat up and looked down at her hands. The greenish-white skin showed that she was not a living person. This caused a question mark to pop up in Yu Qingyang's head. So she got up and went to the bathroom to look in the mirror. Well, it was true that she wasn't a living person anymore. She was now a zombie. Yu Qinxiao was a super social terrorist and had severe depression. Her mom and dad died in a car accident 3 years ago. She then lived alone in this old neighborhood. As for her source of living, she writes some small short articles on the internet to earn some money. It would barely let her starve to death. Yu Qingyang actually didn't have much attachment to this world. At the time when she was ready to give up her life, the post-apocalyptic world came. She had also read a lot of post-apocalyptic novels. But she wasn't as powerful as those heroines. She just laid in bed for a day, preparing to become the first batch of zombies. Unfortunately, she didn't. So she opened the door to her room and let the zombies tickle her through the security door, and laid back in bed again. From the fever in the beginning, to passing out after the pain all over her body, Yu Qingyang had thought that her life would end at this moment. She didn't want to run for her life. Nor did she want to be that kind of awesome heroine. Maybe become a wandering zombie. But at that time, she was no longer conscious. Maybe it would be killed by a human because it wanted to eat fresh flesh and blood. Or perhaps, she would not be able to eat fresh blood and flesh, thus losing her life force and turning into a dry corpse. However, Yu Qingyang had never thought that after she turned into a zombie, she would still have consciousness. Was this what was called not being able to die even if you wanted to? After Yu Qinxiao turned into a zombie, she started to do nothing. She couldn't feel hungry. She couldn't feel thirsty. And she didn't feel cold even if she didn't wear clothes. At this moment, she was like a robot with a soul. After staying in the house for a few days, she could hear the sounds of notifications and gunshots outside. Even though Yu Qingyang was conscious, she didn't dare to go out. Because she was a zombie. If she did go out, she would definitely not be treated as a human, but would be shot by those people. So Yu Qingyang only occasionally wandered around the building. There were a few zombies in the hallway on the ground floor. And although these zombies looked a little ugly, Yu Qingyang did recognize them. She stood in the doorway and looked at these zombies that were wailing and walking over and over, and sighed a little in her heart. Perhaps none of them wanted to die. Unlike herself, who felt that death was a relief for her. Unfortunately, those who wanted to die didn't die. And those who didn't want to die became a walking corpse. Yu Qingyang actually spends a lot of time at home. And it is only after half a month, when there is probably not a single living person in her neighborhood, that she dares to increase the scope of her activities. The sun was blazing in the daytime, and the zombies weren't moving much. Instead, she carried an umbrella and wandered around the neighborhood. After living in this neighborhood for 3 years, she had yet to take a proper stroll around the neighborhood, because her house was on the ground floor. This morning and evening, she could hear the grandmothers and grandmothers talking about the gossip in the neighborhood. Whose family's second child is a daughter again? Whose family man has found a mistress? Most of the material for her writing came from these women. Of course, what Yu Qinxiao remembers more deeply is probably the neighbor's sister whom she has never met. It was heard that that sister had gone riding across the country because she didn't want to get married. Although those Amazons said how she was, it made Yu Qinxian somewhat admire and envy her. At least she did what she wanted to do. On the 16th day, the electricity in Yu Qinxia's neighborhood was cut off. The internet was also gone. Yu Qinxiao, who was originally watching videos to pass the time, became completely bored. On the 18th day, Yu Qinxiao made a bold decision. That was to go hiking across the country. Just say go and go. The decision was made in the morning, and the person left at noon. Yu Qinxiao just carried a bag, took a map, and a parasol and set off. Because she was a super social terrorist. Something like going to a scenic spot to see the scenery was something completely impossible for Yu Qinxiao. But now, she wasn't so scared, because there were definitely no living people in the scenic spot. As for the zombies, it wasn't like they actively came to talk to her. Before leaving, the socially terrified Yu Qingyang also politely said goodbye to those uncles and aunts in the neighborhood who had turned into zombies. She probably won't come back again either. Uncle Lee, Andy Liu, I'm leaving. You guys don't keep walking together. It's weirdly bad for people to see. Yu Qixiao looked at the two zombies hanging out together in front of her, and couldn't help but remind them. Only after saying this did Yu Qixiao open his umbrella and walk outside. Even though it was already December, the temperature was still very high. Yu Qixiao lived in a small 18th-tier city, which was not big, but had a population of 2 million. According to the broadcasts, and some notification videos that he heard these days. He also knows that 80% of the people in the whole world have turned into zombies. And they have their own bases in Huaxia for the survivors to find a way to rush to the bases. These bases were the places where the survivors were going to. But they were the places Yu Qingyang wanted to avoid. She took the map and looked at the few places marked on it. There was a large red cross drawn on it. It was because these places were the survivor bases. Places she absolutely could not go to, since she was going to travel on foot. Let's start with the province she lived in. The place where she lived was a big tourist province. And there were naturally many scenic spots. Although the radio had said to never go towards the border, Yu Qingyang was heading in that direction. After leaving the neighborhood, there were many scrapped vehicles on the road outside, with corpses and zombies in them. There were also zombies hanging around on the streets. Yu Qingyang didn't recognize them, and they wouldn't bother with Yu Qingyang. This made Yu Qingyang relax a lot. However, this relaxation lasted less than half an hour before she heard several gunshots and the sound of a car. This scared Yu Qingyang so much that she hurriedly dodged to the side. On the contrary, those zombies around her heard the sounds and went that way. Yu Qingyang put away her umbrella and grabbed a passing zombie. Don't go. There are humans over there. Ho 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 ho. The zombie was still a bit annoyed by Yu Qingxia's grab, baring its big teeth and roaring at Yu Qixiao. Yu Qixiao understood what it meant and could only let go. He watched as all the zombies in the neighborhood surged over. The way they went forward and backward made Yu Qixiao think that there was some kind of treasure in front of him. However, Yu Qixiao knew that ahead were humans, the mortal enemies of these zombies. Even though he was a social terrorist, Yu Qixiao still had the essence of a countryman, which was the love of melon. In the past, Yu Qixiao was able to survive, probably only by relying on the Amma and the network that shared melons to her every day. The zombies moved that way, making Yu Qixiao a little curious. If this was a normal situation, Yu Qixiao would have turned around and left. But now, Yu Qixiao wasn't that scared. She sneakily followed behind those zombies and went in the direction of the sound. From a distance, she saw several cars and even some plants emerging from the cars. Any zombie that came close would be whipped away by these vines. Yu Qingyang immediately reacted that there were xenomorphs in this car. Chapter 2. After all, others have the right to live as well. Yu Qixiao watched the zombie chasing the car get his head blown off by the human in the car. So he reached out and touched her head. Even though he said he was watching the fun, Yu Qixiao didn't get up close. At least it was a safe distance. And there were only 3 people and a dog in the car. As that vine retracted, the passenger door was opened and a dog jumped down. A young woman then came out of the driver's side. The woman looked to be in her early 20s and should be 6 or 7 years younger than Yu Qixiao. And looking at her, she was pretty invaliant. This made Yu Qixiao suddenly think of those post-apocalyptic text heroines that he had read. Yu Qixiao just laid down on the wall and watched those people enter into a supermarket. Those zombies were then cut off from the door by the roll-up door. They could only watch the delicious food enter the supermarket. These zombies were picking at the door, cursing and swearing. Although it was true that the humans could not understand the words of these zombies, Yu Qixiao, who was a zombie, could understand what they were saying. However, Yu Qixiao had no intention of translating for the humans. Since there were humans in this place, it was not suitable for her to stay in this place all the time. Anyway, she had already turned into a zombie and didn't need to eat anything. Although she didn't know if she would starve to death. It was true that she didn't have any desire for human flesh and blood. After about 2 hours, the 3 men and a dog came back out. The zombies at the door had dispersed. But after hearing the sound, they gathered again. Yu Qingyang watched as those 3 people took some things and put them in the car, then got in and left. Only after Yu Qixiao was sure that those people were gone and wouldn't come back did she wander towards the supermarket. She rarely went to the supermarket before. But Yu Qingyu had to admit that before the end of the world, takeaway was indeed a great invention. It was the easiest way to get the things you needed the most. But walking on the streets, and in the supermarket in a big way like this was the first time she had ever visited a supermarket in these 3 years. Since she was young, she was afraid of people. Except for going out with her parents. She rarely went out. Even if she went to school for more than 10 years. She didn't even know her classmates. But now she can walk on the street with a big smile. Even more so, she can stroll around the supermarket like no one else. However, this supermarket was in a mess, with a lot of food items scattered on the ground. Yu Qingyang picked up a bag of the messy things on the shelves and unwrapped it, putting it in her mouth to eat. It wasn't tasty. It wasn't hard to eat. It just didn't have any flavor. But Yu Qinxiao didn't dare to eat it because she didn't know if her stomach could digest these things. She strolled around and went to the clothing area, looking at these neat dresses and skirts. Yu Qinxiao was rather excited to put those beautiful dresses on her body. It's just that nowadays, her body was oozing green, and she didn't look good in any dresses. But Yu Qinxiao didn't care either. After all, who would care what skirt a zombie wore? It was enough that Yu Qinxiao herself was satisfied. So she changed into a lime green skirt and found a few more pretty ones to put in her backpack. The backpack wasn't big, but the skirt didn't take up much space either. Plus, she only had a few pictures of her and her parents in her backpack. It wasn't that Yu Qingyang didn't have any relatives. It's just that her relatives all think that Yu Qinxiao is a weirdo, and that when she talks to people she doesn't know very well, she cries and can't catch her breath. Yu Qinxian had been like this since she was a child. In fact, her name wasn't Yu Qinxian until she was 3 years old. And as for what it was called, Yu Qinxian didn't know. The household register was there, but that kind of thing, since 3 years ago along with her parents, was burnt to the ground by the fire in the car. But she hadn't bothered to replace it afterwards. Like she lived alone and didn't interact with people. Yu Qingyang took these clothes and walked out of the supermarket, but still put a few $100s at the cashier's place. I bought away the clothes, although I know that the money is useless now. Yu Qinxian said this before walking out of the supermarket. She didn't walk fast, and after walking all afternoon, it felt like it was only a few kilometers. It wasn't even out of the city. Watching the night fall, Yu Qinxiao looked around and found a hotel that looked pretty good. So she pushed the door in. There were 2 more zombies behind the counter, and by looking at the uniforms on them, they knew that they were hotel staff. When those 2 zombies heard Yu Qinxiao who pushed the door in, their originally excited movements instantly became stagnant again, although sound could attract their attention. Yu Qinxiao, the zombie, would not. So these 2 zombies were again wandering around behind the counter by themselves. Yu Qinxiao didn't care about them either. So she headed towards the lift. She pressed the button for half a day, but there was no response before she remembered that the power went out last night. So Yu Qinxiao took the stairs up. There were zombies in the stairwell as well. And even people who had panicked and fallen to their deaths from upstairs could be seen. Only that these people didn't become corpses. The corpses had long since rotted. But Yu Qingyang had long since become accustomed to these smells. And she calmly walked upstairs. Since there was no lift, she certainly didn't want to climb upwards. So she would just find a room on the first floor to sleep in. The doors of these unoccupied rooms were open. The doors of the rooms that were closed, Yu Qinxiao couldn't open them either. So she walked into a room that looked pretty good. So tonight, she planned to stay again. Originally, Yu Qinxian thought that on her first night out and in the end times, it should be quiet. But Yu Qinxian thought too well. She was sleeping soundly when an explosion directly scared her into flopping up from her bed. She then looked out the window, and at that moment, smoke and fire were coming from a building a few hundred meters away. Nowadays, at a time like this, the only thing that could make a residential building explode was probably man-made. In other words, there were humans around her. This caused Yu Qingyang to have some doubts in her heart. Why were there always humans around her? But she didn't really hate humans to the point of wanting them all to perish. After all, other people also had the right to live. If she were a human, she would naturally have to worry about zombies, and all sorts of zombie animals, and even face humanity. But if she was a zombie, she didn't need to worry about zombies and zombie animals. As long as she stayed away from humans, she could avoid a series of troubles. Yu Qingyang lay on the window opening, looking at the distant residential buildings, making sure it wouldn't ring again, and climbed back into bed to sleep. But after lying down for less than half an hour, Yu Qinxiao heard the sound of a car coming from far away. Sure enough, this zombie's hearing was just awesome. Before she even saw the shadow of the car, she heard the sound of the car first. Although this was indeed a good thing for Yu Qixiao to avoid a confrontation with humans. But nowadays, she felt that she might be a bit self-inflicted, because the car seemed to have stopped under the hotel where she was staying. Then she heard voices. Stay here tonight. There aren't too many zombies around here. And this hotel looks nice and is on the edge of town. So rest here tonight for the night. And then leave in the morning. It was a man's voice. It sounded like he shouldn't be too old. Okay. It was a girl's voice. It seemed like she was the one who was dominating the entire group. So after the girl answered, these people were ready to settle down in this hotel. Chapter 3 dug a hole and buried it. Yu Qingyan was panicking at this moment. Because she was a zombie. An enemy of humans. If her appearance was the same as a human, it would be fine. Maybe she could muddle through. But her appearance was that of a zombie. Perhaps because it was too painful when she turned into a zombie. Yu Qingxiao's mouth had a deep gaping hole. Although she wasn't in any pain. With her greenish-gray skin and the gaping mouth, she didn't look like an ordinary person in any way. Of course, this was not the worst. The worst part was that Yu Qingyan heard the sound of a dog. This instantly made her think of the trio that she had encountered during the day. The force value of the three of them was something Yu Qixiao had witnessed with her own eyes. Even if it was 10 of themselves, they would still be seconded, because she was just an ordinary zombie. However, this room was soundproofed, so Yu Qixiao didn't know how many floors these people had gone up, until the door to her room was pulled, scaring Yu Qixian so much that she directly laid on the floor and pretended to be dead. Because there was no more electricity. There was no way to lock the door lock of this room. It could still be opened from the outside. So Yu Qixiao, who was lying on the ground, heard the sound of someone entering the room. This room is clean. It looks like no one should be living. Grass. There is. The teenager who was in the lead explored the way first, and hadn't seen anyone when he walked in. But as a result, after crossing the bathroom wall and turning the corner, he saw Yu Qixiao lying on the ground. Just from the teenager's perspective, this Yu Qixiao was a dead man. There was no breathing. His complexion was gray, and there was a deep cleft on his face. After that, another girl walked in. When the girl saw Yu Qixiao lying on the ground, she looked at the decorations by the bed again, then came forward. Yu Qixiao was dying of nervousness at this point. What's wrong with these people? There were so many rooms in the hotel. Why did they pick this one? Anyway, she didn't have a breathing heartbeat. Even if the other party came over to test her nostrils, it was useless. All she had to do was lie still on the floor. And she was all ready for this girl to test her nostrils. As a result, her entire body rose up in the air. Sister Qing, what are you doing? She's dead. The teenager also didn't expect Gu Evening Qing to pick up this corpse from the ground. Gu Evening Qing, on the other hand, turned a deaf ear and placed Yu Qixiao on the bed, and covered her up. Sorry for the interruption. My friend and I. You sleep well. Gu Evening Qing looked at Yu Qixian on the bed and spoke. After saying this, Gu Evening Qing took the two people out. Only Gu Evening Qing's dog went to her bed and sniffed, and followed her out the door as well. Only after Yu Qixiao heard the door lock and the entire room was silent did she slightly open a slit to make sure no one was there before relaxing. If these people didn't go out, she was going to get up and rush out. Although that sister was very gentle, she still wasn't comfortable with it. Yu Qingyan just laid on the bed like this, and then stayed there until dawn. Actually, she had already turned into a zombie. It didn't matter if she slept or not. It was just that she was still a human mind anyways, so she would still feel that she should sleep at night. But now she couldn't sleep at all, because she was afraid that those three people and a dog would turn back again. As expected, by the time dawn broke, the door to her room was pushed open. Sister Qing, what do you care about her? She's dead. The teenager followed Gu Evening Qing into this room. In his heart, he was puzzled. Well, but I saw it. I can't just let her rot here. I have to put her in the ground. Gu Evening Qing responded to the teenager's words. At this moment, Yu Qingyan was somewhat speechless in his heart. No. Sister, this is the end times. You should have taken the supplies, and then gone to the survivor base, instead of kindly burying the body here. She is indeed dead, but not completely dead. No need to bury her in the dirt. But Yu Qingyan knew she couldn't open her mouth to speak at this time. If she did speak, she would really be killed. Since the heavens hadn't killed her, she certainly wouldn't die now. Gu Evening Qing put Yu Qixian in the car and chopped down the two zombies that came over to her in passing. Although Yu Qingxiang didn't open her eyes to see, she knew that if she suddenly sat up now, she would also end up like that. Therefore, Yu Qingxiao was dug a hole and buried by Gu Evening Qing, and all of her luggage was placed beside her as well. It was good that Yu Qingxiao no longer needed to breathe, and after being buried, she wouldn't feel uncomfortable, not knowing how hot or cold it was. Apart from the smell of mud being rather heavy, it was quite comfortable. This made Yu Qingxian think that after she traveled everywhere she wanted to go, she would dig a pit and bury herself. Lying in the ground was indeed quite comfortable. Yu Qingxian slept underground like this. By the time she climbed out of the ground again, the sky was already tinted red. Sleeping from morning until evening, she could really sleep. Yu Qingxian looked down at the new skirt she was wearing, which was already stained with the marks of dirt. She could only rummage through her backpack, which still had 2 clean skirts in reserve. After changing into her clothes, she looked around, realizing that she had already left the city. At this moment, she was in a green belt outside the toll station on the outskirts of the city. Yu Qingyang turned her head to look at the place. The area around the toll station was full of scrapped vehicles and some zombie limbs. There were also some zombie corpses with fresh wounds. They should have been killed by Gu Evening Qing and the others. There should be a survivor base nearby. That's why Gu Evening Qing buried her in this place, and also put a bouquet of flowers on her. This made Yu Qingyang a little surprised. Originally, he thought that someone who could live so dashingly and powerfully in the post-apocalyptic world should be like the heroines of those post-apocalyptic novels. A bit more indifferent. He didn't expect that he would bury a stranger who had already died, and even gave flowers. This made Yu Qingyang couldn't help but pray for that person. Hopefully, she could live peacefully in this post-apocalyptic world. Yu Qishao then headed towards her destination. Her first attraction was naturally a wetland park that she had always wanted to go to, but was crowded. There was definitely no one in that place right now, so she could just go there. It was only 50 kilometers from her current location. 2 more days of walking would be enough to get there. Anyway, she didn't need to eat or sleep, and she wouldn't be tired. She should be able to walk there in a day and a night. Thinking this way, Yu Qingyang set off, going forward along the highway. According to what she could learn from reading so many zombie novels, after the end of the world, the highway was usually blocked and very few survivors would take the highway. They all took the country roads. Although there were many towns, there were also many supplies, and they were places that survivors patronized. Those who dared to run around outside looking for supplies at this time were not ordinary people. Yu Qingyang, a zombie, certainly wasn't going to run into a gun, so she chose the high speed that was dangerous in the eyes of humans. She flipped over the cars that collided messily. Some of the zombies that were caught in the cars heard the sound and looked her way, then realized that they were their own kind and continued to struggle and hiss. Yu Qishao could understand what they were saying, just wanting to eat, hungry and so on. Of course, Yu Qishao didn't have the heart to care about their lives. Although she was half a kindred spirit, she still had a human mindset. Naturally, she would subconsciously feel that monsters that ate people were not good things. Of course, this did not include herself. She was a good zombie who didn't eat people. Chapter 4 is having a party. Yu Qingyang walked forward for a while before it became completely dark. Although she didn't know if it was because she had turned into a zombie. The difference between day and night was just a slightly darker vision. But darkness really didn't have much of an effect on Yu Qingyang's sight. This was also the reason why she chose to not stop even at night. After Yu Qishao had walked for almost 3 hours, she suddenly saw a beam of headlights shining from the side. This scared Yu Qishao so much that she crouched down towards the ground, letting the high-speed fence block her figure. But there were still quite a few zombies around her that were starting to get a little agitated because of the lights. As Yu Qishao squatted on the edge, the 2 zombies next to her came over, directly ignoring Yu Qishao who was squatting here, and were about to step on her face. This made Yu Qishao somewhat speechless, reaching out to push one of the zombies away. And the car seemed to be just passing by, shaking a bit and disappearing. Yu Qishao stood up, and the zombie that just had to stomp on her face was hanging around in front of her. This made Yu Qishao feel a bit speechless, and directly lifted him off the fence and just dropped him heavily on the ground. Unfortunately, the zombie didn't know pain and quickly stood up again after falling to the ground. It even gained freedom instead because of Yu Qingxiao's revenge. Yu Qingxiao looked at the zombie that was groping towards that town and couldn't help but reach out and pick her head. She actually felt that the zombie was safer on this elevated highway instead. Although they might be starved to death, they wouldn't be killed in the short term. She clapped her hands together and continued on her way. It was only after a few steps that she heard the sound of gunshots again. The sound caused all the zombies on the highway to crowd towards the source of the sound. Some of the zombies directly tumbled off the highway because of the push from the zombies behind them. Yu Qingyang stood on the side and watched these zombies fall down like dumplings, and then climbed up from the ground towards the source of the sound. She also didn't know how many living people were in that car. Just a few gunshots could attract the zombies of the entire town. Although Yu Qingyang was socially terrified, she wasn't to the point where she wanted to turn against humanity. She looked down towards the high speed, and it wasn't too high. After thinking about it, she still jumped down. Let's feel out the situation first. As long as she didn't go near humans, she was perfectly safe. As she entered the town, she furtively followed the walkers forward, finally looking at the car. But there were no humans in sight. The wheels of the car were damaged, and the windscreen of the car was broken. It looked like it had abandoned the car and fled. Originally, with a car, Yu Qingyang felt that the chances of them escaping might still be higher. If they had left on foot, they would have been surrounded by zombies from all over the town. She was definitely not able to kill a bloody path for others, like those zombie text heroines. But if she left it alone, these people might or might not escape. If anything, some strange smells drifted from the tip of Yu Qingyang's nose, like the aroma of meat and cake that she had smelled herself. This smell she had smelled on Gu Evening Qing and the others. She had thought that it was because Gu Evening Qing and the others had meat and cake in their supplies. Now that she thought about it, it wasn't the smell of food. It was the smell of humans in the eyes of the zombies. Those bloody smells were definitely not considered good in the human sense of smell. It would even be disgusting. But those smells were delicious to zombies. Even the odor of a human's body would be a way for a zombie to detect the presence of a human. Those smells were not the various kinds of smells that human noses smelled. In the zombie's nose, that was a variety of food odors. In other words, there were indeed humans in this town. Even if she couldn't smell them, Yu Qingyang would be fine if she followed the zombies. After all, her greenish-gray skin was still a zombie. It was just a zombie that wasn't that badly corrupted. Yu Qingyang watched as the zombies on all sides surrounded a several-story building. He probably knew that was where these people were hiding. But hiding in this place for a day or two was fine. But after a long time, they would either be eaten by the zombies or starve to death. It was still necessary to find a way to escape. Yu Qingyang looked around, and then furtively went in another direction. In fact, as long as these people hid well, and didn't make any noise, as long as there was something else to distract the zombies, they were able to escape. And that was probably all Yu Qingyang could do. Whether or not they could run at that time, it would be their own lives. Yu Qixia touched the town's radio room. The recorder inside should have a backup power supply. It was also necessary to connect the radio. Then those zombies would come to her place. It shouldn't be a problem to find the same kind to have a midnight party. Right? Yu Qingyang tinkered for half a day and finally connected to the radio. She originally wanted to open her mouth to let those people escape. But on second thought, if she opened her mouth to speak, wouldn't she expose herself? So she thought about it. As long as this radio goes off, the zombies will move at the sound. Then these people, as long as they weren't stupid, would know that this was an opportunity to run away. Of course, Yu Qingyang didn't know at this time that the survivors hiding in that building did feel at the end of their rope. Originally, they had come to this town to look for supplies. As a result, they were chased by the zombies. And then the car unexpectedly got a flat tire. The car was out of control, crashed into the wall, and directly couldn't drive. They could only abandon the car and escape. The supplies were not found, but the car was damaged in this place. Now all the zombies in this town have gathered because of those gunshots. The person in the lead looked at the shivering teenager and only felt a little helpless. No amount of chastisement would help nowadays. Without those gunshots, those zombies would have only been attracted by the sound of the car. As a result, that teenager, for some reason, had fired a few shots, attracting the zombies in the entire town to stir. Now that they were trapped in this upstairs, it was almost impossible for them to escape. Although the door had been locked by them, they had very little food in their hands. Not enough to last them a few days. What now? On the contrary, there was one person who looked relatively calm. He stood at the window opening, looking at the zombies gathering downstairs, and then opened his mouth to ask. In fact, wanting to escape wasn't completely without a chance. All that was needed was for someone to go out and act as bait. But the person who was the bait would definitely not survive. So who would be allowed to be the bait? But as his words fell, he heard the sound of electrical waves coming from the air. What is this sound? Someone else heard the sound as well. It was really too ear-piercing. I don't know. It should be the town's radio room. Just is there anyone else in this radio room? Now that it had been more than 20 days since the end of the world, who would still be able to live in a small town like this for a month? As soon as their words fell, they heard this radio unexpectedly start playing a song. Because the sound was too loud. All the zombies downstairs here went towards the place of the sound. When these people saw the zombies leaving, they knew that this was the best chance to escape. Could there be someone over there in the radio room? This is also considered that person saving us. The 5 people went downstairs and headed outside the town. For now, they were indeed out of danger. But that person who played the radio, was he really okay? There shouldn't be anyone. Even if there really was someone. They ran away. After all, if the zombies surrounded them, they wouldn't be able to run away. No one is that stupid, the person leading the team said. Just after saying this, they still chose a safe place to prepare to see if anyone came out from the town. But they did not know that the person who saved them at this time was having a party. Chapter 5. The zombies themselves now have noses that are smarter than dogs. Yu Qingyang saw all those zombies coming towards the radio room side. It was a bit spectacular. The sound of them roaring and roaring did not make Yu Qinxiao feel uncomfortable. It was true that when people died, the social fear attribute was also reduced a bit. Of course, it was only for these zombies. After all, it was true that these zombies would not actively communicate with her. Even if she took the initiative to strike up a conversation with them, these zombies wouldn't pay any attention to her. Yu Qingyang looked at the zombies gathered downstairs and wondered if those people had escaped. But that was all she could do. When she was a human, her stamina was average. After becoming a zombie, although she wouldn't get tired, she definitely wasn't a good fighter either. And she still had to travel. Yu Qingyang attracted these zombies over and watched those zombies eyeing the upstairs. So she came out of the radio room, looking at those zombies that were wailing for food. Yu Qinxian just folded her hands. Sorry, there's no food here. But it shouldn't be a problem for you guys to stay here for a little bit. As she spoke, she turned around and headed downstairs. Those zombies had already climbed up the stairs. However, they ignored Yu Qinxiao and continued upwards. Yu Qinxiao was a bit helpless. Although it was indeed a bit immoral to lure them here and leave people without food. But killing was against the law. Although they were all zombies, they were good zombies and did not do things like killing and setting fire. Yu Qingyang squeezed out from the pile of zombies, but did not take the main road. In case those people squatted outside the town to guard if anyone went out and saw that it was himself. Then it would be over. So Yu Qinxiao acted like a thief, tumbling out from the fence of this house, and then going out from this house. Plus it was night. Even if those people had night vision binoculars, there was no way they could see themselves. Right? It was really difficult for this corpse of hers. Yu Qinxian managed to climb out of this town. But in the end, just after she left the town, she found a petrol station with a silhouette passing by. This scared Yu Qinxiao so much that she immediately shrunk her neck back again. How come there were still people in this place? She remembered that she had left the town from the opposite direction of those people. How did she still run into them? Luckily, her zombie nose is smarter than a dog. Otherwise, she would have bumped into them. These people can't really be here to block themselves. Right? Yu Qingyang's heart was somewhat comforted by the fact that they didn't run away without looking back. But now she still hoped that these people would run without turning their heads. It really would block the road. Yu Qinxiao sneaked around and started to make a detour again. Then she quietly climbed onto the highway from this petrol station. As she stood on the highway, she could still hear the town's radio. As for those gas station people, Yu Qinxiao wasn't going to care. She had already helped once. The rest depended on him. Thinking of this, Yu Qinxiao turned her backpack upside down again and continued on her way. She headed towards the south, where she could avoid the survivor bases. There weren't many survivor bases in China. Many of them were built based on military bases. Like the survivor base on this side of K-City, it was a converted military base. It originally had a tall and hard fence. coupled with the fact that there was an army stationed there. It was naturally a very good shelter. Of course, this kind of shelter is only temporary. If there was a wave of corpses, it would naturally not be able to withstand it. Therefore, Huaxiao was in the process of building a bigger and safer base. But this had nothing to do with Yu Qingyang. When the first rays of sunlight emerged from the horizon, Yu Qinxiao squinted his eyes. It was obviously only 7 o'clock in the morning, and this heat wave had already hit. However, this current temperature Yu Qinxiao could still stand it. With the town around her, she couldn't take an umbrella. If she was seen, she would probably have to come up and ask 3, 4, 5, 6 questions. However, Yu Qinxiao walked around and found that there were gradually less cars on this highway. It seemed that there would be no cars blocking the road ahead. The next exit was still 30 kilometers away. Instead, she needed to turn around and head towards the west. Just as she was about to make a turn towards the west, the sound of vehicles again made Yu Qingyang crouch down, revealing half of her head to look at the national highway outside the highway, where a slightly dilapidated bus was speeding along the national highway, and on the bus sat a dozen people, with a few zombie dogs behind them. Although they had turned into zombies, the zombie dogs were very fast. Yu Qingyang looked at this scene, but he couldn't help but take out his camera to take a picture. Since he was traveling on foot, he had to take pictures of the things he met on the road. If he was a human, he probably wouldn't have the heart to view this. Just as Yu Qingyang finished taking the picture and was about to stand up, a few gunshots pushed her head down again. Her sight went to the SUV that was catching up behind her. The car was familiar. She had even laid down in the boot yesterday. It was Gu Evening Qing's car, and the gunshots were coming from Gu Evening Qing's car. Snap, snap, snap. The guns hit and exploded. Those zombie dogs flew straight out because of their speed and crashed into the roadside. Without the threat, the bus in front slowed down and stopped as the SUV caught up with the bus. Because there was some distance, Yu Qingyang couldn't hear what they were saying. But from the expressions of the people on the bus, they could tell that they were probably thanking Gu Evening Qing. Gu Evening Qing glanced at the bus. Then her eyes locked onto something. She directly went around the front of the bus and got on. Yu Qinxiao was a bit curious as to what this Gu Evening Qing was going to do. Although it was true that she didn't like humans. The Gu Evening Qing who left flowers on her grave. Yu Qinxiao found it quite endearing. In this kind of world, there really weren't many people who could show kindness to a stranger. Gu Evening Qing got into the car, and this car started to get messy. Yu Qinxiao squinted his eyes at the bus, and then saw a person being thrown out of the window by Gu Evening Qing. That person was lying on the ground, not moving a muscle. After that, he fiercely stood up and pounced on the human teenager who was following Gu Evening Qing. The teenager carried a long knife on his back, so that person who was mourning the lunge was directly cut off half of his head by the teenager. Obviously, there were infected people on that bus, but the infected hid the fact that they were injured. Those who came down from the bus were shocked when they saw this scene. It didn't occur to them that there were infected people on their bus. If it wasn't for this little girl leading the people to catch up, it was estimated that they would all be dead. Not only was this driver shocked, it was Yu Qinxiao who thought that Gu Evening Qing was really powerful. Of course, the more powerful Gu Evening Qing was, the further Yu Qinxiao had to stay away from this person. Otherwise, if they really fought, Yu Qinxiao felt that he wouldn't even have the chance to open his mouth to explain before his head was chopped off. So it was better to run away first. There was no way to watch this hilarious scene. Yu Qinxiao moved to the other side of the highway before standing up. This position Gu Evening Qing and the others couldn't see. As soon as she turned around, she was startled by the group of zombies in the distance. Good lord. They were densely packed and estimated to be in the thousands. I don't know if it was the sound of gunfire that attracted them, but because this side of the national highway was covered by the highway. Plus there was a turn. So from Gu Evening Qing's position, they couldn't even see that the corpses had attacked. Yu Qingyang reached out and slapped his forehead. To save or not to save? That was the question. Chapter 6 Silly. Sister has an umbrella. But how was he going to get Gu Evening Qing's attention from them? When Yu Qingyang thought of this, he suddenly thought of Gu Evening Qing's dog. That dog should have a keen sense of smell and hearing. If there was any movement on the highway, it should notice it in time. Thinking of this, Yu Qinxiao looked around and saw that there was a zombie coming in her direction. This made Yu Qinxiao's eyes light up. She hurriedly stepped forward and pulled this old zombie brother in the direction of Gu Evening Ching and the others. When it reached the edge position, she crouched down and shouldered one of his legs with force. This zombie then hung onto the elevated fence. The sound of the zombie ho-ho-ho immediately attracted the dog's attention. When Yu Qingliang heard the dog barking, he immediately bowed and ran. Then ran to the side of a car and pulled the corpse in the car over to cover himself. Started playing dead again. The teenager followed the dog onto the highway. Took care of the walker hanging on the fence by hand. Finds that there isn't much there. However, the dog walked towards Yu Qingliang's position. This made Yu Qishao nervous. Don't look for me. Look across the street. If it wasn't for the fact that Yu Qingxi's heart could no longer beat, she felt like her heart was going to jump out of her mouth. This grace of burying a corpse was hard to repay. But the dog just crossed over her and jumped to the opposite side of the highway, baring its teeth in that direction in vigilance. The teenager heard the dog's voice and also looked over in that direction. When he saw the densely packed zombies, he turned around and ran, taking the dog with him. At this moment, the teenager only felt grateful in his heart. It was good that Tsunami had reacted to this zombie. Otherwise, they would have been bagged by the zombies. Sister Qing, hurry up. There's a wave of zombies coming over. The number is estimated to be nearly 2,000. We can't handle it. The teenager's voice came from near and far. The dog also flew down. But Yu Qingliang didn't dare to move. Only when she heard the sound of a car starting did she lift off that corpse and stand up. At this time, those zombies had already come over from the bridge hole under the highway. Densely packed, they headed in the direction where the car had disappeared. The bus and the cross-country were already far away, and Yu Qingliang just stood on the highway and watched the car disappear on the national highway. Very good. Very good. Now she and that Gu Evening Qing were considered to have cleared the air. Thinking of this, Yu Qishao picked up the map again and headed towards the west. She looked at the zombies going in the opposite direction from herself. So she inclined her head to look in their direction. Only when they were gone and there were a few zombies left that had been trampled to the point of not being able to crawl, did she get off the highway? Then looking at the struggling walkers on the ground, she politely helped the few walkers up, even stuffing the leaking intestines back into these walkers, wiping their hands on the walkers' clothes in the process. See, don't go to places with many zombies. It's easy to cause a stampede, Yu Qingliang said. Although she didn't go out, she went online every day. Like some festivals or events, stampedes did happen. This made Yu Qixuan, who originally didn't like to go out, even more afraid of humans. It was true that crowds were really scary. Yu Qingliang said so. But the zombie was still dragging the remnants of its body to catch up with the army. Yu Qingliang's kind words fell on deaf ears. Yu Qingliang looked at this impolite zombie and thought it didn't matter. It was hard to persuade a corpse that was looking for death with good words. Since there was a wave of corpses coming from this direction, there wouldn't be any living people for a while. The next part of her journey would be relatively quiet. Still, she bowed in the direction the zombies had left. I hope you are all safe on this trip. Humans used to be their own kind. Zombies are now their own kind. If the zombies were all like themselves and didn't eat people, wouldn't they be able to live in peace? Well, forget it. It wasn't for her, an inhuman, zombie creature, to decide. As the sun rose, Yu Qingliang, as a human, was already intolerant to the sun, and after turning into a corpse, she was even less heat-resistant. She held up her umbrella and continued to walk forward. According to the map, there were no toll booths 30 kilometers ahead, and the highways were elevated all the way. This made Yu Qingliang breathe a sigh of relief. Since it was elevated, the national highways or country roads were on the ground more than 10 meters away from the elevation. And there is a toll booth at more than 40 kilometers. But the toll booth was probably also packed with ruined vehicles. After all, the two toll booths she passed through were in this condition. So in the middle of the two toll booths, although there were vehicles, it was absolutely impossible for a human to drive a car onto the highway, unless the area was controlled by humans and then cleared out between the roads. And clearing out the roads wouldn't clear out this kind of unimportant highway. And it had been almost a month since the end of the world. The survivors in this place had either fled or died out. Yu Qingliang looked at these zombies in front of him that had been wilted by the sun, and was even in a good mood to take the initiative to greet them. It was just that all those zombies could only hide in the shaded areas. This made Yu Qingliang's mood even better. Silly. Sis has an umbrella. Yu Qingxiao was a bit dejected as she turned her umbrella and bounced forward. Originally, she had planned to walk all 50 kilometers in one day and one night. But now, after walking for a day and a night, she had only walked less than 30 kilometers. Obviously, Yu Qingyang had underestimated her own nature of love of hilarity. Sure enough, even if it was social terrorism, human nature still wanted to go and join in the fun. When the sunlight was not so strong in the afternoon, Yu Qingxiao then put away his umbrella. The high speed without humans and the sunset, as well as the surrounding mountains, were indeed beautiful. Yu Qingxiao took out his camera and took a few more pictures. Then a few zombie birds flew overhead. She had previously thought that humans might be safe if they lived on this kind of elevated road, as long as they took care of the zombies on both ends. But she had overlooked one thing. That was that the zombie birds weren't interested in her at all. But they were interested in humans. If humans lived in such a place, they would easily be targeted by the zombie birds. And if there were zombies on both sides, then this place would be the most dangerous. If she was a human and there were zombies on both sides, how would she choose to fight back? Yu Qingyang thought, and moved over to the side. At a height of more than 10 meters, it wasn't necessarily possible to fall to your death. In the event that she only fell half dead, she would have to have her arms and legs ripped off by the zombies. That death would be too unbearable. That's why you can't live on this kind of high speed. You will die a horrible death. Thinking about this, Yu Qingyang felt that she just had nothing to do. It wasn't something this corpse of hers should be thinking about. As the sun went down, Yu Qingyang all felt like she was coming up quite a bit in her state. When they passed through a small village, the zombies were also unusually active. This made Yu Qingyang a little curious. Like this kind of small village on the side of the highway, there were only a few dozens of families. And if all the zombies in the entire village turned into zombies, it was estimated that there would only be 100 or 200. But wasn't this zombie too active? Facing humans, Yu Qingxiao was coy. When faced with zombies, Yu Qingxiao wanted to get up and take a look. Therefore, Yu Qingyang entered the small village full of zombies with a big strut. The zombies were almost all gathered around the front door of a house. Yu Qingyang also went over. This family's house was a two-story one, and the fence of the courtyard was a bit higher than the ones next to it. Plus, the gate was a heavy steel gate. However, Yu Qingxiao's nose was wafting an aroma, if nothing else. Obviously, there were living people in this house. It had been a month since the end of the world. There were even survivors in this small village. Chapter 7. It's the end of the world. Who's as leisurely as you? But speaking of which, she hadn't read any of those post-apocalyptic texts that had written about how the survivors of such a small village survived. After all, the places the protagonist went to were all bases, big cities, occasionally passing through a small town, or a roadside village. Like this kind of small village living on the side of the highway, it was rarely depicted. If one was lucky, one could probably still drive and run. After all, each family in the village had their own small yard, and those zombies would be kept in their own yard. So it was actually fairly safe in this kind of small village. There were dozens of walkers surrounding the entrance of this family's house. It seems possible that these zombies came down from the highway. It's also possible that the unknowing villagers in this kind of village were besieged by zombies when they went out in the morning and then turned into zombies. However, 40 to 50 zombies, for an ordinary person, it was already considered seeing their own grave grass. Yu Qingyang came over and squeezed in from the group of zombies, then peeled on the doorway to look inside. The door of the house was locked. Even if this gate was broken, there was still a gate inside. Today's gates in the countryside look much stronger than those in the city. Plus, if one were to live in the countryside alone, it was estimated that one could canton food for half a year. So saving a little bit and surviving for half a year was not a problem. Yu Qingyang looked at it for half a day and couldn't see anyone inside. He stopped pushing himself. If she climbed the wall to go in by herself, she would probably have to scare others. It was just that she tripped over her feet as she left the group of zombies. She looked down and found the remains of several corpses. This made Yu Qingyang startled and immediately moved her feet away from the faces of this zombie corpses. Sorry. She didn't mean to step on it. It was really embarrassing. Yu Qingxiao was still apologizing to the zombie corpse when she suddenly heard the sound of a clicking door lock going off. Frightened, Yu Qingxiao turned around and ran. Those zombies were really bold. She crawled into the next house, and after greeting the owner of this house as zombie, she felt her way up to the first floor. It was just enough to see the yard of the house next door. At this time, the door of that house was opened, and a 17 or 18-year-old little girl came out from inside. The little girl smoothly lifted a baseball bat by the door and came towards the gate. Only she didn't go through the gate. Instead, she came up from the side stairs and then crouched on the fence. Those zombies, smelling the smell of blood and flesh, all headed towards the little girl. But that little girl was not the least bit panicked. And against the zombie that lunged over, she directly swung the baseball bat in her hand and smashed that zombie's head to pieces. This made Yu-Qin feel fortunate that he didn't go to knock on the door. Otherwise this baseball bat was going to hit his head. South close. So close. I'm in a good mood for a hot pot today. And you guys even came to join in the fun. The young girl looked at the fallen body and swung another baseball bat at the second zombie. When she had killed 5 zombies, the young girl seemed to look out of the void before she climbed back up the wall in satisfaction. Yu-Qin felt that he was worrying blindly. Those who dared to live alone in such a place must have a few real skills. It was true that heroes came out of the chaotic world. Once the end of the world arrived, there were especially a lot of foreigners and capable people. I just didn't know who was stronger between this little girl and Gu Evening Qing. If the two of them acted together, they wouldn't even dare to think about what kind of cool book it would be. To say that Yu-Qin wasn't envious, that was definitely impossible. After all, everyone wanted to live with such panache and ease. But there were people who couldn't live up to what they imagined. Just like Yu-Qi. Only after turning into a zombie did he dare to go out. Yu-Qi thought about it, and thought that it would be better for him to leave this place quickly. In short, this little girl was dangerous. It might be dangerous for humans as well. And it was absolutely dangerous for zombies. Although Yu-Qin didn't understand why she was shrinking in this small village when she had this kind of fighting power. Everyone had everyone's thoughts. Like her who deliberately scratched out wounds for the zombies, and then laid down and waited for death. There were probably people who did not understand. Yu-Qin ran away for self-preservation after determining that the other party had the ability to defend themselves. So after waiting for it to be completely dark, Yu-Qi left this small village. As for whether or not that young girl had found her, Yu-Qi didn't care, as long as it didn't come to hammer her. When Yu-Qi left, a pair of eyes were watching her. Just that little girl was also a bit surprised. After system detection, the other party was indeed a zombie without a doubt. But this zombie's hazard value was surprisingly 0. The combat power was 8. To know that an ordinary human's combat power was 10. While this zombie was surprisingly only 8. As a human being is getting up dizzy, walking 2 steps will shake the mansion. Even when he turned into a zombie, his combat power was in the single digits. Normal zombies had a combat power of 20. For humans, zombification was indeed evolution. But for that female zombie, it was just a living corpse. Originally, she was prepared to stay in the village for a while, and wait for the base to be built. Then find a way to team up with others, and brush up on point values. But this zombie with no force value did attract the young girl's attention. So she packed up her things and secretly followed it. She wanted to see what that weak little zombie was going to do. Yu-Qin, the weak little zombie, didn't know the young girl's intentions. Much less did he know that the young girl had a system, and was interested in her. At this time, Yu-Qin was still holding the map, determined the direction, and continued to walk forward. Occasionally, when she encountered zombies piling up, she would run to take a look twice. Finally, early the next morning, Yu-Qi finally arrived at her first destination. This waterfall was peculiar in that it was a hot spring waterfall. The water flowing out was warm, and it was also famous for its hot springs. That's why there are a lot of tourists all year round, especially in winter. Of course, there are a lot of zombies. With so many zombies, it was natural that the young girl was stopped outside. She could only watch as Yu-Qin entered the tourist area. Anyways, there were tens of thousands of zombies in the entire hot springs tourist area, even though her fighting strength was not weak. However, Court Lady Wen felt that it was better for her not to seek death. No matter how strong she was still human. She just watched that small zombie with no combat power just walk right through the zombie group and head towards the ticket window. When Chong saw the little zombie buy a ticket, queue up, and then enter the hot spring tourist area. When Xiang Song watched Yu-Qin enter the gate of the hot spring area with a face that was struck by lightning. This little zombie actually came to travel. You didn't come to travel when you were a human. And you came to travel when you became a zombie. Sick. Sick and interesting. Yu Qingyang was just following the usual steps of entering the scenic spot at this point. Although no one was selling tickets. Those zombies weren't queuing up, but were just blocked by the railing. But she still got a real feel of the tourist atmosphere. Of course she didn't know that there was someone following her at this moment, and thought she was sick. After entering the tourist area, it was found that many places were indeed damaged. But for Yu Qingyang, it didn't affect her at all. Many of the water facilities were playable. Things like soaking in hot springs and water rafting were all possible. Yu Qishao dragged the kayak and headed towards the hot spring waterway. Wen Chang, who couldn't help but be curious, still managed to come in and find Yu Qingyang. As a result, she saw that this little zombie was actually playing. It's the end of the world. Who's as laid back as you are? Chapter 8:1 would really have to say goodbye to the world. Yu Qinxian came like this twice, and on the third time the boat capsized, which made Yu Qinxian sink directly under the water. If it was a living person, she probably would have drowned. But she stepped out of the pool of water and dragged the dinghy up to higher ground again. Then she pushed the wobbling zombies next to her into the dinghy, strapped them in, and sat up herself. Yu Qingyang looked at the zombies, whose eyes fell out of their sockets because of the swaying. So he subconsciously reached out to catch them. Waiting until it was smooth, he put the eyeballs back on it again. I'm really sorry. I didn't realize that your orbital flesh couldn't pocket your eyes anymore. Indeed, with today's weather, these walkers didn't eat blood and flesh. Then they would only gradually decay. Like these rebellious zombies she pulled were the ones that rotted more. When she pulled they followed, and when she pushed them, they lunged towards the dinghy. As for the walkers that hadn't decayed yet like herself, they were stubborn cows that couldn't even be pulled. One by one, they were all full of personality. Yu Qingyang looked at the internal organs on these zombies that were about to be knocked off their bodies. So he didn't toss them, pushing them off the dinghy. Then played all the items that this scenic spot was famous for. Although she was the only one conscious in the entire scenic area. But Yu Qingyang didn't feel lonely. On the contrary, she was at ease. Doing everything was free. By the time she had played through the popular facilities, it was almost dark. And since this place was almost done playing, then she had to head towards the next place. Only when she was just about to withdraw, she unexpectedly found a fleet of cars coming towards to this hot spring park. Yu Qingyang was a bit curious and wondered what these people were doing here. The hot spring park wasn't a storage place for anything essential to life. Apart from the hot springs, it was all sorts of entertainment facilities. Of course, there were also quite a few zombies. That couldn't be to move the zombies. And there were zombies everywhere. So there was no need to actually come to the scenic spot. Yu Qingyang didn't dare to stay in the house, but instead walked towards the forest. If it wasn't for the hot spring pool that could be seen underwater at a glance, Yu Qishao felt that it would be safe to go and lie in the water. She looked at the trees and then at the soil. Is Gu Wanqing there? It would be good to bury her in the dirt again. That way, even if someone stepped over her face, she wouldn't feel it. Yu Qingyang thought about it in his head. In the end, she found a high place with a good view and sneaked around to see what these people were up to. It wasn't until she saw that those people were actually dressed in military uniforms that it became clear that this wasn't an ordinary operation. Since it was the military, then it should be an operation from the upper echelons. Just what could be in this scenic area? Of course, because it was night, the zombies were much more agile than during the day. So at this time, they only dealt with the zombies roaming outside, and then stationed outside. So it was necessary to first use the night vision drone at night to photograph the number of zombies. Then make a plan, and naturally attack strongly during the day. Just don't know if this drone will film itself. Thinking of this, Yu Qishao folded quite a few branches over herself, trying to block her vision. Even if it was a heat-like drone, she, a dead person, shouldn't be able to feel it. And just as that drone flew towards her side, Yu Qingqi's line of sight suddenly crossed a back. It wasn't a zombie, but a human. And Yu Qishao knew this person. It was the young girl from that small village from before. It was mainly that baseball bat that really made Yu Qishao remember it. This little girl had actually followed up. How did she follow up? Yu Qishao really didn't feel anything at all. If it wasn't because of the army, he probably wouldn't have been able to spot this little girl. If she gave herself a baseball bat, she would really have to say goodbye to the world. Yu Qingyang didn't even think about it. Threw the branch and headed behind the mountain. She had to leave this place. And as for where to go, she would first go to a safe place. So Yu Qixia went around the back of the mountain and headed towards the city. The more zombies there were, the safer it was for Yu Qingyang. After walking for 2 to 3 hours, he finally left the hot spring resort. Just after arriving in the city, Yu Qixia still went around the city. Although her eyes were really good, it was impossible for her to see things in the distance. Something like binoculars still needed to be prepared. Otherwise it would be like this time when she was being followed and didn't even know it. It was a good thing that that little girl didn't seem to want to make a move on herself. Otherwise, even if she had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough to hit the other party's baseball bat. Yu Qixia was rummaging through the box, when suddenly her ears instantly tinnitus, feeling the sky spinning. Her eyeballs were about to be shaken out of their sockets for her. But she didn't hear any sound. Yu Qixia reached out and slapped her face, grabbing her binoculars and heading up the dozens of floors. She couldn't hear herself, but she was indeed affected. So that meant it was a sonic attack. Now this place was free of walkers and close to the border. Perhaps a garrison place would have to be built in this place. Also, the world is in chaos today, but the country is inviolable. That hot spring scenic spot is really the most suitable place to be a garrison, because the scenic spot is large, and in order to prevent tourists from sneaking in, the fence is of course made with special treatment. Otherwise, the reason why the zombies inside couldn't get out and the zombies outside couldn't get in. If all the zombies in the hot spring area are dealt with, it is indeed a better place to station at the border. It's less than 50 kilometers from this place to the border, as long as the equipment was installed. As soon as someone crossed the border, they would immediately be captured. Yu Qingyang used his binoculars to look over at the scenic spot. Sure enough, he saw a large truck pulling a pitch-black equipment. Although Yu Qixia didn't recognize what it was, he knew at a glance that it was definitely dangerous. Yu Qixia felt that he was lucky that he ran fast, or else his eyes and tongue might have really fallen all over the place by now. If they were in the center of that sound wave, then these zombies were completely unable to move. Of course, it also included animals with sensitive hearing. As long as the movements of the zombies are controlled, then the zombies are good to kill. Putting on the silencer and then hitting the target. As long as you have practiced a few times, you shouldn't miss the shot. And Yu Qingyang held the binoculars and looked down the hill towards the road. Then he saw an off-road. Yu Qixia. Sister, why are you everywhere? It's just that nowadays, this car had a logo belonging to the army on it. Obviously, this Gu Evening Qing is a soldier. No wonder that marksmanship was so powerful. People were professionals. Gu Evening Qing's cross-country went towards the scenic area. Yu Qixia reached out and scratched her head, almost ripping off the hair on her scalp. Now that she was dead, if her hair fell out, there would be no way to grow it back. She didn't want to be a bald zombie. Yu Qingyang quickly reached out and pressed her scalp. Afterwards, she put the binoculars in her backpack, turned around and headed downstairs. What's going on? She was clearly heading towards the edge, and she still encountered so many people. Then wouldn't she be heading inland? There was a garrison at the borderline, so it was indeed easy to meet up with the army. Yu Qingyang, who was halfway down the stairs, sat down on the steps and started flipping through the travel brochure. Next time, pick a more auspicious place. Yu Qixia thought so and started to point out the troops on the map. Chapter 9, feeling like he's going to have a brain fart at any moment. This kind of place that let luck decide was not the place to pour her thoughts. Coming over towards this hot spring waterfall scenic spot by herself, she ended up either being buried in the ground along the way, or being stalked by a post-apocalyptic cool heroine, almost mixing in with the corpses and being killed by a sonic attack. Come to think of it, this tour of hers was really a series of twists and turns. So she had to change places. At least get rid of Gu Wanqing and that little girl before she could. With this kind of super powerful human, Yu Qingyang always felt like she would brainstorm at any moment. It was better to leave such a place of wrongdoing quickly. Previously, she felt that taking the highway was to avoid people and zombies and could be quieter. But nowadays, it could only be said that the big hideout was in the city. She would just head to the big city. She hadn't been to many cities in her lifetime anyway. Nowadays, when there were a lot of zombies, head for the city. When humans took possession of the city again, she'd head for the hills. Anyway, she was a zombie and would definitely turn into a mess. So she would dig a hole and bury herself at that time. Yu Qingyang looked at the selected city and was surprised that she had to cross the safe zone. The safe zone was definitely off limits. So she had to make a detour. What Yu Qishao had taken was an introduction to the tourist cities in the province. So there would only be tourist cities on it. The city Yu Qishao chose was a city surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and a river on the other. This kind of city was easy to defend and hard to attack. If there was a need to build a safe zone in this area, Yu Qishao felt that this J city was really good. But it was a pity because this place was an ancient city. It wouldn't be very suitable to really live in this place. Besides, to build a base in this area, it was definitely necessary to choose a place with access roads. And the roads, highways, and high-speed trains in Huaxia are very developed. So the choice, naturally, would not be in J City. So this place is naturally safe. It seems that more than just a tourist city introduction is needed. A national route map is also needed. Otherwise some of the smaller towns might be taken down as transit points. If she accidentally ran over there, she would have to become someone else earning points for her life. It wasn't clear if she was worth 1 point. Or 10. Yu Qingyang thought about it. According to the general zombie novels, killing 10 zombies to get a few points. She might not even be worth 1 point. After Yu Qishao decided, she left before dawn that night. After all, the faster one ran, the less likely one would collide with humans. Would the zombies in this world evolve? But on second thought, with all the psychic abilities, the zombies are bound to have levels. Right? Alien ability upgrades require the crystals from the zombies. And zombie upgrades require devouring their own kind. Once she thought that she might not be safe as a zombie either. She directly transformed into the world-famous painting The Scream. Yu Qingyang, who had just left the city, really wanted to dig a hole and bury herself on this. Right? She didn't feel uncomfortable in the dirt anyway. Pretending to be human was definitely out of the question. Her face was rotted on one side, and her skin color didn't look like a living person. There was no heartbeat, and her blood didn't stop flowing. She couldn't pass the body check alone. But in a zombie world, she might as well be an alien. The higher the rank of the zombie in those zombie novels, the more they could regain some consciousness. Of course, it was definitely not human consciousness, but the consciousness of how to survive and hunt as a zombie. So a zombie like himself, whose physical body wasn't even that strong. Definitely the type to be eaten. Yu Qingyang thought as she headed out of the city. She had to leave this place of wrongdoing before dawn. Court Lady Wen had lost that little zombie. Originally, it was to avoid the heat-like drone. It was only later that she found out the official used a sonic attack. These zombies had all had their brains damaged by the sound waves, and appeared to be even more sluggish. Could the little zombie have become like that and been killed? It was just that she had used her system to scan the entire hot springs scenic area. But she hadn't searched for that little zombie. Obviously, she ran away. It was so hard to find a zombie that didn't eat people and seemed to carry human consciousness. How could she lose it? Before the end of the world, she suddenly found herself with an extra system. As long as she killed zombies, she could get points and buy things from the system mall. As long as she kept killing zombies, she wouldn't be unable to eat in the post-apocalyptic world. And she could also use the points to buy weapons. But in terms of the current intensity of the zombies, using those high-end weapons would be a complete overkill. It was also easy to be targeted. A special baseball bat would be enough. Without too much force, it could directly smash the zombie's head to pieces. Wen Chang is an orphan, and has been crawling around alone since childhood. She was used to being alone, because in the village was adopted by her grandmother. After that the land was occupied and got hundreds of thousands of dollars. The original grandmother's sons and daughters suddenly came to life. Come to the door to fight for the property. Being driven out of the door by the grandmother with a kitchen knife. The particularly thick fence and house that was originally built to prevent these people turned out to be quite convenient for her in the end times. Her grandmother died a year ago, and she was the only one left in the entire household. Because she had been working with her grandmother for years, she had gained a good amount of strength, and her body was considered strong. Although she was only 19, she was quite independent. She would not be interested in humans. So a small zombie appeared, or a zombie with little combat power. Wen Chang was naturally interested. But now, she lost him. But by the looks of it, if she wanted to find this little zombie again, unless she came within her 3-kilometer range, otherwise, she might never find it again. Despite turning into a zombie, the ability to avoid people was not small. And for Yu Qingyang, Her ability to avoid people was certainly strong. After leaving the city, she traveled all the way east. She would have to bypass the survivor base. Then she would need to go around more than 100 kilometers more. But that didn't seem like a problem to her. She didn't choose to take the highway this time. Instead, she chose to head towards the city. After all, there were some towns that had fun facilities. Of course, care also needed to be taken to avoid humans. As Yu Qingyang thought this, she heard the sound of a vehicle. And there was more than one. It seemed to be heading towards the city's hospital. After all, the car had already driven into the hospital. And it was followed by a group of zombies. Yu Qingyang watched as the zombies passed in front of her, and then inclined her head in the direction of the hospital. It looked like there were hundreds of zombies surrounding towards the hospital. However, the hospital's doors had already been closed. Since they were able to enter the hospital, they were obviously looking for medicine. It's just that the hospital didn't only have medical staff and patients, but also the patients' families. Hospitals in general were zombie-hit areas. After all, the injured and the unconscious were the first to be sent to the hospital. These people would pounce on the medics and family members as the zombies turned. Trying to find medicine at the hospital was a difficult task. At least, that was the case in the novel she read. Of course, Yu Qingyang also wrote novels. Just not much sci-fi post-apocalyptic ones. But if she wrote them, she would inevitably feel the same way. Yu Qingyang watched the zombies pushing and shoving at the door, and then circled around to the back door of the hospital from the side alley. The back door was mostly restaurants, shops and hotels. There were also many zombies. Yu Qingyang leaned against the wall and probed into the alley. Then he met a pair of eyes that protruded out of his face. This made Yu Qishao blink and then look upwards. The zombie had already been killed. It seemed to have fallen down from the upper floor and hung on the fence. For some reason, suddenly seeing a zombie, she wasn't afraid at all. Just afraid of a person suddenly popping out. Chapter 10, but it's a bad cow for her. Yu Qingyang stared at the zombie, and then looked at the wound. The time should be a few days ago. It was not caused today. Yu Qishao felt that someone should have broken into this hospital, and wanted to find medicine as well. I just don't know if the person who came to look for medicine escaped. Yu Qingyang was sure that there should be no humans at this back door. Only zombies. Only then did he go this way. The doors of many hotels were open, and some zombies were hanging around inside. Yu Qingyang looked at the signs. It was found that they were all various place names plus the word snack. Yu Qingyang walked in curiously. There were blood stains on the ground, and some scattered vegetable soup. Of course, the vegetable soup had already become stains. Yu Qingyang wandered around a few shops before looking at the back door of the hospital. There were quite a few zombies gathered at the back door. And there were also quite a few zombie corpses. Someone should have escaped from here and closed the back door, blocking the zombies from chasing after them. It was really powerful. Yu Qingyang's line of sight crossed from the building diagonally across the street and then landed on those buildings of the hospital. She didn't dare to get close. It was almost when it was almost dark and those convoy people had left that Yu Qishao entered the hospital. Now that there were no humans, Yu Qishao naturally waltzed right into the hospital. There were quite a few zombies lying on the ground. All of them had their heads chopped off by long knives. Obviously, using large weapons in a place like this was a complete death wish. Of course, there were also fresh corpses. These should be people who were injured and didn't want to turn into zombies. Thus they understood themselves. Yu Qishao looked at these corpses. It was obvious that the caravan left quickly, and did not take these corpses away. Of course, Yu Qishao felt that there was probably no way to take away these corpses. There were so many zombies. The corpses had already been chewed on by the zombies. Just the cold flesh and blood was no longer attractive to the zombies. Yu Qingyang looked at these corpses that had been eaten. And after thinking about it, he went to the hospital's warehouse and found a shovel and a hoe. Then only then did she dig a large hole in the hospital's garden. Although it was rather slow. The good thing was that she wasn't tired. She dug the hole for 4 or 5 hours. Then it took another 2 hours to drag the bodies over there. Burying the bodies again was another hour or so. By the time she had dealt with all of this, it was already after 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. It was the dead of night. And from these people's clothes, Yu Qingyang saw a list. It said how much various medicines were needed. Yu Qishao looked at the mound of dirt, then at the list in her hand, and turned towards the hospital's medicine storage room. She took out a trolley, and turned over a few more large cardboard boxes. comparing the names of the medicines on the paper. She put double the amount of those medicines in. By the time it was 5 in the morning, Yu Qingyang pushed a few large cartons full of medicines towards the edge of town. She also didn't know if those people had gone back or if they were still residing in the city. Anyway, sending it towards the edge was the way to go. If she didn't get enough this time, she would definitely come back next time. She placed it on the path those people must take. It should be fine. Should I write a few big letters to hint at it? It wasn't long after she pushed the cart of medicine out of the hospital that she suddenly saw cars parked in front of an office building. Wasn't it one of those fleet cars? The sign posted on it. Yu Qinxiao remembered. Yu Qinxiao naturally did not dare to move forward. But in his position, those people couldn't see those medicines. If he went any further, he would easily be seen by the people on sentry duty. At this moment, Yu Qinxiao really wanted to slap himself. Why do you mind your own business? But if someone really needed these medicines urgently, and couldn't get them after sacrificing so many people, then more people would die. It was actually convenient for her to do these things. Yu Qingliang thought about it. She had already done it, so she didn't need to regret it. She reached out and pushed the cart out of the corner. Those people should be paying attention to this direction of the hospital. As long as they looked in the direction of the hospital, then they would see a cart of medicines on the main road. Yu Qingyang pushed the cart forward with force, and the wheels rolled on the ground, attracting a few zombies. Those zombies came towards the source of the sound. But when they saw that it was also their own kind, they instantly returned in defeat. Yu Qingyang watched as the cart was pushed to the middle of the road by her, immediately bowed and ran, then ran towards the building diagonally opposite, at least to see if those people could see the medicine they took. And she had thoughtfully written a note on it. Take it. No thanks. It's not poisonous. For a while, Yu Qinxiao always felt as if he was one of those underground heroes, silently guarding humanity. This made Yu Qinxiao cross her arms. It could make her bullish. Brother Qin. Just now we heard a little noise. We looked over towards that side. That place suddenly had an extra trolley. And on the trolley were some medical cartons. Should we go and take a look? A sentry suddenly pushed open the door and walked into the room. This time, the search for medicine was also desperate, because the amount of medicine needed was too much. And there were even quite a few medicines that were not sold in pharmacies. That's why they came to the city to look for it. The entire fleet of 5 vehicles had a total of 30 people. After a trip today, they lost 7 people. 3 of them didn't break on the spot. They were only injured. So they were tied up and placed in one of the rooms at this time. There were only 2 Xenos in the entire convoy. Among them was the captain, Shinan, who was a fire-type alien with very strong attacks. There was also another one who was a water-type alien. It was just that the water-type alien's combat power wasn't really strong, but it was essential for the team. If one of these 3 people who were injured became an alter ego, then they would have earned it this time out. Even if they didn't get the medicine. Just looking at their situation, the possibility of zombification was higher, because when injured by a zombie, there was still a lot of difference between zombification and alienation. A zombified person would start to have a fever an hour after being injured, after which they would fall into a coma and their face would start to turn blue. A shifter, on the other hand, was quite normally awake. Even the wound would become more and more painful, and the person would become more and more awake. So 99% of those who started to have a fever after being wounded by a zombie were necrotic. When Shinan heard the sentry's words, he walked to the window and took the binoculars to take a look towards the street. Although it was a bit blurry, he could indeed see familiar medical cartons. He could be sure that there was no such thing when they retreated. But at this point it was still light. The sun hadn't come out yet, and the zombies were agile. He had already lost 7 brothers. He couldn't risk his brothers again, so he was prepared to wait until dawn. And Yu Qingyang waited from close to 6 o'clock until the sun came out at 7 o'clock or so before he saw a man jump straight down from the first floor. He had a gun strapped to his waist and a long knife on his back. By the looks of it, he should be the captain of this convoy. He carefully walked over, then skillfully killed the few zombies prowling beside him. Only then did he touch the side of the cart. For large cardboard boxes on the cart. The cardboard boxes were not sealed, but there was a note on it. Shinan picked it up and glanced at it. A flash of doubt flashed under his eyes. But still, he folded up this note and put it in his pocket, before taking out his walkie-talkie and said, "Have the brothers pack up and prepare to retreat. Come a few people to my place." The stuff he had read? It was indeed what they needed. And it was even a double portion. This made Chinan puzzled. Who on earth could take out so much medicine from that hospital full of zombies? Chapter 11. It couldn't be looking for himself. Could it? When Chinan's 4 team members came over, they saw these 4 large cardboard boxes. The things inside were the purpose of their trip. They were not from the official base. This base that they were in nowadays was a survivor base that had been transformed from a farm. After all, from this place to the official base, there was also a distance of more than 200 kilometers. And inside the survivor base, many people didn't have the means to travel that far. In this small base, it was possible to live for a while longer. If they were really heading towards the official base, they might die halfway. Like Chinan and the others, they did have the ability to go to the official base. But if they left, then the people in this base would not have any power to fight back in terms of food or even encountering zombies. Furthermore, in this civilian survivor base, they were relatively free, although they needed to take risks every few days. But it was all worth it. If they didn't, everyone would only die. Yu Qingyang watched as they put the medicines into the car and left the place before the zombies surrounded them. It was just that before Chinan left, he still couldn't help but look around. When the car started, Chinan raised the window. Only then did he take out the note in his hand. He looked at the crooked lines on it. I don't know what was written. It was like a child's haphazard scribbles. But it seemed that the other party wanted to write. They just didn't know what was written. Never mind. Since the other party had the ability to take out so many medicines from the depths of a hospital full of zombies, it meant that the other party had the ability to protect themselves. And since the other party wasn't going to show his face, Chinan could only take these life-saving medicines back first before he could do so. As for the person who gave them the medicine, if they could meet him in the future, they would naturally have to thank this person. Yu Qinxian watched these convoys leave, and only then did he let out a sigh of relief. But then again, she felt that there were so many medicines in this hospital. If there was no way to take them out and use them, wouldn't it be a waste? Anyway, she wasn't in a hurry to go traveling. So why not move all these medicines to the edge of the city, so that those who are destined to come can get them as well. That way, humans wouldn't have to face the zombies to be eaten by the zombies. The zombies are now considered her own kind again. If the zombies are killed off, she won't be able to hide herself well. So Yu Qingyang dragged the trolley towards the hospital again. The zombies in the hospital were not interested when they saw Yu Qinxiao pulling the trolley in. On the contrary, there were a few zombies that seemed to be sensitive to sound that followed behind Yu Qinxiao. When Yu Qinxiao saw them just looking around, he complained a little in his heart. As a kindred spirit, he did not know how to help. Well, forget it. She didn't expect the zombies to deliver food and medicine. So she worked alone again in silence. She moved one trip after another, regardless of day and night, looking at the mountain of medicines in front of her. Yu Qingyang looked at the sky. There was no telling if it would rain. But now, even though it was winter, the sky was hot. There was no sign of any rain either. There was no need to do any covering. Right? But many medicines couldn't be exposed to the sun either. So Yu Qinxiao dragged over that big umbrella from the snack bar next door and blocked the sun. After doing this, Yu Qinxiao felt like he was totally an angel, not a zombie. After Chinan returned to the survivor base and had given the medicine to those doctors, the entire survivors of the base were happy for the harvest they brought back this time. What this small base of theirs lacked the most was medicine. In this kind of post-apocalyptic world right now, no one dared to get sick for fear that they would turn into a zombie once they had a fever. And 2 days after Chinan returned to the base, he was ready to go out again. His team members naturally disagreed when they heard that Chinan even wanted to go out again. This time, they had already lost 7 of their brothers going to the city to look for medicine. It was also their luck that they got help from good people. It was only then that they were able to get these medicines without any problems. But the captain surprisingly wanted to make another trip. Don't worry. I'll be fine going by myself. If you guys don't want to go, stay at the base. Chinan opened his mouth. Anyway, he had to go back and take another look. That graffiti note. He studied it for 2 nights and probably read what was written. From those scribbled words, he could tell that the other party knew what they wanted and even took the initiative to help them. But from the handwriting, it was obvious that the other party's mind should be somewhat uncontrolled. Even if they had broken their hands and wrote with their feet, it wouldn't be so bad to write like this. And even if the hand was really broken, then these medicines would definitely not be delivered. So Chinan was wanting to go and find out what was going on. It was just that a squad member naturally disagreed when he heard that Chinan even wanted to go alone. In the end, they could only draw 2 people to follow Chinan. How to put it? Even if they didn't want to go, they still had to follow. If Chinan died, then they would have nothing to rely on. They still understood Chinan's character. If they died, then their own families. Chinan would help them take good care of them. But if Chinan died, it would definitely be bad for them and their families. When Chinan saw that they were going to follow him, he didn't stop them. It was just that when they drove for 2 hours to the edge of the city and saw the pile of medicines that looked like a mountain, all 3 of them couldn't react. So many medicines. Even if one person moved it, 2 or 3 people would have to move it for days. Chinan looked at the medicines and immediately had someone use the radio to contact the people from the base to have the people from the base drive a truck. This cross-country of theirs. There was no way to take away so many medicines. You guys watch here. I'll go look around. Chinan felt at this moment that these medicines must have been deliberately placed here by someone. And it was definitely the same person from a few days ago. Just why could the other person take out so many medicines? Even if this person was more powerful, there was no way he could carry out so many things from the hospital while killing zombies. And counting the day he went back, it was only 3 days and 2 nights. One person definitely couldn't finish it. Chinan's eyes swept over the surrounding area, trying to find a little trace. Yu Qingyang felt fortunate that she had slipped away quickly. How could she not have expected that the man would come back so quickly? Usually after a mission, one would rest for a while. Right? How could it be that in less than 3 days? This kid was heading for the zombie nest again. And what is he looking for? He wasn't looking for himself. Was he? Yu Qingyang felt that it was completely unnecessary. So she ran away again. Only this time, she was in a bit of a hurry. And as soon as she turned around, she crashed into a pillar. The thud caused Chinan, who was not far away, to react instantly. Yu Qingyang was a bit flustered. It wasn't too appropriate to play dead now. Sure enough, there weren't many zombies on the edge of the city, which wasn't good for her. Chinan directly crossed over from the top of a scrapped car, coming over towards Yu Qingyang's side. With his speed, he was about to catch Yu Qishao in a minute. Yu Qishao wondered if he had a short life ahead of him. It was clear that he had just helped him. Yu Qishao flipped the window and ran towards the place where there were many zombies. Anyway, she ran first. Only when she ran out, she heard a clanking sound behind her. The sound of iron weapons clashing together. Yu Qingyang immediately dodged behind a wall, revealing half of her little head. She looked behind her, only to see that Chinan had drawn his long knife and blocked a baseball bat. A baseball bat? Seeing that familiar baseball bat, Yu Qingxiao's hair stood up in fear. It was that little girl. Chapter 12 was pleased with herself for this turtled-up behavior. Yu Qishao didn't dare to watch the fun. Turning around, she ran as fast as she could. Originally, she thought that she had shaken off this little girl. She unexpectedly caught up again. Was this little girl sick? What's the point of chasing after her one zombie? There are so many zombies. Can't we kill those? Although the zombies are their own kind. But what should be sacrificed must still be sacrificed. It took 5 days for Court Lady Wen to finally find the little zombie. As a result, just as she found it, she found a man staring at her. How could Wen Chang agree to the little zombie being killed by someone else? Chinan also did not expect that he would be blocked by someone. Get out of the way. I'm looking for someone. Chinan did not want to surround himself with this little girl. But if this little girl was that person's person, Chinan would understand someone. This little girl was very good with her hands. Then the one who ran away was bound to be no better. But Wen Chang didn't let go, and the baseball bat she retrieved swung hard again. This man didn't look like an ordinary person. The one he was going after was definitely a small zombie without a doubt. If he knew that the other party was a zombie, he would definitely have killed the little zombie. The combat power of a small zombie was not as good as an ordinary person. It was already not easy to survive in the post-apocalyptic world. Sorry, I won't let you chase after it, Wen Chang replied. Chinan knew that he really had nothing to say to Wen Chang. Then he could only defeat this little girl to find that person. Seeing that the other party had moved for real, Wen Chang knew that if she wanted to leave, she definitely wouldn't be able to do so. She could only fight with Chinan. And after 10 minutes, the system prompted her that she had lost track of the little zombie again. This made Court Lady Wen furious. She directly reached out and pulled out her pistol and pressed it against Qinan's chest. Put away the knife, or I'll shoot. Qinan did not want to really fight with Wenchang. In fact, it wasn't difficult to avoid the bullets from Wenchang. However, Qinan still withdrew his knife. When Court Lady Wen saw that Qinan had withdrawn his knife, she frowned and said, "What a nuisance. I'd lost him again." Having lost him this time, Court Lady Wen felt that it would be even more difficult to find him. Before, maybe this little zombie didn't know that she was following her. Now that she was seen in this place again, she must have felt that she was following her. Otherwise, even if this little zombie had met someone before, she would still want to see the fun. As a result, when she met someone today, she didn't hesitate to run. She even ran a good result of 3 kilometers in 10 minutes. As soon as Qinan heard the words of Wenchang, he raised his eyebrows and knew that this little girl was also tracking that person. His eyes rolled and a smile appeared on his face. "Since you lost the person, you can't rest in a place like this where there are zombies everywhere. I'm a person from an alien squad from a civilian base in front of me. If you're willing to cooperate with me, I can help you look for that person. Don't worry. I'm definitely not going to hurt that person." Qinan opened his mouth. If one wanted to survive in the post-apocalyptic world, then one needed to cooperate with a strong person. This little girl took a look at her stance, although she wasn't a practitioner and her movements were reckless, but agile and with deadly moves. It is a strong person. First abducted. No. First recruited into their own squad. As for the person who gave them a lot of medicine, does this little girl know something about it? Perhaps it is possible to know some from this little girl's mouth. And Court Lady Wen agreed. She really needed a stable squad to earn points. Relying on herself alone, her ability was still too little. Now she could bind an affiliate to earn points for her. Begrudging this man was indeed a good choice. So the two people, each with their own agenda, agreed to work together. And Yu Qingyang didn't dare to stop at all. Sure enough, that little girl was following her. It wasn't an illusion on her part. Just why on earth was she following herself? And that man, couldn't he just take the medicine and leave? It seems like you really can't be careless at all. Yu Qingyang gave a scurry and ran straight through the afternoon. She waited until it was dark before stopping. She also didn't know where she had run to. It seemed like she had to go further and find the signposts to determine where she was. After walking for another half an hour, Yu Qingyang walked to a small town. There was a sign bunched up on the country road, writing the name of this small town. She immediately took out the map from her backpack and looked at it. It was discovered that she was now almost 50 kilometers away from that urban area in the morning. It turned out that she could still run far if she kept running. Although Yu Qingyang wasn't tired, she still searched for a house and climbed inside. By the way, she shooed the zombies hanging around the house out the front door. Yu Qinxiao was pleased with herself for this kind of turtle-dove behavior. She closed the gate. Only then did she take a closer look at this courtyard. The original owner was a lover of life. There were quite a few flowers and plants planted in the courtyard, only that they had withered now. Having not been watered for over a month and being exposed to the sun, they definitely wouldn't survive. Yu Qingyang walked to the tap and opened it. There was water. It's just that this kind of water must be full of zombie virus too. Humans would definitely not dare to drink it. She used a bucket to catch a few buckets and sprinkled them on the flower beds. As for whether or not these plants could live, it was up to them. Since there was water, Yu Qinxiao bathed herself and changed into a new dress. She then carried 2 of them. It seemed like she would have to go up to the clothing shop to find another dress. The changed skirt, Yu Qinxiao didn't have the leisure to clean it, and directly threw it to the side, before sitting down on the sofa in the house. Although no one had lived in the house for a month, there wasn't much dust in the house. Yu Qingyang took out a pen and wrote and drew on the map, eventually identifying a few places she had to go to. Those were the Cross-Sea Bridge in the south, as well as the ancient gardens in the east, and the Imperial City and Snowy Land in the north, as well as the Holy Plateau in the northwest. These 5 places were her must-visit. They were also places that she had seen recorded in quite a few documentaries. In the past, after Yu Qinxian went out and came into contact with people, she would come home with a fever, unable to eat, and vomiting whatever she ate. So of course Yu Qinxiao wouldn't go to such crowded scenic spots. After she went to J City, she could go all the way south to see the Cross-Sea Bridge. After packing up, Yu Qinxiao set off at first light, in the direction of J City, just getting closer and closer to J City. one would have to bypass this secure base. This secure base was indeed an official base. According to those broadcasts that Yu Qingxiao had listened to in the first half of the month, he probably learnt that there should be more than 100,000 people in this base. For Yu Qingyang, this number would completely scare her out of her mind. But actually, doing the maths, there were millions of people in just the counties under the jurisdiction of several cities. For a municipal base, there were only 100,000 survivors. It could be imagined that this zombie virus, for the human race, was almost a disaster of extinction. If the human race perishes, perhaps after a few thousand or tens of thousands of years, the Earth will give birth to a new overlord to dominate the Earth. Like the dinosaurs of the past, the humans of today. This is the end of mankind, but not the end of the Earth. Yu Qingyang looked at the rising sun. Another new day had arrived. She followed the road in the direction of J City. And the closer to J City, the closer to the safe zone. And the fewer zombies there were. One could even see speeding convoys on the road. Scared Yu Qingyang shrinking her head and not daring to move. Chapter 13. Surprisingly, I witnessed a zombie cannibalism scene. Yu Qinxiao was originally prepared to take a detour. After all, there were signs of human activity within 100 kilometers. It was not like the places he had passed through before, where there were not many people. It was true that humans just couldn't be defeated. Even in a place like this where zombies were everywhere, they were able to carve out a place where they could live. They were really tough. But while humans were strong, Yu Qingyang had no way to be strong. There was always a caravan passing by outside, which left Yu Qingyang with no way to leave. As for those zombies that didn't have much consciousness, they were strutting down the main road. When a vehicle passed by, they pounced on it, and then were knocked off or crushed into zombie cakes. Because the zombies in this neighborhood had already been pretty much cleared by the official army and some alien squads in the past month or so, Yu Qingyang could only retreat backwards. But how could she not expect that this retreat? She had witnessed a zombie cannibalism scene. Yu Qinxiao had retreated back more than 10 kilometers. And it was almost more than 20 kilometers away from the official safe zone. For a car, it was just a 10-minute journey. But it was those 10 minutes that could possibly never arrive. The previous Yu Qingyang was wandering around though. Could see people and also corpses. But she had never seen a zombie eating a person with her own eyes. So seeing a small car surrounded by a dozen or so zombies. A mother and daughter were sitting in the car, while the man held a steel pipe and kept knocking the zombies. I don't know if the car broke down or ran out of gas. Anyway, a family of 3. Surrounded by these zombies. The man was also just an ordinary person. Wearing a pair of glasses. He should have been sitting in an office before. His steel pipe hit over. To those zombies did not have any killing power at all. It was a very difficult thing for ordinary people to get a gun. Unless they arrived at the base and formed a mission squad. They might be able to borrow a gun from the officials. Yu Qingyang watched as the man was bitten by the zombies on his arms and thighs. But the man was still dead against the door of the car, not allowing the woman in the car to get out of the car. Only when the man was drowned by the zombies and broke his breath, and his flesh and blood lost its temperature, did those zombies move away from the man's body. Following that, they climbed up towards the car. The strength of these zombies was not small. The car window was cracked in 3 or 2 knocks. After all, it wasn't bulletproof glass, so it was naturally easy to be knocked out. If the car window glass was really broken, then this mother and daughter would definitely perish in the mouths of the zombies. Yu Qingyang hesitated a little, then fished out a piece of paper from her bag and pasted it on her face, blocking the somewhat horrifying crack on her face, then rushed over. She reached out and pushed the 2 zombies away. She then blocked in front of the car and yelled at those zombies. "Get the hell out of here." Those zombies seemed to be really frightened by Yu Qingxiao's roar and actually stopped attacking. Yu Qingxiao froze, although it made her a little puzzled. She still shouted, "Roll again." Those zombies backed away resentfully. The mother and daughter in the car originally thought that they were definitely hopeless. How did they know that a little girl rushed out and blocked in front of them? Just that roar scared the mother and daughter goosebumps all over. Although they were scared, that little girl did save them. And when Yu Qingxiao turned her head to look at the 2 people in the car, even though covered with a piece of paper on her face, but her pupils that were whitened only a little bit made the mother and daughter shrink back again. This is also a zombie. When Yu Qingxiao saw that the mother and daughter were actually shrinking back, she was a bit puzzled. Although he wasn't particularly pretty, but blocking his mouth wasn't so scary. although the skin was indeed just a bit scary. Only then did Yu Qixiao open his mouth. Come down. The car broke down. You guys have been in the car. There's no way I can wait with you guys. It was just that after Yu Qixiao said this, the mother and daughter were even more terrified and hugged together. This made Yu Qixiao very puzzled. He was speaking in human language. Why couldn't they understand? Although Yu Qixiao was puzzled, she didn't have much time to explain and directly reached out to pull the car door. The clunking sound made the surrounding zombies to gather over again. Yu Qixiao turned back and cursed again. And those zombies started to face the wall again, like eunuchs in a Qin dynasty drama. With a few hard tugs, she pulled the car door open. And the mother and daughter in the car shrank even further over there. Yu Qingyang was a bit speechless. But she didn't move and just stood to the side. When other zombies came, she pointed at those zombies and cursed twice. Or that 8-year-old little girl finally realized that their mother and daughter were saved by a zombie. The little girl wasn't scared at this point, and immediately climbed out of her own mother's arms and poked outside the car. Dad! Dad! The little girl was lying on the side of the car, looking at the streak of corpses that were no longer in human form, and was about to cry out. At this time, that woman also reacted and immediately got down from the car. She looked at the corpse on the ground and instantly reddened her eyes. Yu Qixiao stood with her back to the mother and daughter. She felt that it was because the mother and daughter were too nervous that they didn't hear her clearly. But Yu Qixiao also didn't expect that these zombie elders would give themselves so much face. Having just scolded them, she was a little embarrassed. It was good that although this mother and daughter were scared and sad, they were aware of the current situation. Excuse me, can we bury my husband? And then go with you? The woman opened her mouth. At this moment, she also realized that the zombie wasn't trying to eat them. Yu Qingyang did not look at their expressions. She actually understood the pain of losing a loved one. But no matter how painful it was, she still survived. Of course, it wasn't exactly living now, but she still wished for those who wanted to live well. So for this kind of thing, Yu Qingyang agreed. He even helped the mother and daughter dig a pit together and then buried the remains of that man. At this time, Yu Qixiao felt that he had been encountering convoys before. But now it had been almost 2 hours, and he had not seen any convoys passing by. Could it be that he really had to escort this mother and daughter to the safe zone? This pair of mother and daughter was even if they were just scared. They didn't want to resist, nor did they want to hurt themselves. Yu Qingyang buried his head in cuckoo digging a pit. And the 8-year-old girl next to him was a little puzzled. Why would a zombie save their lives? And why was a zombie so skilled in digging a pit? Her movements were not as stiff as those of the zombies, but were similar to those of a living person. It was just that the little girl couldn't understand what she was saying at all. Is sister a zombie? The little girl boldly inquired. When the woman next to her saw her daughter asking this, her eyes also looked at Yu Qixian. She was indeed a zombie, both from the color of her skin and her eyes. She could tell that she was a zombie. But zombies only ate people. They had never seen a zombie save a person. Yu Qixiao did not answer the little girl. He just reached out and pointed at the man's body in the pit, telling the mother and daughter to say something. He himself was going to start burying the soil. And it was already afternoon now. If there was any more delay, there were going to be more zombies. Whether she would be able to stop those walkers by then, there was no telling. And the little girl seemed to understand Yu Qingyang's action and immediately pulled her mother along to pay her respects to her father. The woman's face didn't look too good, but it was impossible for her to die along with her husband, because the daughter was still young. Even if she loved her husband so much that she hated to die with him, they still had a daughter. And as parents, they couldn't be so selfish. After all, she was only 8 years old, not 18. Chapter 14 turns out she is still a battle scum. Yu Qixiao watched the mother and daughter burying soil into the pit, and also started to bury soil into it. Her hands wouldn't get sore, so naturally she buried it faster than the mother and daughter. After burying the man, Yu Qixiao took out the map and looked at it, pointing in the direction of the base. However, she thought about the fact that she spoke as if the humans couldn't understand her. So she took out the map and pointed to where the base was. The little girl immediately understood. This zombie sister was sending them to the base. She then immediately translated for Yu Qingyang so that the woman could understand. The woman was a little surprised when she heard this. But she also knew that she couldn't wait now. Although the temperature was indeed high during the day, at night, it would instantly drop to 0 degrees. They mother and daughter couldn't stay in the wilderness. The woman immediately went to the boot of the car and took out the backpack. The things inside were already packed. Yu Qingyang saw that the zombies seemed to have left. So he wandered around to take a look. A car was seen in a family's garage. This made Yu Qingyang feel her eyes light up. She immediately pulled the woman to the edge of the garage. The woman was also overjoyed. Then went into the house to look for the car keys. Luckily, the car keys were placed at the door of the living room. And most of the zombies here had actually been cleared once. The woman let her daughter sit in the car before starting the car. When she saw that Yu Qinsha was not willing to get into the car, she looked at him with some doubts. "Aren't you getting into the car?" Yu Qinsha shook her head, and then removed the paper from her face. The mouth that was half cracked open showed what she meant. She was a zombie. She couldn't go to the survivor base. If she went, her little life would not be guaranteed. It was only about 20 kilometers from here to the base. And most of the zombies here had been cleared. As long as they didn't stop the car, then no zombie could catch up with the car. So Yu Qingyang wasn't very worried that they would encounter zombies. And as long as they were close, and it was evening, the squad that went out to do the mission would definitely have returned. The little girl seemed to have realized something as well, and immediately probed out. "Don't worry, Sister Zombie. We will definitely not say anything about you. And also, my name is Hangijin, and my mother's name is Song Jing. We won't forget about you. And Sister Zombie, don't forget about us as well." Song Jing also nodded, and then started the car. "Then I wish you a safe journey as well," Song Jing said. If someone else found out, then they would definitely kill her, even if she was a kind zombie. But not everyone felt that there were really good zombies. In Song Jing's mind as well, if she encountered a zombie next time, she wouldn't feel that the other party wouldn't go after her. She really had to work on her ability to meet a zombie again, and only let others protect her. Yu Qingyang watched the car traveling away. But she was a bit puzzled. They wouldn't see each other again in this life. So why did they have to announce themselves? But Yu Qingyang also made a note of it. It was a good thing that this mother and daughter were not the type of people who screamed when they encountered danger, or directly hit her with something when they saw that they were zombies. Of course, Yu Qinxiao also hoped that in the future, when they encountered a zombie, they wouldn't have any hesitation. Of course they would kill if they could. Yu Qinxiao watched the car disappear into the road before turning to leave. This place really wasn't safe. If she encountered the alien squad that went out from the base, then she would really be cold. Therefore, Yu Qinxiao naturally stayed away from the base. The further away the better. "Mom, will I see that zombie sister again?" Hang Yijin was sitting in the co-pilot, watching them finally leave the town. So she couldn't help but ask her mom. "I don't know. I think it's best if I don't see it again. At least it means she's doing a good job of avoiding humans," Song said. Although she didn't know why this zombie still retained the kindness of humans. But she felt that it was best for this kindness not to be discovered by humans. Not everyone would appreciate each other's kindness, let alone a zombie's. If a human found out about her existence, then there were only two things that could happen to her. One was to be killed outright. Two was to be captured and studied for the reason why she still retained human consciousness. But looking at that zombie, she had a map for traveling with her, and also put a cross on the location of the base informed by the radio. Obviously she herself knew she couldn't go to that place. It was just that she had circled several places that were a lot of tourist attractions. So Song Jing probably understood the purpose of this little zombie. Because past towards this place was J City, which was notorious for being an ancient city. But she didn't think that a person who had turned into a zombie was going to travel. Why was that? Was it because they didn't have the chance to go before? It was just that, since this was her will, no one could stop it. She and her daughter wouldn't bother questioning her behavior either. When the car drove to the base, mother and daughter were relieved. It was good that they entered the quarantine zone before dark. There was nothing on them. The car was parked in the parking area. After making sure there weren't any wounds on their bodies, and they didn't have a fever, they were sent to another room for isolation. This quarantine was only needed for one night. It didn't need to be 24 hours. Once a person relaxed, they would think about things. Song Jing had just sat down, and after watching her daughter fall asleep against her arms, she thought of her husband. She instantly reddened her eyes. But Song quickly wiped the tears off her face again. One could not cry. If it wasn't for her husband getting out of the car to protect their mother and daughter, they would have been eaten by the zombies as well. Therefore, she could not give up on herself. In the future, She had to protect her daughter alone in this post-apocalyptic world. At least let her daughter have the ability to protect herself and survive in this post-apocalyptic world. She helped her daughter pull the blanket on her body. Before she whispered, "Wait for a few days. You'll start exercising your body. Of course, studying this kind of thing. Don't fall behind, even if you don't need to take an exam now. But you can't let you become a semi-literate." There were still people around, but they wouldn't care what Song Jing was saying. Being able to get to this place, they just wanted to win a full night's sleep in peace. There was no need to worry about whether or not zombies were surrounding them anymore. "Well, I'll take note of everything," Mum said. Hang Yijin suddenly opened her mouth, and it was clear that she wasn't asleep, although her whole body was fatigued, and now she was suddenly safe. But the thought of her dad being killed and eaten by zombies in front of her, Hang Yijin naturally wanted to become strong. If she was strong and could kill the zombies, then Dad wouldn't die. It's just that there are no ifs in everything. And even if she cries harder now, Dad won't be able to come back. If she doesn't get stronger, the next time she loses, it might be Mum. Not every time she and her mum would be so lucky to get help. The night was late and quiet. Instead, the zombies started to move around. After Yu Qingyang roared those zombies away during the day, there was a doubt in her mind. She had originally thought that she was a War 5 scum. She hadn't thought that she would be able to scold the zombies for fear. But it was probably because the zombies didn't have much energy during the day. That's why they were yelled at by themselves to face the wall. So at night, when the moon was on the branches, Yu Qingyang found a group of zombies. She directly cursed at these zombies again. These zombies also just looked at her, and then walked away. It wasn't like they gave her face at all like they did during the day. Yu Qingyang. It turned out that she was still a War 5 scum. Chapter 15. Go for it, and become a big zombie. I'm looking out for you. Although Yu Qinxiao felt that she still didn't have much combat power, she didn't care. How could she say that she was also a zombie? There was no need to kill zombies. Also, it was probably just because during the day today, that zombie was giving herself more face. Thinking like this, Yu Qingyang then turned around and prepared to leave. Just as soon as she turned her head, she saw a zombie standing at the intersection. The zombie was staring straight at herself. This made Yu Qingxiao's back go a little cold. It was because the zombie gave her a feeling of danger. However, the zombie stared at her for a while before turning away. Its movements weren't quite the same as those stiff zombies. It was like a normal ordinary person. It didn't stagger or walk around. Yu Qingyang knew full well that this zombie was definitely dangerous. But she still chased after it. What if it could communicate? Yu Qinxiao felt that even though she had turned into a zombie, she still had the inferiority of humans. For example, loving to get together and being nosy. Yu Qinxiao, this zombie, was not exempt from this. Even though this zombie was different from other zombies. But in terms of speed, Yu Qinxiao was still better. Yu Qinxiao caught up with it and called out to it. "You wait." Yu Qinxiao spoke, and the zombie stopped. She instantly understood that this zombie could understand her. Perhaps this was a tacit understanding between the zombies. When Yu Qinxiao saw it stop, she went around to its front. This zombie's face didn't look like any other zombie. He looked more like a dead person. There wasn't a single scar on his face. Of course, when Yu Qingyang looked at it, those eyes of it also looked at Yu Qingyang. It was just that those eyes were different from normal zombie eyes. It had dark red eyes. Sure enough, it was a different zombie. Even its eyes were different. Looking at its hair and dress, it should have been a high school student when it was alive. It was wearing a high school uniform. But now the school uniform is stained with blood. I don't know if it's its own blood or someone else's. Or maybe it was left behind after preying on others. Yu Qingyang didn't make a move when she saw it staring at her. And the feeling that made her feel dangerous just now also disappeared. But if the humans didn't notice such a dangerous zombie, and then lost their lives after being careless, should we write a flyer to inform the humans then? But this kind of words without knowing the source. Even if it was posted at the gate of the survivor base, no one would believe it either. And she didn't have that ability to post a note to someone's gate. Yu Qingyang felt that it really wasn't appropriate for her to go and ventilate the situation. So how about putting this mutated zombie in one of those iron dungeons? But there was definitely more than just this one mutated zombie in this world. If she locks this one up, but there can't be that many. And she'd have to go looking for them one by one. It would be too much of a waste of time. It would be best if she could communicate with these walkers. It was just unlikely. Not all zombies were like herself, and didn't have to eat the flesh and blood of the living. It was like a person telling someone not to eat. Wouldn't that be starving the other person to death? It might be the other person's good temper if they didn't get beaten up. Thinking of this, Yu Qingyang was ready to turn around and leave. Although it was said that the zombies had started to advance. Then the human aliens had also started to advance. It was also not his turn to be in charge. Moreover, with this kind of powerful zombie attracting attention, then those powerful aberrants wouldn't be able to stare at themselves. And in a place with many zombies like that, those humans would be even more afraid to set foot in it. Wouldn't he be safer? As soon as he thought of this, Yu Qingyang grabbed the other's hand and shook it up and down. Do your best to become a big zombie. I look forward to you. Yu Qishao cheered the other party on. The zombie that had already grown after only a month or so in the end times. As long as it was not killed by humans in the early stages, then it would become a powerful zombie. As long as it became more and more conspicuous, then it would look like an ordinary zombie itself. As soon as he thought that, Yu Qishao felt that a few more evolved zombies would be quite good. Yu Qishao also stopped caring about this high school zombie and turned around. Only after walking for a few hundred meters, Yu Qishao found that the high school zombie was actually following her. It was just about 10 meters away from him. Not far but not close. When he stopped, it also stopped. This made Yu Qishao a little puzzled. It couldn't be that it was going to follow her, and then wait for her to be careless and eat her. Right? But was zombie meat really tasty? As Yu Qishao thought so, she just pulled out her legs and ran wildly. An ordinary zombie shouldn't be able to run away from her anyway. But she was careless. This upgraded zombie was originally a high school student. Or a high school boy. The length of its legs was almost up to her waist. Although there is an element of exaggeration. But this young man should have been over 1.8 meters in life. Yu Qishao was soon chased by this zombie. This gave Yu Qishao a headache. Just because he chased after it and took one more look. The two zombies have been accompanying each other ever since? What the hell? This is not a pet. This is a zombie. A man-eating zombie. Or a zombie that has been upgraded. Maybe one day it will eat itself. Stop following me. Can you talk? Say something to hear? Yu Qingyang turned to look at this zombie. Let's just follow the zombie novels and call it a level 2 zombie. Thinking that it was already a level 2 zombie. It could at least communicate normally. After all, she could understand what the normal level 1 zombie said. Although what those zombies said were all words spoken by instinct. They were not very useful. The reason why Yu Qishao felt that this level 2 zombie could communicate with her was because when she told it to stand still, it did stand still. Therefore, Yu Qishao felt that this level 2 zombie should be able to communicate with himself. However, this level 2 zombie did not make a sound and just stared at Yu Qishao with its red eyes. This made Yu Qingxian somewhat helpless. However, she still went up and went to rummage through the pockets on this level 2 zombie's body. Since it was a high school student, it would have its student card or something that could prove its identity with it in its pockets. Right? When Yu Qingyang wanted to touch it, this level 2 zombie reached out and blocked it. I'll look at your name. It's not like I'm going to strip you of your clothes. Yu Qishao had never thought that he was a social terrorist in his lifetime. But after he turned into a zombie, he became a zombie social cow. Sure enough, this secondary level understood his words. As soon as Yu Qishao said that she was just looking for its name, it really put down its hand and let Yu Qishao search it. She fished out a student ID card and a meal card from the jacket pocket of this level 2 zombie, as well as a palm-sized notebook. It was all stained with blood, but it was good that the name was still visible. Sophomore in high school. Named Toki Sungwoo. Sophomore? Just 16 or 17 years old. Right. Not even underage. Yu Qingyang swept a glance towards his body, and there were no traumatic injuries, meaning that it was the very first batch of zombies. What a lucky guy. He didn't even need to be bitten by a zombie to become a zombie in his sleep. Yu Qingyang finished reading its name and put the student ID back into its pocket. And at this time, the little star Yu zombie still didn't speak, still staring at Yu Qingxian. Only then did Yu Qingxian open his mouth. Your name is Xingyu. Your age should be 16 or 17. In short, that's it. Well, I really have to go. Don't follow me. I'm not good to eat either. Go eat another zombie. After saying this, Yu Qingyang turned around and left. She walked a distance and looked back to make sure that the level 2 zombie didn't follow her. When she was out of the county, She made sure that the zombie called Shishingyu didn't follow her. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. Another 100 or so kilometers, and she would be in Jay's city. Chapter 16. She is a zombie. She can't help humans. Yu Qingyang took the map and studied it again. She had been walking very fast these past few days. So at the current speed, she should be able to reach Jay's city in 3 days. Of course, if something strange didn't happen in the middle of the journey. For example, if she ran into the alien squad head-on. Yu Qingyang immediately threw this horrible thought out of her mind. If she really encountered the alter ego squad, that would really be the end of it. But this place was more than 50 kilometers away from the base. And it was nighttime. So she couldn't run into the people of the alien squad. And she had already left the base. Yu Qingyang chose a more popular highway. And she heard that as she went over from that place, she would also go over the lake. This highway was half on the lake and half under the water. And in autumn and winter, the forests on both sides of the lake took on a beautiful red and yellow color, reflecting beautifully in the lake. There are photos posted above. It is indeed very beautiful. It's just that the end times happened, causing all the creatures in the lake to mutate. Humans must not dare to go up there. Isn't this suitable for her? Making up her mind, she said she would go. This time, Yu Qingyang made preparations in advance. The first thing was to get a different camera. It had to be one with exceptionally good pixels. Even if she couldn't see the pictures, she still had to feel the atmosphere. There was also a need to prepare pretty clothes and a few pairs of shoes. She couldn't keep wearing these ordinary cloth shoes on her feet. They were all dirty. But thinking about it like that, she definitely had to pull a suitcase. Of course, it didn't have to be too big. Preferably a solar-charged suitcase that could walk on its own. That way, you can still sit on it yourself. The sunlight in winter was good anyway. Yu Qingyang looked at the map and found a county next to her. So she turned a corner and went there. She went straight to the large shopping mall and went there. Although it was a county town, it had developed exceptionally well over the years. So this 5-story large shopping mall really gave Yu Qingyang a very selective opportunity. Even without the lights, it was indeed pitch black in the eyes of an ordinary person. But this did not affect Yu Qingyang at all. There were quite a few zombies in this mall. And there were no signs of humans having come. Things and everything were neatly placed on the shelves. She went towards the digital area first, looking at this big shopping mall. Yu Qinxian had no idea that she had not only shopped in the supermarket and gone to the scenic spots, but now she was also shopping in the shopping mall. In the past, it was really unthinkable. And after Yu Qinxian chose a prettier camera, she rummaged through her backpack. She actually had money. In addition to the insurance that she paid out after her parents' death, she had saved some of her own over the years. Only now, all of it had become waste paper. Yu Qingyang thought about it. So she took out her bank card and placed it on the counter. Then she found a few more rechargeable batteries and put them in her backpack. Her mobile phone had been out of battery for a long time. This mobile phone was actually many years old. It just had her chat records with her mom and dad stored in it, as well as some group photos. Previously, she didn't think that she would suddenly meet the death of both of her parents. Nor did she think that the end times would happen. Although she also wanted to pour out all these chat records and videos and pictures for backup. But because she never wanted to go out, she always felt that tomorrow. So countless tomorrows let her waste 3 years. But also not willing to go out. The less she went out, the less she got in touch with people, the less she wanted to go out. It was just a vicious circle. It couldn't be helped. Now no matter where you go, it's all people. Her social fear was no longer limited to the psychological. It had become so severe that it was physical. After turning into a zombie, her body had already died. So she wouldn't vomit and have a fever. Although psychologically there was still some fear of going to a crowd pile up. But now her identity. Yu Qingyang was accepting it quite openly. But looking at many zombies, Yu Qinxiao did not feel that she was afraid of them. It was true that her social fear was really only for humans. Yu Qinxiao took her things and went to look for a suitcase. Sure enough, she found a suitcase. It was written on it that this suitcase could ride for 20 kilometers if it was fully charged. Yu Qinxiao thought it was really good. Then he put his things in the suitcase. This suitcase was solar-powered. And although there was no electricity right now, it only needed to be placed in the sun for an hour to activate the cycling mode. The weight capacity was 200 kilograms. Yu Qingyang dragged the suitcase towards the clothing shop. She all chose thinner skirts. Sure enough, it was still the smaller skirts that suited her better. She wasn't afraid of the cold anyway. Yu Qishao happened to pass by a supermarket and was going to take a look at the masks. And when she passed by the household goods section, she stopped. She looked at the sanitary napkins stacked all over the shelves and fell into deep thought. Most of the alien squad were men, and they usually looked for food or medicine or something like that. So the women in those bases, did they have shifter squads of their own? That sort of thing was a necessity for women, right? She stood for a moment though, before pulling her suitcase and turning to leave. She was a zombie. She couldn't help humans. Yu Qingyang found the masks, took quite a few more, and put them in the suitcase and backpack. Only then did she turn around and leave. Just before she stepped out of the supermarket door, she turned back, finding cardboard boxes, loading sanitary napkins, and then taking tape to seal the boxes. And then she threw them down the stairs, box by box, and then moved out of the supermarket one box at a time. She looked around. If this box by box to the curb to move, she did not know how long she can move. The good thing is that there are indeed many cars parked on the roadside. But the cars couldn't hold much. There are lorries, but she doesn't know how to drive them. Forget it. There's always something to try. So Yu Qingyang went around pulling car doors. Finally, she was able to pull open the door of a lorry. Even the car keys were in the car. Just who the owner of the car was, Yu Qishao didn't know. But she climbed straight into the car and tried to start it. It was good that the car seemed to be ready to haul goods. And the car's oil was still full. Just as she had just sat in the driver's seat, Yu Qingxiao's mind recalled when she had just started to take her driving license 10 years ago. Although it was her mother who accompanied her, Yu Qishao did not want to try a second time. She tried to start the car. After getting familiar with it, it wasn't too difficult. She drove the car to the main entrance of the supermarket, moved all those cardboard boxes up. But there was still a lot of space left in the car. Yu Qingyang made many more trips to the supermarket. It wasn't until noon the next day that she filled up the lorry. It was full of food and things to eat. It shouldn't be a problem to drive outside the base and stop and run. Yu Qingyang simulated the running plan in her own mind a few times before she put her suitcase on the passenger seat and drove in the direction of the official base. At this point in time, there shouldn't be any people to meet, right? Yu Qingyang looked at how close the distance to the official base turned out to be. She hadn't thought that she was only 3 hours away from the base by car. And as she stopped the car, she saw vehicles traveling over in the distance. Yu Qishao immediately pressed the truck's horn, then opened the door and ran with her suitcase. In short, her purpose was achieved. Whoever saw this vehicle would look at what was in it. Yu Qishao dragged her suitcase and leapt towards the house next to her. She only hoped that her rough movements wouldn't break her suitcase. Chapter 17. Totally a living Buddha. Gu Evening Qing was indeed an official person. Coupled with her psychic abilities, and some secrets that she couldn't tell, she became the officer overseeing the various official bases. Other than being responsible for helping to kill zombies and finding supplies, the rest of the time was indeed free. And she just returned to the base from the border this time, preparing to investigate the body of the girl she had buried before. When she came back the day before yesterday, she passed by there. As a result, the whole grave had been plowed open, and the bouquet of flowers was gone. Of course, along with it, there was also the corpse. Could it be that the body was zombified? It was indeed possible. If she remembered correctly, the face of that corpse did have a big crack. A lot of zombies had this crack. Maybe this corpse really did come to life and turned into a zombie. There was no way for her to go further into the city, so she could only look around, and there were no zombies that looked familiar to her. Sister Haru, there's a truck in front of us, and it's honking its horn. Should we go down and take a look? The teenager inquired. If he was not mistaken, it seemed like a person got out of the cab and ran into town. Well, go over and take a look. Gu Evening Qing looked back at the truck on the road in front of her. The car stopped at the side of the truck. The driver's door was still open, and the car key hadn't been pulled out. But there was no one. Gu Evening Qing sat on the passenger side and glanced towards the car next door before opening the door and getting out. Sister Qing, be careful. What if there's something else in this car? The teenager also drove down and followed Gu Evening Qing's footsteps. On the contrary, the man sitting in the back seat didn't get out of the car, still sitting in the back seat with his eyes closed. Gu Evening Qing didn't care about this man either. It was just someone the higher-ups had asked her to protect. But it wasn't like she could stay in a fixed place. Naturally, she could only take the man with her everywhere. It was good that this man looked bad to contact, but was quite good to talk to. What to give, what to eat. Let live there to live there. Not too pretentious. The man's name was Pei Yuan, the son of Gu Evening Qing's boss's boss. He grew up weak and sickly, and his parents felt that no one else had the ability to protect their son's safety, so they could only let Gu Evening Qing come. Gu Evening Qing is the first psychic in the whole of China. It wasn't because of the end times. She awakened her psychic abilities 3 years ago. It was also because of this that Pei Yuan was assigned to her for protection. The teenager who followed her, on the other hand, was a kid who entered the lab afterwards. For 3 years, both of them were in a lab. The end time suddenly came. The lab collapsed, and she and this child were able to be liberated. When Qing Sheng, the teenager, carefully opened the back bucket door of the lorry, he froze when he saw a whole load of supplies. Sister Qing, it's supplies. It's all a load of supplies. When Qing Sheng was astonished. Who could get such a big load of supplies to give away in the end times? It was completely a living Buddha. Gu Evening Qing also looked at the supplies and realized that they were all female items and food, and immediately understood who the things in this van were for. I'll drive the lorry back. You drive and follow. I probably understand the other party's intentions, Gu Evening Qing said. After saying this, she called out to Satsi. The big black dog then got into the passenger side of the lorry, and she sat in it as well. When Qing Sheng didn't object, so he went straight back to his car and started it to follow the lorry. And at this point, Gu Evening Qing could probably figure out if the person sending a load of supplies to this base was a man or a woman. It wasn't that men couldn't think of something like tampons. And the fact that there were quite a few things like warming patches showed that the other party was indeed a careful girl. But why did the other party throw down the car and supplies and run away? This was something Gu Wanqing really couldn't figure out. It was just a matter of not thinking about it. Yu Qingyang watched the 2 cars leave from the 3rd floor in the distance, especially the 2 familiar people who came down from the car. It was a bit reassuring. Although Yu Qinxiao was also curious as to why he could meet this Gu Evening Qing wherever he went. But with this load of supplies in Gu Evening Qing's hands, Yu Qinxiao felt that she could handle it properly. It was just that she was a little girl, running around all day. Was she really not scared at all? Yu Qinxiao was really convinced of these people. Not only did they have this energy to run around in the post-apocalyptic world, but they could also keep pets. She felt that this Gu Evening Qing was really capable. If she wanted to raise a zombie, wouldn't she be able to afford it as well? It wasn't so bad that she could feed it to a living person, but a live chicken, a live cow, a live goat, or whatever, should be fine. Anyway, zombies eat all living things. Thinking about this, Yu Qingyang felt like he should go and check out a farm or something. Were there still these live animals now? There should be. Gu Evening Qing's big black dog should be a mutated animal. Mutated animals were aggressive. Of course, it was still humans that attacked. As soon as she thought of this, Yu Qinxiao bowed her hands together again for the humans. She then walked around a piece of heaven and earth and onto a country road, placing the suitcase on the ground. She checked it properly, making sure that it wasn't damaged. And then she breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. She checked the power level and found that she could activate the riding mode. Yu Qingyang naturally rode on without hesitation. The lever could be turned into a steering wheel that controlled the direction. Just like driving a small car. This could make Yu Qinxiao happy. In the past, I watched many travel bloggers ride luggage. Yu Qinxiao also held the suitcase with one hand and raised it high with one hand, then happily let out a returning "oh" sound. Ever since her mom and dad died, Yu Qinxiao was rarely as happy as she was now. It was only when she heard the sound of a car that she was so scared that she rolled and stood up from the suitcase, dragging it with her and bursting into the village. The pleasure was so short-lived. And it was only when she ducked into the village that she smelled the aroma. There were actually living people in this little village. But it was only a kilometer or 2 away from the base. And all the zombies around it had been killed. And probably a few kilometers or a dozen kilometers away, there were monitoring stations. Not for detecting survivors, of course. Rather, it was for detecting the zombies. If the movements of the zombies are not known in advance, then this base is not safe. Only by grasping the movements of the zombies in advance could the survivors be better protected. It was very likely that there were monitoring squads around the several cities surrounding this official base. and they are using walkie-talkies with super long airwaves. It can be notified in advance. The general movement speed of the zombie tide would not be too fast. A distance of 1 to 20 kilometers would be enough for the entire base to make adequate preparations. If it was that kind of tens of thousands of zombies, it was natural to activate the heat weapons. If it was more than 100,000, then it would choose to retreat. Therefore, the official walls of the base under construction became the primary focus. Of course, these were all just Yu Qingliang's guesses. As for the specifics, one would have to wait for the actual base to be built to know. Yu Qinxiao sniffed towards the place where the smell was drifting from. There were quite a few people living in this small village. There were at least 20 or more. Of course, what Yu Qinxiao cared about right now was not those humans, but the convoy that was traveling over. The caravan stopped in the village. This made Yu Qinxiao startled. Done and done. Running into someone's lair. Just now. Her ghostly screams would not be heard. Chapter 18. She doesn't eat people. Yu Qingliang was at the end of the village at this time, and the place where those people lived seemed to be at the head of the village. After all, there was a river behind the end of the village. So naturally, they couldn't live by the river. But in this village, instead, it was the dozen or so families at the end of the village that seemed to be richer. All of them building big 3.5-story villas. Of course, the head of the village wasn't bad either. Yu Qingliang put his suitcase by the door before going upstairs to take a look. At this time, all the things that could be used in the building had been moved away. Indeed, compared to going to a place full of zombies to look for supplies, ordinary people would naturally give preference to a safe place with fewer zombies. And Yu Qingliang climbed up to the top of the 3.5-story villa and sneakily looked ahead. She could see smoke coming out of the house in front of her. It was obviously cooking dinner. Having dinner was a good time for her to run away. So Yu Qinxiao immediately went downstairs, carried her suitcase, opened the courtyard gate, carried the suitcase and ran. After all, the suitcase dragging on the ground would make a sound. This ordinary person is not even a problem. In case there was an alien, the body of an alien was further strengthened. Sight and hearing were further advanced. It was natural to be afraid that the alter ego would hear it. And in the village, a little girl's head poked towards the courtyard entrance. The captain who had just closed the team was a bit puzzled when he saw his team member poking out. What's wrong? Hear something? Well, I did hear it. But the other side doesn't have a heartbeat. So it should be a zombie. The little girl opened her mouth. She was a mutant. And it was completely different from a shifter. A mutant was the ability to strengthen a certain part of the body. For example, eyesight and hearing were strength as well as speed. This was an ability that was dependent on the human body and could not be externally released like a psychic ability. She, on the other hand, was an auditory mutant. Of course, this auditory mutation wasn't the ability to hear the sound of a pin dropping a few kilometers away, but all the vibrations due to sound within a kilometer. She could hear, like someone's heartbeat, or the sound of a foot on the ground. It was also because of this that allowed the little girl to survive before joining the alien squad. Footsteps with a heartbeat were people, and these footsteps were regular. And footsteps without a heartbeat were zombies, and these footsteps were disorganized. Of course, other sounds are naturally easy to hear. Walkers? Impossible. The zombies within a 10-kilometer radius of here have already been cleared out by the army. And this place is just less than 2 kilometers away from the base. How could there be zombies? When the captain heard the young girl's words, he immediately retorted, but felt that Ruanxing's words shouldn't be false. That's what I thought too. But this sound is indeed human footsteps. But there's no heartbeat. It's not like zombies cluttering up the area. And it's getting farther and farther away from us. Ruanxing withdrew his head and continued. In other words, even if that was a zombie, it was not harmful to them. Forget it. Let's wait until we get closer. There's only one. It's not enough. Let's eat dinner first. The man opened his mouth. In the post-apocalyptic world, eating was the serious thing. Who knew if we would still be able to eat tomorrow? Living today was the most important thing. And as soon as the man's words fell, Ruanxing's ears were devoid of the other party's voice. Obviously, the other party had already left within a kilometer. The speed was quite fast. Just whether this was a human or a zombie, forget it. It was unlikely that he would encounter it again anyway. So let's just pretend it never happened. It's better to eat dinner first. Yu Qingliang was relieved to see that the alien squad didn't catch up. coupled with the fact that it would soon be dark. Yu Qingyang's entire body relaxed. After all, once night came, all humans would stop moving. The night belonged to the zombies. But Yu Qingyang didn't need to sleep. So naturally, he walked all night long. And when it came to the second half of the night, Yu Qishao felt that the sky was even darker. There were no stars to be seen either. Speaking of which, the sky had been covered with dark clouds since it started to get dark. Could it be that it was going to start snowing? Indeed, it was already the end of December. The second year soon. The weather that was supposed to get colder hadn't. Of course, this was how Yu Qingyang felt when he was alive. But looking at what the survivors were wearing, it should still be a hot day. Maybe it was okay to have snow. Just would snow in the end time sound so aesthetically pleasing? The rain, snow, wind and frost of the post-apocalyptic world are deadly. It's just that this snow said it would fall. Yu Qingyang had just withdrawn his eyes when he felt something fall. Piece after piece. It was small at first. But after that, the snowflakes looked like they had been pinched round and slapped flat. One snowflake was as big as a palm. The sound could even be heard when it fell on the ground. According to this kind of big snowflake, it was estimated that it wouldn't even take a night. In less than an hour, the entire world would turn white. But she didn't even have a place nearby where she could hide from the snow. Hopefully this snow won't fall too much. Although it was true that she didn't feel cold, Yu Qishao still planned to go find a down jacket to wear. It would be good to cover up her identity as a zombie when it snowed. As long as she wrapped her head, body, and arms and legs, and wear a windproof goggles, no one would be able to recognize that she was a zombie. But with things like talking, she spoke as if humans really couldn't understand her. But she clearly understood what she was saying and what the walkers were saying. Why can't humans understand? Surely it was still because the body had lost its vitality and the vocal cords had gone wrong. Right? But obviously in those post-apocalyptic novels, zombies can also talk. Damn it. Why wasn't she so lucky? Thinking so, Yu Qingyang still walked forward. It was not until dawn that Yu Qinxian saw a small town. According to her speed, she should have gone out of the radius of the base. Because Yu Qishao started to see zombies. Being able to see zombies meant that it was already 20 kilometers away from the range of the base. Yu Qishao finally found a suitable place to rest at dawn. There was also a clothing shop in the town. Because it was very hot before. Naturally no one wanted the down jackets in this clothing shop. Coupled with the fact that it was November and February. The clothing shops also hung up their down jackets. Just who knew that suddenly the weather changed. Yu Qingyang found a beautiful down jacket to wear. Although she couldn't feel any temperature, Yu Qishao still went to take a look in the mirror. Well, not bad, not bad. It was kinda pretty. She turned her head and saw a zombie dude walking over with a head full of snow. So she opened her mouth and asked, "This down jacket is not bad. Right? Do you want to wear one?" Only that zombie dude took a glance towards the clothing shop and stepped away from the snow with a heavy pace again. Yu Qingyang looked at the skirt under her down jacket and changed into another longer down jacket. This time, it covered up to the calf belly, revealing the lace of the flower skirt. Yu Qishao also turned round in the mirror in a stinky way. As soon as she turned her head, she met up with a pair of red eyes again. Yu Qishao also did not expect that brat Shixingyu had been following her. This made Yu Qishao a little helpless. They just weren't corpses on the same path. How could they follow her? She didn't eat people. Yu Qinxian was a little helpless. Come in and sit. What Yu Qishao wanted in his head was to just close down the roll-up door of the clothing shop and leave this teenage zombie alone. But it just stood alone in the doorway with the rustling snow behind it, making this teenage zombie look more and more lonely. This kid wouldn't have no mom or dad. Would he? Oh, I forgot. Her own mom and dad are dead. She doesn't have a mom and dad either. Chapter 19. Wanting to die so badly. Yu Qingliang's words fell. And that's when Xingyu walked in and sat down on one of the chairs. It turns out that zombies can sit. She thought that the zombies' joints were like rusty iron. There was no way to bend them. And movements like sitting down and crouching couldn't be done. But when she thought that if the zombies really can't move their joints, then how can they walk and run? And even tear the limbs off of people? Enough to show that in fact their hands and feet and strength must have been strengthened. After all, how could an ordinary person have that ability to tear a human alive? But Yu Qingyang didn't trust a level 2 zombie. And it was still a level 2 zombie with a brain. It might just chew itself up one day. Yu Qixiao put on a pair of furry stockings and snow boots. It was a good thing that this clothing shop did prepare a lot. After Yu Qixiao put them on, she then looked at Shixingyu. And it was still sitting in that place. Only its eyes kept staring at her. This made Yu Qixiao a little helpless. Shixingyu was still wearing that thin school uniform. But the blood stains on his body didn't seem to have increased. In other words, Shixingyu hadn't eaten anyone else all this time. Sure enough, he thought that he could upgrade faster by eating himself. Damn it! She wasn't targeted by humans. She was targeted by zombies first. That's not true. She's already been targeted by humans. That little baseball bat girl. It's hard to be a human. But it's hard to be a zombie wandering around. What's wrong with that? It's all over now. I'd better dig a hole and lie down. Don't go traveling either. Yu Qingyan was originally a negative person. Originally, he thought that if he became a zombie, there would be no more pain. He didn't need to struggle to stay alive. How did he know that he was still conscious? The courage that was so hard to muster up was now suddenly all unloaded. Wanting to die so badly. Yu Qingyang's negative thoughts instantly surged to the forefront of his mind. However, after sighing, Yu Qingxian picked herself up again. Although she, as a person, wanted to die. Since she wanted to do something, she definitely had to finish it before she could die. As for why Yu Qixiao was willing to be scratched by a zombie and turn into a zombie, it was also because with the end of the world, the novel she wrote wouldn't need to be updated. And with her social fear, there was no way to survive in the end of the world. If she wanted to live in the post-apocalyptic world, she had to cooperate with others. Can you talk or not? Yu Qingyan was afraid that in case someone came to this town looking for something, so this town couldn't stay. But with this appearance, Shixingyu was a zombie at first glance. If it wasn't packaged, anyone who was a human would be able to tell that it was a zombie. There was no other way. Yu Qingyan could only pack Shixingyu a bit. He gave him a down jacket and put on a mask, hat and glasses. Only then did he say, "This town is a bit close to the base. We have to go. You do have the ability to defend yourself. But I don't." After saying that, Yu Qixiao carried his suitcase and headed out. Now that it was snowing so heavily, there was no way to use the suitcase at all. It was really the heavens that were against her. She had only ridden for 3 minutes. Shixingyu was obedient. And although he didn't open his mouth, he obediently followed Yu Qingyan. It was just that it was a proper zombie in the end. And it looked a bit clumsy in its long down coat. When it took a few steps, it had to trip. But Yu Qixiao didn't care about it, and continued to walk forward. But now the snow was almost past Yu Qingxi's calves. And the snow still showed no signs of stopping. It was a bit difficult to walk further. But after half an hour, Shixingyu's speed picked up. In the end, it was still long legs. Looking at Shixingyu, who was gradually walking in front of her, Yu Qixiao suddenly stopped. She turned her head to look around, then drilled into a shop to find a rope, then tied it to her suitcase, then reached out and circled around Shixingyu's waist, tying the other end of the rope to Shixingyu's waist. "It's okay." Yu Qixiao felt that Shixingyu was struggling, so she opened her mouth to tell him to be quiet. When she tied it up and sat on the luggage, he then said, "Keep walking. Go out of the town first. I'll give you directions." Shixingyu was obedient, like a big snow-white dog pulling a sled, going in the direction Yu Qixiao pointed, turning into a zombie. His physical strength had already surpassed that of a human. Dragging a suitcase of less than 10 pounds plus a 90-pound Yu Qixiao did not affect his pace at all. It was even much faster than Yu Qixiao walking by himself. However, Yu Qixiao thought about it. Sitting on her own suitcase and letting a zombie drag her around. Was it still considered hiking? In short, with the addition of this old ox, sometimes Yu Qingxian's progress was much faster. In only half a day's time, Yu Qixiao was sitting on the suitcase and saw the lake with a stunning view. Although it wasn't full of red leaves and autumn colors, it was a completely different view. There was only a white color in this heaven and earth. The water was frozen and the banks were snow white. Even the road in the middle was covered tightly with snow. But luckily, because there was a tall street lamp on the side of the road, it allowed Yu Qingyan to know where was the road and where was the lake. A zombie who didn't want to talk and a zombie who was socially terrified seemed unusually quiet in this world. As the two zombies stepped onto the road that crossed the lake, the sky swung down again as the wind rolled down large flakes of snow. Yu Qingyan spread out the umbrella that was originally blocking the sun again. blocking the snow that fell on him. As for Yu Qishao didn't care. It was just a zombie that couldn't speak. And Yu didn't seem to care about the snow that piled up on top of his head, and just went straight ahead. Yu Qishao looked at the scenery around him, and suddenly spoke. Stop. Yu was like a robot, stopping when he said so. Yu Qishao took the camera while thinking about Yu. One would definitely not allow it to eat people. But how long could a zombie live if it didn't eat blood and flesh? Yu Qishao didn't know. Although he had read novels that had 3 months, half a year, 1 year, 3 years, or even 10 years. Yu just stood on the side, watching Yu Qingxian taking pictures here and there. Then Yu Qingxian turned to Yu. Reaching out, he ripped off the tiredness from his face. Although the skin wasn't living, it was obvious that it was good looking in life. Speaking of which, when she was in high school, she shrank from her seat. Growing up, she knew up to 6 classmates in the front and back seats. When she went to college, she didn't live on campus, so she didn't really have any friends. And Yu Qishao also felt that she didn't need any friends. To this day, Yu Qishao felt the same way. That's why she could nestle in her home alone for 3 years. Or she could arbitrarily choose to die. She could even go traveling without any attachment after turning into a zombie. But what about Yu? What kind of person was he in life? Yu Qingyang had never wanted to understand anyone, nor did he want to be understood by anyone. But this zombie was following him, which made Yu Qingxiao somewhat unknowable. There was nothing special about himself. So why would a level 2 zombie follow him? It was actually considered a relatively powerful zombie in the zombie group. Right? At least the kind that could be the overlord of a party. Yu Qingyang took a few more pictures of it. If the zombies really became extinct in the future, these pictures that he took would probably become display pictures in textbooks. It was a pity that Yu just stared at her blankly, and didn't know how to smile. Well, she couldn't have such high expectations for a zombie. Putting away the camera, Yu Qingyang sat back on the luggage. Let's go! Chapter 20. Her brain is healthy. No tumors. Crossing the lake on the highway. Yu Qingxian did not allow it to stop. It just kept going forward. Although the entire corpse was instantly dragged by Yu to break into the snow. She could not feel the temperature of the snow. Nor would she feel suffocated after being buried in the snow. Because she was actually already a dead person. Wasn't it that Yu was like this as well? That's why he had no qualms about breaking into the snow-filled underground access road. There weren't any vehicles encountered on the road. After all, this road was originally built for sightseeing, and was not suitable for escape. After stepping out of the place piled with snow, the front suddenly lit up. Because this was a road for sightseeing. It wasn't just the above-ground road that allowed for a view. The underground one can as well. The walls on both sides were bordered by super transparent special glass. It doesn't affect the view. And it's not afraid of the water pressure crushing and chipping the walls. Even in this suddenly cold weather, it is still well fixed underground. It's just that the water is very muddy nowadays. Occasionally a few fish swam by, and their bodies were tattered. It even grew sharp teeth. Although the fish was nothing to look at, since it was for traveling. It couldn't be like completing a mission. Stop. Yu Qingyang spoke again. Although it said that it couldn't be like a mission, it did seem like a mission to the zombie. Yu. Forget it. When it got bored, it would leave on its own. Or when it got hungry, it would go look for food. Yu Qingyang walked over to the glass wall and carefully looked at those zombie fish under the water. Even though the scales on these fish had fallen off and even exposed their bones. It was another kind of elegance in Yu Qingyang's eyes. It was just that it was indeed a bit of a pity that he didn't get to see the maple leaf lake in autumn. Thinking of this, Yu Qingxiao suddenly spoke. Let's wait for next autumn, and do it again. It was indeed a bit of a pity that he didn't see it this year. Good. She heard a slightly hoarse voice. This caused Yu Qingxiao to freeze, and then reacted to the fact that the one who answered her words was Yu. She inclined her head to look at Yu next to her, seeing that Yu was finally not staring at herself, but rather at the zombie fish that were swimming by. Yu seemed to have some realization. Was this child, in his lifetime, just like himself, who had never been anywhere? But that sentence she just said was just her own exclamation. Sociopathic people were sociopathic. But that didn't mean they weren't talkative. When she was alone, her words were dense. Yo! Even role plays when she's writing a novel. So there's no such thing as not being talkative. It's just that she doesn't love talking to people. And Shishing had never struck up a conversation with herself. Just a simple word was enough to shock Yu Qixiao. But on second thought, if two zombies talked, in other eyes was it a burst against ho ho ho? Yu Qixiao felt that image was weird just by thinking about it. So you can talk, Yu Qingyang said. In the past, he froze and didn't say a word after he talked to him so much. That was why Yu Qixiao took Shishing as a level 2 zombie with no humanity. At this moment, Shishing had become a sawed-off muffled gourd again and didn't say a word. Yu Qixiao didn't expect him to say anything else. Taking out his camera, he took a few pictures, then pointed to a place. Stand over there. I'll take 2 pictures of you. This stuffy gourd was truly unrivaled in the area of obedience. No. It was no corpse that could beat it. Watching him obediently stand over, Yu Qingyang helped him take a few more shots. There were even compositions. Even when he turned into a zombie, Shishing was one of those particularly good-looking zombies. It didn't have that repulsive face of those zombies. A little boy like this must have been very popular when he was alive. Right? But now, it must be feared by everyone. After taking the photos, Yu Qingyang commanded this old cow to continue onwards again. Passing through the underground glass stack, Shishing dragged Yu Qixiao up to the surface again. Although a few abandoned cars could be seen, there were no zombies in sight. And certainly no living people. And the snow outside was piling up thicker and thicker. Yu Qixian had lived for 28 years. And it was the first time he had seen such a large amount of snow. Although when she was a child in her hometown, she had also seen snow that was as deep as her calf. Now this snow is almost a meter deep. She sat on the suitcase, only exposed a head outside the snow. But this snow was completely unobstructive to Shishing. He was like a natural snowplow, pushing out a narrow path directly. This caused some uneasiness to rise in Yu Qingyang's heart. However, Yu Qixiao was only uneasy for a few minutes before he was at peace again. The big deal was that if he was hungry in the future, then he would begrudgingly go and catch a few live chickens and ducks for him. And arriving at J City was in the morning of the 4th day, although the snow had stopped by now. But the depth of the snow was almost over Yu Qixiao's height. If she walked into the snow, she might not even be able to see her. And where the ancient city was located, it would not have snowed too much in the first place. Now that it was snowing so thickly, many of the ancient buildings had already been collapsed by the snow. Naturally, you can't feel any scenery of the ancient town. There were only wrecks that had been crushed by the snow. Yu Qingyang knew that he really could not see the elegance of the ancient town. In his heart, he felt some regret. Perhaps if she had come a few days earlier, she would have been able to see it. Perhaps she had traveled a little faster. But this kind of thought, Yu Qixiao only flashed for a moment. There were some landscapes that it was a blessing to be able to see. And if you couldn't see them, you could only let nature take its course. After all, she still wanted to see the dinosaurs of the dinosaur era. Yu Qixiao untied the rope from Shishing's body, and then dragged her suitcase through the snow and walked towards the house. As a result, after taking a few steps, she collided head-on with a zombie. Right-o. She hadn't seen any walkers for a few days. She had forgotten that there must be a lot of people in J City. And then, there were a lot of walkers as well. So bumping into a zombie head-on was nothing. Yu Qingyang looked at this zombie that didn't even avoid. She could only step back to the side and let this zombie pass. How rude. Just as Yu Qixiao gave way to this zombie, Shishing directly rushed up, choked this zombie's neck, and smashed its head with a slap. A crystal core was then pulled out from its head. The crystal core was not big, just like a glass bead. And this series of actions happened in an instant. After watching this zombie that had lost half of its head fall to the ground, Yu Qingyang felt that Shishing was even more rude, coming up and lifting someone's skull. Then Yu Qingyang watched as Shishing swallowed this crystal core directly. This kid didn't know to wash it in the snow. He just ate it directly, really not being polite at all. But watching Shishing's actions, Yu Qingyang covered her head. There wouldn't be a super powerful crystal core in her head as well. Right? This time Xingyu was going to fatten himself up and eat it? And Shishing's eyes were fixed on Yu Qixian again. Seeing Yu Qixian dragging his suitcase back 2 steps, his red eyes flashed with a flash of doubt. It seemed to understand something again. The little spoken Shishing finally spoke. You didn't. 3 words caused a bunch of question marks to pop up on Yu Qingxiu's head. I don't have what? I don't have a crystal core. Oh boy. That's just great. Her brain was healthy and didn't have a tumor. But since she didn't have a nucleus in her brain, what was Xingyu doing following her around at this time? It can't be to form a tour group with her. Can it? What's this nonsense? Chapter 21, Not Too Old. Quite a hard back. Yu Qingyang didn't care about Xingyu and went towards the tall building. Although J City was an ancient city, on the other side, it was indeed modernized, separated by a 1,000-year-old city wall. On one side was a modern city, and on the other side was a 1,000-year-old city. Yu Qishao climbed up to the hotel with his suitcase and chose a room with a good view to stay. And Xingyu didn't follow. It should have gone to look for zombies to get crystal cores. Yu Qishao didn't care about him either. Killing a few more zombies then might be able to save 2 more people. So as long as he didn't kill himself. Yu Qishao encouraged Xingyu to go for a big kill. At least for now. Yu Qishao knew that Xingyu wouldn't kill himself. Yu Qishao put the suitcase down, then walked to the balcony and took a shot in the direction of the ancient city with his camera. When it was almost done, Yu Qishao then went back to his room. Just like a living person, he went to look at the bathroom and tested the water. There wasn't a single drop of water. Yu Qishao waited for a while to make sure that there was indeed no water. The province she lived in was originally on the southern side, and never had such heavy snowfalls. Nor did it have the facilities to deal with freezing. It was estimated that the water pipes had long been frozen. So Yu Qingyang went and brought up a few buckets of snow and put them in the bathtub, burying himself in the snow. Until half an hour later, the snow still didn't have the slightest trace of melting. Yu Qishao, I'm such a cold corpse. 3 hours later, Yu Qinxian finally climbed out of the snow, changing into clean clothes. Then as it got dark, Yu Qishao laid down on her bed. It seemed like it had been a long time since she had slept. Although it was true that she didn't need to sleep. No one would want to stand all night. Lying down for a night was also fine. It was true that Yu Qingyang didn't need to sleep. But she wasn't like other zombies. She could indeed fall asleep. And it was a deep sleep. Like she didn't even feel it when Xingyu walked into her room. When Xingyu stood at Yu Qingxian's bed, those red eyes just kept staring at Yu Qingxian, who was sleeping quietly on the bed. His eyes then turned to the window, looking at the bright light that gradually appeared in the sky. He walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window and reached out to grab the curtains, blocking out all of the white snow and the bright light from the sky. He then lifted a chair and just sat down at the end of the bed, looking towards the entrance of the room. Unlike the quiet stare at Yu Qingyang, his eyes staring at the doorway carried a hint of wariness. When he was collecting the crystal cores, he discovered that there was also a powerful zombie in this urban area. In that shopping mall, there were piles of zombie and human corpses. There were even the corpses of 2 Xenos. A zombie that even a psychic couldn't kill. It must be very strong. The level, it seemed, was similar to his own. But looking at the style of this zombie, it seemed to be heading in the direction of beast brutalization, and hadn't evolved much intelligence. As long as the alien used a little bit of brain, he could also strangle this zombie. But in the end, it was one of a kind. Xingyu naturally hoped that the stronger his kind was, the better. He no longer had the memories from when he was a human and didn't care if he had a name or not. When he noticed this zombie, he just mistook the other party for a human. It was really because she was too weak, not even up to the energy of a normal zombie. So at that time, he turned away without hesitation. But how could he not have thought that this little zombie, who was so weak that she could die if she fell on her heels, would dare to stop him, pulling out the things in his pockets? So he had a name. So he was once human. Timothy followed her, watching a zombie give something to a human, and laughing a little hilariously at her riding a suitcase. At the sound of a human moving, it scowled and ran like a mouse that had met a cat. He had never seen a walker like that before. If he left her alone, a zombie as weak as her would be killed by humans one day. Right? Maybe killed by her own kind. Like that zombie in this town. It just killed both zombies and humans. Naturally, it didn't distinguish between enemy and self. Thinking about this, Xingyu felt that he was also like this. In order to be strong, in order to get more blood and flesh, he was also slaughtering his kind. Thinking of this, Xingyu's eyes calmed down. But just a slight sound made him stare at the door of the room again. Yu Qingyang was woken up by the noise. When she opened her eyes to see, it wasn't the roof. It was the sky. Ma yeah. What's going on here? She was just sleeping. How come the roof was demolished? All around her were falling rocks. Only the bed didn't even have a small stone. The front was indeed complete with walls, and she couldn't help but look back. Then she saw a large hole appear behind her, running through a dozen or so rooms. Yu Qingxiao knew even if she was a fool that this was what had happened. There must have been a fight during the time she was asleep, and this wall behind him had obviously been knocked out. Yu Qingxiao immediately lifted the cold air bubbling under the covers, put on his down jacket and snow boots, climbed over that big hole to see what was going on. And there were zombies in the other rooms. Only most of these zombies were in a state of disrepair. There were broken arms and legs, but they could still move. Some were headless. This was truly dead beyond death. Yu Qingyang climbed to the last room and finally saw the two zombies that had lifted the roof of her room. One was Shixingyu, and the other. Yu Qingyang did not recognize it. These two zombies' frontal combat power felt about the same, but it was much stronger than her, or even the human she had seen. It seemed that Shixingyu wasn't a level 2 zombie. It should be level 3 or above. It was her own small family. Being able to understand what one said was not something a level 2 zombie could do. After all, a level 2 zombie could only manage to run fast and scale some low fences. For example, a 2-meter fence like that in the countryside shouldn't be difficult for a level 2 zombie. So the ones that could communicate with her like Shixingyu were probably level 3 or above. It's only been over a month since the end of the world. There were 2 big zombies that were this powerful. The future of mankind can be said to be dark. Luckily, she was a zombie. At this time, Shixingyu was being held down on the wall by that zombie, because this was the outermost wall. It was also the thickest. It was only then that Shixingyu didn't smash through the wall. It turned out that such a long wall was smashed by this kid. Not very old. Quite a hard back. But this repulsive-faced zombie uncle, bullying a 16 or 17-year-old little zombie. Isn't it a bit unkind to speak of martial virtues? When Shixingyu saw Yu Qingyu actually coming towards this zombie, he wanted to open his mouth to tell her to run. Originally, he thought that this zombie was just reckless, but he didn't think that it had even mutated and possessed a power mutation. Fortunately, the zombie that was smashed was himself. If it was Yu Qingyang, he would have become a pile of mud. But before his words could come out of his mouth, the power-mutated zombie was ripped by Yu Qingxiao's back collar and thrown out directly. Are you sick? He's not a human. He's also a zombie. What are you doing hitting him? High school students already have heavy schoolwork. How pathetic. After turning into a zombie, they finally don't have to study. And you're still using him as a sandbag. If you have the ability, you can lift up this building and throw it out. Just know how to bully the weak. Shame on you. Yu Qingyang pointed at this uncle zombie and cursed. Shixingyu was her old bull. If his back broke, where would she find such an obedient zombie? Chapter 22. Being too close to a human is no good. And this mutated zombie was thrown on the ground by Yu Qingxiao, and was scolded by her pointing at its head. The whole zombie knelt on the ground and seemed to be trembling. A look of wanting to run, but not daring to. It could only hold its head ho-ho and try to speak. Don't you say anything. I don't want to strike up a conversation with a savage zombie. Yu Qingyang was really pissed off at this time. It was so hard for him to choose a room to sleep in. And it was ruined. The zombie that he found to pull the suitcase was almost killed by it. So this savage zombie shut up. And Shixingyu, who was protected by Yu Qingxian, looked at Yu Qingxian with a completely different look at this moment. It was because for a moment just now, he felt the terrifying power from her that made him almost fall on the ground. It was absolute suppression, making him completely unable to entertain the slightest thought of resistance, even if that power wasn't directed at himself. Of course, Yu Qingyang didn't know that, but after seeing this zombie really leave, he again felt that the other party, although savage, was okay to communicate with. Sure enough, it was still useful for her to retain her human consciousness. Humans evolved language also to avoid physical collisions. After all, a gentleman moves his mouth and not his hands. Watching that zombie uncle run away, Yu Qingyang then let out a sigh of relief. It was so close. If the other party had taken a swing at him, he would have definitely turned into a stinky meat pie as well. Ha ha ha. That's great. Luckily the other party was reasonable. A good zombie. You must not have talked to it properly. You didn't get flattened, did you? Yu Qingyang pulled Shixingyu up from the ground. Shixingyu looked at the small zombie in front of him, who looked like she had survived a robbery. Still not reacting. Was she faking it? Or did she simply not realize the problem? But looking at it, she belonged to the latter. Although Yu felt that this zombie uncle was good to talk to, he still had palpitations in his heart. Even Yu couldn't beat it. It was better to run away. So 20 minutes later, Yu looked at the small zombie in front of him, who was running fast with his suitcase. Still silent. Was she powerful for just a moment? When he cursed that zombie with that rampant look, he thought that the mutated zombie was going to commit suicide. As it turned out, that rampaging little zombie was almost scared half to death as well. It packed up and ran away before dawn. Her back gave Yu the feeling of a big zombie that was so powerful that it made the zombies instantly tremble. But on the surface, it was weaker than the average zombie. And it also always gave others a feeling of, so close. Almost didn't get killed. What on earth made her unable to know that she had this power in her own body? Never mind. He naturally couldn't have this kind of power. But he had to find a way to make her confident. She was capable of protecting herself. Speaking of which, as a zombie that still retained a human consciousness, it was already incredible. Even if he did have level 4, humans were nothing more than food in his eyes. He wouldn't have any sympathy for food. But for Yu Xiao, it didn't seem to be the case. She was the one who knew she was a zombie. Yet she was still willing to protect humans. What a ridiculous zombie. Naturally, Yu couldn't do what Yu Xian did to show mercy to food or even act to protect it. But he could teach her to have the combat power to protect herself. At the very least, when meeting head-on with a zombie, she could also have the ability to escape. Like the idea before. If she just left it alone, this zombie with human consciousness would eventually die at the hands of the humans she was trying to protect. Right? At least now, he could be sure that no zombie could hurt her. Yu Qinyang felt bad luck. Sure enough, the traveling location that Dao had determined was also inappropriate. The place where they played before was taken under official control. Now the ancient city that she wanted to see was covered in snow again. And then, there was a big zombie in this city. Run! 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 But as she ran out of J City, she turned back. Finding a super large piece of white cloth, she drew a large yellow triangle on it, and then a large black exclamation mark in the center. After drawing it, Yu Xiao dragged this super heavy cloth again to go upstairs. But after dragging it for half a day, she was completely in place. Yu didn't know why an adjective popped up in his head, space step. However, he knew that if he just relied on Yu Xiao to drag this piece of cloth, he wouldn't be able to drag it upstairs until next year. He reached out and grabbed the other side and leapt up to the first floor. His hands suddenly dug into the wall like sharp nails, and just tugged the cloth up to the roof. He didn't want to help the food, and certainly didn't want the mutant walker to become powerful. He wouldn't have grown so fast just by relying on the zombies in the city. It was mostly because of those two gullible shifters that the zombie had grown fast. So be wary of the incoming people. Maybe there would be a shifter to help him kill this opponent? Yu Qinyang looked at this agile movement of Yu with envy in his eyes. A powerful zombie was so good. Unlike her, when she encountered danger, she could only lie down and play dead. Yu Qinyang nodded as she watched Yu hang up the vigilant sign. That way whoever came would know that this town was dangerous. Starve that violent zombie to death. How dare it bully a minor? But when Yu went downstairs, Yu Xiao pulled him and ran. It wasn't stopping at all. Running for days at a time. Only when she was sure that the zombie shouldn't come after her did she stop. Isn't it time to practice self-defense? Yu opened his mouth. It wasn't like Yu Xiao could run fast enough for an ordinary adult to catch up with her. And she was always royally nice. Didn't know that humans today were enemies to her. Maybe knew. Otherwise she wouldn't have seen people as if they were being chased by ghosts. Running faster than people being chased by zombies. Only seen walkers chasing people. Or the first time she'd seen a walker being chased by a person. Why? Yu Qinyang was surprised that this kid could say so many words. Of course, he was also puzzled as to why a zombie would need to learn self-defense. Self-defense was learned by humans. Right? She had turned into a zombie. What kind of self-defense would a corpse learn? Because you need to fight. Yu added. Why do I need to fight? Yu Qinyang was puzzled. She just wanted to travel. And when she had visited all the places she wanted to go, then she would turn into dirt. If you're like this, you'll be killed by humans. You're too close to them. Yu pointed out Yu Qinyang's shortcoming. Being too close to humans would not end well. Humans wouldn't think that zombies wouldn't eat people. And whenever they saw a zombie, they would kill them all. Because if they didn't kill the zombies, then they would become the zombies' rations. The two are such creatures that cannot coexist. Born to be mortal enemies. Well, if I really get killed then it's fine to kill them. It's not like I'll be in pain anyway. Yu Qingyang carried his suitcase and looked around, taking out the map to look at it again. Running around by himself. There was snow everywhere, and he didn't even know which place he was running towards. It was not easy to see a road sign. It was better to hurry up and confirm one's location. You want to die? Shixingyu was puzzled. Becoming a zombie gives you great power. This world should have been ruled by zombies. Humans should be captive by zombies and become food. As you can see, if I wanted to live, I wouldn't have taken the initiative to give zombies a scratch. When Yu Qingyang sniffed, she took off her gloves, revealing the wound on her wrist. It was the mark of being scratched by a zombie. The marks made even Shixingyu a little shocked. Surprisingly, there was a human who would actively turn into a zombie. The first time he had seen it. Although he no longer remembered the memories from when he was a human, he could tell by looking at the reactions of those people. No one would be willing to turn into a zombie. Chapter 23. He's a glutton for punishment. Shixingyu was shocked at just how much determination Yu Qinxian had made to do this. Of course, he didn't know how disappointed Yu Qixao was when he woke up after a nap and realized that he hadn't turned into a zombie. However, at this moment, he felt that if Yu Qixao hadn't turned into a zombie, he would have been a person who loved life very much. Someone who liked traveling around and taking pictures everywhere. Right? But you're living a good life now. Even after turning into a zombie, you still have your own hobbies. Shixingyu couldn't help but ask again. This was indeed what he was curious about. What are you saying? I'm dying peacefully, alright. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Yu Qingyang withdrew his hand and put on his gloves before continuing to look for the name of the place on the road's sign. Oh! Found it. Sure enough, it's off course. Yu Qixao righted the map and then took the map and compared it to the road sign, turning it towards where she was going. After determining the direction, Yu Qixao then put away the map and lifted her suitcase. After taking 2 steps, she found that Shixingyu was still standing in the same place. Then she turned back to look at Shixingyu. Going or not? If you're not going, then let's part ways here. Goodbye. After saying this, Yu Qixao waved his hand, then walked away without a trace of attachment. Shixingyu, saying that she was a person was still an overestimation. She was really still a zombie without feelings, leaving as soon as she said she would, without a trace of attachment at all. Of course Yu Qingyang would not be unable to let go of Shixingyu. After all, she was already used to being alone. And meeting Shixingyu was indeed an accident. But zombies were originally like this. The reason they were in groups in the eyes of others was simply because the destination was the same. She didn't feel that Shixingyu and herself had the same destination. But one helped the enemies of humanity. Was that really good? If Shixingyu killed humans in the future, then she would be an accomplice. Well, forget it. It's not like Shixingyu alone will make humans perish. She really thought that humans were too weak. The humans in this world had experienced all kinds of difficulties, and still managed to live strongly. If all the humans in the world were like her, then they would really die out in an instant. Yu Qingyang thought like this, and traveled forward through the snow. Nor did she look back. It was as if the past few days with Shixingyu were all an illusion. Shixingyu watched Yu Qinxian leave without looking back. And for a moment, he wasn't sure whether he was a zombie, or Yu Qinxian was a zombie. He chased after him. No matter what method was used, Yu Qinxian had to learn to deal with the zombies first. It was natural for her to take advantage of the fact that nowadays, when it was snowing heavily, the range of human activity wasn't that wide. This made Yu Qinxian incomparably impatient. She would just run when she saw people. And a zombie. What kind of self-defense skills can she learn? Demanding so much from a corpse. Therefore, when Shixingyu recited the curse to her, Yu Qixao completely ignored it. As for Shixingyu wanting to follow her, she naturally couldn't drive him away. The further south they went, the thinner the snow became. Sure enough, even the most powerful blizzard had no way to get close to the hot equator. These extremes of weather were nothing more than scratching an itch for the earth. As Yu Qixao thought this, her ears twitched, and she turned around and pulled Shixingyu towards the snow pile. Shixingyu was just about to ask what to do when he heard voices. Several cars then traveled past from a distance. The wheels had anti-skid chains on them. crunching on the snow. But Yu Qingxiao's ears were too sensitive. Right. And he only heard the sound when the cars were approaching. Of course, this proximity was also a distance of several hundred meters. Judging from Yu Qingxia's reaction, it was estimated that she could hear the sound of a car 1 or 2 kilometers away. After all, zombies were indeed sensitive to sound. But they were not sensitive to the extent of Yu Qingxiao. Only after a few cars had passed did Yu Qingxiao and Shi Xingyu climb out of the snow pile. Only when Yu Qingxiao looked at Shi Xingyu's appearance, there was something wrong. His face was bruised. His red eyes were getting brighter and brighter. And he was even secreting some unknown liquid around his mouth. Yu Qingxiao stared at his appearance and instantly understood. He was craving for gluttony. It was also really admirable that he could hold back. After all, ordinary zombies definitely couldn't help it. But those high-level zombies in the novels could even blend in with the crowd. So perhaps the higher the level, the more they could hold back. Yu Qingyang asked this question to Shi Xingyu. Shi Xingyu, however, looked as if he had heard something funny. The higher the rank, the stronger the greed for the flesh and blood of living things. Just how can I say it? The higher the level of the zombie, the less there is a lack of living things to eat. So naturally, they are able to control their desire for humans. Shi Xingyu had finally opened his words, since he started talking that day. In other words, the reason why Shi Xingyu was able to hold back just now was entirely due to his strong willpower? Or was it? There's a shifter in the fleet that's very strong. Shi Xingyu graciously admitted. Yu Qingyang listened to his words, and looked again towards the convoy of cars, whose exhaust fumes could barely be seen. There was a very strong alter egoist. Why couldn't she feel it? It was true that she was really weak. How did you feel it? Yu Qingyang felt that how she could sense that the other person was dangerous was important to her. If she knew in advance that this person was dangerous, then she could run away in advance. The intuition of a strong person. Shi Xingyu spoke. This kind of thing wasn't something that all zombies had. The place where he had evolved was just a bit more special. When Shi Xingyu's words fell, he received a handful of snow on his face from Yu Qingxiao. What a narcissist. But it didn't matter if she just ran away when she saw someone. And it didn't matter if they were strong or weak. It was just impossible to run around on a snowy day like this without a bit of strength. Yu Qingyang came out of the snow and walked forward along the road. Because a car had pressed through. It had made a road out for her. This was quite a good way to go. But looking at the wheel prints, it seemed that the other party's goal was also in the direction of the cross-sea bridge. But it was not certain at the moment. It wasn't until she and Shi Xingyu had been walking for a day that they realized that the wheel prints were still there. When it was almost dark, Yu Qingyang found a fork in the road ahead. And this car went down towards the fork in the road. Because further ahead was the very popular highway. But if you thought about it with your brain, you would know that this highway was absolutely blocked by vehicles. Yu Qingxiao went a little further ahead. Sure enough, the snow on the road ahead was uneven in height. Some were very high and some were very short. Yu Qingxiao reached out and peeled away the thick snow and was able to see a zombie trapped in the car. The zombie was lying on the car window glass with its teeth and claws open. And the whole zombie was frozen slightly stiff. Even if it was a zombie, it couldn't stand the cold. How to say is still mortal flesh. Was frozen to death of the zombie is not less. Of course, the survival of the fittest. The zombies that survived. Naturally all evolved a level. This is a new round of tests for humans. Perhaps this winter, many more people had become zombies. And many more people had become aliens. Of course, this was not something that Yu Qingyang, a zombie, should consider. And as she was about to go on, she heard a few gunshots. The sound should be relatively far away. It should be 2 to 3 kilometers away from their current location. As a general rule, Yu Qingyang wouldn't go and look. She dragged her suitcase and continued walking. However, the old ox she had picked up was carrying her in one hand and her suitcase in the other, flying towards the place where the gunshots had been fired. Chapter 24. Is it really good to rob 2 zombies and put them in a pile of people? How could Yu Qingxiao not expect that Shi Xingyu would carry herself to the place where the gunshots were? And the closer he got, the more intense the aroma at the tip of Yu Qingxiao's nose became. Of course, Yu Qingxiao was not a glutton. It was naturally impossible to drool. It was just that the drool of Shi Xingyu, who was fishing for her, had turned into rain and landed all over Yu Qingxiao's head. However, she was being fished around her waist by Shi Xingyu, and could only grab a handful of snow with her hands and wipe it on her face. She really couldn't understand why Shishingyu was pulling herself along if she wanted to eat someone. It couldn't be to stuff her with a heart, liver, spleen, stomach and kidney. Right? Is it really tasty to eat it raw? But fortunately, Shishingyu wasn't this perverted. He just threw Yu Qixiao into the thick snow. Afterwards, he tied the suitcase to a tree and tied 10 dead knots. Only then did he tumble over the fence. Yu Qixiao climbed up from the ground, jumped on the fence, and looked behind the fence. There were 2 people lying behind the fence. Of course, there were bloody holes in their heads. And Shishingyu was currently lying on the ground gnawing on those 2 people. The 2 people had just swallowed their breath, and their body flesh and blood were still warm. When Shishingyu saw Yu Qixiao staring at him, a flash of embarrassment flashed through his red eyes. It had been half a month since he had followed Yu Qixiao without eating. If this continued, even the toughest zombie would die of starvation. Yu Qixiao didn't have much fluctuation in those eyes when he saw Shishingyu gnawing on people. It just slowly shrunk down the fence. Shishingyu was a little puzzled. How to say that Yu Qixiao was also a zombie? In any case, he wouldn't give him a fright with this action. Who would be scared by eating? And Yu Qixiao was at that moment unwrapping her suitcase. But the cloth was really wrapped too tightly. 10 dead ends. What's this old cow thinking? And the cloth was so hard to untie. It couldn't be pulled off. Yu Qixiang's eyes fell on the small tree. This tree should have grown for only 2 or 3 years. Yu Qixiao's attention shifted from the cloth to the sapling. She then took hold of the sapling with both hands and snapped it raw. Although it was true that she was a bit sorry for the sapling. But Yu Qixiao faded the cloth from the trunk and ran off with her suitcase. Yu Qixiao did not object to Shishingyu eating humans. After all, humans were food to him. If he kept letting Shishingyu follow him, Yu Qixiao felt that he would starve to death one day. Of course, if he starved to death, he himself would be considered to have gotten rid of a big zombie for the humans. But he was only 16 or 17 years old when he was born. So how could he live past 30 years old? If he was 30, it would actually be considered a short life. Never mind. She didn't get involved in the fight between humans and zombies. But those 2 humans, they should have been killed by their own kind. Were they the ones from the car before? If they came out together, why did they kill each other again? Forget it. It's better to head to the cross-sea bridge first. Being lifted by Shishingyu to jump off the highway. Then we can only go forward. We can't go back around again. That would be too much of a waste of time. And when Shishingyu finished gnawing on the person and went over the fence, he saw that the tree that was tied to the suitcase was broken. And the suitcase was gone. Yu Qixiao was also gone. Shishingyu was somewhat speechless. How could this little zombie run so well? Indeed, for Yu Qixiao, who still retained human consciousness, seeing himself gnawing on a human there, he must have been scared. Right? But it couldn't just run away. The down jacket on his body was torn cloth by him. And at this time, he didn't know whether it was goose feathers or duck feathers. And as he moved, it drifted down to the ground like snowflakes, towards the direction Yu Qixiao had left. Yu Qixiao originally wanted to get back on the highway. But how could she not think that she had run onto the side of someone else's firefight? Yu Qixiao poked out half of her little head and stared at the house in front of her. No wonder she had just heard gunshots. And after coming over, there would be 2 corpses in this place. Now these people were in a firefight again. Yu Qixiao didn't really know what was going on, until she saw the familiar silhouette again. It was Gu Evening Qing. Why was she in this place? The very powerful and strong person in those cars was talking about her. Come to think of it, she was able to run around all over the world without some skill. It's just that she's an official. Yet she's in a shooting war with the other side. That meant there was something wrong with the person on the other side. Yu Qixiao put her suitcase in a place where it wouldn't be seen, before she went over in the direction where the group of people with problems were. She wanted to see what this group of people were doing. Just after taking a few steps, Yu Qixiao came back. It was useless for her to know. It was better to go and see the cross-sea bridge. Yu Qixiao dragged her suitcase around the group again. And Shishingyu caught up with Yu Qixiao. Yu Qixiao looked at the goose feathers on his down jacket had fallen off, and the blood on his face was gone. Instead, she didn't say anything. It was as if she hadn't wanted to dump Shishingyu just now, seeing that she didn't have any weakness at all. Shishingyu also knew that it was useless for him to be catty here. Yu Qixiao put on her mask, and I mask again at this time. Shishingyu felt that, as long as Yu Qixiao looked like this, as long as she covered her face and didn't let people see her greenish-gray skin, then the average person wouldn't really be able to tell if she was a human or a zombie, as long as she didn't open her mouth. Just like this, she was really a bit of a non-speaking, high-cool person. Otherwise, when he saw her for the first time, he wouldn't have mistaken her for a human. While Shi Xingyu was shaking his head, Yu Qingxian took the mask and put it on his face. In fact, in Yu Qingxiu's eyes, Shi Xingyu's skin was a little whiter than his own. And at first glance, it just seemed that Shi Xingyu was a little too white, unlike his own skin, which was gray. At a glance, she could tell that she was a zombie. Before, she thought it was the wounds on her face, but now that she thought about it, she couldn't pretend to be a bit of a human being. Shi Xingyu originally didn't want to be like Yu Qingxiao, who was on the verge of crawling over the ground. She was so wimpy, and she was still so hilarious. But looking at her like this, it shouldn't seem like she was trying to get along. Yu Qingxiao was certainly not there to get along at this time. If she knew that Shi Xingyu thought she'd love to join in the fun, she would definitely be kicking him in the face. They went around from the housing area. It was only then that Yu Qingyang realized that there didn't seem to be any zombies in this town. So that meant there was a connection with the residents here. When Yu Qingxiao and Shi Xingyu bypassed the firefighting place and were about to head towards the elevated area, suddenly a few people sprang out in front of them with guns in their hands, telling the two to stand still. Stand still, or we'll shoot. Those two people were wearing cotton clothes and holding guns in their hands to make Yu Qingxiao and Shi Xingyu stand still. Yu Qingxiao did not know at this point why these people would suddenly come out to attack them. They were just two zombies. However, Yu Qingxiao reached out and patted Shi Xingyu's hand, signaling him to stay calm. Let's take a look at the situation first. After that, Yu Qingxiao raised his hand in a surrendering gesture. Shi Xingyu did not understand what Yu Qingxiao meant by doing this action, but he had no choice but to imitate Yu Qingxiao. Yu Qingxiao then felt something behind her against her back, signaling them to move forward. The two were then grabbed into a basement by these people. It was only then that Yu Qingxiao saw that there were quite a few people locked up in the basement. There were men, women, and children. It was just that they looked yellow and thin, and they were all wearing summer clothes. It was obvious that they were people who had been locked up before the snow fell. Yu Qingxiao instantly understood that since Gu Evening Qing was from the officials, she was here to save these people. There should be talents that the official needed in these people. But after waiting for 2 months, they didn't wait. That was why they had sent people to find them. But is it really good to rob 2 zombies and put them in a pile of people? Chapter 25. Those people you can eat. Those people looked at Yu Qingyang and Shi Xingyu with different expressions on their faces. When those people closed the door behind them, the entire room went dark again. It was just that the darkness didn't have the slightest effect on Yu Qingxiao and Shi Xingyu. These people were skin and bones, looking like the kind that only ate 1 meal in a few days. There were also a few small children inside. Yu Qingxiao took off the down jacket on his body and walked towards the woman with the 2 children. The woman heard the commotion and was a bit scared. It was just that Yu Qingxiao definitely couldn't open her mouth. Once she opened her mouth, everyone would know that she was a zombie. Yu Qingxiao put the duvet over the 2 children. Afterwards, she turned around and gave the down jacket on Shi Xingyu, which had lost most of its tattered goose feathers, to the child next to her. Now she could be certain. These survivor people who captured them were not good people either. Since they weren't good people, they might as well give it to Shi Xingyu as rations. Yu Qingxian reached out and pointed at the iron door. And Shi Xingyu knew what Yu Qingxian meant. It was just that he didn't understand that it was impossible for them to be caught in the first place. It was just 4 or 5 ordinary people. They could still make it difficult for him. Yu Qingxiao didn't say anything and just stared at him. Shi Xingyu helplessly stepped forward and directly kicked open the iron door. The clanging sound scared not only the people who were closed inside, but also the people guarding outside. And after the iron door was opened, light shone in. Yu Qingyu finally spoke. You can eat those people. Of course, these words were naturally heard in Shi Xingyu's ears. And in those people's ears, they heard the unique ho-ho sound of a zombie. This made those people even more terrified. And before the 2 guards at the entrance could react, they had their necks snapped by Shi Xingyu. After that, they headed towards the place where those humans lived. Nowadays, the large force of these people were fighting Gu Evening Qing's people. So the remaining people weren't really that many. But the armaments of those people looked quite a lot. Yu Qingyang went over towards that room. The people in the room heard the noise and also came out of the room. Then, they saw Shi Xingyu running towards them. There were only 3 people. So of course, Shirshing, you killed them directly. Only when the people were dead did Yu Qishao venture out and go into the room to get his suitcase. The suitcase was just put aside and not opened because it had a password. She pulled on her own suitcase and took another look at the 2 pistols on the table next to her. Yu Qingyang took them without hesitation. And of course, the bullets. Although she hadn't used them. But studying it, it should work. It was fine to use it to scare people. When Shirshing saw her smiling and carrying the suitcase out of the house, he was a little puzzled. Aren't you close to humans? Surprisingly, she let herself eat these people. You're doing the people a favor. It's not considered hurting them, Yu Qingyang said. However, she didn't expect that Shirshing hadn't eaten anyone. Shirshing felt that Yu Qixien, this person, was actually not particularly close to people. Even in the post-apocalyptic world, some people who looked at that human-like appearance of a zombie would not necessarily lay their hands on them. Not to mention living people. But the feeling Yu Qishao gave him was completely different again. Previously, he felt that Yu Qishao was unwilling to harm humans or zombies, just standing so vaguely in the middle of the two. After Yu Qishao said this, he carried his suitcase and left. And as he passed by the corpse of one of the people, Yu Qishao added, "Really not going to nibble on one? Shirshing you. Quickly nibble It won't be hot later. The snowy day. It cools down fast." Yu Qishao saw that Shirshing seemed to be frozen as well. So he continued, "Shirshing certainly didn't want to waste these humans." But suddenly being said so by Yu Qixien, he instantly didn't want to eat them. In the instant he hesitated, Yu Qishao drummed the pistol in his hand, and then fired a shot into the air. The silent night was broken by this shot from Yu Qishao. At least those people had silencers on their guns when they were in a firefight. After all, night could attract more than just zombies. It could also attract zombie animals. Shirshing was a little surprised to see Yu Qishao holding up his gun. "Run! Run! Run! When people come later, the one you said was particularly strong will also come." After Yu Qishao said this, she carried her suitcase, put the pistol into her backpack, turned around and ran. She wasn't worried about the pistol going off. As long as it didn't hurt her head, she couldn't even die. Seeing that Yu Qingyang really ran away, Shirshing could only follow. He was completely confused as to what this little zombie was thinking. And this gunshot really did make the sound of the gunshot keep echoing over the entire quiet little town. Gu Wanqing had originally wanted to find these people's lair. It was just that they were blocked. And the town wasn't exactly small. She wasn't sure how many people the other side had left behind. Now that there were gunshots in that direction, it was bound to be that place. "Ah Sheng, you lead the men to hold back these people. I'll go save them," Gu Eveningqing said. When Qingxing sniffed and nodded. "Sister Qing, be careful. Bring Sa Tian with you." Gu Eveningqing gave Wen Qingsheng an okay gesture, then waved at the half-human tall big black dog next to her. Satsi immediately followed. As for Pei Yuan, he watched Gu Eveningqing go over alone. So he reached out and unloaded the gun on his waist and handed it to her. Gu Eveningqing didn't refuse and took it, directly shortening her body to leave. Pei Yuan watched Gu Eveningqing leave before he said to the person next to him, "Give me the sniper rifle." When the person next to him heard this, he handed Pei Yuan a box of aluminium alloy that was more than a meter long and hungry. When Qingsheng glanced at him, "What does this sickly man want to do? Sniping?" He turned out to know how to snipe. No wonder Sister Qing said that he was only sick and not wasted. Gu Eveningqing arrived at the place where the gunshots rang out at this time. But when she got to this place, she only saw bodies on the ground. She entered the house and found a few boxes of arms, then went over to the house next to it. That should be a basement. The 2 people at the entrance of the basement were also dead. And by the way their necks were twisted, they had been twisted instantly. Even the expressions on their faces hadn't reacted yet. But Gu Eveningqing walked towards the basement, which was filled with an unpleasant smell. But when she saw those people, Gu Eveningqing's eyes flashed with surprise. It was because these people were already thin, and not much of a human being. There were frostbite everywhere on their bodies. She took out her walkie-talkie and spoke. "The people have been found. No need to show mercy. Not one of them will be left behind." Gu Eveningqing swept a glance. The number of people didn't match up at all. In other words, they were too late. The people had already been killed some. When Qingsheng received the news, he made a gesture to the people around him. Finally no longer backing down. Everyone put on their night vision glasses and rushed towards the opposite side of the street. There was no need to worry about the hostages at all now. It only took 20 minutes to wipe out dozens of people on the other side. As for those who were imprisoned, they also walked out from the basement and entered the warm interior. But at this time, Yu Qingliang and Shixingyu did not leave. Even if you do so much, those people won't thank you. They will only thank this human who suddenly appeared. Shixingyu didn't understand what Yu Qinxian was doing all these things for. After all, it wasn't like she had any way to explain to the humans that she had done a lot of good things. There was also the danger that she would be discovered and killed by the humans. Chapter 26. It could be an illusion that they are starving out. Yu Qingliang sniffed, but didn't care. Even without me, she was able to save these people. And you were the one who kicked the door. You were the one who killed people. And you haven't even laid a finger on those humans. I didn't do anything, Yu Qingliang said. These words left Shixingyu speechless. Obviously they wouldn't have been caught at all in the first place, okay. So whose fault was it anyway? Now it's all being pushed onto his head. What an evil person. He wanted to argue something else. But Yu Qingliang turned around and walked away. You trust her a lot? You know her. Huh? Shixingyu caught up with Yu Qinxiao. Looking at the way she looked at that woman, there was actually something different. It was as if these people were completely saved if they were handed over to that woman. Buried me once. A good person. Yu Qinxian commented seriously. If Yu Qinxian were to say, that woman, Good Evening Qing, was indeed very much like the heroine in the novel. Gentle and powerful. And decisive in her actions. Shixingyu was a little puzzled. What did it mean to have buried her once? Having buried her, shouldn't that not be considered good? Good Evening Qing checked the condition of these people and determined that they were just malnourished and slightly frostbitten. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. As for what these people said about there being two people, it should be a man and a woman. It was that man and woman who saved them. As for such words as that man and woman might not be humans but zombies, they were completely unable to say it. What kind of zombie would save a person? However, they heard the hissing sound of the zombie with their own ears. Although this hissing sound sounded rather civilized, it was as if it was talking quietly to the man next to it. Since the other person could understand the hissing sound of that walker, it must be a walker as well. But they said that the two zombies saved them. This kind of words out who believe all. Besides, if they said that the other party was a zombie, they might be hunted down. And on the off chance that those two weren't zombies, wouldn't they be slandering them? But there were dozens of them. And only those who leaned against the side of the door heard that walkers ho ho ho. It was also possible that they were hallucinating from hunger. So they looked at each other and said that it was two people, a man and a woman, when Qingsheng could tell at a glance that they were lying. But Good Evening Qing acted as if she couldn't tell. She just nodded slightly before getting up, bowed and apologized to the crowd, not being able to pick them up in time. These people just looked at Good Evening Qing and didn't say much. They were all originally family members of some techies. Originally, people were sent over to pick them up, even if it was too difficult to walk. A month's time should have arrived. So after a month of time had passed, the officials still hadn't seen anyone. It was known that something had gone wrong. Good Evening Qing became the leader of this mission again. As for those who had intercepted the survivors' convoy, they were outlaws before the end of the world. So when they saw their convoy, they just robbed it. As for the official people inside who resisted, they were killed at first. Later on, some of these family members were also pulled out and killed. As for the few young girls, after they were pulled out, they were not sent back. When Qingsheng couldn't even listen to these acts of animals anymore. But Good Evening Qing continued to listen quietly. I'll go out and take a look at the car. When Qingsheng said, they had dozens of survivors today, and it was best that they needed a bus. Currently Pei Yuan hadn't seen any infected people in these crowds. And when Qingsheng didn't have to worry about anyone suddenly turning into a zombie, Good Evening Qing watched him leave. Then withdrew her eyes. She raised her eyes to those who had survived. Say it. What kind of compensation do you need? Don't worry and speak boldly. I'll help you fight for it. Except of course the one that won't work of bringing your family back to life. Good Evening Qing said. It was useless to apologize anymore nowadays. So it was better to mention something practical. Only if these people were appeased, then those researchers would be able to better upgrade their weapons. That way, the things in her space could be better taken out. Yu Qingliang and Shixingyu left this town. If they went 100 or so kilometers further, they would reach the cross-sea bridge. The down jacket on Yuqingxia's body had already been taken off by her. And now there was only a single thin halter neck-long dress on her body. It was blown by the cold wind and stuck to her body. Hiss! So cold. Yuqingxia suddenly stopped her steps and couldn't help but say. These words caused Shixingyu beside her to look at her with some surprise. She could feel cold? No wonder she wore a down jacket after it snowed. You can feel the temperature? Shixingyu couldn't help but ask. Obviously, he couldn't feel any temperature on her. Why would she feel cold? I can't. Just sighing. If a living person was dressed like this, they would definitely be freezing to death. Yuqingxia waved her hand. She definitely couldn't feel the cold. But if they were in such low temperatures all the time, their flesh would definitely be damaged. Otherwise, it wouldn't have really frozen some of the zombies to death. For example, those popsicle-like zombies. They were completely frozen to death. Even the virus was frozen to death. Yuqingyang didn't want to turn into a statue. Then she continued to walk forward again. Finally, in the morning of the next day, she walked to H City. And the first thing she did not do was go to see the cross-sea bridge. Instead, she went to look for the down jacket. Incidentally, she put another one on Shixingyu. However, after the experience of being brutally beaten by the zombie uncle last time, Yuqingyang chose a shorter version for him this time. Shixingyu then felt that Yuqingyan, this zombie, was really capable of tossing and turning. Humans cared about running for their lives and wouldn't pick and choose their clothes. Zombies couldn't feel the temperature in the first place, much less wear extra clothes. The clothes on the zombies were all left over from when they were humans. Of course, there were also many zombies whose clothes had been damaged. Yuqingxiao changed into a down jacket of a much better quality. And only then was she satisfied and patted the clothes. It was so soft. She hadn't even worn this brand before she was born. After all, it cost $7,000 or $8,000. She felt that it was not cost-effective. And she did not go out and could not wear it a few times even if she bought it back. Now you can wear it without money. After changing her clothes, Yuqingxiao then headed towards the cross-sea bridge. The snow in H City wasn't really thick, only up to the calf. But this was counted as a rare sight for hundreds of years for H City that never snows. Not to mention this snow piled up to calf deep. If it was like this in the south, Yuqingyang naturally dared even less to imagine the situation in the north. However, it snowed every year in the north, so there should be a lot of coping facilities. Even if the snow was several meters deep, Yuqingxiao couldn't do anything about it. Yuqingxiao imagined herself going to sweep the snow, probably for 30 years. When she arrived at the cross-sea bridge, she found that there were actually guards by the bridge. Rather, it wasn't a sighting. Rather, it was the smell. The houses looked like complete brick walls on each side of the bridge. As for the bridge, there were fences. At a glance, it was to intercept the vehicles coming and going. Yuqingyang reached out and slapped his head at this moment. Since this place was possessed by humans, then the gardens in the east, and the imperial city in the north, were they also occupied by humans? Then what the hell was she going to do? Might as well go catch a few ducks, circle a plot of land, and just plant in situ. Shixingyu watched Yuqingyao staring at that blockade post, so angry that he almost crushed the binoculars in his hand. Rather, he found it somewhat amusing. Since you can't go, then just change the place. If you really want to go that badly, you can kill the people. Shixingyu's words were always filled with indifference towards humans. Yuqingyang reached out and gave Shixingyu a handful of knives. These are official people. How can we just kill them? If we kill them, and there are survivors who want to ask for help and no one responds. Yuqingxiao paused when she said this. She suddenly thought of something. Chapter 27. Since it's a zombie, why don't you do it? First of all, if the people at this post were official, then there was no way they wouldn't know that people who passed through here would be intercepted. And those people didn't necessarily pass through that town. And how did those people know that there would be survivors passing that way? Plus, there could be more than just those survivors. So why were some survivors able to pass through this place without any problems? The people who could make the officials send Gu Wanqing to rescue them were bound to be important people. Is it possible that these people captured those important people and exchanged some kind of conditions with the officials? And how did these miscreants know those people were important? It means someone has checked the identities of these survivors. What's the best place to check the identities? It would be the guard post on this bridge. Those survivors naturally won't be suspicious when they see people in official uniforms. Either these people have betrayed the officials. Either that, or these people were fakes. But either way, these people were not worth keeping. Of course, if one could think of this, then Gu Wanqing should also know. There's no need for you to kill them. Someone else will take care of it, Yu Qingxiao said. After saying this, Yu Qingxian went to find a place with a good view and a safe place to observe this place. Shi Xingyu really didn't understand Yu Qingxian running away when he saw a human on one side, while at the same time, he was very fond of watching. However, Shi Xingyu did not stop Yu Qingxiao. He wanted to see what kind of people this Yu Qingxiao said would be dealt with. As expected, someone came at noon. A car, 2 people, and a dog. Gu Eveningqing had been thinking about this all night. That was that all these miscreants were able to accurately catch the families of the researchers. It meant that these people knew the news in advance. That's why they intercepted these people. Even the official people dared to do it. Do you really think that when the end times come, you can do whatever you want? As Shi Xingyu looked at the woman in front of him, he could be sure that the powerful force he felt earlier came from her. The woman opened the car door, and a large black dog followed and got out of the car. The zombies that followed behind her because of the sound of the car were sent flying by the several vines that she threw out from her hands. Before they could get up again, those vines instantly pierced into their foreheads, churning their brains. A dozen zombies. Seconds in a flash. When Yu Qingxiao saw Gu Eveningqing's actions, he looked at Shi Xingyu with a proud face. This made Shi Xingyu somewhat speechless. That's a human. What the hell are you proud of? She could take 10 Yu Qingxian in a second. You're laughing my arse off. This time, 10 of you wouldn't be enough for her to kill. Shi Xingyu said what was in his heart. It's fine. It's not like I'm going to mess with Gu Eveningqing, Yu Qingyang said unconcernedly. It wasn't the first day she knew that Gu Eveningclear was powerful. Although Gu Eveningqing killed a dozen zombies in an instant, these zombies wouldn't feel a hint of fear because of the death of their kind. And the remaining zombies still rushed towards Gu Eveningqing. The snow wasn't deep nowadays, and it didn't have much of an effect on the zombies' movements. And when the people in the guard post heard the sound, they directly opened the small window and looked outside. When they saw the car's special license plate, a flash of surprise flashed in their eyes. This was discovered. It was just that the visitors were just a little girl and a dog, and there was a person sitting in the back seat of the car. But it didn't look like anything lethal. A mere 2.5 people could do anything to them. At first, there were also people who asked Gu Eveningqing what she was doing here. If she wanted to go to the island, it would be better not to go there for the time being. There were also a lot of zombies over there. And there were even aquatic zombies on the beach that had come ashore. And Gu Eveningqing didn't listen to these people at all. The vines in her hands directly pumped over. Obviously, Gu Eveningqing's behavior showed where she was coming from. In only 10 minutes or so, the people in those guard posts were taken care of by Gu Eveningqing. She used vines to roll up the people and threw them under the bridge, where they fell into the water and were instantly split up by the aquatic zombie creatures. Of course, she still left 2 people breathing. So naturally, she had to ask them about their reasons for doing so. Although Yu Qingyang could see what Gu Wanqing was doing with her binoculars, she couldn't hear what Gu Wanqing was saying at all. It wasn't like she had the ability to read lips. Yu Qingqi's line of sight stayed fixed on Gu Eveningqing, and suddenly felt that someone was looking in her direction. The line of sight instantly turned to the SUV. A man was seen looking in her direction. This caused Yu Qingxiao to be startled. And then she saw the man take out a long sniper. Without even thinking, she reached out and tugged Shi Xingyu back. But the man didn't shoot. It seemed to just want to use the magnifying glass on the sniper rifle to see if this place was occupied. But wasn't this man a little too sensitive? He wasn't even staring at him. So how could he think that there was someone in this place? When Shi Xingyu saw that Yu Qingyu suddenly pulled himself inside, he was a bit puzzled. Don't look. Someone is using a sniper rifle to look at our place. Got to move. Yu Qingxiao was indeed watching the hustle and bustle. But like this kind of hustle and bustle that was dangerous, it was not to be watched. Yu Qingxiao lifted his own backpack and suitcase and went straight downstairs. There were people in this place, and that man would definitely talk to Gu Eveningqing about this matter. If Gu Eveningqing really came over, she and Shi Xingyu would definitely not be able to fight. Just by looking at her movements, she knew that she was really good at fighting. Although Shi Xingyu didn't know if this intuition of Yu Qingxian's was accurate or not, he still followed and left. And Yu Qingxian's thoughts were indeed correct. Gu Evening Qing would know that there was someone in this place. But it wasn't that Pei Yuan had told him. Rather, Gu Evening Qing knew that there should be someone in that place when she saw Pei Yuan aiming at that place with his sniper rifle. People? Gu Evening Qing asked. Zombies. Pei Yuan spoke. Gu Evening Qing was a bit surprised to hear those two words. Pei Yuan's special ability was to see if there were infected people in a crowd. Although Gu Evening Qing didn't know what the world looked like in his eyes. But since that was a zombie, why didn't Pei Yuan do anything about it? There's something wrong with a zombie's color. A zombie's color, something similar to yours, means that the other party's level isn't low enough to snipe. Pei Yuan was telling the truth, because one of them found him when he was reaching for his sniper rifle. Even if he was fast, he couldn't have sniped it instantly. Gu Evening Qing was a bit surprised when she heard Pei Yuan's words. If there were zombies of a similar level as himself in this H-city, then these iron houses wouldn't be able to stop that zombie. Why didn't that zombie attack? There's another one with the wrong color? How is it wrong? Gu Evening Qing cleaned the blood on her hands before getting into the car. While asking, she started the car. This place couldn't be manned by ordinary people. It had to be manned by an alien. Otherwise it would be inappropriate for something like this to happen again. This zombie hasn't eaten anyone. No, it hasn't eaten living things. Pei Yuan went on to explain. These words caused Gu Evening Qing to be stunned. It is indeed the female corpse you buried. Pei Yuan's eyes were bright at this point, as if he had seen something that interested him. Chapter 28. It's just to make humans accept us better. Gu Evening Qing was indeed a bit shocked at Pei Yuan's words, although she felt that the female corpse had disappeared. Was it zombified? But Pei Yuan at that time didn't say a word. It made her think that it was just a tourist who went out but died in the field, because she had mistakenly entered her room. She was thinking of letting her go into the ground. Where did she know that she was actually a zombie? Since it was a zombie, then why did this zombie not attack them at that time, but chose to just play dead? You didn't ask me either. Pei Yuan put away his long sniper and spoke as a matter of course. Gu Evening Qing, she's sick to be chatting with this psychopath Pei Yuan. But anyway, let's go look for it first. She hasn't seen a zombie that doesn't eat people yet. Yu Qingyan crossed the street, crossed the spacious main road, and then crossed over the guard post and onto the cross-sea bridge. How did you know they would go in that direction to look for us? Shixingyu was watching with his own eyes as the car went to the direction they were in before. And in his heart, he somewhat admired this little zombie. Whether she was strong or weak, Shixingyu still did not understand. Intuition. Yu Qingyan opened his mouth. Having read a lot of zombie novels, the people around people like Gu Evening Qing, who particularly looked like the heroine of a zombie novel, could not be underestimated. There were 1,000 different supernatural abilities, and there was more than just natural phenomena like wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. What if the other party could see through her being a zombie at a glance? After all, she had personally seen Gu Evening Qing get on a bus and directly throw a person off the bus. And as a result, that person had quickly turned into a zombie. So it wasn't impossible for such a thing to happen. Zombies have intuition too? Shixingyu's red eyes carried a hint of doubt. How come it doesn't? You said before that you yourself are the intuition of a strong person. Then I am the intuition of a novel author. No, Yu Qingliang retorted. Shixingyu, what was a novel author again? Actually, Shixingyu didn't really understand the meaning of many of Yu Qingxian's words. However, Shixingyu did not ask more questions. The broken vehicles on the bridge were moved to one side, and a 2-meter wide access road was moved out of the middle. Of course, Yu Qingliang didn't take this cleared pathway, but went to the next door pathway that was full of zombies and vehicles. The 20-meter wide roadway was packed with vehicles, and although there were gaps between the vehicles, they were also full of zombies. But there was no way for these zombies to cross over the cars that were almost as tall as them. But Yu Qishao didn't walk on the ground at all. Instead, he stepped on the roof of the car and directly jumped over. At first, Yu Qishao did jump over carefully, but at the back, Yu Qishao started playing around. Red is a bomb, white is walkable, and black is a step back. Yu Qishao also gave himself rules. Shixingyu felt that Yu Qishao was just idle, but she did have nothing to do. Otherwise she wouldn't be traveling around. Although he didn't understand what traveling meant, he probably knew that she wanted to look around. She handed the suitcase to Shixingyu to carry and bounced on the roof of the car herself. And the zombies next to her with a head of snow froze as they watched Yu Qixian jump over their heads. Shi Xingyu watched as Yu Qixiao stepped on the black ones and literally took a step back, and could only helplessly shake his head and continue to walk forward. He didn't walk on the roof of the car, but on the pavement. Leaning to the side there was pavement, although not wide, but there really was no car. Yu Qingyang when Xingyu did not feel that there was anything to see in this kind of scenery. This sea is not like a lake, completely frozen up. At this time, the sea is still rough. From time to time, there were a few zombie fish and mutant fish tangled together. Then he saw a zombie being thrown down from his side. The zombie then struggled in the water and was instantly devoured by the sea creatures. Oh! It's over if you fall down. This sea creature turns out to even eat zombies, Yu Qingyang said. Originally, she only wanted to jump on the roof of the car. Who let this zombie to grab her clothes? It caused her to fall off the roof of the car. Although it didn't hurt, but she fell off the roof of the car. Then the game was over. She was in the middle of playing. As soon as she got angry, Yu Qingyang dragged this zombie over the fence and onto the pavement, directly pushing it down. Shi Xingyu knew at this point that Yu Qinxiao was not only rude to humans, but also to her own kind. This zombie threw it when he said so. Yu Qinxiao had come to the cross-sea bridge to watch the sunrise. Just looking at the sky, there was no telling when it would clear up. So she chose a not bad car as a temporary shelter, wanting to wait for the sunrise here. When Shi Xingyu saw her get into the car, he put his suitcase into the car before speaking. I'm going to look for crystal cores. Yu Qixiao didn't know where to fish out a book. And as soon as she heard Shi Xingyu's words, she waved her hand at him, signaling that it would be fine for him to go. It was just that once Shi Xingyu went, he did not return. By the time Yu Qixian came back to his senses, it was already dark outside. Yu Qixian had to get out of the car and look around. She was already near the middle of the cross-sea bridge at this time. It was also more than 10 kilometers away from the shore. This cross-sea bridge was the longest cross-sea bridge in the world. Going to find Shi Xingyu? Yu Qingyang just thought about it for a second before giving up. Whether it was looking for people or zombies, it was troublesome. Furthermore, if Shi Xingyu couldn't handle it himself, she would just be sending food if she went. There was no need for that. Yu Qingyang didn't go back to the car, but climbed onto the roof and looked up at the sky. She seemed to see stars. Of course, it could also be that her eyes were blurry from her own low blood sugar. She squinted her eyes and stared at the sky. Looking like this, it was midnight. When Shi Xingyu returned, he saw Yu Qixiao sitting on the roof of the car from afar. She was like a statue, looking at the sky like this. Shi Xingyu placed a bag next to Yu Qixiao, and what sounded like a stone clashed with sound on the roof. But Yu Qixiao didn't look down. What are you looking at? Shi Xingyu asked. Looking at the stars, Yu Qixiao said. When Shi Xingyu heard this, he also looked up at the sky and did not see any stars, although the clouds did disperse some. Where were the stars? Where? Shi Xingyu couldn't see any stars, so naturally, he couldn't help but ask. It was only at this time that Yu Qixiao reacted to the fact that Shi Xingyu actually did not understand a lot of the things he said. But again, he was able to communicate very smoothly. Are you able to speak human language? Yu Qingyang suddenly thought of something. That was that advanced zombies were able to speak human language. If you want to enter the crowd, naturally, you can learn their language. But it's not necessary, Shi Xingyu explained. Once Yu Qingyang heard what Shi Xingyu said, his eyes stayed fixed on him. It turned out that advanced zombies could really speak human language. Speaking human language is not for the purpose of integrating into the crowd. It's just to make humans accept us better, Shi Xingyu continued. In the eyes of humans, zombies were low-level creatures that only acted on their own instincts. But in the eyes of their high-level zombies, humans were the low-level ones. After all, they were just food. So language has also become a means for you to prey on humans? Yu Qingyang couldn't help but ask. After all, when I read zombie novels in the past, I also didn't think at all that the reason why high-level zombies would speak human language was to prey on humans in order to get close to them. Chapter 29. You look like a rat. If you want to prey on prey, of course you will try to find a way. This is probably the instincts I left behind when I was a human, Shi Xingyu answered honestly, although he actually couldn't quite understand the meaning of some of the words. But his instincts from when he was once a human could tell him how he should answer and react. This was something they were born with as zombies. Zombies didn't count as living in groups. And the stronger the zombie, the stronger the sense of territory. Moreover, zombies didn't have any feelings, and would only think about getting stronger. Just like now. The reason why Shishing followed Yu Qingxian was not only because of the curiosity he felt towards her, but also because she was really strong in her own eyes. At least by following Yu Qingxian, he would be able to save his life if he encountered a zombie with a higher level than his own. Yu Qingxian listened to Shishing's words and did not ask anything else. Just that she lifted up the small bag that Shishing had placed beside her, and she could feel energy gushing out of this bag. It should be a crystal core. It's just that this kind of thing is not only important to the altered, it's also important to the zombies. Right? Giving her this pouch, she would probably have to kill quite a few zombies. No wonder it went for a night. However, Yu Qingyang still handed the crystal core in his hand to Shishing. Keep this. I don't use this kind of thing, but it's good to use it as a checker. Yu Qishao took out one and played with it in his hand. The rest of the bag of crystal cores were returned to Shishing. This made Shishing somewhat surprised. Although zombies had turned into monsters, they still needed to eat. If there was no food, then it would also need to absorb the energy in the crystal cores. This was also the reason why many high-level zombies brutally killed their own kind. Naturally, in order to not attract the attention of humans. So they needed to absorb more crystal cores. It's just that these ordinary crystal cores have a lower effect on the more advanced zombies. It was natural to look for crystal cores of the same level, but zombies of the same level were not good to kill. Then it was necessary to look for the exalted among the humans. Even if it was an ordinary aberrationist, the crystal cores in their bodies were very hard to come by for high-level zombies. Like that power-mutated zombie from before, who was obviously not yet sane, was able to get that much power because of those two aberrants. It was really unfair. That kind of stupid thing was able to kill two Xenos. And he had to follow Yu Qingyang, a leisurely zombie, to watch the laboring sunrise on this bridge. It's a snowy day with all the dark clouds. Where can we see any sunrise? He was kind enough to get her some crystals, but he said he'd use them to play checkers. I don't want to forget about it. Just starve to death. Shishing reached out and took the bag of crystals and shook them all into his mouth. It was like eating fried peanuts, chewing with a crunchy sound. You seem like a rat. Yu Qishao couldn't help but spit out the sound. Shishing, can you say something nice? What do you mean like a rat? And it just so happened that a mutant rat passed by from the side and seemed to be eating something in its mouth as well. That sound. The same as the sound of Shishing chewing on a crystal core. When Yu Qingyang heard this sound, he couldn't help but slap the roof of the car with laughter. This angry Shishing slapped the mouse into the sea. Then he turned around and went to clean up the zombies again. Yu Qishao didn't care about him either. It was normal for teenagers to be rebellious. Yu Qishao looked at the sky gradually whitening and even tinted with golden light. This made Yu Qishao immediately roll down from the roof of the car, open the suitcase, and take out the camera. She looked toward Shishing in the distance, who could no longer vent his anger by killing the zombies, and started throwing the car, and immediately waved at him. Come here quickly. The sun is coming out. Yu Qingyang still looked good-natured, looking at her slightly smiling face. Shishing could only throw the car in his hands and walk over towards her. He didn't know what there was to see in a broken sun. He didn't like the sun anyway. However, he walked over to the car Yu Qishao was sitting in front of, and his side looked towards the sea in the east. In fact, a golden horizontal line appeared between the sky and the sea. It was as if someone had drawn a line of light in this darkness with a colored brush. Although the clouds had not completely dispersed, they could not block the sun that was emerging from the sea. Yu Qishao sat on the roof of the car and held up his camera, taking pictures of the sea in the distance. After taking a few shots, Yu Qishao put the camera aside and watched the sunrise seriously. Although the sun rose every day, whether it was cloudy or sunny, rainy or snowy, it was always there. Yu Qingyang had lived for 20 years and had never seen a sunrise properly. Of course, he had seen it many times in other people's travel videos. Sometimes she envied others for being able to go out and travel, but sometimes it made her fearful, because mom and dad died on the way of traveling. This made Yu Qingxian even more reluctant to go out. Yu Qingxian looked at the beautiful sunrise. It was rare for her not to resist the word dawn. It's beautiful, right? Yu Qingxian asked Shishing. Shishing squinted her eyes and couldn't help but say, it's blinding. Come on. I've prepared props. Yu Qishao rarely agreed with Shishing's words and handed a pair of sunglasses to Shishing. Before Shixingyu could receive the sunglasses, Yu Qingxian's side had already put them on. Because after turning into a zombie, his sight was indeed much better. So he was indeed sensitive to light. The sunrise was nice to look at, but it was indeed too blinding. Looking at Yu Qingxiu's leisurely appearance, he took the sunglasses and put them on with some puzzlement. Before looking at the direction of the rising sun, well, it was very general. Yu Qingyang had seen the sunrise on the cross-sea bridge. So this trip was considered a perfect conclusion. Although the sun was out, this sunlight should be cold. The snow on the ground did not have the slightest trace of melting. Yu Qingyang packed up her things and dragged her suitcase again and bounced towards the shore. Shixingyu simply couldn't figure out that Yu Qixao ventured onto this bridge just to watch the sunrise? Was it really necessary? She really was the world's most boring zombie. And he himself was still farting around and following her. So he was even more boring. Shixingyu felt that he had scolded himself. Yu Qingyang was in a good mood as she took out a map and drew a tick on the cross-sea bridge, then headed towards the garden to the east. But if you go to stroll around the gardens and the imperial city or something, don't you have to change into an ancient dress? Forget it. No need to wear it now. In case she encounters any danger and she lies down on the ground, won't she dirty that dress? It's not appropriate. Then for the time being, let's include wearing Chinese dresses as one of the things she wants to do. After determining this, Yu Qingyang naturally hoofed it down to the bridge. Yesterday, the person at this guard post was killed by Gu Evening Qing. The new people would be sent in a few days. Maybe there would be an alien who would come. His own small body was not enough for them to warm up. Therefore, Yu Qingxiu's running back was slightly obscene in Shixingyu's eyes. The sneaky Yu Qixao, who was still looking around, made Shixingyu feel ridiculous. He had only seen people afraid of zombies. But this was the first time he had seen zombies afraid of people. The fact that she was so afraid of people wasn't entirely due to being a zombie. It might have something to do with when she was still human. Then when she was a human, wouldn't she never go out? Chapter 30. Running at the sight of people and being royally nice. Why are you in such a hurry? Shixingyu followed. This place belongs to an important junction. The officials are naturally going to send strong people over to guard it. And there might be an alien. Yu Qingyang explained. If she was a few days late, she wouldn't have been able to get off the bridge. One would have to live on the bridge for the rest of her life. Of course, this kind of thing was impossible. I guess this kind of place would be cleared out in a few years. The bridge was pretty important. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the case that the end times hadn't happened for long, and there would be a garrison in this place. But after this incident, it should expand the team's numbers, or even take the whole of H City back into their hands. Anyways, H City used to be a very important city. Yu Qingyang dragged his suitcase and passed through the guard post, and suddenly turned back to look at the cross-sea bridge. I hope I will have the chance to come back again. If I can, I must take a look at the clean and beautiful cross-sea bridge. Yu Qixao suddenly opened her mouth, although it seemed like she was speaking words to Shixingyu behind her. But Shixingyu knew that Yu Qixan was not speaking to herself. Rather, she was speaking words to the humans. As a zombie, she was so trusting of humans, even thinking that humans could defeat zombies. May I ask this zombie? Are you on the wrong side? However, if Yu Qixao didn't think so, Shixingyu would have to wonder again. But after all was said and done, it was still Yu Qixan the zombie that was strange as all. Yu Qixao looked at the sun that was gradually rising, and wouldn't feel that the sunlight was taking her off her feet. Therefore the umbrella wasn't necessary either. They went east from this place, along the offshore avenue. While the offshore avenue was gradually approaching the sea, a little further on, they could see some aquatic zombie creatures that climbed up the shore. They were all strangely shaped. Of course, there were not only zombie creatures and these aquatic creatures that dared to go up to the mainland. There were also some mutated aquatic creatures. These things even ate zombies. They really weren't picky at all. However, it was also true that many fish and aquatic creatures originally lived on carrion. Maybe zombies were more to the taste of these fish and aquatic creatures. I'm good at cooking. Do you want to try? Yu Qingxiu's suddenly unspoken words caused Shixingyu to look at her. No need. Shixingyu refused. The zombies only ate living things and hot ones. I'll make it out of living things. Hot. It was as if Yu Qixao at this moment possessed the ability to read minds. Giving a thumbs up to Shixingyu. Apart from writing novels and eating snacks and watching various books and travel videos during her lifetime, Yu Qingxiao's favorite thing was cooking. Of course, she always felt like she was wasting food. Every time she finished cooking, she definitely couldn't eat alone. The next time, she promised to be careful with the portion sizes. But the next time she made the portions, they were still more than enough for one person to eat. Maybe it wasn't that she didn't pay attention to portion sizes, but that in her heart, she longed for someone to eat with her. Like when Mom and Dad were still around. Shi Xingyu looked at Yu Qingxiao's rare bright eyes, and did not reject her. But he still wanted to tell Yu Qingxiao that zombies ate the kind of living, breathing, living things. Not hot food made from living things. After all, zombies needed to absorb fresh flesh and blood to boost their vitality. Meat that has lost its vigor, to a zombie, is like a human eating carrion. Right? Adding more seasoning would only make it harder to eat. Right? But looking at Yu Qingliang's appearance of wanting to make a big meal, Shi Xingyu could only resign himself to his fate. Of course, the matter of making a big meal, with Yu Qingxiao himself cannot stand the taste of cooked meat cooking before half, and the midway collapse. Yu Qingxiao also did not expect that the moment this cooked meat was heated up, it gave her a rotten meat flavor that made her sick to her stomach. You even promised me to eat this kind of thing. You're so bullish. Yu Qingxiao once again gave Shi Xingyu a thumbs up. In her place, she wouldn't have eaten it even if she was dead. Even though she was already dead. You're the one who made me eat it, all right. Shi Xingyu retorted. He had said he wouldn't eat it. After the little kitchen theater, Yu Qingxian dragged the suitcase again and continued east. And this time, there was no need for Yu Qingxian to tie a rope around Shi Xingyu's body. Shi Xingyu had already taken the initiative to help Yu Qingxian pull the suitcase. In Yu Qingxiu's eyes, Shi Xingyu, this old ox was becoming more and more competent. It would be bad if he really followed himself and got starved to death. I say, do you eat live chickens and ducks? Yu Qingxiao rode on the luggage, his back leaning against the luggage's drawbar, and couldn't help but ask Shi Xingyu. As long as it's a live animal, it's fine, Shi Xingyu replied. In this regard, he was not a picky eater. Of course, humans were the most delicious is all. Then let's find a way to raise a few ducks. In case you faint from hunger on the roadside. I can't carry you, so I'll have to leave you behind at that time, Yu Qingliang said as he flipped through the map. There should be feedlots around this kind of big city, although most of them had turned into zombie ducks. There should be some that were still alive and had become mutant ducks. Yu Qingliang's words were tinged with concern, and very much made people feel cold. They had all been together for almost a month. And if she fainted, she was going to leave herself behind. Shi Xingyu felt that this zombie with human consciousness and memories was much more desperate than the authentic zombie he was. There's no need to think about me fainting from hunger. It's just that. You really haven't eaten any flesh and blood from the time you turned into a zombie until now? Shi Xingyu thought of this question. Many zombies would be weakened if they didn't eat any flesh for a month or two. Of course not to the point of death. But some zombies would gradually decay. No. I'm not interested in cannibalism. Yu Qingliang turned the map over the page. Recently, she had added a lot to her equipment. For example, an illustration of all of China. Originally, this kind of thing was not available to the general public. Of course, she wouldn't have been able to get it if she didn't come to H City. There was a detailed record of all the places in the entire country on it. And naturally this kind of thing couldn't be mass-produced. Therefore it was only available at the exhibition hall. A few pages were randomly played every day. And of course, it was still very fast. Yu Qingliang had also once seen this thing in someone else's video. Sure enough, no one had bothered to take it. Now it was cheap for her. But zombies also need to eat. If you don't eat, you will also starve to death. Shi Xingyu reminded her. It wasn't that turning into a zombie made you immortal. Although it was quite a bit tougher than humans. But it wasn't tough all the time. Then let's wait until we're hungry. If I really feel like I'm starving to death causing me pain, then I'll do it, Yu Qingliang said with full concern. After all, she originally wanted to turn into a zombie in order to give up getting along with humans. It wasn't that she hated humans. She just didn't know how to get along with humans. Even knowing that there were many kind and wonderful people in humans. It was Yu Qingliang who just couldn't take that step. But there should be people like himself in the world. If these humans were still alive, would they really be able to overcome their mental difficulties and get along well with humans? If they could get along well with humans, that would be great. Don't ever follow your own example of becoming a zombie. Zombies. Not very nice to look at. Do it? How are you going to do it? Shixingyu was a bit puzzled and looked back at Yu Qixiao, who was sitting down on the luggage. She didn't have a single bit of fighting ability. Ran away when she saw someone. And was rotten nice. Chapter 31. I'm just here to travel. Shixingyu had thought of many possibilities. But it never occurred to her that she would take out a pistol and put it against her temple. It turned out that when she said do it, it wasn't to humans, but to herself. Obviously. The one who made him eat people before was this zombie who pointed a gun at himself. You'd rather kill yourself than do it to a human? I thought you weren't the type to care that much about humans. Tokoemi said. I just don't care about those who hurt their own kind. But I was once a human. I don't want to become a being that hurts my own kind. That would be the same as the people I hate. I don't want to become that. Yu Qingyan answered this question of Shixingyu very seriously. Of course. She didn't think that Shixingyu, a zombie, could understand her words. After all, how could a zombie understand what the word fellowship meant? It was true that Shixingyu did not understand what Yu Qixian said. Nor did she understand what Yu Qixian did. She would rather commit suicide than take action against humans. But, when you humans lay your hands on animals for slaughter, you don't see anyone committing suicide either. Shixingyu didn't understand. That's why I didn't stop you from eating humans. Wasn't it? Yu Qingyu looked up at Shixingyu. She had always understood this. Naturally. Yu Qixiao had no way of forcing everyone to think like herself. Nor would she force the zombies not to eat people. Although it was true that Shixingyu could not understand Yu Qixiang's thoughts. He knew at this point. If there was ever a day when she really had to lay her hands on unarmed humans, she would really raise her gun and solve herself. So when she took the gun in the first place, it was to do this? Then what was she doing with all those bullets? 10 at the most would have been enough. Then with all those bullets, you're not going to take me with you, are you? Shixingyu added. Since she could even do it to herself, she must not have much pressure on other zombies. Don't be nervous. It's not reserved for you. It's for people like the ones you killed. Yu Qingyan closed the map book after determining where the goose farm was. After saying this, he pointed in a direction. There's a big duck farm over there. If you're lucky, there should still be some alive. If you're not lucky, I'll cook for you, Yu Qingyan said. Shixingyu felt that it would be better for him to starve to death. Hey! He, a level 4 zombie, couldn't starve to death even if he didn't eat for 3 years. It was true that after spending time with Yu Qingyan, he had become an idiot. As Shixingyu began to head in the direction Yu Qixiao pointed, Yu Qixiao thought of something else. That was whether it was possible for a zombie to actually develop feelings for a human and not be able to lay a finger on them. After all, humans also trained animals as pets. So could a zombie become a human's pet? Or could humans become pets of zombies? Yu Qingyan was curious and asked this question out. This made Shixingyu feel that she was a bit whimsical. After Yu Qixiao asked it, she also felt that her question was indeed a bit ridiculous. She herself wouldn't believe that zombies wouldn't eat people. So why would others believe that zombies wouldn't eat people? Therefore, if I were a human, eat. Shixingyu answered first without waiting for Yu Qingyu to finish. Obviously, he knew what Yu Qixian was going to ask. It was that Yu Qixian wanted to say that if she was a human, then would he eat her? That was for sure. He didn't have any shedding feelings towards Yu Qixiao. A zombie wouldn't develop such feelings either. Wanting humans and zombies to coexist peacefully. Shixingyu felt that Yu Qixian should just die of this intention while he still could. Of course Yu Qixiao knew this. There were cases in zombie novels where zombies and humans got along well. She wasn't just asking about it. If someone really wanted to get along with zombies, she would definitely be the first one to rush up and wake the other person up. Let this person not be delusional. The zombie with human consciousness doesn't even think there's anything wrong with zombies eating people. Not to mention the zombies themselves. It was like he had been with Shixingyu for a month as well. But if he were a human now, he would still gnaw on himself without hesitation. This was the zombie's way of survival. The post-apocalyptic world was originally a fight between zombies and humans. It is impossible to live in peace unless one side defeats the other. If the humans win, then the earth will still be dominated by humans. If the zombies win, then the future overlords of the earth will be the plants and animals. Without humans, the zombies' food source would be cut off instantly. It can be said that this is probably the earth self-cleaning. It's like the age of the dinosaurs. Or maybe even longer ago. But I'm betting that humans will win, Yu Qingyan added. Shixingyu was a bit helpless. If the humans won, then all of them, the zombies, would die, including Yu Qingxiao. But when he thought of Yu Qingxiu's attitude, Shixingyu felt desperate again. Walking towards the duck farm, one would have to cross half of downtown H. If it was 2 living people, they would definitely not dare to do so. But Shixingyu was dragging his suitcase, and Yu Qingxiao was leisurely riding on the suitcase. After walking for 20 minutes, Yu Qingxiao suddenly felt the ground vibrate slightly. Shixingyu also stopped. Yu Qingxiao inclined his head to look behind him. When she saw that the zombies around her started to avoid the side, she became a little puzzled. Was there something unimaginable coming over? It wasn't until a 5-meter-tall zombie turned around from behind the building that Yu Qingxiao got right off the suitcase. This zombie had a large head. Of course, that wasn't the scariest part. It was its body. As if many zombies had stuck together to make it so large. It was no wonder that all the surrounding zombies turned and ran. As long as a zombie was stained by it, it would be devoured in an instant. Only a large city with a large population like H City would raise such a strange zombie. And this zombie was clearly not an ordinary zombie. Yu Qingyang stared at this zombie. It was found that although its entire body was devouring zombies, but on its body, there were indeed many zombies sticking to it. It was just that the heads of these zombies were not being devoured, and they were even struggling to climb out. This made Yu Qingyang immediately understand that this zombie's upper limit of devouring should be almost reached. Otherwise, the heads of these zombies would not be exposed, much less have the opportunity to crawl outwards. When Shixingyu saw this kind of zombie, he knew that it was not good to fight against it, unless it was a long-range attack. Therefore, he pulled his suitcase and ran elsewhere. On the contrary, it was Yu Qingyang who took out his camera and took a picture of this zombie. Devouring evolution was also considered one of the methods of zombie evolution. It's just that this way is too primitive and doesn't look elegant. It was the same as a wild beast. Yu Qingyang preferred Shixingyu's way. At least it looked more in line with human eating aesthetics. And at this moment, Shixingyu, who was praised by Yu Qingyu, did not feel any honor at all. When he turned around, he saw that Yu Qingxian was actually taking pictures with his camera. And he was momentarily furious. Are you here to travel? Of course. When this was asked, Shixingyu regretted it. Sure enough, Yu Qingxiao nodded. Yeah. As I said before, I'm here to travel. Traveling could certainly be perfect. Or it could be a constant stream of accidents. But whichever it was, Yu Qingyang would face it openly. Of course, when it was time to lie on the ground and play dead, she would definitely not hesitate for a second. Chapter 32, Up to 2 pounds. Well, it can weigh you to death. After Yu Qingyang took the picture, she jumped off the suitcase. The sudden lack of weight made Shixingyu stagger a few steps. When he turned around, he saw that Yu Qingxiao had actually walked towards the large zombie. How many levels of zombie is this? It should have a crystal core. If you get the crystal core of this zombie, it should be able to be more useful than ordinary crystals, Yu Qingyang said. First of all, this zombie could devour zombies. Then it could devour humans. And it still looked like it was a very difficult type of zombie. If it really let it digest these zombies, it would probably become even more difficult to handle. And looking at it, the number of zombies it had devoured should be nearing its upper limit. This was a good opportunity. Shixingyu completely did not expect that Yu Qingyang was doing this for himself. This zombie was a level 3 zombie. And although its abilities weren't strong yet, it would indeed become more troublesome if it finished devouring. He wasn't a long-range attacking zombie, although he did have supernatural abilities. But if he was stuck by this zombie and forcefully devoured it, then he would waste half of his strength struggling. Most importantly, was Yu Qingyang underestimating this zombie too much? Although it did look bulky now, but the number of zombies it had devoured was already unknown. Yu Qingxiao pulled out a pistol from his backpack and shot the zombie in the face. Only then did he turn his head and ask Shixingyu, "Lure it to a place with more zombies. The more the better." Shixingyu felt that Yu Qingyang was crazy, but he himself was crazy to be willing to listen to Yu Qingxian. This way. Shixingyu pointed a direction to Yu Qingxian. After Yu Qingxiao determined the direction, he said a lot of unpleasant words to that zombie. That zombie was immediately attracted towards Yu Qingxiao, only for some reason. After seeing Yu Qingxiao and Shixingyu, the zombie turned its head and ran. Yu Qingxiao? Why did it run away? It's afraid of you, Yu Qingxiao said. It was true that in the zombie world, being powerful meant you could do whatever you wanted. Shixingyu looked at Yu Qingxiao looking at her with admiration, and didn't know how to explain. This zombie was cursed away by her after a few curses. Protect your suitcase. I'll go drive the zombie towards that place. You find a place to hide first. Shixingyu also probably understood what Yu Qingxian was going to do at this time. He shoved the suitcase in his hand and instantly ejected. Yu Qingxian looked at Shixingyu, who disappeared in an instant. Yu Qingxian thought, it's true that those who can do more waste walks off. Luckily, she was waste. Otherwise it would have been a dry run. Yu Qingxiao went over from the next street. There were more zombies in that direction, and she could still occasionally see the tall zombie through the gaps between the buildings. As for Shixingyu, she did not see it. But Yu Qingyan wasn't worried about his safety. All in all, no matter which one she took out, it wasn't really too much of a loss for Yu Qingyan. It was that if the old ox died, she would have to drag her suitcase and walk by herself. But that was how she had planned to travel step by step in the beginning. It was just a return to the original point. Yu Qingyan saw the front. In front of her was a square that was densely filled with zombies. It wasn't known if they gathered in this place when they were alive, or if they gathered in this place after they turned into zombies. Anyway, the snow on the ground of the square had been trampled by the zombies. Yu Qingyan looked at so many zombies and headed to the nearby building, taking out her camera to take a few shots. Why didn't she think of filming a zombie wave or something before? A video would be fine. And that zombie was driven towards the square by Shixingyu. The closer it got over there, the more zombies stuck to this zombie. And the places it passed by left behind zombie limbs. These limbs were all undigested. Obviously, Yu Qingyang's idea was correct. One could only blame this zombie for being unlucky. It had encountered Yu Qingxiao. It was already full of food, and then after being scolded by Yu Qingxiao, it panicked, thus getting stuck with more zombies. Then it would collapse on its own. Yu Qingxiao was not involved in the battle between Shixingyu and that zombie. Therefore did not know how Shixingyu and that zombie fought. Anyway, half an hour later, when Shixingyu returned, his body was clean, and he was holding a crystal clear crystal core in his hand. This crystal core was much larger than normal crystal cores. It was almost as big as Yu Qingyang's palm, and there was a beautiful luster flowing inside. No matter how Yu Qingxiao looked at it, she couldn't imagine that a creature as ugly as a zombie would have something so pretty in its brain. Just as she looked at Shixingyu giving this crystal core to herself again, she still refused. I don't need this kind of thing. Keep it for yourself. Anyways, this zombie was killed by Shixingyu, so the crystal core should also be Shixingyu's. However, Shixingyu did not put it away, but directly stuffed it into Yu Qingxiu's backpack. So heavy. Yu Qingxiao complained. At most 2 kilograms, alright. It can weigh you to death. Shixingyu was speechless as she looked at Yu Qingxiang, who was about to lie on the ground. This crystal core was much lighter than that camera she had hung around her neck. Right. That camera didn't weigh her to death. This crystal core could weigh her to death. It was just that he hadn't thought that this crystal core was actually with attributes. Whether it was a human or a zombie. As long as you fused this nucleus, then there was an 80% chance of awakening psychic abilities. He already had psychic abilities. Absorbing this crystal core so rashly was a complete waste. It also can't let him promote it once. Might as well keep it, and use it when this little trash thinks he should have some ability. After all, it's not easy to find a crystal core with attributes. Yu Qingxiao also knew that this crystal core should be very rare, or else Shixingyu wouldn't have eaten it. But let himself carry it. Forget it. Just carry it on your back. If you don't eat it now, I'll give it to some kind cute and understanding kid some other day. Shixingyu looked at Yu Qingxiu's rolling eyes, and knew what she was thinking. I'm doing this for your own good. Shixingyu was helpless. Then thank you so much. Yu Qingxiao gave a thank you to Shixingyu. Obviously a child who is a dozen years younger than himself. How could he speak to his big sister like an elder? It's good that you know. Is there anything else you haven't done? If it's done, we have to go, Shixingyu said. Yu Qingxiao immediately straightened up at his words. No more, no more. Let's go. After saying her words, she mounted her beloved suitcase again. Shixingyu felt that he should be considered to have been taken advantage of. Sure enough, Yu Qingxiao, this zombie, has a zombie heart for a human. Anyway, no matter what, she wanted to reduce the trouble for humans. That zombie would indeed be difficult to kill if it really digested all the zombies in its body. If she killed that zombie herself, then she would be eradicating a potential hazard for humanity. If he died, then he would also be able to eradicate a big zombie. What a bad-hearted little zombie. Let's go! Timothy reached out and grabbed the suitcase, dragging it along. Yeah! Set off towards the duck farm. Yu Qixiao raised one hand before giving the order. After they left, the dead zombie transformed into a pile of slime that continuously eroded the surrounding zombies, melting all the skin and flesh of the surrounding zombies into a pile of foul-smelling blood. Chapter 33. What if you die outside? It was already a few days later when Court Lady Wen arrived in H City. Qinan looked at the city in front of him. The snow had melted slightly, but it looked like there would be another heavy snowfall in a few days, even bigger than this one. The two of them, Qinan and Court Lady Wen, were considered to be more compatible nowadays. Before, because of that civilian survivor base, Qinan had no way to leave. But after he pulled back so many medicines afterwards, he got in touch with the official base. And in exchange for those medicines, he let the survivors of this civil survivor base enter the official base. Of course, it was the official people who came to escort them. Being able to go to a big base, the survivors of the folk base were naturally willing, especially to an official big base. That was definitely guaranteed. Plus, these survivors could also see that Qinan was staying in this place because he was worried about their safety. They were a small base, with only a couple of thousand people. Thus they were naturally willing to go to a large base, taking responsibility for themselves and giving Qinan freedom. Someone as powerful as Qinan could go anywhere. Are you sure that person will come to H City? There are a lot of zombies in this place. Right? Qinan's car stopped at the side of the road and didn't go forward. If they went further, they would enter the city. The population of such a large city would have been large, and there would be a lot of zombies. The survivors in one city alone would be enough to establish a survivor base. What's more, this place was connected to the cross-sea bridge, so there must be official people guarding this place. It was just that if they wanted to clear out the zombies in the entire city, it was estimated that without a few years, it would definitely not be possible. Not sure. I guess it should come to this place, Wenchang said, then pushed open the car door and got out of the car. If she hadn't guessed wrongly, that little zombie would inevitably be traveling through all the famous scenic spots. And this cross-sea bridge was the place that many people would come to hit. Of course, she could have guessed wrong. It was just that the other day, the people from their official base found a warning cloth in J City with danger signs painted on it. It looked like a child's graffiti, but you could barely tell that it was indeed a sign of danger. Afterwards, once they checked the base's Xenos, they found that there were 2 Xeno squads that hadn't returned after going to J City. In other words, those 2 squads, most likely, had folded in J City. Even a Xenomancer could die inside. What kind of person could hang such a big piece of warning cloth on the roof of J City? And as soon as Qinan and Wenchang combined the clues that both of them got, it can be determined that the one who left that piece of warning cloth is the person the two are looking for. However, Wenchang didn't tell Qinan that it wasn't a person, but a zombie. But that being said, like that little zombie would protect humans, how could it be considered half human? She did not only go to the hot spring scenic spot, but also went to the ancient city of J City. So it was inevitable that she would also come to the cross-sea bridge in H City. But Court Lady Wen wasn't sure if that little zombie had come or not. The system also had no way to detect the other party's traces nowadays, so it could only follow the way it wanted to. Qinan watched Wenchang get out of the car, so he glanced back at the car behind him. The original squad he had was now only 5 people. After all, to run across the country, there were definitely people who were reluctant. Staying in the base and joining another alien squad would be the same. There was absolutely no need to wander around. What if they died out there? The 3 people who followed Qinan and Court Lady Wen were naturally following because they had a lifelong friendship with Qinan. It was natural to follow. As for Wenchang, this little girl, she was also a strong fighter. And even though it was her idea to leave the base. But anyways, the 3 of them and her had also cooperated and fought together. There was also a time when they had put their lives in the hands of this little girl. No matter what, she was also trustworthy. Yu Qingyang was catching ducks at the moment. Naturally, she hadn't expected that little pervert to be able to touch H City. At this time, she looked at the zombie ducks in the duck farm, and directly activated the machine in the duck farm that she didn't know what it was, and pressed it all the way over. Shi Xingyu squatted on the wall and watched Yu Qingxian crush those zombie ducks like crazy. But there was nothing unexpected. After all, after these ducks turned into zombie ducks, They were also cannibalistic. As soon as he saw that all the ducks in this duck farm had turned into zombie ducks, he knew that Yu Qingyang definitely couldn't sit still. Shishingyu did not intend to stop either. Zombie ducks were just very low-level zombies in his eyes anyway. The mutated ducks were probably already full of wildness and flew out. Even if they didn't fly out, they were still eaten by those zombie ducks. Yu Qingyang waited for this machine to stop before realizing that this machine should be used to cut corn. This duck farm, it should be fed with pure grains. And with such a large scale, business should have been good before the end of the world. Yu Qingyang looked at those zombie ducks that she crushed into cakes. But she was a little embarrassed. She then went to the house where the people lived. It was found that the ones who lived here were a couple who should be older. Both of them had turned into zombies. Yu Qingyang stood at the door and looked at the two zombies in the house. So she spoke. "Excuse me." After saying this, he went into the house. It was as if he was a guest at the door. When Shishingyu, who was squatting on the fence, saw that Yu Qinxiao had really gone into someone's house, he stood up. He looked around to make sure there was no danger before jumping off the fence. By the time Shishingyu entered the house, he found that Yu Qinxiao had already started to take someone's tea set and make tea. As for the two zombies in the host's house, they were just hanging around the house. There was no intention to drive Yu Qinxiao away either. Yu Qingxia's tea boiling was just a process. Without electricity, that electric kettle for boiling tea couldn't be used. But Yu Qinxiao did all the steps. Afterwards, he poured 2 cups of tea and placed them in front of the table. Only then did he stand up. Shishingyu looked at Yu Qingxian's serious expression and thought she was going to do something. As a result, Yu Qinxiao bowed to the two zombies. "I'm sorry. I crushed all the ducks you raised." After saying this, she pointed to the 2 cups of tea bathing water on the table and continued. "So I made 2 cups of tea for you guys as an apology." After saying this, Yu Qinxiao pulled Shishingyu out of the room and then locked the door. It was directly shut. Shishingyu looked at the door, which she had tied with various things, and looked at Yu Qingyang somewhat speechlessly. "A minute ago, you were apologizing to someone else. A minute later, you're directly locking someone to death in this room. It can't be helped. It's not like I can kill them, but I can't let them run out and eat people. This is the best way." Yu Qingyang looked at Shishingyu's speechless expression and knew what he was going to say. When Shishingyu heard this, he also felt that this was indeed the best way. But this kind of duck farm would not normally have people come. Right? Even if they didn't seal the door shut, there wouldn't be any problems. Yu Qingyang looked at the closed door, originally coming to catch a few ducks. But now, he could only return empty-handed. Luckily, Shishingyu was currently starving, so she didn't have to worry much. After leaving the duck farm, Yu Qinxiao and the others went all the way east again. Just how could Yu Qinxiao not think that he could still run into that little pervert head-on after he had been traveling for a month? Chapter 34 definitely died because of ignorance. Yu Qinxiao was seeing 2 cars from afar, one of which she had seen before. It was the car driven by that man. And that little pervert had crossed paths with that man. Now that that man's car appeared in this place, the reason was definitely not simple. What if it was egged on by that little pervert? So Yu Qinxiao immediately called out to Shishingyu to hide. It was just that Yu Qinxiao didn't know that as soon as she entered the 3-kilometer range, her whereabouts were instantly under the control of Court Lady 1. So when the system alerted her that she had found the little zombie's whereabouts, it made Court Lady 1 jump straight up from her seat in joy. She hadn't expected that it had really been found. But the little zombie was accompanied by a level 4 zombie. A level 4 zombie. She hadn't encountered one yet. What's wrong? Qinan saw that Wen Chong looked very excited, so he asked with some confusion. Wen Chong's court ladies originally had the same purpose as Qin An's, both looking for that little zombie. Now they were also considered partners. There was no need for her to hide it from Qinan. "I found the trail of the person you're looking for," Wen Chong said. After saying this, she added, "But I didn't tell you before that it wasn't actually a human. It was a zombie." The word zombie fell into Qin An's ears, causing him to directly hit the brakes. The car behind him also stopped immediately. Using the intercom, they asked Qinan about the situation. Qinan just said he was fine and restarted the car again. A zombie? How could a zombie help a human find medicine? Qinan was still a bit inept at accepting it. Only humans would help humans. Zombies would only eat people. Believe it or not is up to you. Otherwise you said that even you didn't enter the interior of the hospital. How could that person go in alone and carry out so many medicines? When Chang asked rhetorically. It was precisely because he was a zombie that he was able to do these things. All of Qin An's doubts at the time were solved. So why would someone be able to go unhindered in a place full of zombies? Why give them medicine and then hide? But since it was a zombie, there was no need to find the other party. Anyways, the other person was avoiding them. And there was absolutely no need to look for them anymore. Then what are you looking for this zombie for? Qin An was a bit curious. He had never asked Court Lady Wen about this. As a human, chasing after a zombie wasn't quite appropriate. Was it? Just curious. Aren't you? A zombie that doesn't have any hostility towards humans. Anyone else would be curious. Right? When Chang's court lady smiled. But she was honest about it. Qin An nodded. That was true. A zombie that didn't have any hostility towards humans. If it could become a partner, it would almost be able to run rampant in the post-apocalyptic world. However, judging by the other party's behavior, this zombie didn't seem to like being in a crowd. However, it's a little difficult to approach this little zombie now. Court Lady Wen could sense that the other party wasn't making any movements at this point. Stopping in front of them. That level 4 zombie didn't move either. Why? Qin An was puzzled. Although it was a zombie, Court Lady Wen had said that the other party didn't have any combat power. Because beside this zombie, there is another level 4 zombie. When Chang did admit it graciously, she definitely couldn't beat a rank 4 zombie. As for Qin An, he was now a level 2 exalt, which was already considered the best among exalts. But it was still a bit dangerous to try to fight a level 4 zombie alone. Qin An also didn't expect that there was a big zombie beside this small zombie. If they wanted to get close to this small zombie, then they would have to kill this level 4 zombie. But they were not clear about the relationship between these two zombies, so it was naturally inappropriate to make a move rashly. When Court Lady Wen finished saying this, she signaled Qin An to stop the car. Qin An stopped the car and looked in the direction that Wen Chang pointed, only to see two figures, one tall and one short, standing on the roof of a 10-story building. It was almost a few hundred meters from their position. But in an instant, the two silhouettes disappeared on the roof of the building. Yu Qingyang stood on the roof of the building, holding binoculars to observe the two SUVs. Sure enough, she saw two familiar people. She immediately beckoned for Shixingyu, and then handed him the binoculars. That man seems to be a psychic. The girl is not clear, but she is very powerful. She has grown a dog's nose. She can find me wherever I go. I doubt if I have a GPS installed on me. A pervert. Her age is probably about the same as yours. Not much older than a few years. Yu Qingyang introduced to Shixingyu. And Shixingyu did not expect that these two humans were Yu Qingyan's acquaintances. Can we eat? There was indeed a shifter. And it was still someone Yu Qishao hated. It should be fine to eat it then. You kid, take it easy. I suspect that little girl has something on her. In short, don't mess with it easily. And that good evening Qing too. Stay as far away as you can. Yu Qishao waved his hand in a hurry. It was no longer a matter of whether to eat or not. Their car stopped. And that little girl is reaching out and pointing at us. Shixingyu said. Once Yu Qishao heard that the other party had noticed them, he tugged at Shixingyu and left. They came down from the roof of the building and quickly shifted positions. Are you that afraid of them? With me around? They wouldn't dare come near you. Right? Shixingyu said. It was not clear what she was afraid of. If you really can't beat them, just head straight for the herd of zombies. Even if the other party is more powerful, it's impossible for them to really rush into the herd and grab someone. Yu Qingyang felt that the zombies were just ignorant and fearless. They really didn't understand what it meant to have a protagonist's aura. Even if you are powerful, in the end, you will only become a crystal core in the hands of the protagonist. Yu Qingyang felt that. Is it necessary for her to give Shixingyu a little bit of science about what it means to be a protagonist? There are some people that naturally look like they can't be messed with. But as she looked back at Shixingyu, she couldn't help but say, if you die one day, it will definitely be because of ignorance. Shixingyu sniffed, not caring about the words. Death was optional for zombies. It would not be feared or scared. Zombies were meant to keep charging forward for food, unless the opponent was strong enough to make the zombie retreat in fear. In this case, zombies only had fear when they were against their own kind. Like the fear that couldn't make the zombies resist when Yu Qingyang roared those zombies. Is that so? Shixingyu's tone was relaxed, not feeling that death was anything to fear. Yu Qingxiao looked at Shixingyu's indifferent face, and she realized that Shixingyu's face almost never had much of an expression. In the end, they weren't really the same. Are you following me with any intentions? Yu Qixiao reached out and took her suitcase from Shixingyu's hand, unable to resist asking him. This was a question that she hadn't even asked before. Shixingyu also didn't stubbornly try to help Yu Qixian pull the suitcase, and didn't feel anything when the suitcase was taken over by Yu Qixian. There's just nothing to do, Shixingyu said. Is a zombie's personality affected by its pre-birth personality? Yu Qingyang couldn't help but ask again. Other than memories and the perception of being a human, the rest of the personality and the way of speaking should be the habits from being a human, Shixingyu said. Yu Qingyang nodded. It turned out that Shixingyu was also not talkative when he was alive, and would only open his mouth when others took the initiative to talk to him. He belonged to the slow type. It seems that in school, in the eyes of those students, just like himself, he also belonged to the category of freaks. Chapter 35. Let's see you later. Yu Qixiao did not hand the suitcase to Shixingyu, but carried it himself. Shixingyu looked at the back of the person walking in front of him. He didn't know why, but he always felt that Yu Qixian seemed different from the beginning. But then again, it seemed like it was still the same as before. They were just walking one after the other. The zombies around them also just brushed past them. It was as if the end of the world hadn't actually happened. Sometimes Yu Qingyang would stop in front of the window for a while, lying on the glass as if he was actually shopping. Shixingyu felt that Yu Qingyang was just wasting his time. However, he glanced back at the stagnant zombies behind him and felt that the zombies themselves were also wasting time. With so many zombies, until they turned into a pile of rotten meat, they might not even be able to take a bite of fresh flesh and blood. Yu Qingyang's eyes moved away from the window before looking ahead. Let's part ways here. Yu Qixiao looked back at Shixingyu. These words were said very suddenly. It made Shixingyu not even react. Why would Yu Qixiang want to say goodbye to himself so suddenly? When Yu Qixiang did not receive a response from Shixingyu, she slightly inclined her head to look at Shixingyu's expression. It was as if she suddenly remembered something. So she took out the crystal core in her backpack. Right-o. There's also this. I have to return it to you, Yu Qingyang said. Only Shixingyu didn't pick it up, and directly snatched Yu Qixian's suitcase, dragged it and ran forward. When Yu Qixiao reacted, Shixingyu had already run out 100 meters. No. How is this zombie still robbing? Originally, she should have rushed up to hold this brat down and beat him up. But instead, she didn't speed up her own pace. And as she walked through an alley, she looked sideways. Then she saw a little girl standing in the alley. The little girl was wearing a white dress and was standing in the dimly lit alley. Of course, it was certainly not a human. Rather, it was a zombie. Yu Qixiao looked at this zombie, and this zombie also looked at Yu Qixiao. This made Yu Qixiao feel as if she had met Shixingyu for the first time. Yu Qixiao just looked at her a few more times before withdrawing his sight and walking forward. And Shixingyu, who had already disappeared, folded back. When he saw Yu Qixian standing at the entrance of the alley, he couldn't help but say, "Doing what? Don't you want the box?" Yu Qixiao sniffed and then remembered that his case had been snatched by this little bastard. "You still have the nerve to say that my box was lifted by you." Before Yu Qixiao finished her words, a figure suddenly rushed out behind her. Then it directly jumped onto her back. The hand circled her neck. This made Yu Qixiao fall back slightly, but her hand still subconsciously went back to support the person on her back. In terms of weight, the person who popped onto her back wasn't heavy, and she didn't smell the aroma that only belonged to living things, indicating that it was a zombie. Realizing this, Yu Qingyang reached out and yanked the zombie off her back. A glance revealed that it was a skinny-looking girl. Sure enough, it was the zombie he had just seen in the alley. She just took one more look. Shixingyu also immediately felt that this zombie was a level 3 zombie. However, it could break through level 3 into level 4 at any time. Looking at her movements, she instantly jumped onto Yu Qixia's back. So it wasn't a stupid and savage zombie. It was in the same evolutionary direction as herself. There weren't many zombies that could evolve their own consciousness. More of them evolved towards great power. They only need to prey on more humans. It didn't need the IQ to compete with humans. After all, to evolve intelligence will lose a large part of the energy, resulting in this type of intelligent zombies, and human body size is not different. In addition to the color of the eyes cannot be changed. There is no body temperature, heartbeat and respiration. The appearance is not much different from humans. But the zombies that choose the direction of evolution of intelligent zombies have subconscious minds. That is to say, this little zombie, also unwilling to become savage. And it was also a very intelligent type when it was born. The smarter one was. The higher the chance of evolving into an intelligent type of zombie after being infected with the virus. Yu Qingyang looked at this little zombie. The snow around her hadn't melted yet. And she was wearing a thin summer skirt. So even though Yu Qixao didn't feel cold, she still couldn't help but fight a cold war. However, Yu Qixao wouldn't think that she was a cute little child just because she wasn't very old. After all, this was a zombie. By the looks of it, it was also a high-level zombie. She already had a high-level zombie by her side. If she brought another high-level zombie with her, Yu Qixao didn't think she could handle it. So she reached out and pushed the little girl, before she turned around and walked forward. "Sister, won't you take me with you? You can even carry him." When the little girl saw that Yu Qingxian refused to take her, she spoke directly. When Yu Qixao heard this, she looked at the little girl with some surprise. It turned out that this zombie could also talk and communicate. I guess it was a zombie of the same type as Shixingyu. It was one that possessed intelligence. Since it possessed intelligence, it should become a party overlord. Shixingyu couldn't be driven away. If there was another one, Yu Qingyang felt that he wouldn't be a walking tour. It would become a tour group. Of course, Yu Qixao was not happy. Originally, he had planned to be by himself. She brought Shixingyu because this old cow could help her pull the luggage. But what could this little girl do? And her intuition told her that this little girl was dangerous. An existence even more dangerous than Shixingyu. Shixingyu pulled Yu Qixao behind her. And only then did she stare at this little girl. As a zombie, he could also feel the level of danger of this little zombie. It was estimated that she had fooled a lot of humans with this look of hers. "How many people have you eaten?" Shixingyu asked her. The little girl, however, opened her big red eyes, looking as if she couldn't understand what Shixingyu was saying. Her eyes just kept staring at Yu Qixien. It seemed like she was waiting for Yu Qixien to speak. As for the zombie in front of her, who was of a higher rank than her, the little girl did not put it in her eyes at all. When Yu Qixao saw that the little girl kept staring at her, she shrank behind Shixingyu. "Shixingyu? No way. She looks dangerous." Although Shixingyu was also a high-level zombie. But how to put it? He didn't have much heart. But this little girl looked like a zombie with 80 heart eyes. If he brought it with him, maybe one day both Shixingyu and himself would have their skulls lifted by this little girl. Although he didn't have a crystal core in his head, ordinary zombies wouldn't stare at him. But Shixingyu was different. A level 4 zombie. If taken out, it would be a complete jackpot. But why did this little girl look like she was targeting herself? Yu Qixao reached out and took his suitcase. And without talking nonsense with this zombie, he turned around with the suitcase and ran. Even Shixingyu didn't react. "Shixingyu, help me block her. We'll see you later." Yu Qingyang sold Shixingyu without a second thought. In short, let Shixingyu block this zombie first. She ran first. What was this all about? Yu Qingyang just wanted to take advantage of the fact that no one was around to have a good trip. Chapter 36. He's a waste. I'm not. Shixingyu looked at Yu Qingxian, really didn't care at all about the month or so of time spent together, and just sold him out. So who is the more ruthless zombie? Thanks to Yu Qixao, this zombie still had a human consciousness. The little girl watched Yu Qixao run away. So she dodged and tried to go after him. Only when she dodged, she was grabbed by Shixingyu's calf and directly threw her out ruthlessly. The little zombie directly hit the wall. But this kind of impact was completely nothing to damage for a high-level zombie. But this little zombie also did not expect that this Shixingyu was also very fast. It seemed that to get close to that zombie, then the only way was to defeat this zombie in front of him. Rank combat power. One was definitely inferior to this zombie. So now is it to run? Or just fight? Yu Qingyang was really running away. Although he was very sorry for Shixingyu, it was something that could not be helped. It wasn't like he was here to collect little brothers. Moreover, with two high-level zombies, it was hard for one to lie down on the ground and play dead. Those exalted could think that they were a corpse or an ordinary zombie. But with ranked zombies, the shifters were able to detect it. On the contrary, with a high-level zombie, it was still easy to be detected. But Yu Qingyang was a little puzzled at this moment. Why could that little girl find herself? Was it possible that his idea had been exposed? Otherwise, why would she have chased her to H City? Then wouldn't it be known that he had gone to the Eastern Original Garden? Yu Qingyang ran while looking back. Then he heard the sound of bang. Although he didn't know what the situation was, he only felt that the fight should be very intense. If they were fighting so heavily, they wouldn't have attracted an alien. Right? Like the little girl and the man who had been coming after her. Though I don't know what their names are. And of course, there was Gu Evening Qing. If Gu Evening Qing hadn't left yet, then Shixingyu and that little zombie, their lives wouldn't be in danger. Right? Yu Qingliang thought so. And then felt that he was overthinking it. Those two were both high-level zombies, and were intelligent. They would definitely run when they encountered danger. It would be better to worry about them than worry about yourself. Thinking of this, Yu Qixao began to feel at ease again. But she also didn't expect that after 3 hours, these two zombies would block her way. Yu Qixao instantly fell to her knees. Sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. Yu Qixao conceded with alacrity. When Shixingyu looked at Yu Qixao, who was kneeling in front of him on his face, a drop of sweat also fell out of the back of his head. He then looked down at the little girl next to him. This was the zombie she was going to follow. It was really unreliable. I've talked to her. She's just interested in you. She doesn't want to hurt you. What she said? Let's say it's the truth, Shixingyu said. When Yu Qingyang heard this, he looked at the little girl next to him. The little girl was still looking at Yu Qixien with wide eyes. There was still a smile on her face. What do you mean? For the time being? I don't even consider you 100% trustworthy. Let alone her. Yu Qixao spoke directly. And of course from the heart. The one in front of him was a zombie. And naturally, he would not feel any harm in what Yu Qixao said. There was no such thing as trust or distrust between zombies. They only acted on their own thoughts. Although Yu Qixao was indeed special, in terms of the energy of the zombie itself, it was not even comparable to an ordinary zombie. Even if they lifted her skull, they wouldn't be able to pull out half a crystal core. In other words, for them, these high-level zombies, to lay their hands on Yu Qixao was completely just having a real brain problem. But I'm just interested in my sister. I don't want to do anything else. The little zombie carried her hands behind her back. Those beautiful red onyx-like eyes carrying a smile. As expected, seeing a human's expression on a zombie's face was weird in any way. Such a zombie would not be the kind of zombie heroine in the post-apocalyptic zombie text. Smart and powerful, but also able to rule over zombies. Thinking of this, Yu Qingyang ventured to ask, Sister, can you command zombies? Can oh. The little sister tilted her head and replied, Oh! Good heavens. This was the third suspected female protagonist of a post-apocalyptic text she had met. Shixingyu actually wasn't too sure if Yu Qingyang would take this little zombie with her. But the question she had just asked was indeed surprising. How did Yu Qingyang know that this little zombie could command zombies again? And the little zombie also answered that it could. This little zombie was indeed extraordinary. After all, only a zombie king could command zombies. But her rank wasn't as good as her own. He himself didn't have the ability to command zombies. But she could command zombies? Then Yu Qingyang, who was kneeling on the ground, stood up. There's no way out then. Together, Yu Qixao opened his mouth. After saying this, he handed the suitcase in his hand to Shixingyu. When Shixingyu reached out and took it, Yu Qixien sat up again. With regards to Yu Qingxiao's transformation, both Shixingyu and that little zombie were a bit surprised. For some reason, Yu Qixao suddenly agreed. Yu Qixao had indeed given up resistance. First of all, female main characters all had a female main character aura. Of course, there were also reasons why the female leads were great. Like that Gu Evening Qing. She herself was very powerful. But one did encounter her a lot. There was also that little pervert. His fighting strength was not bad. A person who could live in the post-apocalyptic world for a month. And even Shabu Shabu in the post-apocalyptic world. It was not simple. It was definitely not simple. Compared to Shixingyu who didn't remember her name. This little zombie didn't remember the memories of being a human either. But she had a ring on her wrist. So she handed it to Yu Qixien to see. Yu Qixien recognized it. The medical identification band that hospitalized people wore on their wrists. And on this little zombie's wrist, she was wearing a red wristband. In other words, she was an endangered patient when she was alive. It had her name, age and department on it. It's a 12-year-old heart patient, and very sick with this condition. But before she died, she ushered in the end times. After that, she turned into a zombie, and lost her memories from when she was a human. The little girl's name was Xiao Ji, 12 years old. Yu Qingyang thought she was at most 8 or 9 years old. She looked skinny and small. It turned out that she was already 12 years old. Now that she had turned into a zombie, she shouldn't have to suffer from heart disease anymore. But what was the use of following her? Is it okay for you two to follow me? Not going to compete for the title of Zombie King? Yu Qingyang turned the map over again and studied where exactly she was going. What if she was afraid that little pervert would find her again? The seaside was dangerous nowadays. So take the coastal route. The three of them were all zombies anyway. Shishingyu didn't say anything, but it was Xiao Ji who smiled and said, I'm not interested in that kind of location. If you're not interested, you can still do what you're interested in. Follow me. But there's no humans to eat. Look at him. He hasn't eaten anyone for almost a month. Yu Qingyang pointed at Shishingyu. This was indeed the truth. Ever since that night when he gnawed on 2 dead people, he hadn't eaten fresh flesh and blood. He's a waste. I'm not. Xiao Ji replied. These words were clearly mocking Shishingyu. It was as if she had eaten a lot of people. Xiao Ji looked toward Shishingyu when she said this. After all, Xiao Ji had never seen a zombie that didn't eat people. But as soon as she raised her eyes, she saw Yu Qixao just staring at her. Chapter 37. Not only will she be uncomfortable, you will be uncomfortable as well. Isn't it? Xiao Ji looked at Yu Qingxian staring at her. For some reason, she felt a hint of pressure from this Yu Qingxian the zombie. Do you think he won't be able to eat anyone? Yu Qixao asked Xiao Ji in return. Although Xiao Ji was pitiful when he was born as a human, but now that he had turned into a zombie, this was a terrible character. With such a bad character, it shouldn't be the female lead. Right? Yu Qixao sat on the suitcase and let Shishingyu drag her along. But her eyes fell on Xiao Ji's body. This Xiao Ji. Could it be that it's not the female lead, but the villain? How could there be a female lead with such a bad character? On the contrary, Shishingyu did not expect that Yu Qixao would actually speak for himself. Regarding Xiao Ji's words, Shishingyu did not care. It was as if he had long been used to such mocking words. If he can eat people, why doesn't he eat for a month? Xiao Ji was a little puzzled. Humans were nothing but food. So why not eat them? Then I asked you not to eat humans in front of me. Can you do it? Yu Qingyang closed the map book. This was said seriously. Even Shishingyu was a little surprised. During the time he had followed Yu Qingxian had not forbidden himself from eating people. But in the end, he was still a bit shy about eating people in front of Yu Qingxian. It was just that Yu Qixao had seen him eat people, and did not resent it, but would pick this kind of thing out and say it to Xiao Ji. Shishingyu did have some trouble understanding what she was thinking. In Shishingyu's eyes, Yu Qingxian was that strange creature that was half human and half zombie. She was unforgiving towards some humans, and would be destined to protect some zombies. Xiao Ji, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Yu Qingxiang's inquiry that was so full of aura. The mocking smile on her face instantly disappeared and was replaced with a more sincere smile. That's good. I thought I was the only zombie in this world that didn't eat blood and flesh. Xiao Ji hurriedly waved her hand. She didn't want to be treated as a freak. Even though she no longer remembered human memories, she didn't want to be ostracized. But in this entire H-city, she had never seen a zombie that didn't eat humans. Until she met these 2 zombies. She secretly observed them for several days, determined that they really don't eat humans. Especially that big sister. They don't even eat crystal cores. Eating the crystal core of a zombie. Xiao Ji didn't think there was anything wrong with it, but letting her eat the flesh and blood of living people. Of course she was not happy about it. But as a zombie, she couldn't help but eat blood and flesh. Therefore, she would save some humans in H-city and exchange a little blood from their bodies over. The good thing was that zombies and humans weren't the same. And if they didn't eat food for a few months, they wouldn't starve. It would only be somewhat weakened. Plus, it had been 2 months, and she had yet to see a zombie that she could communicate with. Therefore, when she encountered these 2 zombies, she of course hoped that the other party was the same as herself. But in case the other party was a cannibal, then wouldn't she become a freak again? So first blackmail the other party. And upon hearing that Shishingyu hadn't eaten human flesh for a month, Xiao Ji was naturally very happy. After all, a big zombie as powerful as Shishingyu could not possibly not eat human for a few days. Yu Qixao and Shishingyu both looked at Xiao Ji with some surprise when they heard Xiao Ji's words. So those words that mocked Shishingyu just now were intentional. In other words, Xiao Ji, a human, doesn't eat humans either? You don't eat humans. Huh? Yu Qingxiao looked at Xiao Ji with some surprise. After all, Shi Xingyu was a human eater, and she didn't stop Shi Xingyu from eating humans. Now a Xiao Ji popped up who didn't eat humans, which made it a little difficult for Yu Qingxian. It was true that she didn't eat humans, but it didn't mean that she felt that zombies that didn't eat humans were good zombies. Of course, for humans, a zombie that didn't eat humans was a good zombie. The main thing was that the Xiao Ji was too much like a human, causing her old problems to return. Xiao Ji was somewhat at a loss for a moment when she looked at Yu Qingyang standing on the roadside dry heaving. She looked at Shi Xingyu with some confusion. What's wrong with big sister? Xiao Ji asked. The fear of people is just acting up again. It's fine, Shi Xingyu said. Only after saying this, his eyes were fixed on Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji shouldn't be considered an ordinary zombie. Anyways, in this month or so, Yu Qingyang had followed his side, and this kind of condition had not appeared. In other words, Xiao Ji was considered at least half human. Otherwise, Yu Qingyang wouldn't have reacted so strongly. It had also been a long time since Yu Qingxiao had felt this way. It was as if Xiao Ji was not a zombie, but a living human being. Yu Qingxiao straightened his back, then pulled away from Xiao Ji. Sorry, I don't think you should be considered a 100% zombie. Yu Qingxiao opened his mouth. The more she said, the further away she got from Xiao Ji. When Shi Xingyu looked at her small broken steps moving back, he looked at Xiao Ji with some helplessness. As you can see, she really doesn't like to come into contact with people. And looking at you, it seems like you quite like humans. After saying this, Shi Xingyu added, although it's true that she doesn't eat people, it doesn't mean that she likes humans. If you follow her, not only will she be uncomfortable, you will also be uncomfortable. Xiao Ji sniffed and his eyes went back to Yu Qingxiao. So big sister dressed up as a human. And why is that? Since she didn't like humans, why did she dress up as a human again? It's precisely because I'm not human that I have to dress up as a human so that I won't be killed by humans. Isn't it? And I have things I want to do. Are you sure that what I'm going to do? You're going to do? Yu Qingyang looked at Xiao Ji. Of course, if Xiao Ji also wanted to go traveling, then it would be a different story. Xiao Ji listened to Yu Qingxian's words and was a little confused. Then what is sister going to do? Hiking the country? Yu Qingxian replied. After all, this kind of thing wasn't something that couldn't be seen by a zombie. And there was nothing wrong with saying it to a zombie. That's right. I see. There's something you want to do. That's really good. I should also think about what things I can do. Xiao Ji nodded. It was because she didn't know what she wanted to do that she wanted to follow these two walkers. Because they looked like they had a lot of ideas of their own. You can speak the language of humans. Right. If you still like humans, then you can try to reach out to them. In short, what I'm going to do is definitely not what you want. Yu Qingyang spoke seriously. To be able to make even this corpse of hers react, it meant that this Xiao Ji was definitely not an ordinary zombie. At least, she was still half human. Xiao Ji didn't force herself, and stood still to watch Yu Qingxiao and Shi Xingyu leave. And as she stared at the two, thinking about what to do, a mechanical voice suddenly rang in her head. Hotel system activated. Complete the task. Can change back to human. Please choose the address of the hotel as soon as possible. The sound of this voice caused Xiao Ji to instantly return to her senses. She had something to do. Although she couldn't follow that big sister, it was indeed that big sister who woke her up. She did still want to become human. And now there was a system that could help her become human. Xiao Ji turned around and went back to H City. This city was important and had a lot of supplies. There would definitely be survivors in this city. She just needed to receive these people who were being chased by zombies, and then send these survivors out of the city afterwards. Apparently, that's what she did before. Anyway, first to pick a site. Chapter 38, My Gun. It's not really for myself. Shi Xingyu didn't feel Xiao Ji following him, so obviously she had figured it out. He saw Yu Qingxiang leaning on the pull-up bar again without saying anything, and did not ask more questions. Why did Yu Qingxiao know that Xiao Ji liked humans? Shi Xingyu wasn't sure and wasn't going to ask. However, Shi Xingyu knew that Xiao Ji did not know that Yu Qingxian's ability. It was probably just when she was slightly special. Perhaps it was also because of himself that Xiao Ji was too wary of himself. Only then did he not look deeper into Yu Qingxia's identity. If Xiaoji thought about it carefully, he would have realized that Yu Qingxia was just a very weak little zombie. But she was able to communicate with high-level zombies without any obstacles. This alone was enough to make other high-level zombies suspicious. And half of the reason why Shixingyu had pulled the box for Yu Qingxia was because he didn't know why Yu Qingxia had a human consciousness in the body of a low-level zombie. And then the power that could suppress all the zombies was what made Shixingyu really want to follow Yu Qingxian. High-level zombies were powerful. But it didn't mean that there weren't more powerful high-level zombies. Like before in J City. If Yu Qingxia hadn't come, although he wouldn't have been killed by that zombie, he definitely would have been injured. Yu Qingxia was holding a novel in her hands when a snowflake landed on her book again. She looked up, and the huge snowflake hit her directly on her face. Yu Qingxia reached out and wiped the snowflake off her face before she put away her book. She thought that winter had already passed. But it seemed that the real winter had just begun. Even the snowflakes in the south were so heavy. I wonder what the situation was in the north. The survival of the human race was still really at stake. Find a place to avoid the snow. Yu Qingyang opened his mouth. When Shixingyu heard this, he headed towards the building next to him. Although this was a suburb of H City, it was also under construction. Originally, none of these projects were rotten. But because of the end times, these places became rotten. When Shixingyu pulled Yu Qingxian towards this kind of building that hadn't been built, Yu Qingxian could smell a faint aroma. She then looked towards the building. Obviously, there were people in the building. But it was also true that if there was a fighting force, it would be easier to stay in such a big city and survive instead. After all, it was easier to find supplies in big cities. Like this kind of building under construction nearby, there would be some small restaurants. Although these restaurants looked simple, at least some rice and seasonings were available. It was possible to live without having to go to the base so dangerously. Shixingyu also felt it, and stopped his steps slightly. It's fine. Go next door. Yu Qingyang spoke. Shixingyu was different from himself. He was eager to eat people. If he had been with a human, he might be able to endure it for 10 minutes. But what about half an hour? 3 hours? Yu Qingxian wasn't sure if Shixingyu could hold back. Maybe if he was a bit higher ranked, he could endure it. Like those zombie kings in novels. He could follow the heroine's side. There were dozens of survivors in this under-construction building. And amongst them was a psychic. However, it wasn't the kind of ordinary survivors that Yu Qingyang and Shixingyu thought. The 7 or 8 girls in the house, at this moment, were snuggled up to each other. And there were people guarding the door. These people had guns in their hands. And even the person leading the way was a shifter. The girls had originally heard the people outside the door say that someone was coming. There was originally a trace of expectation in their hearts, expecting someone to save them. But upon hearing that there were only 2 people, this hope was instantly extinguished. 2 people simply can't beat these people. But they didn't dare to call out for help. If they called out to the zombies, then they would only be pushed out by these people to feed the zombies. Originally they were imprisoned here with more than 10 people. But some couldn't stand it. So they committed suicide. But since they survived, they couldn't die like that. If they died, then who would avenge the sisters who were forced to commit suicide? So they must live. Yu Qingyang and Shixingyu went to the building next door. The snow outside was getting heavier and heavier. The snow that had already melted a bit was instantly brushed with another layer of white by the heavens. And this snowflake was not as big as the palm of Yu Qingxian's hand that she had seen before, but a snowflake as big as her face. A ringing sound could still be heard when it hit the ground. Yu Qingxiao stopped directly on the ground floor. They weren't afraid of zombies. And there was no need to go up. They would leave when the snow stopped anyway. It was just that Yu Qingxiao didn't want to mess with the humans. But it was just that the humans were coming to mess with them. In less than 10 minutes or so, the 3 men stepped through the snow and came over. They could see clearly from upstairs before. It should be a man and a woman. And the woman among them was sitting on a suitcase. You are survivors? Where did you come from? The man in the lead still had a cigarette in his hand, and asked Yu Qingxian and Shixingyu in a dangling manner. Yu Qingxiao took one look at the 3 men and moved his position, turning his back to them. Shixingyu didn't say anything either. Although advanced zombies could mimic human voices, he didn't really want to bother with these people. The 3 who did not receive a response were annoyed by their attitude. We're talking to you guys. Are you deaf? If you don't open your mouths, we'll take you and feed you to the zombies. The one leading the group said viciously. Yu Qingyang got up and dragged her suitcase to leave. She really couldn't stand it a bit. Originally she just wanted to quietly avoid the snow. How did she know that these people would even come to her door? And the attitude was still so bad. The fact that Yu Qinxiao was dragging her suitcase to leave was even more upsetting to the three people, who directly pulled out their guns and pointed them at Yu Qinxiao and Shixingyu. "We're just passing by." Shixingyu's hoarse voice reached the ears of the three people. Although it was a bit hoarse, it was indeed human language. When Yu Qingyang heard Shixingyu speak, he secretly glanced at those three people. It was found that they seemed to have understood. In other words, Shixingyu was speaking the language of humans. It looked like Shixingyu did not want to fight with these humans. But was Shixingyu such a kind-hearted zombie? It couldn't be because of himself. Could it? Yu Qingyang did look at Shixingyu a little differently. But she didn't think that these people who didn't move to point their guns at people would be good people. Passing by? Who is she? Your girlfriend? One of them said, about to come round to Yu Qingxiu's front. Obviously, Yu Qingxiu's long hair and the hem of her skirt under her down jacket did make it obvious at a glance that she was female. My sister? Shixingyu replied. After saying this, Shixingyu still couldn't help but step forward and block Yu Qingxian's front, covering her figure. Although he didn't know that these people were aiming for Yu Qingxian, he also didn't know what they were going to do. However, Shixingyu still subconsciously protected Yu Qingxian. After those people heard that it was Shixingyu's sister and not his girlfriend, this unsavory smile on his face increased a few more points. One of them was about to cross over Shixingyu towards Yu Qingxian. With just a gunshot, a bloody hole was added to this person's brow. When neither those two men nor Shixingyu reacted, Yu Qinxiao pulled the trigger again. Two more shots were snapped, directly cutting off the lifespan of these two remaining people. Yu Qinxiao did not go soft. She knew what she would face next if she and Shixingyu were just two ordinary people. But unfortunately, although she still had a human consciousness, she was indifferent to humans when she was a human. Before Shixingyu could finish his words, he was interrupted by Yu Qinxiao. As I said, I'm not protecting all humans. My gun? Is it really for myself? Yu Qinxiao directly put down the suitcase and stepped over the bodies that were still steaming. Chapter 39. The fire of gossip instantly rose up. Yu Qingxiu's 3 gunshots attracted those people next door. After all, the gunshots appeared to their ears. It must be one of their own. This one alien who was leading the group had originally just asked someone to go and take a look. And if the woman was pretty, bring her back. If it wasn't pretty, then forget it. Looking at them, there was nothing worth robbing. So there shouldn't be any need to shoot. Is it hard to believe that there was a fight? If it's a fight, it looks like that man and woman are not ordinary people. Looking at the direction they came from, it's the direction of downtown. Could it be that they're aliens? And these 3 gunshots, I wonder if they made these people notice. And the little girls, who were locked up in the room. Is it hard to believe that this group of people are going to rob someone else again? Just over 10 minutes later, the door to the room where they were locked up was suddenly opened. What walked in from the doorway was not those people, but a girl who had wrapped herself round. Yu Qingyang wasn't too surprised to see the 8 little girls in the room. She let go of the door handle and then turned around to leave. As for those people in the house, by now, they had already been packed away by Shixingyu. He wasn't around nowadays, and had probably dragged a few people to feed. Yu Qingyang squatted in front of one of the corpses and rummaged around, finding a set of keys. She then turned around and walked back to that room from before, and threw the set of keys in. These people's cars were all downstairs. As long as they wanted to live, then there was always a way. Those little girls were still young at first glance. Probably students. To be able to insist on living in this situation was enough to show their confidence in wanting to live. Yu Qingyang left this place. The snow was still falling outside. The smell of this blood shouldn't spread too quickly. It was also unknown where this zombie, Shixingyu, had run off to feed. There were 2 people being eaten. One was the alien who was leading the way, and the other, who seemed to smell a bit better, should be a mutant, really good at picking food. And Yu Qingyang headed downstairs, just getting his suitcase. His ears twitched. It seemed like a convoy was coming over, and Yu Qinxiao didn't even think about it. He directly laid down on the ground and tried to play dead. When Shixingyu came back, when he saw Yu Qinxiao lying on the ground pretending to be dead, he almost fell to the ground on the spot. What's the use of pretending to be dead at this time? It was fortunate that he came back. Otherwise Yu Qingxian would have definitely been treated as a corpse. He scooped up Yu Qixia with one hand and carried the suitcase with the other, and disappeared into the house in an instant. The snow outside was still very heavy. When Yu Qixia left the house, he made sure Xingyu stop. Then, they squatted outside the house. At this time, Yu Qingxian wasn't pretending to be dead. The convoy stopped in front of the house, and a black trench coat man came down from the car. In terms of Yu Qingxiu's aesthetics, even in the entertainment industry, there weren't many that could compare. Is it because she goes out less? Or did she not watch many videos? How come she hadn't seen this kind of big handsome guy before the end of the world? This kind of degree are the main male degree of it. Yu Qingxiu's head was covered with snowflakes, and her eyes were staring straight at the man coming down from the car. Xingyu gave her a somewhat puzzled look. Why aren't you pretending to be dead now? Yu Qingxian had just finished sighing at the man's handsomeness, while another SUV also sped up, even brushing against the man to stop. This off-road Yu Qingxian was familiar with, although not the most familiar one. That was indeed driven by Gu Yiningqing. When the car stopped, the minions around the man immediately pulled out their guns and pointed them at Gu Yiningqing's car. Gu Yiningqing was not the least bit afraid. She didn't even give the man a look, turned around and headed towards the building under construction. When Qingsheng also got out of the car and came towards the building where Yu Qixia had just played dead. Although there was snow and wind outside, Yu Qixia and the others were not too far away, so they could hear these people talking. It turned out that the people here were in the same group as those who had kidnapped the family members of the official technicians before. Later on, they split up because of strife, and these people felt that tying up the official people was just looking for death. Hence the reason why they split up. It was just that these people had imprisoned those little girls and were reigning supreme in this place. Yu Qingyan watched as when Qingsheng entered the ground floor and found the 3 bodies. After checking them out, he was sure that they were dead. Only then did he stand up. They had also searched for days before finding this place. It was Sister Qing who got the information from those people. That was that there were still some gangsters here who had kidnapped some girls, right in the suburbs of H City. As for in what suburb, that was unclear. So for the past few days, Gu Yiningqing had been looking for these people, and what attracted them over was the few gunshots that sounded like an illusion. At this moment, when Qingsheng could be sure that the gunshots they heard in the wind and snow were not an illusion, he looked round, withdrew his sight, and went out of the house. Gu Yiningqing's side also brought 8 little girls downstairs. They were already wearing thick clothes, and Yu Qixia probably knew where these clothes came from, but it was none of her business. Gu Yiningqing was doing a good thing, and she didn't need to stop it. When those 8 girls arrived downstairs and looked at the cars, Gu Yiningqing asked if any of them knew how to drive. After determining that someone knew how to drive, an assignment was made. As for that man, Gu Yiningqing didn't have time to care about him for now. Only after when Qingsheng drove off in one car with another did Gu Yiningqing start dealing with that man. The 2 men looked as if they knew each other. When Yu Qingyang saw that the 2 seemed to be talking, the fire of this gossip instantly rose. She pulled out her binoculars. So Gu Yiningqing and that man's faces were instantly in front of Yu Qingxiu's eyes. In fact, Yu Qingxian didn't need the binoculars to see these 2 and could even hear them talking. That's why Xingyu was completely at a loss as to why Yu Qingxian even needed the binoculars. Yu Qixia could tell from the words of Gu Yiningqing and that man that this man was called Shen Yanli. It was the boss of the underground arms dealer, and Gu Yiningqing was running around the world to find this Shen Yanli. Shen Yanli was bound to have a lot of hot weapons in his hands. Plus, the officials were worried that this Shen Yanli would have a different mind. Anyways, Shen Yanli was a criminal before the end of the world, but he was just too well disguised. The officials weren't able to catch any evidence. Therefore, in Gu Yiningqing's eyes, this Shen Yanli was like a 1,000-year-old fox. It just didn't occur to him that he would meet in this place, because Gu Yiningqing's license plate carried the word police. Shen Yanli's people of course knew that Gu Yiningqing was the official. Yu Qingyang listened while gossiping in his mind. If this Gu Yiningqing was the female lead, then this Shen Yanli was the male lead? But the sniper who has been following Gu Yiningqing around feels good too. It's also true that if there's a male lead, then there has to be a male second. Yu Qingyang felt pity for that sniping one at this time. Although you were here first. But love is something that doesn't distinguish between first and last. Xingyu listened to Yu Qingxian chattering away. He couldn't understand a word of it, but he could see that at this moment, Yu Qingxia's expression was indeed like the expression of a zombie that hadn't eaten anyone for a long time suddenly seeing a human being. That focused and serious yet feeling very delicious expression. Xingyu didn't understand, but looked at the man and woman again. At this time, his face was expressionless. Didn't understand? Didn't understand at all. Chapter 40. Then you can invite them back again. Yu Qingxiao's binoculars moved from Gu Evening Qing and Shen Yanli's body to the car. It was then met with a smiling face. Pei Yuan's hand was then patted on the car window, his head leaning on the back of his hand, staring at Yu Qingxiao with a crooked head. It was as if he could really see himself. Yu Qingxiao saw that he didn't take the snipe anymore, but he wasn't afraid of him. Stretching out a finger, Pei Yuan also stretched out a finger out. Yu Qingxiao stretched out another finger and this time, Pei Yuan compared it to a yay. At this moment, Yu Qingxiao instantly knew that this kid could see them. It was clear that they didn't have any sound and were still in the snow pile. Even Gu Evening Qing and Shen Yanli didn't notice them. But this Pei Yuan seemed to have been staring at the two of them for a while now. Run! Hurry up and run! Anyone beside the heroine was no sesame seed biscuit. Before Xingyu could react, he was pulled by Yu Qingxiao to run. She had a suitcase in one hand and was pulling on her sleeve with the other. It was the first time that Xingyu had seen Yu Qingxian run so fast. There was even some panic. This made Xingyu a little puzzled. Yu Qingxiao ran all the way out, looked around, and headed for the beach. What are you running for? Xingyu let Yu Qingxian pull her along as she ran wildly. Seeing her speed slow down, he then inquired, not running and waiting to be caught? There's someone beside Gu Evening Qing who can see us. Yu Qingxian explained. We were already visible. What's wrong with that? Xingyu was puzzled. They were zombies, not ghosts. Anyone with eyes could see. The problem is big. If we didn't have any cover, it would be fine if we were seen. But we were hiding in the snow. This being seen, that would be completely inappropriate. Yu Qingxiao suddenly stopped and looked at Xingyu seriously. She and Xingyu hiding in the snow. People would not normally think that a living person would hide in the snow. After all, people needed a certain temperature to live. Hiding in the snow. This was completely looking for death. So in general, one would not think that there were people under the snow. Of course, zombies were under the snow. As long as they smelled the smell of blood and flesh, then they would definitely not stand still. As Xingyu listened to Yu Qingxiao's explanation, he instantly understood. He and Yu Qingxiao had just been in very thick snow, and ordinary people would not be able to see them. Plus, what they themselves were wearing was a white down jacket. How could a human see it if they didn't stare and look closely? And what could make even Yu Qingxiao a little alarmed? It was definitely not a normal small thing. But at this moment, the snow was still falling, and the side in front of them was less than a few meters. Everywhere was white. There was no telling how long this snow would continue to fall. As the snow fell more and more, the wind also became stronger and stronger. Yu Qingyang felt as if she was not in the south, but in the north. Could it be that she was actually traveling the wrong way? Yu Qingxiao felt that she should find a compass to take a look. But she was near H City. It should be normal. Yu Qingxiao stopped and looked for road signs. The main thing was that there was an official base 300 kilometers to the northeast of H City. It's just that it's been more than 2 months since the end of the world, and the real few bases should still be under construction. After all, these bases would need to be used for a long time in the future. Therefore the fences were the most important. Yu Qingxiao managed to find a road sign and then turned over her map. But it was too windy for her to turn it over, so she could only head to the house next to her. It was good to be near a big city, not worrying about not having a house. As soon as Yu Qingxiao entered the house, she saw several zombies. Originally, Yu Qingxiao did not want to care about them. How do you know that she just sat down? These zombies surrounded. Ho ho ho, noisy hunger. The noise made Yu Qingyang quiet. She could only send them out of the house one by one. The whole house was finally quiet. When Xingyu leaned against the window and watched those zombies being pushed out of the room by Yu Qingxian, she couldn't help but say, "They'll freeze to death. Then you can just invite them back again." Yu Qingxian didn't care in the slightest. Freezing to death was fine. There were quite a few zombies that froze to death anyway. Xingyu. Yu Qingyang remembered the name on the road sign just now and found the location on the map. When she saw the name of the town, the red cross she drew was right next to it. It didn't matter if she looked at it. One look at the body made her a little uncomfortable. There was less than 100 kilometers to go, and it was going to be at someone's base. Sure enough, there was no direction when it came to running around. She didn't even know how long she ran before she stopped. Anyway, now, she was less than 100 kilometers from the official base. Although she was indeed frightened. When she thought about this kind of weather, Yu Qingyan wasn't worried about being caught. First of all, to catch herself, she would still have to defeat Shixingyu first. Right now, it seemed that the old ox could still act as a bodyguard. He could also be pushed out to block the way when necessary. Thinking of this, Yu Qingyan suddenly looked up at Shixingyu. He shouldn't die that easily. To die, he should also be behind himself. After all, he was so weak. After determining his direction, Yu Qingxiao looked at the wind and snow outside and did not rush to go. Instead, he waited for the snow and wind to stop in this house. Yu Qingxiao sat on the sofa chair in the house, flipping through the books she had fished out from whoever's bookstore she didn't know. After all, her suitcase was empty, with only the camera protected by foam. That was why Yu Qingxiao had put quite a few books in it. In her lifetime, besides loving to watch other people's traveling videos, Yu Qingxiao was writing and then reading books. In short, all kinds of books. She read, especially now that there was nothing to do. Of course, it was more suitable for reading books. This heavy snowfall was for several days at once. The thickness of the snow went straight to the first floor. Yu Qingxiao pulled open the door of her room, and the snow outside the door blocked her sight. However, it was good that the snow outside had stopped. Shixingyu watched Yu Qingxian walk outside and didn't stop her. She was like a little hamster, her hands constantly digging through the snow to move forward. Shixingyu followed right behind her, dragging her suitcase. The height of this snow had all reached the first floor. And although it was the snow of the end times, it wasn't actually considered pure snow white. Rather, it was covered with a layer of gray dust in general. If a human ate this kind of snow turned into water, it was estimated that there was also a possibility of zombification. So where on earth did Yu Qingyan get the confidence to bet on the humans to win? It was estimated that with this snow, another group of people would have to die. Thinking of this, Shixingyu again felt that Yu Qingxian was right in thinking that if the humans lost, then the zombies would not have the ability to live. The food of the zombies was said to be living things, but in fact 90% of them were humans. If the humans didn't have any, then the zombies would starve to death. If the humans won, the advanced zombies were actually able to hide amongst the humans. As long as they found a way to get fresh blood and flesh, they could naturally live in the human world as well. But like Yu Qingxiao, there was still no way to live in the human world. Right? She was allergic to humans. Wasn't she? What a strange fault. Being a human herself, but being allergic to humans. But, are you sure the direction is right? Shixingyu couldn't see the sky either, so he didn't know if Yu Qingxiao was going in the right direction. It should be right. Anyway, I'm walking in the opposite direction towards the base. Yu Qingxian withdrew her hand and looked up at the top of her head. After saying this, she lowered her head again to ponder. Shixingyu also waited for her to finish thinking. Just jump up and take a look, Yu Qingxiao said. Shixingyu. He knew that Yu Qingyan couldn't be relied upon. It was just too difficult for him, a zombie, to jump up 4 or 5 meters straight away. He was a zombie, not a springer. Chapter 41. She doesn't need any response. Although Shixingyu did spit in his mind, he still managed to confirm the direction. Yu Qingyan had indeed not gone in the wrong direction. Although in the several meters of thick snow, Yu Qingxian was indeed walking a straight path. But Shixingyu felt that it was probably unlikely that Yu Qingxiao wanted to see the scenery. Now with this several meters thick snow, it was difficult to go out, let alone see the scenery. Yu Qingxiao was traveling in the post-apocalyptic world. Was this kind of thing serious? After the end of the world, it wasn't just humans that had changed. There were also animals and plants. Some plants had also become blood and flesh eaters. Of course, Shixingyu had never seen one is all. Yu Qingxiao had never seen it either. In fact, Yu Qingxiao also planned to take a look at this kind of mutated plants. Yu Qingxiao thought so, but he didn't expect to actually come across it either. After Yu Qingxiao had walked for 7 or 8 days, the snow had finally shortened a bit. But the thickness of this snow was still 1.5 meters high, while Shixingyu could still have more than his chest outside the snow. Yu Qingxiao had only floated ahead outside. Of course, as soon as they came across the town, Yu Qingxiao could see that many zombies were floating with a head on the snow. This made Yu Qingxiu's heart more or less balanced. Of course, at this time, she was still nearly 700 kilometers away from the Eastern Garden. In other words, she had traveled for 7 or 8 days, and had only made it halfway there. And that was even with her not stopping much. Sure enough, it was really hard to walk in winter. On the 9th day, Yu Qingyang saw a very weird rose tree from afar. The reason it was said to be weird was definitely because it was white flowers everywhere. But this one was full of red roses. And also a large area. Although it looked weird, Yu Qingyang had to say that it was really beautiful. She turned around and climbed up the building next to her, taking out her camera to click pictures. Xingyu did not follow her up. Normally, she would stay on the ground floor if she could, and would rarely climb high buildings, except when she wanted to see the scenery. Xingyu thought about this mutant plant before, and as a result, she really encountered it. It's just that Xingyu wasn't sure if this mutant plant was a man-eater, or if it even ate zombies. Or maybe it doesn't eat either. Yu Qingyang didn't think that much. Yu Qingxiao had never really seen such a large piece of rose with his own eyes. It would be nice if there was a little more sunlight. It would be nice if there was more sunlight. Like in the morning, or in the evening, when the sun was setting. Yu Qingxiao was lying on the window, looking at such a big piece of rose garden. She was a little curious if this rose could be cuttings by herself. But she didn't have time to raise them now. When she traveled around the places she wanted to go, maybe she could raise some flowers. If there were seeds, then it would be a good idea to collect some seeds and put them away for later. When she found a place where no one lived, then it would be good to plant some roses in the yard. As Yu Qingxian thought this, the heavy clouds in the sky gave Yu Qingxian face. After 20 minutes, it actually cracked open a few slits and leaked out some sunlight. The light shone right on the roses on the snow. This made Yu Qingxiao directly exclaim, "Xingyu, come up quickly. Don't take the stairs. It's too slow." Yu Qingxiao excitedly took his hand and thumped the wall. As for Yu Qingxiao's excitement, Xingyu was a bit surprised. After 2 months, this was the first time he had seen Yu Qingxiao so excited. It was just flowers. What was there to see? He also told him not to take the stairs. Xingyu actually did not want to see those roses in his heart. But he could not resist Yu Qingxiu's enthusiasm. So he could only climb up from the outer wall. But before he climbed up to the floor where Yu Qingxiao was, his eyes went to those red roses with green leaves lining the bottom, which made Xingyu drool. How it looked. It looked like an oversized piece of fresh flesh and blood. So he really couldn't figure out what Yu Qingyu was so excited about. By the time he climbed up to Yu Qingxian's window, he saw Yu Qingxian holding a camera and snapping a picture at him. Xingyu suddenly remembered that during this period of time, whenever there was a beautiful scenery or building, Yu Qingxian had asked herself to go stand, and then she took pictures of him. It was clear that she wanted to travel, but she didn't take pictures with the scenery. Xingyu climbed in and turned his head to look out the window. The light sunlight sprinkled on the red roses. But Xingyu was not able to feel the scenery, because he was just a zombie. There was no human aesthetics anymore. Yu Qingyang could see that Xingyu did not like looking at the scenery. But when he saw a beautiful scenery, he still couldn't help but want to share it with others. She only had Xingyu by her side, so she could only share it with Xingyu. Although Xingyu couldn't see what was so pretty about this kind of scenery, he turned his head and saw that Yu Qingxian's greenish-gray face seemed to have color. Regarding Yu Qingxian's past, Xingyu did not know, nor did he want to know. After all, he was only a zombie, and was not interested in the past of being a human. He was just more curious as to how Yu Qingxian, as a zombie, could still maintain human consciousness and memories. Seeing Xingyu staring at him, Yu Qingxian explained, "For the first 28 years of my life, I seldom went out and traveled. And you know my body? It's not suitable for going out. And my parents died in a car accident on the way to going out and traveling. So I dislike going out even more." Speaking here, Yu Qingyang sighed. "In fact, sometimes I wonder if it would have been better if I had followed my parents out at that time." There was regret in Yu Qingxiu's heart. After the death of his mom and dad, Yu Qingxiao's days and nights were upside down. Of course, Yu Qingxiao thought that he might just live like this for the rest of his life. Yet, he did not expect to encounter the end times at all. Perhaps it was because of the end times that gave her the courage to walk out of that room. If I were a human, or had a human consciousness like you, wouldn't I be able to respond to this topic of yours from a human perspective? Xingyu could probably understand Yu Qingxian's words. but could not understand the meaning of her words at all. The fact that she would suddenly say this to herself should be because she wanted someone to strike up a conversation with her. Yu Qingxian saw that Shixingyu actually wanted to try to understand the thoughts of humans, which made her a little surprised. No, because you're a zombie. That's why I'm talking to you about this. I don't think I need comfort or sympathy. Those things don't serve any purpose for me, Yu Qingyang explained. It was because Shixingyu didn't understand anything that Yu Qingxiao was able to be uninhibited in front of him. It was like when she was in her own home. She chatted with her hand-me-downs and Muppet dolls. She didn't need any response. Shixingyu was a little surprised by Yu Qingxia's words. Humans were all group animals. And because of this, Shixingyu always felt that Yu Qingxian actually needed friends. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought himself along. Then the reason you're willing to bring me along is? Shixingyu asked her. But it was you who followed me up, wasn't it? Yu Qingyang asked Shixingyu in return. She had never said that she wanted to be accompanied by Shixingyu. And he and Shixingyu had already said goodbye twice. But Shixingyu always caught up. Shixingyu was similar to a hand puppet in her eyes. Right? In the past, many handicraft or anime fans always went out to take pictures with a cotton doll of their favorite character, or a stand-up bar, or something like that. Yu Qingyang let Shixingyu go to stand and take pictures. It is also regarded as taking a hand puppet to hit the card. Should. Chapter 42. You only need to treat humans as enemies. Yu Qingyang's words made Shixingyu realize. He was indeed the one who followed Yu Qingyang. It was he who needed Yu Qingxian, not Yu Qingxian who needed him. The fact that Yu Qingxiao would share the scenery with him was probably just a subconscious reaction. It wasn't necessarily for him to come and see it. Once he thought of this, Shixingyu felt that Yu Qingxiao, this zombie is a human, was also a freak. Right? Put in a crowd? It was definitely an unpleasant type. You must have been very unpleasant when you were a human. Right. You couldn't even do the two most basic human words of fitting in. Shixingyu couldn't help but say. He just wanted to know what words could touch Yu Qingyan. Yu Qingxiao retorted as he put away his camera. That's not true. When I used to go to school, my classmates were all very good at getting along with each other. So don't think too badly of humans. After saying this, Yu Qingxiao thought of something else. Then added, of course, don't think too well of humans either. But that's not much use to you. You just need to treat humans as enemies, and that's fine. They were zombies now, and were on the opposite side of the human race. If they thought that all humans were good people, then they would definitely suffer a great loss. No, it was losing their lives. While Shixingyu was still thinking about Yu Qingxian's words, Yu Qingxian had already packed her bags. She reached out and shouldered her suitcase and headed downstairs. She, who was usually afraid of trouble, really never complained just for the sake of seeing the scenery. It was only at this point that Shixingyu realized that amongst humans, there were all sorts. Just like zombies, there were all kinds. By the time Shixingyu reacted, Yu Qingxiao had already descended 2 floors. He hurriedly chased after him. It was then that he heard Yu Qingxian muttering to herself. She didn't need anyone else to respond, being able to handle both the questioner and the answerer perfectly all by herself. Self-questioning and self-answering was manifested in Yu Qingxian's body. But Yu Qingxiao wanted to pick roses. It was too dangerous. Firstly, it wasn't sure if the mutated plant would absorb the zombies as well or not. And this problem was also within Yu Qingxia's consideration. If this plant had turned into a carnivorous plant, then there was no need. In case there was a man-eating, zombie-eating plant with it that came out to bite her from time to time. She couldn't stand it. And there was no snow around this rose. It seemed that snow did not fall on top of this rose. Yu Qingyang sneaked over the snow. She pinched a few snowballs and threw them over. But the rose didn't react. So she threw a few more over. Still no reaction. Yu Qingxiao looked at the snowballs in her hands and then turned back to Shixingyu. Shixingyu was standing at a distance guarding her suitcase, his eyes just watching her. It was as if he was afraid that she would be swallowed by that rose. When Shixingyu saw Yu Qingxiao turn her head to look at him, he was a little puzzled. Just before he could open his mouth, a pinched hard snowball smashed precisely on his face. Although it didn't hurt, Shixingyu didn't know what Yu Qingxian was doing. Could it be because the scent of that rose could affect the consciousness of zombies and humans, causing them to attack their own kind? Thinking of this, Shixingyu immediately rushed forward and directly carried Yu Qingxian back. Yu Qingxiao was a bit puzzled, not sure what Shixingyu was trying to do here. Could it be that this rose could really attack? But she didn't see it. It wasn't until Shixingyu put Yu Qingxian down and exchanged thoughts that she realized it was an oops. You sure are boring. Boring zombie. Being a human must be boring too. Yu Qingxiao couldn't help but spit at Shixingyu after he stood firmly. And how interesting are you? After Shixingyu had been in contact with Yu Qingyu for a long time, he would refute Yu Qingyu like a human. This made Yu Qingxian somewhat surprised. Indeed. I am also boring. Yu Qingxiao nodded his head and admitted this. In the end, after Shixingyu's probing, he learnt that this was a mutated rose. But it wasn't interested in zombies. It had simply become more hardy. Of course, it wasn't certain if the plant wasn't interested in humans as well. In short, this rose plant was safe. After Yu Qingyang was sure that this rose plant was safe, he dove in headfirst like a small child. This was one of the few times when the Yu Qingxiao in Shixingyu's eyes was so outwardly emotional. He didn't understand why Yu Qingxiao would be this happy over a plant. Anyway, when Yu Qingxiang walked out from under that patch of rose trees, apart from her entire body becoming fragrant and her clothes being scratched by rose thorns, there was only a large bouquet of roses in her arms. She also had a few rose seeds in her pocket. But Yu Qingxiao hadn't thought of planting flowers before. And now that she had collected the seeds, it would be time to look for a few books on planting. Yu Qingxian thought so. And of course did so. She commanded the old ox that was Shixingyu to go to the town's bookstore again. She just didn't know if this kind of bookstore in this kind of town had this kind of books. But she went in and flipped through them and found that they didn't. Mostly novels and students cramming materials and such. She wasn't too disappointed, and took a few novels she wanted to read, then put the one she had finished on the shelf. This sort of bartering? After taking the books, they started walking east again. Originally, they thought that the further north they went, the thicker the snow would get. But the truth was the complete opposite of what Yu Qingyang thought. The more they let go of the north, the less this snow became, which made Yu Qingxian curious. The weather in the end times was unpredictable, so the temperature in the south was switched with the north. No. Then she still wanted to go to the north to see the snow. But once she thought of the snow in the south, she felt that she could go see the flowers in the north. So the plan was changed. The matter of going to the north to see snow was replaced with going to the north to see flowers. It really is living a long time. What strange things can be seen. At this time Yu Qingxiao suddenly felt that it was a blessing that her consciousness had not dissipated. If she hadn't left her human consciousness behind, then she wouldn't be able to see these images. As for Yu Qingxi's large bunch of roses, they were made into specimen bookmarks by her. Shixingyu did not understand these practices of Yu Qingxian, but did not stop them either. When they were about to reach the Oriental Garden, Yu Qingxiao still sneaked around to see if there was a survivor base ahead. Anyways, there were a lot of people in this area. Just one base should not be enough. Right? And she hadn't grasped human intelligence for 3 months. It might be a mistake to miss something. It would be bad if she broke into someone else's base camp. Ji's city in February seemed unusually warm. Of course, it wasn't Yu Qingyang who felt it. But there wasn't any thick snow here. And even his suitcase had started charging automatically. It was enough to show that the sun was just right here. But again, she didn't feel mentally drained, which meant that today's sunlight wasn't too strong. It was probably just right for spring weather in the mid-20s. Shixingyu followed behind Yu Qingxian. And at this point, the suitcase was already fully charged and didn't need him to pull it. Yu Qingxian rode on the suitcase, the whole person lying on the lever, sneaking through the streets and alleys. Shixingyu had absolutely no idea what the hell she was doing. Yu Qingxiao did not know that her caution had become sneaky in Shixingyu's eyes. Chapter 43. Don't be killed by humans. Ji's city was located in the easternmost city. It was still some distance away from the sea. But in the past, this city was a coastal city, a famous harbor city in ancient times. But now it was already considered half an inland city. Yu Qingyang looked at the zombies loitering on the streets, which was a relief. Obviously this city was still under zombie occupation. However, Yu Qingyang had just breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the sound of gunshots, which made Yu Qingyang so scared that he took control of his suitcase and headed for the alley. In short, as long as it was an artificially created commotion, she was just like a scared bird, always making a fuss. Shixingyu also followed Yu Qingxian into the alley, and after they entered the alley, a convoy of cars traveled in the distance. There were 5 cars. There should be quite a few people. Sure enough, it was a big city. And even if it was an alien squad, the number of people was quite large. Yu Qingyang watched as the 5 cars drove past his eyes, while heaps of zombies followed behind them. These zombies had obviously evolved in the winter. The speed was already very fast, already exceeding the speed of an average person running. Nowadays, in the post-apocalyptic world, if one were to rely solely on the 2 legs of a human, one would definitely not be able to outrun a zombie. As she looked at these running zombies, she couldn't help but sigh. If all these zombies were to participate in a marathon, there wouldn't even be enough medals to give out. Shi Xingyu didn't know what Yu Qingyu was talking about, and just calmly replied, "At this speed, they are definitely going to starve to death." Yu Qingyang didn't care about Shi Xingyu's oxymoronic words. These zombies were already running faster than himself. But in fact, Yu Qinxiao felt that his physical ability was already stronger than when he was a human. To say that the zombie virus was an evolution, Yu Qinxiao felt that it was very true. But to say that it was a good evolution, that was not necessarily true. If zombies were like themselves and could choose not to eat people, that would be quite good. No matter what way you look at it. Creatures like zombies, it was true that their weaknesses were obvious. But as long as they protected their weaknesses, then they were really invincible. The sustaining ability was strong. And as long as they ate a little bit of blood and flesh, they could last for a long time. But the point of rushing upwards at the smell of blood and flesh really didn't fit well. Sure enough, the zombie still had to be a high-level zombie, like Shi Xingyu. Yu Qingyang thought so, and looked up at Shi Xingyu. Seeing that the corners of his mouth started to secrete saliva again, she didn't say anything. It was true that zombies still couldn't change their cannibalistic nature. "Didn't you just eat 2 people? Why are you craving again?" Yu Qingyang couldn't help but spit at Shi Xingyu. "Why are you so gluttonous?" When Shi Xingyu heard this, he retorted to Yu Qingyu, "It's not just eating. It's been almost a month. As a high-level zombie that evolved fast in the end times, it only ate once a month." This was definitely going to be laughed at by other advanced zombies when it was spread out. Yu Qingyang didn't say anything. She hadn't eaten for 3 months and didn't feel any hunger. Nor would she want to eat. The fact that an alien squad appeared here means that there is indeed a survivor base nearby. Of course, it's also possible that these squads traveled a long distance to come here. But either way, it means that this city can't stay for long. Yu Qingyang watched the group of zombies pass. So he went forward and bent down to pick up a small zombie that was lying on the ground. The little zombie should have been 5 or 6 years old when it was alive. And now it was also running and chasing after those zombies. The little zombie that was helped up by Yu Qingyang did not stop and continued to chase forward. However, after running for some distance, it lost its target and started to slow down again, indicating that the caravan had already left the scope of these zombies' sense of smell. However, some aromas were still faintly wafting from the tip of Yu Qingyang's nose. The aroma dissipated to the tip of Yu Qingyang's nose after a minute. It seemed that those people had completely left the city. Yu Qinxiao turned around and came back, mounted her suitcase, and continued to the city center. The city center of G City was the target of Yu Qingxia's trip, the place known as the Eastern Garden. There were a lot of zombies in the city. But to Yu Qinxiao and Shi Xingyu, they were not an obstacle. They arrived at the Oriental Garden very smoothly. The garden hadn't suffered much damage. It was just that because no one was managing it. Those grasses and trees had grown a lot crazier in the 3 months. But this was completely unimportant to Yu Qingyang. She went to the entrance and queued up for a while before she poked her way in and got her ticket. Then entered the park. Still sitting on the luggage, a visitor's guide map was held in her hand. She was like a real tourist, not caring that there were walkers all around her or that she was just a walker. Yu Qingyang looked at the surrounding scenery very carefully and would also take her camera out to take pictures. Shi Xingyu followed right behind Yu Qinxian, his eyes looking around, not feeling anything special. It was also unclear what was going on in Yu Qingxian's head. Yu Qinxiao wasn't thinking about anything at this time. She was just looking at the scenery in her own way. When Yu Qinxiao used to watch other people's travel videos, it was more of a preparation for writing a novel. After all, there were some things that one couldn't write about without experiencing them personally. But authors are such existences, describing everything in words, weaving a false yet real world for readers. A well-written author can make the reader feel as if the characters in the book have actually lived in the world. However, Yu Qinxiao didn't have that kind of attainment. And at most, he entertained himself while writing. But at this moment, Yu Qingxiao looked at these landscapes and probably had some understanding of why many authors like to go out and travel. It's just that now Yu Qingxiao doesn't need these things. She comes out to look at the scenery. There is the influence of those authors. There is the influence of her parents, and there is the influence of her neighbor's big sister. But most importantly, it was the step she took. If she hadn't thought about traveling, she would have remained in her own home, lying on that bed, waiting for her energy to run out, and then turn into blood, white bones, and finally a handful of dirt. But now, Yu Qingyan was very thankful to himself, thankful that he had walked out of that room. When the sun went down, Yu Qingxiao didn't proceed to wander further. Instead, she went out of the forest garden and found a hotel to rest. Shi Xingyu didn't understand why she was doing this, but he felt that he had learned something from Yu Qixin. That was, as a zombie, as a powerful zombie, one could not be too ostentatious. Humans were not fragile. Perhaps he should separate from Yu Qixia. Zombies were never hurt animals, and he wasn't the least bit worried about Yu Qixia dying at the hands of humans, much less worry about her dying in the mouth of a zombie. They were always different. Yu Qingxian couldn't understand the thoughts of a zombie, and he couldn't understand Yu Qingxian, who possessed human consciousness. So when Yu Qingxiao looked at Shi Xingyu standing in the doorway to say goodbye to her, there wasn't a hint of surprise. Goodbye. I hope to see you again this autumn. Last year I said that I would go to see the autumn color lake again this year. But don't get killed by humans, Yu Qingyan said. There wasn't a trace of reluctance on his face. When Shi Xingyu heard this, he also just nodded slightly, and then disappeared in front of the hotel room. Zombies originally fed on humans. Shi Xingyu was a gentle person in his lifetime. Right. Even if he didn't remember his memories from when he was human, he would subconsciously avoid himself when he fed, and also wouldn't take the initiative to prey on humans. It's indeed hard work. Chapter 44. The one who killed him was not himself. When Yu Qingyan woke up and didn't see Shi Xingyu, he was indeed a bit uncomfortable, because after 7 or 8 days, Yu Qingyan would pick a place to rest for a good night, and Shi Xingyu would always sit by the bedside like this and stare at her. Now that she woke up and did not see him, it was indeed a bit surprising. But Yu Qingyan was only a momentary discomfort. She slowly got up, because there was no more snow and there was still sunlight. Yu Qixia changed into a pretty dress again. She carried her suitcase downstairs and also went to change into a dress that wasn't really an ancient system. It was a new Chinese-style dress. It was very everyday, but one could see what ancient clothes looked like. A skirt like this didn't affect movement and wouldn't be out of place in this ancient garden. Even Yu Qingxia's action of sitting on the suitcase was not a straddle, but a sideways seat. It was true that people depended on their clothes. Yu Qingxiao felt that his movements were much more restrained. Yu Qingxiao sat on the suitcase, and the suitcase carried her, still wandering in the garden. There were zombies in the garden, and most of the clothes they were wearing also fitted well with this garden. She took out her camera and took pictures of the zombies. However, it was only one morning before the camera in Yu Qingxiu's hand almost switched off due to low battery. It was good that Yu Qingxiu's suitcase was rechargeable. She then found a place with good sunlight and let her suitcase charge, while she was wandering around idly on the side. For her suitcase and camera, Yu Qixia didn't think that any zombies would come and take them. If she put a fresh piece of flesh and blood, that would be something to worry about. Yu Qixia stood under the pavilion and looked at the suitcase and camera that were basking in the sun, thinking that she had so much time. Should she take what she wanted to do as a young child and try it out? Thinking this way, Yu Qingxiao let the suitcase bask in the sun here while she left the garden and went to the shop next to it. When she came out again, she was holding a few sketchbooks in her arms and some pencils in her hands. For these things, Yu Qingyan had quite a few memories. When she still didn't know any better, she liked to take the pencils and draw on the walls at home. At that time, she didn't really like talking to others. Yu Qingxiao felt that it would be better to say that she was somewhat autistic when she said she was sociopathic. But then again, she wasn't completely autistic, because as long as she wanted to, she could still communicate normally with others. It was just that Yu Qingxiao did not want to communicate with others. She felt that it was completely unnecessary. When Yu Qingxiao returned to the garden with her sketchbook in her arms, the consumed power was already fully charged, and the camera's charge had also been charged by a third. Yu Qingxiao put the camera back into the suitcase and sat on the suitcase, holding the sketchbook and pen in her hand, and continued walking again. The suitcase was stable and not really bumpy. The speed was also set to the minimum by Yu Qixiao. The minimum speed of this suitcase was similar to a human walking. The fastest speed, on the other hand, was able to catch up with the speed of an electric car. It was no wonder that a suitcase could be sold for over 100,000. If it wasn't for the end of the world, Yu Qingyang felt that he would only be able to look at it. It was impossible to pull it to accompany his own upheaval. So Yu Qingxia's first drawing was for her own suitcase. She got down from the suitcase, studied around the slowly moving suitcase, and then directly pressed stop on the suitcase. Squatting on the ground, she observed her suitcase 360 degrees, then made sketch after sketch of it. In the end, she chose the one she was most satisfied with, and she held it out to the suitcase, saying it was the best one she had ever drawn. Although the suitcase was just a suitcase and didn't have the means to answer her words, Yu Qingyang didn't care at all. All in all, today's mood was very good. Of course, it was limited to just the morning. When the sun was slightly in the west, the tip of Yu Qingxia's nose caught a faint aroma. It was an aroma that belonged to living things, because everyone's flavor gave Yu Qingxiao a different aroma. For example, Gu Evening Qing's aroma was the kind of light that gave people a sense of refreshment when they smelled it. And the teenager next to her also had a very light aroma. As for the one who had been sitting in the back seat, it gave Yu Qingxiao a feeling that it was more like that kind of plant aroma, and did not belong to dessert or meat aroma. However, if these three were to eat it, it would definitely be in the excellent category, because the more fragrant the food, it wasn't actually the most flavorful to eat. Of course, it could also be very unhealthy. It was just that even if it was an extreme human like Gu Evening Qing, Yu Qixiao had no appetite for her. As for the strong aroma of those ordinary humans, it was like passing by a shop and suddenly smelling the aroma, feeling like you wanted to eat something. However, when entering the shop, it was not at all as appealing as the aroma that one suddenly smelled when outside the shop. In an instant, there was no appetite. This was also the reason why Yu Qingyang did not have any thoughts about humans. Once she got close, that aroma was enough to make her feel full. Thinking about this, Yu Qingxiao suddenly reacted. Actually, she had been eating all along. Right? It was just that she didn't need to consume blood and flesh like ordinary zombies. Nor did she need to be like a high-level zombie like Shi Xingyu, who could eat at intervals. The way she fed was by smelling the aroma of humans. Right? As long as there were people in her vicinity, as long as she was smelling that aroma, she was already feeding. Right? Of course, this was just Yu Qingyang's speculation. Oh! Toki, see you. Can you smell the aroma from humans? There was no voice to answer her. How? The human isn't there. Yu Qingyang reacted. She stood up and looked at the zombies coming and going. So she grabbed a random one and asked. Of course, they were all just subconsciously venting their desires. And there was no way for them to communicate with Yu Qingyang. Yu Qixiao couldn't communicate with them. So she didn't dwell on the issue anymore. She continued to sit on the suitcase again and stroll around the garden. As for the faint aroma wafting from the tip of her nose, Yu Qixiao didn't care, because it was very faint. Yu Qixiao knew that there was some distance away from her. It was only when it was evening that Yu Qixiao felt that the aroma gradually dispersed. It didn't suddenly disappear, but dispersed. This had happened once when she had witnessed the man's death. It had also appeared when she killed those people before. In other words, someone had died. Yu Qingyang pulled her suitcase through the garden and went through another door. At this time, there were quite a few zombies surrounding the entrance of this door. It was only because these zombies were separated by the crowd-proof guardrail. Yu Qingyang slightly inclined his head and saw the person lying next to him who had already lost his breath. He was not injured by the zombies. If he was injured by a zombie, then this person would have turned into a zombie. Instead, he had bled to death here. She crouched down and faced the man who had passed away, and looking back to the zombies that were scrambling to try and rush forward, she reached out and waved at them. She moved like she was hurting a small animal. Of course, the walkers couldn't read it. It was just that the dozen or so rows of guardrails made it impossible for them to come in. And while there weren't many walkers in this place, there was another gate shutting off the access to this place. None of the zombies that passed by could open it. That's why Yu Qingyang, the one who still maintained human consciousness, was able to open this gate. It was also this gate that isolated this person's vitality. If I had gone faster, you would have survived. Yu Qixiao couldn't help but say, as she looked at his unwillingness before he died. Of course, she didn't blame herself in any way. After all, It wasn't herself who killed him. Chapter 45. A look at the villain's face. Yu Qingyang's eyes moved from his face to his hands. He was still holding the gun in his hand. Well, it's a good thing that I didn't come in a hurry. Otherwise, I would have to eat your gun as soon as I open the door. Right? Yu Qingyang opened his mouth. After saying this, she had to put his gun away. As a result, just as she picked it up, she fired a shot at the floor. Sure enough, even the safety was on. As soon as a walker approached, he would shoot, even if he knew that he would die even here. He wouldn't let the walkers hurt him. And even if those people came after him, he was planning to fight back to the death. Right? What's the point of fighting so hard? In the end, it's still not death. Yu Qingyang was helpless. After saying this, she bent down and dragged the corpse's legs, directly dragging him away, only leaving a trail of red blood on the ground. Yu Qingyang felt like a post-apocalyptic cleaning auntie. How many people had she buried? The 3 at the hospital, the man later, and now another one had appeared. 5 now. All of them were men. Luckily, there were no girls. Otherwise, Yu Qingyang wouldn't know how to face this girl. After all, between the same sex, there was always a hint of affection. Yu Qishao plowed the pit and dumped the man in, looking at the man lying in the pit. The man's looks were considered clean-cut. Right. And he looked not too old. He should be a few years younger than himself. Yu Qingyang thought so, but still buried the soil into the pit. There was no place to find a coffin, and no time to cremate him. The temperature of the flame wasn't high enough. And at most, it would just roast the man to a crispy aroma. Moreover, zombies were afraid of high temperatures. Yu Qingyang was also afraid of it. With this in mind, she buried the man before nightfall. She even went up and stomped the new soil solid. The soil could isolate the smell of blood. This way the buried body would not be scooped out by the zombies. Yu Qingyang looked at the grave that didn't even have a small mound. If the grass grew all over it in the future, no one would remember if there was this person. After she buried the person, she shifted her position in her suitcase. Since the forest garden was done strolling around, she was going to continue her journey north. It was just that she rode her suitcase into a small alley. Then she heard the sound of a car again. There was no aroma to be smelled, so it seems the car didn't have its windows open. It was sealed well, and these people were really vigilant about not letting the scent escape. But it could just be a coincidence. Yu Qingyang probed from the alley, and 3 minutes later, several cars stopped at the location of the garden's back door. Seeing that these cars were modified, even the windows were fitted with protective nets. Very professional. In fact, Yu Qingyang and these cars and people were very close. It was just more than 10 meters away. It was just that if they were talking in the car, then she couldn't hear them. If the windows were down, Yu Qishao would still be able to hear them. Of course, what they were going to say interested and disinterested Yu Qishao. After all, Yu Qishao couldn't go and knock on someone else's window and make them talk to herself. But the heavens did not fail the melon eaters. Those people dropped their windows. Oh! Fierce looking. It looked like the face of a villain from a TV show. Yu Qingyang had always encountered characters that were suspected to be protagonists. He wouldn't meet a villain this time. Cleaned up? The man looked towards the back entrance of the garden. But because he dropped the window, it caused many zombies to surround it. The roars of those zombies were close to silencing the man's voice as he spoke. This made Yu Qingyang really want to roar. How can I be silenced by your fool-like voices when I can finally eat melon after so many days? Yu Qishao crouched in the corner, his whole body radiating a ghostly aura. The person in the car also seemed to dislike the noise of those zombies and directly roared. Those zombies actually did not make a sound. Yu Qingyang was shocked. This person is Bull. Surprisingly, he was able to suppress the zombies. The people in the car were also a little surprised to see the zombies silenced. But these low-grade zombies could not break the defense of his modified car. At this moment, the zombie was lying on the front of the car, also blocking his view. He didn't see the man's body. But with that serious gunshot wound in this city full of zombies, it was impossible to survive. Most importantly, what he shot at was the man's lungs. Even if he had a hard life, he wouldn't survive. He would only die a painful death. Even if he was more powerful, wouldn't he die under his own gun now? Becoming a zombie's ration. He couldn't even leave a whole body. Yu Qingyang was listening happily on the side. Originally so. The mutiny of the alien squad. The original captain was taken out. In other words, the person she buried turned out to be the captain of a shifter squad. But it was also true. If it was an ordinary person, with such heavy injuries, there was no way to find a safe place. On top of that, there were a dozen rows of 1.5 meter high fences to climb over. Such a talent, unexpectedly really dead. 20 minutes ago, it was even buried by her. What a pity. What a pity. Anyway, these people just came to see if the man was dead or not. To be able to travel freely in a big city full of zombies was really something. Anyway, Yu Qingyang didn't want to be discovered by these people. If she was discovered, then she could only lie down on the board. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Eating melon ended. Yu Qixao tiptoed around with her suitcase and left, afraid to make a little noise. It was true that humans were too dangerous. Yu Qixao was glad that she didn't have a heartbeat anymore. Otherwise, she felt that her heartbeat could be heard 8 miles away. Yu Qixao carried her suitcase, bent over, and crawled like a dog away from this place of wrongdoing. Only when Yu Qixao felt that she had reached a safe place did she put down the suitcase. Anyway, first look for cover. It was true that just because you were in a big city, you couldn't do whatever you wanted just because you thought there were a lot of zombies. There were still people like Gu Wanqing who could do whatever they wanted in a big city. That's why Yu Qingliang's days in the future would be difficult. It turned out that being a zombie was not that easy. At this moment, Yu Qixao had the idea of locking herself up in the house again. As long as she was in the house, she wouldn't have to worry about how to face those humans. Of course, in just an instant, Yu Qixao kicked open the door of the room, screw shutting up the house. She still had to go hiking across the country. But first, let's check out the route. Was she going to steal some human information? If she wandered off, she could lose her life. Since this city had 2 alien squads come in 2 days, then it means there must be a survivor base near the city. And these squads look very strong. After all, they all staged a coup. It means that there are many strong people in the squads. If they were not capable enough to command their men, then they would definitely be replaced. So this is bound to be someone from the official new base. Right? What does a big base look like? I'd love to see it. How about a sneak peek? And take some photos? Ow! Exciting. Yu Qingyang thought so, and began to formulate a plan. First of all, it must not be too close, because there are defenses set up in a few kilometers, or even a dozen kilometers. Right? How to say it is also considered a place where human beings will live for a long time in the future. Naturally, it cannot be easily overrun by zombies again. So the situation in the novel, where the zombies surrounded the city, and then abandoned, it would never exist. It wasn't that Yu Qingliang thought things too well. Rather, it was that the country she lived in could indeed make it this far. Chapter 46. Came here to play mahjong. Huh? Yu Qixao thought so. But of course, she had to be careful. The first thing was to sneakily follow those alter ego squads. In the past, it was Yu Qixao who avoided the humans and went. And now, Yu Qixao followed the humans. Although following people naturally meant being careful of some xenos, such as xenos or mutants with good eyes and very sensitive ears. But what Yu Qingyang needed was not to follow the humans all the time, until one roughly knew where they were heading. That was enough. As long as it was a place where humans traveled to, then it was bound to be a place that was safe for humans. If it was safe for the humans, then it would be right for her to go in the opposite direction. After Yu Qingyang finalized it this way, she held up her nose and sniffed around to see where there were humans. Originally, Yu Qixao thought that she would have to wait for a few days before she could encounter humans. But how could she not expect that this G city, there were so many people, came here to play mahjong? Huh? Of course, these people didn't live in the city center of G city. Rather, they were at the edge of the city. After all, the number of zombies at the edge of the city was small, and it was easy to run away. Yu Qingyang could smell the scent of 2 groups of people. It was estimated to be dozens of people. Thinking like this, then there must be a big base around here. After all, there were many big cities within a few hundred kilometers. Those who went out to fight for their lives were almost all rooted in these cities. If there were many zombies, then there were also many survivors. If there are many survivors, there are also many corresponding psychics. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been that kind of usurpation drama during the day. Yu Qingyang placed her suitcase in a safe place before carefully taking her binoculars over. First, she had to determine the number of people on the other side. There were two parties in total. It was only a few hundred meters apart. It was probably also for the sake of a good fight, if zombies did appear at that time. Yu Qingyang squatted upstairs, and used the binoculars to observe the cars of those two squads. They were all downstairs, and did not drive into the house. It was true that humans' ability to react and adapt was indeed very strong. The cars of the two squads had been modified. Even the wheels were the kind of thickened material that could press nails without being poked. Even the roofs of the cars had continuous machine guns mounted on them. Obviously, 3 months was enough time for the humans to produce the ability to defend themselves. Yu Qingyang looked at the vehicles, and then looked upstairs. It was found that the windows were all plastered with light-proof stickers. This kind of light-proof sticker could clearly see the outside from the inside. But the outside couldn't see the inside, nor could it see the light from the inside. After all, zombies also have phototropism. If there was light, then it would attract zombies and zombie birds. Of course, this kind of light-proof sticker is only light-proof and ordinary zombies. Like some secondary zombies and tertiary zombies are completely unprotectable. In this situation, of course, they could only fight. Yu Qinxiao took a closer look and found that the survivors that were closer to him seemed to be the same group of people that he saw during the day. This made Yu Qinxiao a little more careful. Just as she was about to take her binoculars back, she found what looked like a super large bat plastered outside the house, where the group of people were temporarily staying. Yu Qinxiao stared carefully, only to realize that it wasn't a bat. Instead, it was a zombie, still maintaining a human body and head. It could be seen that it was humanoid, only that it was lying on the wall with black flesh skin attached to its hands and feet, causing it to look like a supersized bat. Obviously, this zombie was an evolved advanced zombie. It should be looking for an opportunity to attack humans. It was estimated that it would have to wait for the dead of night before it planned to strike. It was true that evolved zombies were better, and knew how to pick the time. Yu Qingyang didn't have the kindness to remind those people. If they couldn't even solve this kind of zombie, and they still came to this big city full of zombies, they were totally looking for death. When it was almost 1 or 2 o'clock in the night, that zombie finally moved. It directly broke the window and entered. And for a moment, this house immediately resounded with sounds. It was followed by the screams of the humans. Yu Qingyang lay down on the window, and carefully watched the situation in the house. One could probably see the panic in the house through the broken window. After all, a high-level zombie like this one that mixed in a sneak attack was indeed surprising. The scream startled the surrounding zombies, which surrounded towards the place where the screams were made. For a moment, those people didn't care that the gunshots would attract zombies. After all, the screams just now had definitely attracted the zombies. Now was the time to first kill this high-level zombie and leave this place. The other alien squad 100 meters away had also moved. As for whether or not to help this squad, it was definitely impossible. Even if they did go to help, they would most likely be used by the other party as bait. And that Black Thunder squad was such a team. Especially since the Black Thunder squad's captain disappeared half a month ago. The Black Thunder squad had become even more lawless. In the past, there was still their captain to press them down. Therefore the squads in the base all felt that the reason why the Black Thunder squad's captain had disappeared might have been killed by that whoever. But no one had proof. Until 3 days ago, there were people who said that they had seen the Black Thunder squad's captain in G City. And he was still alive. But he just ran away when he saw people. And he seemed to be very afraid of being found out about his whereabouts. Now that they came across the Black Thunder squad in G City, maybe they came to kill the former captain. Like this kind of squad that could be deadly to the captain and would use their team members as bait. They wouldn't help. So in Yu Qingyang's eyes, the other squad found out about the high-level zombie attack and directly packed up their things and ran away. This made Yu Qinxiao startled. She thought that at this time, there would be 2 squads working together to take down this high-level zombie. After all, the crystal core of a high-level zombie should be worth a lot of money. Right? So even if they couldn't get the crystal core of this zombie, they would still be able to get a lot of things from the other party. Right? Thinking of the word crystal core, Yu Qinxiao felt as if the weight of the backpack on his back was very heavy. This made Yu Qinxiao transform into a screaming chicken again. She had forgotten to return the crystal core to Shishingyu. With that brat's speed, he had no idea where he had gone by now. The phone didn't work, and even if it did, she couldn't contact Shishingyu. Yu Qingyang sighed as she lay on the window. In the future, she would have to carry this crystal core on her back. Wait until autumn. then return it to Shishing. Yu Qishao squatted at the window and watched for almost 20 minutes or so. That zombie was still taken down by the alien squad, but with several hundred zombies surrounding them. If the squad's people wanted to leave, someone would have to lure the zombies away, or just blow up the walkers. But these zombies were very close to their vehicle. If they threw a bomb, it would definitely affect the vehicle. Just as Yu Qingyang was curious about what this squad of people were going to do, two people suddenly jumped down from their position on the first floor and ran over in Yu Qingxia's direction. The zombies behind the two people naturally came after the two people when they saw that the gate could not be opened. And while these zombies left, the people upstairs immediately came down and drove away. Yu Qingyang instantly understood that these two people were the bait. Originally, he thought that this kind of bridge would only happen in novels. But once he thought of many social news, Yu Qingxiao felt that it would happen as if it wasn't too surprising. Who would have thought that the little handsome man who had no communication problems with him would eat people? The two who were used as bait also ran as hard as they could. Anyways, as long as they got rid of the zombies, then there was still a possibility of survival. Yu Qingyang looked at the zombies that were gradually approaching and felt that there was not much chance of these two people surviving. But in the end, those who can enter the alien squad are definitely not trash. Chapter 47. She is fair. The two people ran very fast, and one of them stepped on the roof of the car and tumbled up to the first floor. After all, it wasn't safe to stand on the roof of the car. But if there were zombies on the first floor that the person flipped up to, then that person would be considered a sheep in a wolf's mouth. Yu Qingyang stood on the building, wanting to see how the remaining person would escape, only to see that teenager quickly pull out something from the small bag on his waist and then throw it back. A boom followed, and the corpses of the group of zombies were instantly blown away. The rumbling sound traveled far. In a clean city like this, it seemed unusually loud, especially if one's hearing was as strong as Yu Qingyang's nowadays. That was why the sound of the explosion was like it was blown on her brain and heart. It was true that having too good hearing was not always a good thing. Yu Qishao didn't move, but watched these two people escape. Anyone who could be pushed out as bait shouldn't be particularly good at it. After all, if they were very good, then these two people would have been caught and eaten by the zombies before they got downstairs. Being right at the door is not much use at all. So the ones who could be the bait were either the ones who ran fast or the ones who were competent. Obviously, the two people Yu Qingyang saw were indeed capable. Just would the car that had already driven away come back to pick them up? Yu Qishao inclined her head towards the far side of the street, the group of zombies running over. She felt that it shouldn't be possible. A few hundred zombies would already make someone take out a living person as bait. If for the sake of this bait, it would be inappropriate to put the entire squad in danger again. That would definitely be inappropriate. In other words, these two people were definitely abandoned. Yu Qingyang turned towards the room on the other side of the building, making sure that the zombies on the other side had also gathered. Even the zombies on his floor were stirring. When Yu Qingxiao returned to the window where she had just watched the theater, she found that the two had already disappeared. But she could still smell the two aromas. It meant that the two were still alive and hadn't left a certain range. But the scent of those two squads was no longer there. That meant that they should be a kilometer or two away from Yu Qingyang. Trying to circle back would probably still be difficult. Yu Qishao waited in the house for about 10 minutes. And those two squad members did not come back. Of course, those two decoys survived. It was just that the downstairs was packed with zombies. Yu Qishao didn't even dare to go downstairs for fear that he would be trampled by these zombies if he went in. Although Yu Qingxiu's height is not short, but she belongs to the thin type. Itself is a house. Really want to push and squeeze with those zombies? Certainly cannot push. Yu Qishao went down to the ground floor, looked at those zombies outside the door, then turned around and headed in the other direction. There weren't too many zombies on the street at the back, so Yu Qishao opened the window and climbed out. And those two decoys seemed to have found a safe place to hide for the time being. The aroma was stable, indicating that those two hadn't moved. But it was also, there were all zombies down there. How could they dare to move? But then Yu Qingyang didn't care at all. She walked back from the back street to where she put her suitcase. It actually wasn't that far from that street. It was just a few hundred meters away. But because it was a dead end. Plus, it was a small alley where there weren't too many zombies. Humans wouldn't easily wade into such a place. Yu Qingyang sat on the suitcase and thought. The main reason was that she couldn't speak human language. Otherwise she could save those two people and get words out of their mouths. For example, has the official big base been built yet? The land of Washio was so big that it always felt that building 5 bases was definitely not enough. At the very least, they all had to be more than 5. So Yu Qingyang had to figure out the location of these bases before he could do so. The more aberrants there were, the greater the range of human activities. She was able to come across so many survivors at the beginning of the end of the world, when the humans were gradually able to face the zombies. Then she couldn't mess around. There was no way for her to upgrade. Nor was there a way for her to gradually take on a human appearance like Shixingyu. Even if she masked the wounds on her face, she was instantly recognized as a zombie. Trying to find that mother and daughter, Yu Qinxiao felt that it was a bit difficult. Although if she asked them herself, they might talk. But the risk was a bit greater than going to look for them yourself. Thinking about this, Yu Qinxiao thought about it. Those were the people from the alien battle team. Killing zombies like a piece of cake. If he went over there, he would definitely get shot. Forget it. Let's continue to rush. On the other side, 2 teenagers hid in a house, looking at the densely packed zombies downstairs. They both fell into silence. It was naturally expected that they would be used as bait. After all, they were the original captain's people, and the Vice Squad would definitely not let them live. But they had to live. They still had to find the captain. They couldn't believe that the captain had died just like that. Just as the two were thinking about how they were going to escape from the encirclement of so many zombies, they then heard the surprising sound of firecrackers ringing out from the next street. By counting the time, today happened to be the Lantern Festival. But this was the post-apocalyptic world. How could someone set off firecrackers in the middle of the night? But these zombies went over towards the sound of firecrackers after hearing them. It's just that the sound of a firecracker doesn't ring for long. Therefore, after the first firecracker sounded, the zombies hadn't completely moved away. But just at this time, the second firecracker sounded. There were even fireworks. This stunned the 2 teenagers. In the end of the world, there are still people who are not afraid of death. What kind of fairy was setting off firecrackers and fireworks? And at this time Yu Qinxiao, who was treated as a fairy, looked at the fireworks that were lit by her in front of her. But she thought it was beautiful. When she saw those zombies turn from the roadside, she happily said, "Happy New Year, everyone." Though it might have been New Year's last month, those zombies came towards the fireworks. And when they saw that there was only one zombie on this side, they didn't continue on. They just stood on the street row by row and watched Yu Qingyang set off the fireworks. From the smell, they could sense that the 2 decoys had moved. It seemed that the zombies had all been lured over by her. Yu Qinxiao pulled out a few strings of electronic firecrackers from the cardboard box at the back and hung them on a few zombies. After flipping the switch, Yu Qinxiao pulled her suitcase and left. The several zombies that were hung up on the firecrackers were instantly swamped by other zombies. Yu Qinxiao was a little embarrassed, but he still pulled his suitcase and left. He himself lured those zombies away in order to let those 2 decoys find a way to escape. As for whether they could escape or not, that was not something she could care about. However, Yu Qingyang never expected that those 2 decoys would make a big detour to the place where she set off the firecrackers and fireworks. Yu Qinxian was right upstairs watching clearly. The backs of those 2 teenagers were sneaky and seemed to be looking for someone. Yu Qinxiao stared for a few minutes before realizing that the 2 decoys were looking for themselves. No. Run when you're saved. What was the point of running over to her? Yu Qinxiao felt that she had already saved them. If they didn't think of running away but came to join in the fun, they would fall into a crisis again. She definitely wouldn't care anymore, having helped the humans before. Then she couldn't stop the zombies from feeding this time. She was being fair. However, Yu Qingyang stared at those 2 for a while and realized that they were very agile. At a glance, they were not ordinary people. Even if they hadn't awakened their psychic abilities, their physical skills were definitely not bad. 2 people crossing the roof was as simple as jumping over a small ditch. Talents like this, they wouldn't be actively coming to be bait. Right? Chapter 48, it's also too difficult for a zombie. The 2 teenagers only saw the zombies downstairs, but did not see any humans. Only the few zombies had electronic firecrackers hanging from them that were still flashing. The teens were a little confused, but they also knew that they couldn't be on the roof at this point. Still had to find a way to find a car so they could survive in the city. In fact, they privately wondered if it would be their captain. But now it seemed that it was not. Yu Qingyang stared at them for a while before turning around and leaving. Obviously, They didn't leave this place at the first opportunity after getting out of danger. Instead, they ran towards the inner city. That meant that the decision to be the bait was their own, since it was self-inflicted. It had nothing to do with her. Yu Qingxiao turned around and went downstairs, reached the ground floor, mounted her suitcase, and headed in the direction where those 2 cents disappeared. It was almost 5 o'clock when the sky had begun to whiten. Yu Qingxiao suddenly stopped at the side of the road and just sat quietly on her suitcase, waiting for the sunrise to come out. At this time, the houses on the edge of the city had collapsed quite a bit for some unknown reason. Some of the vines around them were climbing on them. The green leaves swayed as the breeze brushed by. Yu Qingxiao stared at those leaves and couldn't help but get up and walk over, picking one and then hanging it on her head. And so the leaves swayed on her head. This made Yu Qingxiao's mood inexplicably better. Ow! I'm the Slow Goat Village Chief. Yu Qingxiao opened her mouth. After saying this, Yu Qingxiao went and picked many more roots and stuck them on her head. The distressed Slow Goat Village Chief, Yu Qingxiao added. And during the time she was fooling around, the sky slowly dawned. In Yu Qingxiao's previous life, the day and night were always reversed, and he had indeed rarely seen the sunrise. He had seen it once before on the Cross Sea Bridge, but Yu Qingyang had originally gone to the Cross Sea Bridge just to see the sunrise. It had never been like today, waiting for the sunrise, because it was almost dawn. Yu Qingxiao looked at the slowly rising sun as the breeze blew. No wonder many people wanted to travel. This was the first time Yu Qingxiao really felt that he was really traveling. Yu Qingxiao didn't remove the rattan and instead stared at these green leaves as he walked. However, because of the sun, these leaves wilted after half an hour. When Yu Qingxiao passed by a town, she noticed that the town was built along the sides of the river. She carried her suitcase down the stairs, and could still see that this town should have been considered lively before the end of the world. But because of the stairs and some guardrails, it did block the zombies from coming out of this ancient town. Yu Qingyang carried her suitcase downwards and looked at the shambling zombies, which made her hesitate for a moment. The truth was that these zombies were all looking towards her in that instant just now. If it wasn't for the fact that those zombies instantly lost interest in her, Yu Qingyang felt that she had mistakenly entered the pre-apocalyptic world. These zombies today should have evolved once. Their reaction to sound was much sharper and quicker. Of course, the clothes on their bodies were torn and tattered quite a bit. There were also many zombies with skin and flesh falling off their bodies, exposing their bones. There were even those that dragged their internal organs around. The zombies that had lost interest in Yu Qingyang began to wander around aimlessly again. Yu Qingxiao could only nod awkwardly at them before dragging his suitcase along the street. The shops on the side of the street were already dusty because they hadn't been cleaned. A lot of grasses and trees grew out of the cracks in the stones. This made Yu Qingyang feel surprised. It had only been 3 months since there were no traces of humans, and these grasses and trees had gone crazy. Maybe it was because the weather today was good for this kind of plant to grow. Yu Qingxiao took out his camera and took pictures of the beautiful shops by the roadside. Most of the shops by the river were actually coffee shops and bars. And of course, there were also some bookstores. When he saw the bookstore, Yu Qingyang walked in without hesitation. The shop looked neat and didn't have any mess. There were indeed 2 zombies in the bar, but one of them had already collapsed on the ground, presumably dead. The other one looked healthy. It was only because the bar was closed, and you needed to open the door to get in. So these 2 zombies were in the bar and didn't come out. Yu Qingyang said to them that he was disturbed and carried the suitcase up to the first floor. The situation on the first floor was not so good. After all, it was a scenic spot, and there were quite a few tourists. There were quite a few bloodstains on the floor, but it was already blackened and didn't look so scary anymore. Yu Qingyang put the suitcase on the stairway. Only then did he go to look at the zombies. There were the remains of humans that had been split up, but at this point, they had already rotted beyond recognition. Yu Qingxiao didn't care. She was kind enough to pull the zombies that were wandering around on the first floor down the stairs and send them out of the bookstore. She also sent the zombie that had been trapped in the bar for 3 months out of the bookstore as well. Yu Qingyang also didn't know if this shop belonged to this zombie. But as a human, as an adult, it was the need to get off work. Yu Qingyang now was just sending it off work. You can go play after work now. If you still want to come back, come stand at the door for a while. I will open the door for you, Yu Qingyang said. It was wearing the working clothes of this bookstore, which was quite recognizable. But is it appropriate to wear working clothes after work? Yu Qingxian thought of giving it a change of clothes. But as soon as he turned around, the zombie had already run out of sight. As expected, both people and zombies run fast when they are off duty. She moved all the corpses in the bookstore out of the room and buried them in the flower bed. Although using the flower bed as their grave might be a bit condescending, but it was the only thing Yu Qingliang could do. By the time she was done with these things, it was already afternoon. It was only at this time that Yu Qishao reacted to what she had done in order to read in peace. Yu Qishao stood in the doorway, looking at the westward sun. She then turned around and entered the bookstore. After going upstairs and looking at the empty first floor, she started to pick up the books scattered on the floor and put them on the bookshelf. Then went to get water and cleaned and wiped down the entire bookstore. By the time she was done with it, it was already dark. Yu Qingliang's vision was not much affected, but she still went and reached out to press the switch. There wasn't any change. Even though she didn't need to sleep either, she still couldn't help but initiate a nap after a few days. After Yu Qishao went upstairs, she sat down towards the chair and plopped her entire body on the desk. After being paralyzed for a while, Yu Qishao took out her charging cable and connected it to the spare power source on her suitcase, wanting to charge his mobile phone. The phone hadn't been charged for months. But that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that there was no way for her to switch it on. Although this was an old phone from many years ago, many apps and games wouldn't run. But the photo albums and chat records could still be viewed. Nowadays, it unexpectedly couldn't be switched on. This made Yu Qingliang very anxious, but did not dare to just knock it, afraid that if he knocked it, it would really break. Although it couldn't be switched on, it showed that it was charging. Yu Qishao felt that she either had to find someone to help her fix her mobile phone, or she would have to teach herself how to fix it. But Yu Qishao didn't trust her own skills. She only had one mobile phone and wasn't sure she could fix it herself. Surely it was better to find someone to help her fix it. This was also too difficult for a zombie. Chapter 49, she needs to head to the next stop. Yu Qishao was torn between learning how to fix a mobile phone herself or finding someone to do it until dawn. In the end, Yu Qishao chose to learn by herself. Since she wanted to learn on her own, she would need to watch a tutorial. She did not have the knowledge in this area. It felt like it was hard to learn this kind of thing without a master to bring it along. Right? Yu Qishao thought to herself that she shouldn't be able to learn for 8 or 10 years. She could wait for 8 or 10 years. But his mobile phone certainly can't wait. Yu Qishao was anxious at this time, and her frame hit the table. The speciality she had learnt when she was in school was completely useless in the end of the world. Yu Qishao looked at her mobile phone, which was already fully charged. But there was still no way to switch it on, which made her very puzzled. Since it could be charged, why couldn't it be switched on? She had previously thought of getting a computer and importing everything into it. As a result, the phone wouldn't switch on. It couldn't have been frozen in the low temperatures when it snowed earlier. Could it? Thinking about it, it could be. After all, she was using a mobile phone that did turn itself off in low temperatures and wouldn't turn on at all. But she was now in a warm place. No matter what, it should be switched on. Yu Qingliang placed her mobile phone on the table and reached out to push open the window next to her. Just as the sunlight poured through, Yu Qishao turned around and took a book out from the bookshelf next to her. It was as if she was ready to settle down in this town. Reading books in the morning, going out for a walk at noon, and going to a restaurant to sit for half an hour. Even if no one cooked for her. Even if she didn't need to eat. But there were some things that Yu Qingliang just wanted to do that much. After all, tourists do that. Right? Yu Qishao sat on the chair for a while before she got up and left. She was leisurely, as if she was really a tourist. There was no need for a mask. And she wouldn't be watched. Much less would someone suddenly rush up and strike up a conversation with her. Of course, it actually wouldn't have been before the end of the world. It was just that no matter what she did, she needed to talk to people. And that was something that really bothered her. After all, she really wasn't good at communicating with humans. Yu Qingliang passed by a dentist shop just as the wind blew over and her long hair fluttered up. It made her seem like she saw something. Stopping in her tracks, she looked towards the dentist's shop. For some reason, things that seemed to have been forgotten came back to her mind. At that time, she was actually 20 years old. An adult. She should have the ability to go to the doctor by herself. But she was still like a 3-year-old. Grabbing the corner of her mother's coat and following behind her. because at the dental appointment, it was just the dentist and herself. Mom sat outside and waited, and the doctor just spoke to her, and she couldn't help but cry all the time. This caused the doctor to think if the anesthetic had failed to work, it hurt too much to cry. It was all she could do to keep from covering her eyes and telling the doctor not to talk to her. Now that I think about it, the doctor would have thought she was sick. It was really a bit hard for the doctor at the time. It was entirely her own fault. And in the end, it made the doctor blame herself a bit. Sure enough, being a human was really exhausting. There were those like her who weren't good at getting along with humans. And there were those who had to get along with all types of people in order to make a living. Yu Qingyang came over and leaned over the glass door to look inside. There were no zombies inside, and a lot of the equipment inside was already gone. It should have been taken away by the survivors. But it was also true. After all, these things were very much needed in the post-apocalyptic world. But it also made Yu Qingyang think of something. That was that since there were survivors coming here to take things, did it mean that there would be survivors coming here? One wouldn't be in danger, right? Yu Qishao turned his head to look at the road on both sides of the river. Actually, there weren't too many zombies on both sides, and most of them were gathered at the location of the intersection, because there would be vehicles passing by on the road from time to time. These zombies would then gather at the intersection. So when Yu Qishao came down from the steps, this place was full of zombies. Yu Qishao paced back to the bookstore. He spent another afternoon taking pictures everywhere with his fully charged camera. Sometimes photographing houses, sometimes photographing rivers, also photographing zombies, and photographing flowers. All in all, certainly not something she would have done in life. Yu Qingyang stayed in this town for 5 days. From the head of the town, all the way to the tail of the town. Although this kind of town was already full of commerce, it might have even once been frequently trolled on the internet. But suddenly quiet. It looked beautiful. Yu Qingyang pulled his suitcase and stood at the end of the town, looking up at the blue sky that drifted through white clouds. A few birds wowed and flew past her head. Yu Qishao smiled slightly. She needed to head to the next stop, waving her hand at the town. There was no telling if the next time she came, the town would be back in human hands. Yu Qishao mounted her beloved luggage again and continued on her way. It was estimated that if he went further, he would be able to see the official base. There was no telling how far it was. After walking for another 3 days, when Yu Qishao came to a small town, he found that there were no zombies in this town. This made Yu Qingyang instantly understand that this place already belonged to human territory. However, because no one lived here, it seemed unusually quiet. Yu Qishao carefully sniffed and made sure that there were no humans in this town before finding a tall building to climb up. Then she used her binoculars to observe the distance. It finally allowed her to see a black dot on the horizon. Just because of the distance, it was just a black dot in Yu Qingyang's eyes. But being able to see the city at such a distance was enough to show that the walls were very high and large. This made Yu Qingyang even more curious about the newly built survivor base. But wanting to get close to the survivor base was not a simple thing. Of course, for humans, to see the base, that was to see the hope of life. So how to approach the new home of humans? After all, where there are people, there will be those who repair electrical appliances. But there should be people alive who repair mobile phones. Yu Qingyang now hated to transform into a living person and rush to the base to fix the mobile phone. The longer the delay, the lower the possibility of fixing it. Right? Yu Qishao thought to himself. It's true that you have to learn from scratch. Right? This made Yu Qishao anxious as she went round and round in the house. And just as she was anxious, she smelled an aroma that belonged to a human. This made her startled, because the human was approaching. Yu Qishao was so scared that she tiptoed around the room. It was good that these humans had no intention of going upstairs. It seemed like they were still doing some kind of secret deal. They said that there was a black market 50 kilometers to the east of the base. Anything can be traded there. But because too many things are traded, they are not officially protected. But the good thing is that the people in the black market are all very skilled. Whether it's modifying cars or buying heat weapons, it's all possible. Therefore, it was protected by quite a few altered warriors. And from time to time, they helped to clean up the zombies in the neighborhood. Of course, this black market generally collected medicine and food. Yu Qingyang was a little surprised after hearing the words of these people. Since it was a black market, then it should be possible for her to mask her face, keep quiet, and just take her tablet and type it out for the other party to see. Right? Besides, medicine and food. It would be convenient if she went to get them. It was just that the base was 50 kilometers to the east, and there was no telling where it was. Never mind. It was always good to have directions. Yu Qishao carefully looked at the several vehicles downstairs, seemingly trading something. Yu Qishao then squatted upstairs and listened to their transaction. It turned out to be trading crystal cores. After waiting for 20 minutes, these two parties left the place. Yu Qishao made sure they left before she went downstairs. However, just as she was about to leave, she found a piece of paper at her feet. It seemed to be the location of that place. Yu Qishao didn't even think about it and directly picked it up and put it in her pocket. Chapter 50, she didn't want to maggot herself. After determining where she was going, Yu Qishao didn't hesitate anymore. Only she didn't know that less than 20 minutes after she left, a car drove over. The people in the car came down and looked everywhere, but they couldn't find the note. Didn't it fall here? It wasn't in the car either. It couldn't have been blown away by the wind. One of them said in disbelief. How could something so important be lost? If it was really dropped here, then it must still be in the same place. It's impossible for someone to pick it up. It couldn't have blown away. But what kind of person would come to this place? The man who had lost the address was also depressed. It had only been 20 minutes or so. How could someone just happen to pass by here and pick it up? And of course Yu Qishao, who had picked up someone else's note at this time, didn't know that those people were back. She ran as fast as she could on her own little suitcase. The exact address she knew. It would be 200 kilometers to go around from her place. But for Yu Qishao, it wasn't too far. Even if she had to go through a city full of zombies. For others, it was indeed dangerous. But for Yu Qishao, it wasn't that difficult. But the important thing was this skin color of hers. Yu Qishao was ready to make up a little bit of herself. At least make herself look less scary. Yu Qishao took the rare step of looking for a makeup mirror to take a closer look at her face. It had been a long time since she had looked at the cracks on her mouth. It was only at this time that Yu Qishao took a serious look. The split seemed to have been torn open hard by her own fingers, which caused the left side of her face to be completely open. The flesh and blood did not show any signs of decay, which made Yu Qingyang somewhat surprised. After all, many zombies had already started to rot. I don't know if it was because of this winter or the exposure to the sun before winter, but in any case, many of the zombies were rotting very badly. Yu Qingyang didn't look at his face for the past few months, but he was actually afraid of this problem. But nowadays, it seemed as if there was no need to worry about this problem. It was just that the weather had warmed up, so she still had to deal with the wounds on her face. Even if it didn't hurt, it would be bad if flies seeded her face and then grew her a mouthful of maggots. Yu Qingyang felt that wearing a mask was indeed a good thing to do, but it was better to sew up her face first. Yu Qingyang went to the hospital and wandered around, finally finding the sheep's intestine thread used for surgery. She just didn't know if the sheep's intestine thread could be absorbed by her own body. If it didn't absorb it, then didn't she choose the sheep's intestine thread for nothing? After Yu Qixin finished dwelling on it, she used the sheep intestine thread to sew up her face first to make her face look less scary. It took half an hour for Yu Qishao to sew up her face in a decent way. Even the claw marks on her wrist. Yu Qishao took a bandage and wrapped it tightly. She didn't want herself to get maggots. After all, if she got maggots, she would definitely have to get them out one by one. It would be too troublesome. Yu Qishao didn't actually notice any problems with her eyes. It wasn't until she took a book of her own photos from the side and came over to compare them that she realized that there was indeed something wrong with her eyes. It turned out that she had turned into a zombie, and there was indeed a filter in place to beautify herself. This pair of eyes of her own. How could she look like a living person? Thinking about it, Yu Qingyang still felt that wrapping herself round was the way to go. But wrapping himself too tightly would be very suspicious. Right? As expected, being a zombie had its conveniences and inconveniences. But Yu Qingyang couldn't help but fix his mobile phone. It would be best if she could just transfer all these things to a new mobile phone. That way she could handle it herself later. Yu Qishao still chose to dress in a tighter package, changing into long trousers and long sleeves. But since it was a thin bottom shirt, it covered the color of her skin and didn't look like she was a fool wearing a lot of clothes on a hot day, then putting on a mask and a fisherman's hat. Yu Qingyang's entire body really looked like a human being, although she was a zombie. After becoming a zombie, her athletic ability could be many times stronger than when she was a living person. After all, she could now climb 20 floors without taking a breath. After ensuring that her appearance could not be seen to be broken, it was time for Yu Qingyan to think about the problem of communication. The first thing was the language. She had always thought that she was speaking human language. Where did she know that what she actually spoke was not human language at all? Then Yu Qingxiao would have to wonder if humans could understand the words she wrote. Therefore, Yu Qingxiao was not sure of the words she had written. Since he wasn't sure if humans could read his own writing, then he really couldn't write. Yu Qingxiao first took a tablet, turned it on after it was fully charged, then flipped out the memo, and after typing the words, he let the system voice read it again. After determining that the words he typed out were indeed what he wanted to express, Yu Qingxiao finally let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, her brain wasn't broken, and the things she wanted to express were still the same as humans. Since she could type to communicate, she didn't have to worry about not knowing what to say when the other party asked her words. After preparing everything, Yu Qingxiao headed in the direction of that black market. However, Yu Qingxiao was actually still a little worried. After all, if he was alone, what if he was being watched? Forget it. Death is death. Anyway, I've already died once. Brace yourself for the bold ones. In case it went well enough to get the phone fixed, then she'd have earned it. All in all, whichever way it ended, it wasn't bad for Yu Qingyan. Yu Qingxiao hadn't been to the black market. She put a few boxes of anti-inflammatory and fever-reducing medicines, as well as painkillers in her backpack. This kind of medicine should be very important in the end times. Anyway, she only had this one chance. If she didn't die at the hands of the black marketers, she wouldn't have the courage to come back a second time. Her 20 years, no, 29 years of courage had all been gambled on this moment. After she arrived at the place, she found that this black market was underground. And this underground black market was still outside the safety of the base, because there were still quite a few zombies in the town 10 kilometers away. Those who could open a black market here were really skilled and bold. Yu Qingxiao was actually very afraid of being searched. As long as she was touched, she could feel that her whole body was cold and had gone cold. Fortunately, when the two people guarding the door saw Yu Qingxian, they only looked at her a little bit more. After all, Yu Qingxian's appearance, at first glance, was a girl, or a girl who was alone. It was indeed uncommon. But they also let her in. There was a light at the entrance. I don't know where the electricity was connected from, or whether it was generated by a generator. Anyway, after entering, it wasn't exactly dim. Yu Qingxiao walked down the passage, and after almost 2 minutes, Yu Qingxiu's eyes opened up. It was found that this was like an underground street. There weren't many people, but there were indeed all kinds of shops. Yu Qingxiao didn't know what kind of people to look for to repair a mobile phone, but she scanned around and looked towards a place that looked more like a place that dealt with electronic equipment to go, because this shop had some mobile phones and walkie-talkies sitting on the counter. Yu Qingyan walked over and reached out to knock on the counter, which led her to input her thoughts onto the tablet. The man looked up at the tablet in Yu Qingxia's hand before speaking. Repairing mobile phones. Huh? They don't even use mobile phones much nowadays. This new type of communicator they use has a long distance and can adapt to today's magnetic field. Do you want to change it? Yu Qingyan shook her head. She didn't need to contact anyone. She only wanted to fix her mobile phone. Chapter 51. She just doesn't want to live. When that shopkeeper saw Yu Qingxian shaking his head, he didn't push any further and instead asked Yu Qingxian to give him his mobile phone. As for why Yu Qingxiao didn't speak but typed for him to see, this shopkeeper didn't care. After all, people who couldn't speak, though few in the end times, didn't mean there weren't any. Anyone who dared to come to such a place alone was not a good person. It's not hard to fix a mobile phone. But what are you going to pay with? The man added. Just to repair something like a mobile phone. There were people in the base who could do it. So why come to a place like this? Yu Qingxiao sniffed and took out a box of fever-reducing medicine from his own backpack and put it on his counter. This box of medicine was completely unopened, which made the man's eyes almost fall on this box of medicine. One must know that even the Alterans in the base wouldn't give out entire boxes of medicine. It was important to know that there weren't many medicines on the market today. Although the officials were also dealing with the situation urgently. All the plants and water were contaminated after the end of the world. If you want to make new medicines, then the herb aspect is the most difficult to solve. And the medicine that could be obtained had already been taken out by the alien warriors and the officials. There was really no way to get into the hospitals in some big cities. So Yu Qixiao directly took out a box of fever-reducing medicine. Undoubtedly like taking out a caddy of gold and putting it on someone's table before the end of the world. The man instantly took the medicine away and then said, "Don't worry. I promise to help you fix your mobile phone and help you transform it to be able to adapt to today's magnetic field. So you can use it for at least another 5 or 10 years. Although Yu Qixiao didn't believe the man's words. He didn't retort. When the man saw that Yu Qixiao didn't say anything, he took it as her acquiescence. He even brought a stool out for Yu Qixiao to sit on. Yu Qixiao also sat down. As for whether or not there were people around looking at her, she didn't really know. This fisherman's hat was really good. Not only could it block the upper half of one's face, it could also block the side of others. Yu Qingyang sat on the chair and took out a book from the suitcase and looked at it. According to what the boss said, it would take an hour or 2 to repair the mobile phone. As long as she sat down, she was instantly inconspicuous. I really don't know about you. The note was properly in your pocket, but it fell out. How was I to know? Indeed, it's all my fault. Otherwise, we wouldn't have delayed these few days. The other voice immediately replied, with a hint of apology in its tone, because they had delayed for a few days. The good things had already been bought away. But the good thing was that these things weren't disposable. There were more to follow. And as they had already booked the next one, they hadn't caused too much damage. As the two of them talked, they walked out of this underground black market. They didn't speak loudly, but they couldn't help that Yu Qingliang's ears were good. Moreover, the smell on their bodies was indeed the same as the smell they had smelled a few days ago. It was enough to show that the note in her pocket was dropped by these two people. But Yu Qixiao still kept her head down, not even willing to look up at the two people. The note was picked up by her, but it was still definitely not going to be returned. She didn't hear anything and didn't know anything. When those two left, she continued to look down at her book again. Almost 2 hours later, the boss of this repair shop spoke. The mobile phone has been repaired for you. Although the appearance has changed, the content inside has not changed. The running memory and intrinsic memory has also been expanded by a lot. So at least you don't have to worry about running out of memory for 3 to 5 years. Yu Qingyang listened to the boss's words. So she reached out and took her mobile phone. She was wearing sunscreen gloves on her hands. It was not possible to see the color of her hands. Yu Qixiao opened her mobile phone and checked the chat records of her parents and herself, as well as the various photos. There really wasn't anything missing. Of course, something like repairing a mobile phone wasn't something unusual for this boss. Previously, when he was in the base, he often encountered people who wanted to repair their mobile phones, like their parents, loved ones and children, who were all killed in this disaster. So wanting to get the mobile phone back on was naturally a very important thing. Yu Qixiao made sure that although her mobile phone had changed its look, the contents were not missing. Then she nodded to the boss and put the book back into the suitcase, and the tablet and mobile phone back into her backpack. She didn't stay in this place for long, turned around and left this underground black market. Instead, it was that boss who waved at Yu Qingxi's back. Next time, if you still want to fix something, remember to come and find me. Yu Qixiao thought about it, turned back and walked over again, using the tablet to type out text to show this boss. The boss took a look at the location of the several bases that Yu Qixiao wanted to officially build and instead took out a map for him. This map will be given to you for free. There is information on the official bases on it. Each base is recruiting strong people. I see that you are very good. Just go to whichever base you want. Surely they will be happy to take you in. The boss said to himself. Yu Qingyang took the map and found that it was more like an electronic screen. It turned out that 3 months on Earth, technology had instantly developed to this extent. Thinking of this, Yu Qixiao took another box of anti-inflammatory medicine and placed it on the table before turning to leave. Letting the boss behind her call her however she wanted. She treated it as if she didn't hear. The success of pretending to be a human being this time made Yu Qixian breathe a sigh of relief. But it didn't mean that if it worked this time, it would work next time. Yu Qixiao always felt that her success this time had cost her a lifetime of luck. Yu Qixiao sat on her suitcase and headed north. At this time, she had already determined the location of the official base. And the map did make it a lot easier for her. It wasn't as bad as looking both ways. Yu Qixiao put the map book into her backpack and then opened her mobile phone. Inside were all the messages that her parents had sent her, as well as various photos. Her parents did like traveling a lot. Of course, it was because she didn't like to go out. So they went out and traveled, taking all sorts of photos to show her. After seeing her parents' photos, Yu Qishao froze. It was because her parents did take pictures of the scenery of many places for her to see. But at that time, she had never really looked at the photos of the scenery that her parents had taken, and had paid more attention to her own parents, and would rarely take the initiative to ask them what they had seen today. The last time Yu Qingyang looked at the photos her own parents had sent was in the early hours of the morning on the day of their car accident. Sent a message and said to her that they were going to see the earliest sun in the country. There was no news after that. She hadn't even received a phone call first thing that day. Yu Qishao was a person who didn't answer anyone's phone calls except for mom and dad's phone calls. Oftentimes, mom and dad wouldn't even call her when they contacted her because they knew she wouldn't answer. So it was only when the police came to her door that she learned of her parents' death. And at that time, she had several missed calls on her phone with no notes. But for some reason, she didn't feel much sadness when she learned of her parents' death. It even felt like relief. After all, her motivation for surviving was entirely because of her mom and dad. She had a loving mom and dad, and her family's conditions were pretty good. But for some reason, she was still sick. Yu Qishao didn't have any unpleasant past or dark memories. But she just doesn't want to live. Chapter 52. How about getting a dog to be affectionate? Yu Qishao looked at the message sent by her mom. It was more than 3 years ago, at around 2 a.m. That was also the last message that mom sent over. Baby. Mom and dad went to see the earliest sunrise, and took pictures of you. Yu Qingyang rarely looked at these chats. She was born with weak feelings. Even when dealing with her mom and dad, her feelings were so weak that it was scary. It was as if mom and dad's relatives had said that it would be better to give birth to her than to raise a dog to be affectionate. And she felt the same way. So after mom and dad died, she stopped seeing those relatives. She didn't know if any of her parents' relatives were still alive. Thinking of this, Yu Qingyang withdrew her thoughts. She had arrived at this place. So let's go and see the earliest sunrise that mom and dad wanted to see. Yu Qishao determined what she was going to do next and began to relax again. In the past, it was always her parents who took pictures of the scenery for her to see. Then next, let her take pictures of the scenery for her parents to see. She was going to see the sunrise that mom and dad hadn't seen, and to see the scenery that mom and dad had seen. Yu Qingyang also wanted to try to understand the love that her parents had for her. And she wanted to love her parents as well. After determining where she was going to go next, Yu Qishao wasn't in that much of a hurry. She clicked on the map that the boss had given her and turned on the navigation. This map didn't know what it was charged with. In any case, when she looked left and right, back and forth, there was no charging port. It was just a thin one, thinner than her tablet. She entered the place she was going to, and it showed a distance of 3,000 kilometers. When Yu Qingyang heard this distance, she couldn't help but make sure of the map again to make sure she hadn't miscalculated. 3,000 kilometers. According to the kind of day and night travel she was doing nowadays, she would have to walk for a month. Adding to this recent slow movement of hers, it was estimated that she would have to walk for more than a month. The fact that she was able to get here so quickly before was entirely because of Shixingyu. Now that she was on her own, she must have been wandering around getting along. Wouldn't be in such a hurry to catch up. After all, something like traveling was not a quest to be rushed. Otherwise it wouldn't be relaxation. Except, of course, rushing to catch a car and a plane. Her own mother had often told her that because she couldn't get up in the morning and couldn't get up, she had delayed the plane. Yu Qishao remembered that he said to her that since she couldn't get up in the morning, she shouldn't book a ticket for the morning. Book for noon or afternoon. But his own mother said that it had to be the flight at that time of the day. Yu Qishao did not understand why it had to be that time of the day. This kind of feeling, Yu Qishao felt that he would never understand in his life. The suitcase went north along the road. She did not intend to walk in a straight line. Although going in a straight line was quick, she also planned to walk along the edge. In any case, a long detour would avoid encountering humans. Now that it was March, she and Shixingyu still had a date to go to Autumn Lake in autumn to see the scenery. So there couldn't be too much delay either. Otherwise, when she went, the lake would be frozen again. As soon as she thought of this, Yu Qishao increased the speed of her suitcase by a notch. But what Yu Qishao also did not expect was that the prices of this post-apocalyptic world nowadays were indeed a bit confusing to her. A box of medicine could get her a new mobile phone with an exceptionally large memory. Indeed, even if she took pictures every day, 1,000 a day, she could still take pictures for 6 or 7 years. It was just that she had a camera and didn't use her mobile phone to take pictures. Yu Qixiao tapped on the camera. But it was the front camera. When she suddenly saw herself in the camera, she was a little surprised. Yu Qixiao had tens of thousands of photos stored in her mobile phone. And they were all photos taken by her parents. She rarely took photos, let alone selfies. Although she had taken quite a few photos of Sightseeing, they didn't take any photos together. Anyways, he was also an old ox who had pulled her suitcase for 3 months. So when autumn came, it would be good to take a picture with him. Thinking of this, Yu Qixian made AV to the camera and took her first selfie in more than 28 years. Yu Qixiao looked at herself in the camera. Her gray skin, the eyes that only had pupils, didn't look a hint of moisture. Before, she also thought that wearing pupils should be able to block her strange eyes. But she found that the pupils were dried up within a short while of wearing them in her eyes. So she gave up using her pupils to decorate her eyes. Otherwise she would have to put eye drops into her eyes every 5 minutes. Plus it wasn't like she was really going to live in a crowd. So there was no point in torturing herself. One thing that was important, though, was not letting the fly have any hold on her. The fly was very good at seeing things. Even if it was a living thing, it could lay eggs on those animals. Let alone a corpse like herself. Especially since she couldn't feel any pain. So even if there were maggots squirming in her body, she wouldn't feel it. Thinking about this, Yu Qixiao wondered if she had to take a medicinal bath to check it out. What if? When Yu Qixiao thought of this, she made a U-turn and went to the city. Then found a bathing center, and after determining the bath, she went to the hospital to get the medicine. Of course, it was all sorts of insecticides. Then Yu Qixiao was completely soaked in the medicated water, only revealing a head. There were quite a few internal worming pills on the shore. Although these worming pills were definitely damaging to the body. But to Yu Qixiao, it was absolutely nothing. After all, she was actually just a corpse now. It was just because of the zombie virus that kept her from decaying like a corpse. But the bug eggs were different. Even if they were zombie bugs, they wouldn't be able to withstand such a large dose of their own insecticide. Right? After Yu Qixiao finished the 2 big bottles, she sank herself into the bathhouse to sleep in the water for half an hour. But there were no bug eggs or maggots or anything floating out of this water, which put Yu Qixiao at ease. Fortunately, there were no bug eggs or maggots on her. Coming out of this bathhouse, Yu Qixiao also went to wash her hair. Of course, she used bucket water. Originally, she thought that her scalp would fall off as soon as she tugged on it. But luckily, it was just her illusion. Her hair was still firmly stuck to her scalp. In the future, she should still be more careful. But don't let flies get close to her. So Yu Qixiao, who had soaked in the medicated bath, left the bathing center with the smell of insecticide all over her body. As the weather gradually warmed up, flies began to surround those zombies. It was just unknown whether these flies were zombie flies or ordinary flies. Of course, no matter which kind it was always flies that were obnoxious. There were also mosquitoes. Maybe it was because Yu Qixiao still had a strong smell of insecticide on her. In any case, those flies that were covered in other zombies were all flying around her. Yu Qixiao was a little shocked to see all those flies avoiding her. So she came up to them. Sure enough, it wasn't her illusion that the flies were just avoiding her. Yu Qixiao ran a little here and there, looking at the flies that avoided her, revealing a dejected expression. Now there would never be any flies to stick to her. It was only that Yu Qixiao's dejected look was reflected in the eyes of another zombie. That zombie stood at the intersection and stared at Yu Qixian. Yu Qixiao felt the line of sight and immediately turned back. She saw a zombie standing at the intersection staring at her. That zombie was wearing a green tracksuit. But there were black marks on this clothes. That should be blood. The high ponytail was already a bit loose. Of course, the most important thing was that this zombie also had red eyes. Red eyes. Advanced zombie. Chapter 53. It couldn't be that he was trying to incorporate himself. Right? Yu Qixiao knew from Sightseeing's side that she didn't have a crystal core in her head. So she wasn't as worried that other zombies would target her. But at this moment, Yu Qixiao was still a little nervous. She didn't have a crystal core in her head, but there was one in her backpack. It was still a crystal core of a level 3 zombie. This high-level zombie wouldn't be looking at this crystal core in her backpack. But this crystal core wasn't hers. She still had to return it to Sightseeing. Anyway, communicate first. That? Please. Can you understand me? Yu Qingxian opened her mouth and took the initiative to greet. Yu Qingxian felt that she had really taken a big step forward in this aspect of socializing. She was really brave. The female zombie heard Yu Qingxia's words and took a step forward. And Yu Qingxia was so shocked that she took 3 steps back. Obviously, this zombie understood. For a low-level zombie to be able to communicate with a high-level zombie, this female zombie did become interested in Yu Qingxia. Although this female zombie did come for the crystal core that this small zombie was carrying in the beginning. Of course, as to why a low-level zombie would be carrying a crystal core in its backpack. These were not important to this female zombie. She only wanted to get this crystal core. But how could she not think that this little zombie could even communicate with her? Anyways, she was also a zombie that had evolved towards the intelligence aspect among these savage zombies. It was true that she had given up some of her combat abilities. But in this kind of world, one could not survive by just rising combat power without growing a brain. At least she had witnessed a zombie with a higher rank than her die in the hands of a human. And at that time, she had only begun to evolve. So she realized that even if she was more powerful, she couldn't fight humans without a brain. So she chose to give up some of her fighting power and evolve towards the path of an intelligent zombie. Of course, wanting to evolve into an intelligent zombie was also a difficult thing. That is to be able to think when you are a low-level zombie. Only then could one gradually evolve towards an intelligent zombie. Of course, this female zombie was not able to think too deeply at this time. For example, why was this low-level zombie even able to strike up a conversation with herself? So she spoke directly. I want the crystals in your backpack. Yu Qingyang was not expecting anything from such a direct zombie. Even that Xiao Ji, who felt like a very direct zombie, would test the waters first. This zombie was good and directly asked for it. However, this made Yu Qingyang feel that this zombie, so direct, is very good to talk. But, sorry, I can't give you this crystal core. It's from another zombie. Yu Qingyang replied. Their main focus was a sincerity. Really? Then I'm really sorry. The female zombie spoke. The 2 zombies just looked at each other across the main road. For some reason, Yu Qingyang didn't feel any embarrassment either. If there was a living person on the opposite side, Yu Qingxia might have felt awkward. I'm going to rob it. The female zombie opened her mouth. She could feel that the crystal core Yu Qingxia was carrying was very special. And the energy was all much stronger than ordinary crystal cores. Since she asked for it, and didn't give it, she had no choice but to grab it. Yu Qingxia also did not expect the zombie to be so direct. Although it was intelligent and able to communicate, it wasn't more inclined towards the human way of thinking like Sightseeing or Xiao Ji. How to put it? Even if this zombie had intelligence, it was also biased towards the idea of the strongest being the most honored. That is, if you want it, you grab it by virtue of your strength. Yu Qingyang reached out and held down her backpack. If she really fought with this zombie, she could hold on for a few seconds. She stared at this female zombie, not moving or opening her mouth. If it was possible, she didn't want to start a conflict with a zombie or a human. Whether she was a human or a zombie, she wanted to be a kind person or a zombie. Like her mom and dad. When others mentioned it, they would say that the couple was gentle. Of course, she didn't ask for anything in return for what she did. It was just that she wanted to do that. However, this crystal core, she couldn't give it to this zombie. The female zombie did want to grab it. And in the zombie world, there was no such idea as loving other zombies. After all, only when one was strong could one live in this world. How could one make food stronger than oneself? But when being stared at by this small zombie in front of her, the female zombie had cowardice. It was as if this small zombie in front of her was not an ordinary zombie, but a zombie that was so powerful that she couldn't give birth to any thoughts of resistance. She even wanted to turn around and run. Yet she could see the vigilance emanating from this zombie. It was amazing that these 2 strange auras could be concentrated on a single zombie. The female zombie was somewhat unable to think at this point. Completely unable to understand why this was. Yu Qingxiao saw that the female zombie suddenly took 2 steps back and thought that the other party was going to rush over and beat her up. Without even thinking about it, she turned around with her suitcase and ran. The female zombie also didn't know why Yu Qingxian suddenly ran, and thought that Yu Qingxian saw some danger, and immediately followed Yu Qingxian to run. But this action made Yu Qingxiao feel that this zombie really wanted to grab this crystal core after all. How about giving it to her? When he saw Shishingyu at that time, he could make amends to him. After all, she couldn't let herself get beaten up because of a crystal core. Right? The two zombies ran for 10 minutes one after the other. Yu Qingxiao finally couldn't help but turn around and ask her, "You want this crystal core that much?" The female zombie was also a bit surprised and couldn't help but ask back, "Aren't you in danger?" One sentence made Yu Qingyang directly stop. She turned back to look at the female zombie and just pointed at her. "The danger is you are. You wanted to come and grab it. So I had to run." The female zombie hadn't thought about it either. But it turned out that the reason this zombie ran was because she was going to snatch her crystals. But now she could be sure that if she really wanted to snatch it hard, she would definitely not be able to snatch it. So she gave up. But from this little zombie's mouth, she could tell that she didn't seem to be clear about her abilities. "No more robbing. It's just that you won't eat this crystal core?" The female zombie asked Yu Qingyang. If a zombie wanted to become stronger, it was natural to eat people or crystal cores. Of course, it would be great if they could eat mutants. After all, zombies could also mutate and stimulate alien abilities. They zombies belong to the higher creatures now. Don't eat it. It's something for other zombies. Yu Qingyang shook her head. Although he knew that if she gnawed on this crystal core, it shouldn't chip her teeth. But this was Shishingyu's stuff. Giving it to her to eat would be a complete waste. She didn't want to become stronger. Nor did she want to live forever. It was just that this was something that obviously the female zombie in front of her didn't understand. So why was this crystal core in this little zombie's hands? And why wasn't the little zombie eating it? Also, there weren't any other stronger zombies around here. So why aren't you eating it? The female walker couldn't help but ask again. Because it's from another zombie. So I can't eat it. Yu Qingyang didn't mind and answered again. That female zombie slightly inclined her head before she went over towards the zombie next to her. She directly lifted the skull of that zombie and skillfully pulled out a crystal core from inside. She then pinched the crystal core and walked over. "Eat. I gave it to you," the female zombie said. Yu Qingyang looked at the crystal core in her hand that was full of brain matter and then looked at the female zombie. She felt as if she was being treated as a little sister by the other party. It couldn't be that she was trying to take herself in. Right? Chapter 54. So you don't want to get stronger at all? Yu Qingyang naturally wouldn't eat it. "No thanks. You can eat it yourself." Yu Qinxiao let go of her hand, and the suitcase fell to the ground. After saying this, she turned around and mounted her suitcase and left. The female zombie also didn't expect Yu Qingxian to refuse the crystal core she gave, and was about to chase after her and shove the crystal core into Yu Qingxian's mouth. This made Yu Qingxiao startled. No. The zombie world even had gifts for children. But this was too rough. But it looked like it should be a little younger than himself. Still wearing sportswear and dressing more youthfully. Although it wasn't as young as a high school student. But judging by the remaining manicure pieces on his fingers, then it should be a college student. Of course, it could also be someone who was already working and had changed into a tracksuit to work out. Advanced zombies don't leave any wounds on their bodies. And unless they are killed directly, advanced zombies have a strong ability to recover. It could be said that the zombie virus did belong to evolution for humans. That female zombie was also a bit surprised when she heard Yu Qingyang say that she wouldn't eat it, since she didn't eat that advanced zombie's crystal core. Why didn't she eat this crystal core she got herself? It was given to her by herself. The way for a low-level zombie to submit or show loyalty to a high-level zombie was naturally to give the best to the other party. So the female zombie instantly understood that the crystal core was a tribute from another zombie to the one in front of her. Yet she felt that the crystal core belonged to another zombie. Perhaps this little zombie in front of her was because it wasn't considered a fully intelligent zombie, and thus didn't know that this crystal core could be eaten. Of course, Yu Qingyang did not know what this female zombie thought. If he knew, he probably wouldn't bother arguing with her about anything, since there's nothing else. "I'll leave first." Seeing that this female zombie didn't say anything, Yu Qinxiao waved her hand at her and started the suitcase to continue onwards. The female zombie saw this little zombie move and run, and chased after her again. She didn't understand why Yu Qinxiao was sitting on something so slow. And what was this thing under Yu Qinxiao? And Yu Qinxiao didn't expect this zombie to be so fast. Of course, from Shishingyu's footsteps, she knew that advanced zombies were definitely faster than ordinary people. But she didn't expect it to be this fast. Since you are intelligent, you are an intelligent zombie. Your own speed should be faster than this broken box. The female zombie chased after her. She even just walked quickly to keep up with Yu Qixiao. When Yu Qixiao heard this, he looked at this female zombie with some doubts. Broken suitcase? Do you know how expensive this suitcase is? How dare you call it a broken suitcase? Never mind. It would be her mistake to speak to a zombie about human values. So you're fast? Yu Qingyang looked up at the female zombie next to her and couldn't help but ask. No matter how she looked at it, she felt that Shixingyu and Xiao Ji's levels were higher than this female zombie in front of her. Then those two zombies should be faster. When she thought of this, Yu Qingyang thought that she had been running out for more than 10 minutes. But she was still caught up by Shixingyu and Xiao Ji. It seemed like they were really fast. Of course. Otherwise, why do you think human cars are reinforced and thickened and weighted? The female zombie said, reaching out and overturning a nearby car, shocking Yu Qingyang for a whole year. It turns out that advanced zombies are so strong. Lost respect. However, it's also true that on the human side, there are strong people like Gu Yimingqing. And if the zombie side is too weak, then the battle will be tilted. In the end of the world, it's not possible to be alone. It's a test of survival. Only the winners will survive. The strongest may not necessarily win, but the winner must be strong. As far as this survival test was concerned, Yu Qixiao was like a bystander outside the two. In fact, Yu Qixiao knew that if the zombies knew that she possessed the consciousness of a human, they would definitely accept her as a foreigner. And if the humans knew that there were still zombies with human consciousness, like her among the zombies, they would certainly not hesitate to kill them. When she was a human, she couldn't integrate into the human world. As expected, as a zombie, one could not integrate into the world of zombies either. Yu Qingyang looked at the overturned car, and then looked at this female zombie. Of course, it's only limited to this kind of car. Like a bigger car, I definitely can't lift it. At this time, I need to destroy the wheels of these cars, so that the human's car will lose control. The female zombie then explained to Yu Qixiao. When Yu Qixiao heard the female zombie's words, he suddenly thought of the alien battle team's car with special wheels. It turned out that it wasn't just to prevent overwhelming hard things like nails. It was also because the zombie knew that destroying the car's wheels could also stop the car. Thinking about this, Yu Qingyang finally realized that this zombie was teaching himself how to prey on humans. Wasn't it said that there was no such thing as mutual help between zombies? Why would this female zombie actually teach her to hunt for food? Yu Qingyang just nodded and did not say anything. The female zombie was considerate and directly pulled Yu Qixiao off the suitcase. Yu Qixiao was forced to shut the suitcase down. She was pulled to a car by the female zombie. Try to overturn the car and see, the female zombie said. However, this sentence did make Yu Qixiao feel that it was completely heavenly. A small car weighed over a ton at the very least. And to topple such a small car by herself was simply too much nonsense. But as she looked at the serious look on the female zombie's face, she also felt that if she didn't go and lift it, it was all a bit too good. So she stepped forward, and with all her strength, she only slightly lifted the car by one wheel. But it was only slightly off the ground. And then it was stuck to the ground again. Yu Qixiao did not have that much strength to overcome the car. The female zombie was a little surprised when she saw that Yu Qixiao really didn't have the means to overturn a car. However, she felt from this little zombie's body the kind of pressure that did not allow her to resist. A zombie had no righteousness, but was afraid of might. This was also the reason why high-level zombies could command low-level zombies. It wasn't because these zombies were of one mind. Rather, it was because instinct made them do so. But she was obviously so weak. Where did that powerful oppressive force come from? The female zombie stared at Yu Qixiao. But she saw that the little zombie didn't show any frustration because she didn't overturn the car. So you don't want to get stronger at all? The female zombie asked Yu Qixiao in disbelief. Since this little zombie belonged to the natural advanced zombies, why didn't she make use of this talent? If she worked hard, wouldn't she be able to turn into a stronger zombie? Of course. If this little zombie became powerful, then one would have no choice but to bow down. But one didn't have the means to kill the other party. If the other party felt threatened, the kind of pressure that scared her would instantly strike. Besides, her original purpose was just that crystal core on this little zombie. Since she couldn't get this crystal core, she could only go and find another way to improve herself. Yu Qingyang was a little surprised because this was not the first time that the zombie had said this kind of thing to her. Shixingyu had said it as well. She didn't understand. Wasn't it true that the stronger the zombie was itself, the better? Why did they still expect her, a little weakling, to become stronger? Don't want to. Since there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Yu Qingyang shook her head. She wasn't interested in becoming stronger. To make someone who wasn't even interested in staying alive become stronger even after turning into a zombie. It was like asking a first-grade child to help a college student take the public exam. She didn't want to become the zombie king who ruled over all the zombies. Nor did she want to become the savior of mankind. Right now, she just wanted to look at the scenery and slowly rot. Chapter 55. See you later when you have the chance. Yu Qingyang did let out a sigh of relief when she saw that the female zombie didn't follow her. A while ago, he made her eat the crystal core. And just now, he made her lift the car. If she stayed in this place any longer, it was expected that this zombie sister was going to take her to raid humans. Although it wasn't like she hadn't killed anyone before. Thinking about it like this, Yu Qingyang felt that he actually didn't have much resistance to killing. As for why he could use a gun, and was even a good shot, it was also because when she was writing the novel, she really didn't know how to portray it. So she tried it herself. But Yu Qinxiao hadn't thought that she would actually use it either. However, as she looked at the zombie sister who was standing still, she waved at her. See you later? Let's meet again sometime in the future. Although the words were said, Yu Qinxiao felt that the possibility of seeing her again in the future was definitely negligible. After Yu Qinxiao said goodbye to this female zombie, he continued north. And that female zombie did not follow. After all, not staying in this city by herself was good for that high-level zombie. If a zombie wanted to upgrade, then there would be fights. It wasn't just humans. There were also amongst the zombies. Yu Qingyang was actually a bit puzzled as to why these high-level zombies all seemed to be of a very good nature. Nor did they rush up and lift her skull. And they were also very good at talking. She felt that the survival of zombies was actually no less stressful than the survival of humans. The pressure on both sides was the same. Humans have to guard against others' calculations. And zombies also had to worry about whether they would be targeted by other zombies. Yu Qingyang took his mobile phone and turned back to take a picture in the direction of the female zombie. Afterwards, he put away his mobile phone and tucked it in his bag. At this moment, Yu Qinxiao really wanted to contact Xingyu and return this level 3 crystal core to him. Carrying this time bomb on his back was really too scary for the zombies. If the zombies he encountered next time were not this kind of reasonable zombies, Yu Qinxiao would definitely not be able to protect this crystal nucleus. Yu Qinxiao thought so. But he didn't really want to throw away this crystal nucleus. In fact, Yu Qinxiao had never had such a sense of responsibility. Like the things that Mom and Dad had said to her in the past. Even though she had agreed to do it, she didn't necessarily do a good job of it. It was just that, how she said it, she was also taking someone else's things. And she had to find a way to return it to the other person's hands. Yu Qingyang had been talking to Xingyu about the backpack being heavy. This crystal core was heavy. It wasn't a joke. Carrying someone else's things on her body was just heavy. Thinking so, Yu Qinxiao suddenly took out his umbrella from his backpack. After spreading it out, he carried it on his shoulder, blocking the sunlight above his head. The zombies couldn't feel hot or cold. But how to say it? They were still flesh. As long as they were flesh, then they still had weaknesses. Yu Qingyang looked at the surrounding zombies also moved under the shadows. So he knew that the temperature had come up. It's just that in the spring in the north. Is the temperature also this high? Yu Qinxiao thought so. So she took out her mobile phone and looked at it, and found that the temperature was 27 degrees. The time of her mobile phone was also adjusted to the correct time by that boss. In other words, she didn't have to guess what day of the week it was from now on. Sure enough, it was only March. Originally, the north in March shouldn't have this temperature. Right? It did seem to have changed a lot. It's as if the temperature between the north and the south has been switched in half. The north, which was still cold enough to make people shiver, actually had summer temperatures in March. However, this did not have any effect on Yu Qinxiao. Yu Qinxiao walked another 20 kilometers or so to the north. And when his ears twitched, he heard the sound of a car. After the car was reinforced and aggravated nowadays, Yu Qinxiao was able to hear the sound of a car from further away. Immediately, Yu Qinxiao pressed stop on the luggage and pulled it to the side to hide in the village. Almost 3 minutes later, a convoy of cars traveled over. Yu Qinxiao did not know whether the people in the car were strong or not. But those who could come out of the heat base must be very strong. Yu Qishao watched the convoy of cars drive past. So he took out his map and checked it. There was also a big city ahead. Much bigger than the one she had come over at noon. It was considered a big city that was also relatively famous in the north. Like G City. But it was still more than 100 kilometers away from her. Yu Qingyang suddenly thought of G City. And there were also many alien warriors infested over there. So the S city in front of her would also have a lot of alien warrior teams. Right? It was also unknown if this city was safe now. After she thought about it again, she was prepared to go around the edge. The truth was that this S city was straddling the direction she was going. There was no way to avoid it on the left or right. Obviously, seeing these survivors, it did make Yu Qingyang a little worried. As the time of the end of the world got longer and longer, the human aliens would also get stronger and stronger. It seemed like the matter of her looking at the scenery would become a bit difficult. Yu Qishao sat on the luggage and looked at the map in her hand. In fact, if she went to the left, she could still take a look at the ancient capital in the meantime. But imagination was beautiful and reality was cruel. Yu Qishao looked at the few big words floating on the ancient city. In fact, to say that it was unexpected, it was also a bit unexpected. But to say that it was not unexpected, it was also not unexpected. After all, this place was once the capital of many dynasties. Therefore, even if it is the end of the world, this place is not likely to become a zombie paradise. Just to be able to build a base in a place full of zombies like this, it really was really impressive. Although Yu Qingyang might not be able to go and see the ancient capital, but seeing that humans were able to build a base in such a place full of zombies, the heart still couldn't help but stand in awe. It was true that no matter what happened, this country was strong. Yu Qingyang thought in her heart that it was don't go over there. But by the time she came back to her senses, she was already heading in this direction. Even if she had turned into a zombie, Yu Qishao couldn't change the melon-eating physique that humans possessed. Although she was a social terrorist, she was also a web surfer in her lifetime. Eating melons to join in the fun was something that all individuals could not avoid, including Yu Qishao. It wouldn't take more than a few days to travel from Yu Qingxian's place to the capital. However, Yu Qishao never thought that when she saw humans again after 5 days, it would be at a time when humans and zombies were at war. Yu Qishao was able to know that the opposite side was human because she saw those uniforms. The familiar colors would make her stand in awe just by seeing them. As for the zombie side, countless zombies were besieging the capital base. The one causing this was a high-level zombie. This high-level zombie was stronger than all the high-level zombies Yu Qingyang had seen before. Even the slow-witted her could feel the threat from this zombie's body. Yu Qishao was originally just preparing to pass by, but the zombie behind her rushed forwards and pushed and squeezed instead, almost trampling Yu Qishao on the ground. This made Yu Qishao have to carry his suitcase up the stairs. The entire capital was huge, and only that ancient palace was circled, with that place as the center. It slowly spread out to the periphery. As for the zombies in the outer city, they naturally had to find a way to enter the base and enjoy the food. Of course, Yu Qingyang's attention was not on these zombies, nor on those soldiers who were fighting the zombies. Rather, it was the zombies standing on the high building. Chapter 56. Right on, Zombie Killer. Yu Qingyang had never felt this feeling of the other side being strong, and the other side being dangerous on anyone or any zombie. That's why when Shixingyu told her that Gu Wanqing was strong, she really couldn't feel it. But now, Yu Qishao clearly felt it. This zombie was strong. Just like that innate sixth sense that suddenly gave her that feeling. Yu Qishao now knew that this zombie was strong. And it even gave her a feeling that this zombie could slaughter anyone if it wanted to. Looking at the zombie on the roof, Yu Qishao was trying to avoid it. It was better to do more than less. Without even thinking about it, Yu Qishao went downstairs and walked in the other direction. And the moment Yu Qishao withdrew his sight, the zombie on the roof instantly sensed something. It looked over towards Yu Qingxiu's direction. It was because there was a beam of gaze just now that sent chills down its back. It was as if it had been looked at by some powerful superior. Retreat. This zombie waved its hand and roared at the zombies that were attacking towards the human base. Even the zombies in the front row heard their king's order. So the zombies that were just about to attack and force suddenly retreated like a tidal wave. This made those soldiers in the front row a bit puzzled. But they were still on guard. What if these zombies made a comeback? The zombies have retreated? Gu Evening Qing had just been notified that a high-level zombie had single-handedly created a zombie tide. and had just rushed to the capital base when she heard that the zombies had retreated. Yes, it just retreated 10 minutes ago. It's been half a month. This is the first time the zombies have retreated. As for the reason, it's still under investigation. A man in military uniform next to him immediately became very serious when he saw Gu Eveningqing. His attitude towards Gu Eveningqing was very respectful. Obviously, Gu Eveningqing's rank was higher than his. Gu Eveningqing listened to him and reached out to take the report from him. Strange things had indeed happened a lot in recent months. Like the zombie that didn't eat people. And the high-level zombie that followed the zombie around. She had a fight with that walker a week ago. But that small walker that didn't eat people wasn't with it. And that senior walker seemed surprised when it saw her. And was originally going to attack their convoy. But after landing on the front hood of her car and locking eyes with her, it instantly jumped away. This made Gu Eveningqing a bit surprised. After all, it wasn't the first time that advanced zombies Gu Eveningqing had encountered them. And every time, it was a big battle. While it was true that there would be losses on her side, it was already within her best endeavors. Not to mention that this high-level zombie was considered the strongest of the zombies she had encountered. But the fact that the other party had given up on attacking their convoy made Gu Eveningqing puzzled. However, Gu Eveningqing didn't know the exact reason. And there was no way she could capture that zombie and question it. Her current mission was to kill this zombie that was commanding the corpse tide. Although it was said that the cause of the corpse tide was still unclear. The bases had also experienced some zombie tides. But none of them were serious. It was just this side of the capital base that had been continuously besieged by zombies for half a month. Which was not normal. Gu Eveningqing looked through the photos and reports. The silhouettes on the photos were blurry. But it was clear to see that the other party was not a human, but a zombie. In other words, it was this zombie that had caused the constant stream of zombies for nearly half a month. Well, I know. I'll talk to the upper echelons about what happened after that. Gu Eveningqing took away the information and turned to the man. After saying this, she stopped again, turned around and pulled out a box of chocolates from her pocket and threw it over. Hard work, Gu Eveningqing said. When the man heard this, he immediately stood up straight and saluted at Gu Eveningqing, sending her away. As for those behind him, they had no idea about Gu Eveningqing. Why their captain would be so cautious about a very young lass. Yu Qingyang was still a bit surprised when he realized that the zombies had retreated. After all, with so many zombies, Yu Qinxiao was wondering if this zombie king was going to take down the entire base. But to suddenly retreat at such a time did make Yu Qingyang a little confused. After all, it would soon be dark. Retreating during the day, Yu Qinxiao could still understand. After all, when the temperature was too high, the zombies' activity would decrease. But nighttime was completely different. The zombies at night, not only their eyesight and motor skills, but also their hearing and so on would be doubled. This made Yu Qingyang think of animals like bats and owls. In short, night was the best time for the zombies to attack the human base. But this zombie king even gave up. Although Yu Qinxiao was curious, she didn't look into it. She couldn't go to that zombie king and ask why it suddenly retreated. Yu Qinxiao went up to a particularly tall building. Even though Yu Qinxiao knew that there was no electricity, she still couldn't help but press the button for the lift. But with the sound of the lift running, it surprised Yu Qinxiao. The lifts in this building were actually able to run. In other words, this building was all electrified. The lift door opened in front of Yu Qinxiao. There were a few bodies of zombies lying inside. Yu Qinxiao didn't mind and directly walked in with his suitcase. Then pressed the button for the top floor. The lift was indeed running. Yu Qinxiao squatted down and carefully went to check how those zombies died. When she saw bullet holes left by bullets on the foreheads of the zombies, she knew that this place had been walked over by humans. Thinking of this, Yu Qinxiao suddenly looked up at the camera in the lift. Yu Qinxiao immediately stood up and climbed onto his suitcase, reaching out and ripping off this camera. Since the lift could run, then was this camera also able to run? Although Yu Qinxiao was certain that there were no living people in this building. But what if there was someone watching the cameras in this building? After all, this was not in a safe zone. But on the contrary, this building had electricity. Of course, it could be that Yu Qingyang was overly concerned. But it was better for her to be careful. She threw the camera to the ground. And the lift stopped at this time. As soon as it opened, Yu Qinxiao dragged her suitcase out of the car and saw the base in the distance. Of course, she could barely see the buildings inside while surrounded by high walls. It wasn't the original Imperial city that came with it, but the new ones that had been built in the past 3 months. From her angle, the walls were at least 20 meters upwards. To be able to build such a high wall in 3 months, it was really something. Yu Qingyang went over to the side. The huge glass stacks allowed her to see everything that was moving below and around her. It also included the zombie that made her feel powerful. Yu Qishao did not expect the other party to come after her at all. But strangely enough, Yu Qishao didn't have much tension. She watched as the numbers of the lift pulsed. And as the numbers gradually grew larger, then the lift dinged and stopped. Out of the car came a zombie. This zombie also looked young, and was wearing a one-piece work uniform with a good appearance. However, it was not the red eyes of the high-level zombie that Yu Qingyang was familiar with. The eyes of this zombie were golden in color. It was like those cat eyes, or vertical pupils. Yu Qishao took out her mobile phone and took a picture of it. If this zombie was going to kill her, she was also going to leave a string of words on this photo that read, "Zombie Killer." Chapter 57. It wasn't really certain who would lose or win, but it was clear that the zombie seemed to be wary of her as well. It actually subconsciously covered its forehead when Yu Qingyang took a picture of him. Obviously, this zombie knew what a zombie's weakness was. But unfortunately, what she had in her hand was just a mobile phone, not a pistol. Although she also had a pistol, it was difficult to kill advanced zombies with a usable pistol. After all, they were fast. When this high-level zombie saw Yu Qingyang put the mobile phone away, those golden eyes flashed with a touch of doubt. Obviously, this was a zombie. Or a zombie that didn't look like it had much combat power. But why? Her movements and behaviors were very similar to humans. It could even use human tools. The two zombies just stared at each other. Yu Qishao wasn't sure what kind of attitude this zombie had towards her. So Yu Qishao didn't take the initiative to make a gesture of goodwill, and didn't open her mouth to speak. The zombie also didn't seem to want to talk to Yu Qishao, and just stared at her. Seeing that this zombie didn't make a move even after looking at her for 3 minutes, Yu Qishao took a step back. May I ask what's the matter? Yu Qishao was still prepared to break the layer of awkwardness first. For some reason, Yu Qishao felt that after she became a zombie, she had all turned into a social cow. Every time he encountered a zombie, he was the one who took the initiative to strike up a conversation. What was this all about? And this high-level zombie was not too surprised when he heard Yu Qishao take the initiative to communicate with him. It was the first time he had encountered a zombie that could make him feel threatened. At least the zombies in the entire city obeyed his orders. Level 2, 3 and even 4 zombies, all voluntarily submitted to him. The first day he became a zombie, he possessed his own consciousness. Although he didn't remember his previous memories, he knew that humans were his food, and he was above all creatures. And there was something he wanted in this base. Unfortunately, he had tried many ways, and in these 3 months, there was no way to capture this base. Even the tide of corpses couldn't do anything to this base. And Yu Qingyang's appearance, to him, was to come and grab that thing from him. Since the other party took the initiative to communicate, it was obvious that he also thought he was powerful. You came here to get that thing too? The male zombie opened his mouth. A question mark popped up on Yu Qingyang's head when she heard his words. She didn't quite understand what this zombie's words meant. What thing? Yu Qingyang was curious. She didn't know what was worth this zombie commanding so many zombies to besiege this base. And in the face of Yu Qingxia's questioning appearance, the male zombie was obviously a bit surprised. Since you didn't come here to get that thing, then what are you doing here? The male zombie asked again. This zombie was strange. From her appearance, she was undoubtedly a zombie of the lowest level. But judging from the pressure, she was clearly a high-level zombie. And the fact that she could even make him feel pressure was enough to show that she was really powerful. This was also the reason why he chose to take the initiative to approach this zombie. If they joined forces, they might actually be able to get that thing. He didn't mind sharing half of it with the other party. But now it seemed that she didn't sense the thing was in the base. Come to travel. Yu Qingyang answered honestly. But this zombie was not that communicative at all. When he himself asked him what that thing was, he didn't answer. When this zombie heard Yu Qishao get the words, he wondered if he had heard wrong. Traveling? A zombie? Traveling? Yeah. But what was that thing you just said? Yu Qishao asked again. Seeing that Yu Qingyang really didn't know, the male zombie said, I'm not really sure. But I can feel that thing is in that base. And it's very attractive to me. What he said was indeed the truth. It was because he could feel that there was something in this base that exuded a powerful force. And this power made him feel comfortable. So he wanted to get this thing. When Yu Qingyang heard the male zombie's words, he turned back to look over at the base. Something attracted him? Didn't feel it. Didn't feel it at all. And at this moment, tension rose in the base. Because the high-level zombie that could command zombies that appeared in the capital naturally put everyone on guard. So several buildings in the capital that could observe the base were deliberately electrified. In order to be able to activate the surveillance in the building. The picture of the zombie that was taken earlier was discovered from the surveillance. After a lapse of more than 10 days, they once again found a high-level zombie triggering the lift. Only this time, there was not just one, but two. The first one didn't feel much like a zombie because it was wearing a hat and even pulling a suitcase. On top of that, the surveillance was also dismantled by the other party. So they concluded that the first one was definitely a human and not a zombie. Walkers wouldn't do this kind of behavior. Just what kind of person could go to the place with the most zombies instead of using the safe passage? One must know that a lot of people were lost in order to connect the circuits of these buildings in the first place. It could be said that the squad that went on this mission never wanted to come back alive. The truth was also that even with the special explosion-proof suits, no one from these squads had ever returned. But they completed the mission and were naturally heroes. For this human, although they were curious, how could they not expect this human to dismantle the surveillance 5 minutes later? That zombie that they had been trying to find even appeared in the footage as well. So they found the human's whereabouts. It was only because the surveillance couldn't capture the human's appearance. And the other party had a strong sense of self-protection. At this moment, Good evening Qing, and when Qing Sheng also walked into the surveillance room. Following the two was Pei Yuan. He glanced at the surveillance, then leaned against the door, and didn't speak. Pei Yuan also didn't expect that he would still see that little zombie after more than a month. But looking at her, she was wrapping herself up completely. The average person probably wouldn't be able to tell that it was a zombie. The reason that could make her do this, was it because she wanted to pretend to be human? Pei Yuan, come here and take a look at the strength of this zombie. When Good evening Qing saw the zombie on the monitor, she turned back to Pei Yuan, who was leaning against the door. This was Pei Yuan's supernatural ability. Of course, Pei Yuan hadn't been completely honest about the specific functions. Not only could he tell if the person was infected with the zombie virus, he could even tell how strong or weak the zombie was, and whether it had eaten more or less humans. In short, this supernatural ability was indeed very strong. Pei Yuan sniffed and walked over. This zombie, level 5 upwards, belongs to the Zombie King class. Pei Yuan concealed the news that Yu Qingxiao was also there. Good evening Qing sniffed and pointed at the person next to her, who was all black. Human or zombie? Good evening Qing asked. Pei Yuan, however, did not speak. When Good evening Qing saw that Pei Yuan didn't speak, she didn't force him. Pei Yuan was like this. He had to be happy before he would tell the truth. Normally, if he said something, it was enough to believe 2 out of 10 sentences. But in this kind of thing, Pei Yuan wouldn't lie. If he and this zombie fought, who would lose and who would win? It was not really certain. Chapter 58. Both were people she admired. Good evening Qing also didn't expect the zombie to evolve so quickly. The reason why her powers were stronger than the average person was because she had awakened them when she was 19. That middle of the night more than 3 years ago. Because several meteorites fell. Many accidents happened that night. And she was a survivor of that accident. It's just that she was more lucky and survived. Although she had survived, her head hurt terribly. There was a strange energy in her body. Touching anything and everything was bad. In the end, she had no choice but to be locked up in a lab, and could only evacuate this energy in her body that was enough to make her explode through various instruments. Of course, at that time she met Wen Qingsheng. Also like her, he had survived the accident. Like herself, Wen Qingsheng had also awakened his alien ability 3 years before the end of the world. And Wen Qingsheng's alien ability was so special that Good evening Qing would almost never let him use it. After all, using it once would harm his body. And in today's post-apocalyptic world, it was still not possible to use his alien ability. Yu Qingxiao did not know at this time that their whereabouts had been discovered. What she was a little puzzled about was that this high-level zombie that could only command a group of zombies would be attracted to something in the official base. But what was this something? She did not feel it. But Yu Qingyang had no intention of stopping this zombie. Good luck then. Good luck. Yu Qingxiao subconsciously said. Just after saying this, she suddenly reacted. If this zombie succeeded, wouldn't the base be broken? Thinking of this, Yu Qingxiao looked back at the solidly built base walls again, and again felt that it should be unlikely to want to capture it. How long have you been controlling the tide of corpses to attack this base? Yu Qingxiao still wanted to ask. After all, she had only seen corpse tides besieging bases in novels and films. Now that she had seen it with her own eyes, she was a bit curious. After all, inside those films and novels, many bases were easily overrun. So she wanted to know how long it had been since this zombie had led so many zombies to besiege this base. Half a month. This zombie was honest and directly said the exact time. Once Yu Qingyang heard that a zombie tide like today's siege had been going on for half a month without hitting the entrance of someone else's base, he admired the human warriors in his heart. If he was still alive and reached the base instantly, wouldn't he be able to live as well? Well, this was probably impossible. After all, the survivors in the base also needed to labor. Especially in the early days of the end times like now. A lot of things need to be made from scratch. Naturally, it was likely that the official base's uniform distribution of food, in order to ensure that everyone had something to eat, it was probably also encouraging everyone to go to work. Yu Qingyang thought about his lazy nature. Then it was better to forget about it. After all, she lived in an old neighborhood, but all the equipment in the house was very modern. Didn't like washing dishes, so there was a dishwasher. Didn't like sweeping the floor, so there was a sweeping robot. Didn't like the hassle, so the washing machines were all washers and dryers. Sure enough, for the past 20 years of her life, the first 25 years, because of her parents, she almost seldom did anything with her hands. How to put it? Having lost all sorts of high-tech products, Yu Qingxiao herself was just a waste. Thinking of this, Yu Qingxiao smiled somewhat helplessly. It was true that people who could try to survive in the end times were all very brave people. They were all people she admired. Yu Qingxiao suddenly went silent, causing the zombie on the opposite side to be a little surprised. In his opinion, a zombie like Yu Qingxiao, wanting to blend in with the crowd, should be a very simple thing. Right? Of course. For him, it was still a bit difficult. The moment he just exited the lift, he did almost recognize this female zombie as a human, because she was just too human-like. Let's cooperate. Shall we? The male zombie opened his mouth and took the initiative to mention cooperation with Yu Qingyang. Sorry. Allow me to refuse. Yu Qingxiao calmly refused. Cooperating with a zombie was nothing more than leading the zombies together to attack the base. Yu Qingxiao wasn't going to stop this zombie king, but she wouldn't follow him to attack humans either. She was not a pervert. After Yu Qingxiao said this, she pulled the suitcase with one hand and took out the map to check. It was determined that this building was indeed a local landmark. So from this building, one could indeed overlook the entire city. Yu Qingxiao was in the spirit of having come here. So how could he say that he had to see enough? I heard that this building originally required a ticket to come up. Now it didn't even require a ticket. And the scenery of the city hadn't really been damaged too much. Seeing the city from this angle was something Yu Qingyang had never really tried before. She didn't just go up to this tall building to take a look at the current base of the human race. She was also prepared to take a look at the scenery, with the idea that she had come all the way here. Yu Qingxiao certainly intended to take a good look at the landmarks of this city as well. Anyway, there was this zombie king attracting human vigor. She would just become a super ordinary zombie wandering around. That zombie looked at Yu Qingyang and surprisingly refused, which was a bit puzzling. After all, there were many ectomorphs in this base. If they ate a few more, they would become stronger. But the humans in this base are delicious. With your strength, you should be able to take care of the strongest alien in this base. That zombie did not die and continued. If this zombie could help him get rid of the toughest alien in this base, then it would be a big favor. But if she was killed by the shifter, then he would have one less competitor. Right now she looked like she wasn't interested. But what if she was hungry? Even if she seemed to have a docile personality, she might just be full. Yu Qingyang completely did not think that he could handle the strongest alien in this base in the eyes of this zombie. Big brother, you really think too highly of me. Yu Qingxiao reached out and patted this zombie's shoulder before giving him a thumbs up. Nice imagination. Letting her take care of the strongest alien in the base. Why not say that she should immediately take care of the relationship between humans and zombies? Yu Qingxiao even felt that the latter seemed a bit easier to achieve. After saying this, Yu Qingxiao withdrew her hand sat on the suitcase and started moving. There should be quite a lot of surveillance on this building. If there really was a human who could see this surveillance, then wasn't he himself being watched as well? Never mind. With this heavily armed appearance, he wasn't worried about being recognized. There shouldn't be any acquaintances watching the surveillance. But she didn't seem to have any acquaintances either. Forget it. Just watch it. I still have a zombie king by my side. Who dares to come? And Yu Qingyang had completely guessed what those people who were watching the surveillance were thinking, even though this person seemed to be related to that high-level zombie. But none of them dared to easily send someone forward to this building. When the man sitting on the chair saw the scene, he turned his head to look at Gu Evening Qing. When Gu Evening Qing saw him looking at him, she spread her hands. Sorry. I have other tasks on me. My mission is to protect this person even if I die. So ask him if he agrees with me going. After saying this, Gu Evening Qing still pointed at Pei Yuan. She was already busy enough. Precisely, the whole country had been run by her. But precisely because there were some things that could only be done by her as well, there was naturally no way for her to refuse. Although Pei Yuan didn't say whether the other one was a human or a zombie. But Gu Evening Qing was 100% certain that the other one was a zombie. A zombie that doesn't eat people. Meeting one is already enough to be a legend. Chapter 59, My Bodyguard. Not on loan. And when that person heard Gu Evening Qing's words, his sight turned to Pei Yuan. Pei Yuan just tilted his head and smiled at him. I'm sorry. My bodyguard is not on loan. The man froze, not reacting for a moment. It looks like the necrotic tide won't be coming tonight. So tell the people that the danger is temporarily lifted. And get a good night's sleep tonight. Knowing that there was nothing left for her to do, Gu Evening Qing waved at them and turned to leave the monitoring room. Pei Yuan and Wen Qingsheng also followed them out. Only the people in the surveillance room were left looking at each other in disbelief. But Team Gu was right. There was no more corpse tide tonight. And it really wasn't appropriate to keep the people underground all the time. Although the weather today was no longer cold, it really wasn't suitable to stay underground all the time. Therefore, the people who had been living underground for half a month had finally returned to live above ground. Yu Qingxiao's mobile phone suddenly rang. She took it out and saw that it turned out to be that her mobile phone had entered the signal range of this base. A message from the base was received. Level 1 alert is lifted. There will be no zombie attack tonight for the time being. So everyone can have a good night's sleep in peace. Yu Qingyang looked at this text message and was a little surprised. So it turns out that the survivors of this base have been living underground for the past half a month. It was really hard work. But for an otaku like her, living underground was a refreshing feeling. Thinking of this, Yu Qingyang turned back to look at the male zombie, who was walking slowly behind her. But why did you suddenly retreat today? Earlier, Yu Qinxiao was curious about this question. Since it had lasted for half a month, why did it suddenly retreat? It wasn't like the zombie would get tired. And he didn't feel anything when he was killed. If they kept attacking at this intensity, they might really be able to take down this base. Of course, this was with very good luck. Otherwise, with the people in this country she lived in, there would definitely be people who were willing to sacrifice themselves to protect others existed. Maybe there would be an alien who would find a way to come and die with this zombie. So giving humans a chance to catch their breath was also giving this zombie a chance. It's just that the zombie wouldn't think about that. They would just try to find a way to get a bite of a living thing. Wasn't it your warning? Tell me to stop attacking human bases. The male zombie spoke. Although it was true that Yu Qingyang didn't say it, he did feel the pressure. In short, he knew that this point in time was no longer suitable for attacking human bases. When Yu Qinxiao heard this, he felt that this zombie's ability to talk nonsense was really strong. It was true that not all zombies were as good at communicating with each other as Xingyu. You're really a zombie that's easy to fantasize about. And I didn't say anything at that time. Instead, you were too cool. So I just took a look and left. Yu Qingyang replied. She didn't say anything like don't attack human bases. That zombie also froze when he heard Yu Qingxi's words. It was obvious that he had already sensed it. But she even denied it. Forget it. The human base could attack at any time. Anyway, let's first figure out what exactly this zombie was doing here. Saying that it came to travel. Beating him to death, he didn't believe it. So with what Yu Qinxiao said, this zombie didn't believe it. Yu Qinxiao didn't care if this zombie believed it or not. Anyway, overlooking the entire city from here was something Yu Qinxiao had never experienced before. She had read the introduction of this building. There was an open-air balcony overhead. It was just that the lift couldn't reach it directly, because this place belonged to the private places of many rich and powerful people. So there were almost no photos circulating. Yu Qingyang looked at the sign on the building and walked upstairs through the stairs. When he stepped on the steps, Yu Qinxiao felt the wind blowing. Yu Qinxiao placed his suitcase next to him before he went up to the top of the building with his bag and camera in his arms. Only when he got to the top floor did Yu Qinxiao feel that the wind was a little too strong. But there were indeed a few zombies staggering around upstairs. They were still wearing flashy clothes on them. When Yu Qinxiao thought about how he used to frantically look up the brands of these clothes when he was writing his novels, just so that the rich people in his novels wouldn't reveal how poor the author himself was. Now at a glance, well, it wasn't as good as the quality of the uniform on the waiter. The clothes on that waiter were still intact. The clothes on those rich people were already rotting. Yu Qingyang ignored those zombies and walked to the edge of the position. Then looked down. If you fell down from here, you would definitely have no bones left. It's so high. Yu Qinxiao was getting scared of heights just looking at it. She withdrew her head that it poked out, then turned back to look at the shaking rich zombies. It was true that a commoner like her couldn't understand the taste of these rich people. Please ask about eating on the roof of a building blowing in this kind of gusty wind. And the hot meal would all be cold in less than a minute. Do people who come here to eat like to eat cold rice? Thinking of this, Yu Qingyang shook his head again. I don't think so. It's just because it's the end of the world now. So there's something wrong with the weather. Anyways, it was also a place enjoyed by the rich. And in winter, this place should also receive guests. So it can't really be open air. Then it should be heated to prevent the wind. It was only because it was the end of the world that the cold wind was allowed to blow. Yu Qinxiao found a chair, took off the waistcoat on the waiter, took a bottle of wine from the counter, and directly poured it onto the chair, wiped it with the waistcoat. And as Yu Qinxiao wiped the stool, her eyes caught a glimpse of the bottle of wine that she had emptied. At first, she thought she had misread it, but she threw the wine-stained waistcoat away and grabbed the bottle to look at it herself, and flipped out her phone for a closer comparison. Sure enough, it was the dead expensive bottle of wine she had written into her novel. The wine that was worth $3 million that the heroine poured down in one gulp when the hero and heroine first met. Although there were wines that were more expensive than this kind of wine, most of those were only one bottle and were not suitable. Something like this wine that was limited to single digits and wasn't really out of print was the only way she could end the grand finale with the same wine. Wine she couldn't afford a bottle of in her lifetime was used as stool polish. But why was such an expensive wine just casually placed in that glass cabinet that was so close to her? Thinking of this, Yu Qingyang turned her head to look at that glass cabinet. It seemed to be a display cabinet, not a cabinet for wine. In other words, this bottle of wine was placed here for display purposes, indicating the nobility of this place? Forget it. It's the end of the world. This bottle of wine might not be as valuable as a loaf of bread. What the hell is her pity? Thinking of this, Yu Qingyang picked up her waistcoat to wipe the chair again. So this bottle of wine played its last role in wiping the stool. Otherwise it would have rotted on the roof of this building. Thinking about this, Yu Qinxiao thought about it. So he poured the other wine into this bottle, and then put it back into that cabinet. $3 million of wine. How can you say that it was poured like this? It really made Yu Qinxiao a bit weak. But the good thing was that no one saw it now. This place shouldn't have cameras. How to say that the people who came here were some powerful people? If there was a video circulating, it would be a big problem. Although there were no cameras, there was a zombie who had watched all of Yu Qingyang's movements in his eyes. He didn't know why this zombie was so startled and had to drill under the table, looking left and right. This place was the center point of the zombie tide. And since the last time humans broke in, he had most of the zombies surround this place. So it was completely impossible for humans to break in. What was she afraid of? Chapter 60. You must have never seen it. Yu Qingyang turned around and saw the zombie standing at the stairway looking at herself. Although one could tell something about how this zombie always liked to be whimsical. Those golden eyes now actually carried a hint of dislike when they looked at themselves. No. What do you mean by peeking at other zombies and showing an expression of dislike? Yu Qingyang took one look at him and withdrew his eyes. The wine on the chair quickly evaporated. And Yu Qinxiao didn't care about him, directly paralyzing on the chair. There was no cover overhead at this time. She was surprised to see the Milky Way in the sky in the big city. This surprised Yu Qinxiao. After all, stars were only seen in the countryside when she was a child. But that was more than 20 years ago, and she didn't even remember it. Yu Qishao stared at the stars in the sky. So she took out her camera and took a few pictures. Could this place see such a beautiful starry sky even before the end of the world? After all, ordinary people could only see those street lights and neon lights. Although many of the lights were also beautiful, Yu Qingyang thought. But anything that glows and shines is burning itself. Right? Of course. This kind of thinking wasn't really right. But like sitting on a chair like this and casually looking at the stars in one's own lifetime, it was almost impossible. Yu Qishao, in a rare moment when he didn't want to bother with that zombie, waved at him. Come over here. That zombie heard Yu Qingxi's words and walked towards her. It didn't know what Yu Qingxiao was going to do. And naturally, he was not as preachy as Yu Qingxiao. That kind of dusty chair. This zombie just sat down directly. When Yu Qingxiao saw him sitting down beside him, he pointed to the sky. The starry sky is beautiful, isn't it? You must have never seen it before. The zombie looked up at the sky when he heard this. He didn't really know what Yu Qingxiao was happy about. But all in all, it just felt like she was happy. It's pretty average, the zombie said. When Yu Qingxiao heard this, she suddenly felt like she had heard similar words there. Oh yeah. When he brought Shixingyu to see the sunrise, Shixingyu also said that the beautiful sunrise was average. Yu Qingyang didn't care. After all, she couldn't force a zombie to know how to appreciate the scenery. Just like a zombie couldn't force her to gnaw on a raw cow. Yu Qingyang definitely couldn't do that. So she didn't force this zombie. Do you have a name? Yu Qishao asked this zombie after taking a few pictures of the starry sky. After turning into a zombie, it forgot all the memories of being a human. Since then, it lived with the idea of a zombie. Humans were food, and zombies existed to eat living things. No, that zombie said. Even though he had the ability to think independently, the idea Yu Qingyang was completely confused. Is that so? I have a name, Yu Qingxiao said. That zombie sniffed and looked at Yu Qingxiao. And Yu Qingxiao didn't care about his eyes. It was more like he was talking to himself. My name was changed by my parents later on. Mainly because I'm a person who doesn't like to come into contact with human beings. I like to stay at home. So they changed my current name. As for what I was called before, I don't remember. Yu Qingxiao's voice was not loud. Even because the wind was too loud. The zombies next to her didn't hear the second half of what she said. When the wind stopped, the zombies finally saw her face from under her wind-blown fallen hair. She smiled and said, I'll give you a name then. How about I call you Night? Whatever. The zombie wouldn't have any touching emotions in him even at a time like this. He accepted it simply because this zombie in front of him was stronger than him. Thus, this zombie king that all zombies within a few hundred kilometers were afraid of had a name because of Yu Qingxia's words. Yu Qingxiao had finished looking at the stars, and had even given a zombie king a name in the process. It was quite an achievement. It was only that Yu Qingxiao found that these high-level zombies were really a bit steaky. No, it was steaky zombies. Until dawn, Night didn't leave. Obviously, he had commanded the zombies to besiege the base before. But as a result, he was now sitting here with her for the whole night to look at the stars. And then followed her to watch the sunrise. There was also a garden on the top floor. And the morning sunlight shone from afar. Orange in color. Which made Yu Qingyang think of orange fudge. It would be good to look for where to find orange fudge later. Although she couldn't taste it. Suddenly wanting to eat orange fudge had become Yu Qingxi's obsession. She also didn't ask Night where to find orange fudge. But there should be some in the shopping center. Yu Qingxiao got off the building and then headed towards the mall. It was good that this place was very busy and had everything. Yu Qingxiao was looking for orange fudge. And Ah Yi was right behind her. This made Yu Qingxian think of Shixingyu. The Shixingyu from back then also followed her in the same way. The zombie was actually a puppy? Why did it like to follow itself so much? After half an hour, Yu Qingxiao found orange fudge. It was still the most expensive brand. Yu Qingxiao stuffed one in his mouth. Sure enough, it didn't have much flavor. It still wasn't hard to eat or tasty. She looked at Ah Yi just standing to the side looking at herself. So she handed one over. Eat? Night wasn't really interested in human food, but took it anyway. He shoved it in his mouth, chewed it, and spat it out. Hard to eat, Ah Yi said. Yu Qingyang was not surprised. If human food was tasty to zombies, there would be no need to go through so much trouble. It was as if the food was cooked by itself. and it stank as much as if it had been fried in a cesspit. Yu Qingyang stayed in the city for 2 days before she was ready to leave. During these 2 days, night had been following her. Although the other party might be a zombie king, but in Yu Qingyang's eyes, it was like a delusional puppy. It was true that you couldn't give any living creature a name. After calling it for a few days, one would become attached to the living creature. Of course, Yu Qixao was only like a puppy kitten to Yi. It was just that this feeling was probably something only Yu Qixao could experience. After all, Night was a zombie king, a brutal creature to humans. I'm going to proceed north. I won't stay here. So take your time and toss it. Yu Qingyang was at the edge of the city, saying goodbye to Night. And Yi did not say goodbye to Yu Qixao. Nor did he follow. He was just like when Yu Qixao first saw him crouching on the roof of a tall building, his eyes indifferent as he looked in front of him. Yu Qingxian didn't care if Yi could see her, but she still waved her hand in Yi's direction. Hopefully, he would still be alive the next time they met. If it was possible to meet. Yi finally let out a sigh of relief after watching Yu Qixao actually leave. He had thought that the zombie had come to fight him for that thing. But it wasn't. He didn't understand Yu Qingxian's thoughts and practices. But Yi learned one thing from Yu Qingxian's side. It was to stop organizing the zombies to besiege the base. Sure enough, as long as he didn't let the zombies besiege the base, then the food, of its own accord, would come out. The food this time, however, gave him a strong feeling. This made Night even more cautious. As expected, the more advanced the zombie, the sharper it was when faced with danger. If he continued to let the zombies surround the city, maybe this powerful food would take the initiative to attack him, at a time when he had no defense. Chapter 61. It can still shade you from the sun. Yu Qingyang didn't realize that his staying in the city for a few days would give the base in the city a respite. But in any case, she wasn't the one who made the decision not to attack the base. So it didn't matter to her what the outcome would be in the future. Yu Qingyang sat on the suitcase and continued north again. Because of the deviation to this place, it took her half a month. On the first day of April, Yu Qixao squinted her eyes at the large tornado that rose up flat on the ground. This made Yu Qixao a little shocked. It wasn't. Why would there be such a large tornado in one's own country? Huh? Coastal cities should experience them. But this was the north. It was hundreds of kilometers from the sea. Even though she was still quite far away from this tornado at this point, she couldn't stand up now. This tornado should have blown over from the sea. After all, along with the wind coming down, there were countless amounts of rain. After sitting on her suitcase and being blown by the wind for a few hundred meters, she finally reacted and found a place to take shelter. She had never experienced a typhoon before, so she was quite shocked when she saw it. Yu Qingyang hid in the house and took out her camera to take pictures, to say that zombies were the end times for humans. But for Yu Qixao, this tornado that was rising up to the sky now was more like the end times. The sound of wind and rain crackled as it beat against the windows. Yu Qixao put down his camera and shrank on the sofa in the house. The window glass could no longer see the scenery outside because of the rain. And even the wind outside was so loud that it seemed as if the whole world was just herself. However, Yu Qixao felt relieved after a long time. Every time it rained, Yu Qixao would have this feeling of peace of mind. In the past, she hadn't looked deeply into why she felt relieved on a rainy day. But now she knew that she didn't feel relieved because of the rain, but because she was in the house when it rained. She didn't need to be exposed to the wind and rain, so of course she would feel relieved. Yu Qingxian just nestled on the sofa, listening to the wind and rain outside. It wasn't until an hour later that Yu Qixao felt the ground beneath her feet shaking, as if it was an earthquake. However, Yu Qixao knew that it wasn't an earthquake, but a tornado approaching. Yu Qixao had just moved over to try to see what was going on outside when a zombie bird flew past the window. It was followed by a zombie dog. It seemed that the tornado had already approached this small town. Many places in the north were large plains, causing this tornado to roll over. There weren't many obstacles. Of course, Yu Qingyang didn't know if this house could block this tornado. A concrete building. It should be able to hold up. After all, it wasn't a wooden house. Yu Qixao didn't leave. I just don't know if this window can hold up. Only after her thoughts fell, this window instantly shattered. A huge wind blew in and swept up all those light things in the house. Yu Qixao pressed her hat, her long hair snapping at her face as the wind blew. This wind was really strong. Yu Qixao wasn't particularly tall, But she wasn't short either. It's just that she herself belonged to the skinny type. Every year during the spring gale period, a wind of grade 6 or higher could topple her over. After Yu Qishao thought about it, she took off her hat and put it in her backpack. First tying her suitcase to the sofa, and then using the curtains to tie herself to the sofa as well. Letting the gale blow, Yu Qishao hung on that sofa. There were still most of the walls inside the house to block the wind. But the zombies outside were not so lucky. There were even zombies that were swept up by the wind. It flew past the window of the house where Yu Qishao had taken refuge. Oh! Yu Qishao never thought that that kind of scene that appeared in a film would actually appear in front of her eyes. The speed at which that zombie flew past was fast. If she were human eyes, she might have felt just a black shadow flying past. Fortunately, she had zombie eyes and could see very clearly. The gale lasted for half an hour. Yu Qingyang even took her mobile phone out of the suitcase and lay on the sofa to record the situation outside the window. What if another zombie flew past? And Yu Qingxi's luck was good. The tornado was blowing from a few rooms next door to her, so it swept up several zombies and flew past her window. After that, the sound of the wind gradually became smaller, so it should be that the tornado blew over. The movement in the house also slowly quieted down. Only then did Yu Qingyang undo the curtains on her body. She turned around and walked to the window, then looked to the back. At this time, that huge tornado had already weakened quite a bit. It was true that the further inland one went, the less powerful the wind became. If it was as powerful as it was when it first arose, it was estimated that all these concrete houses would have been pulled up with their foundations. Yu Qingyang held his camera and took a picture of the tornado. There were not many chances to see a tornado so close. After Yu Qishao finished taking pictures, the rain outside still didn't stop. The tornado was expected to stop after another 100 or 200 kilometers. I just don't know when the rain will stop. By the time it was almost dark, the wind had died down a lot. The rain was also a bit lighter. Yu Qingyang was not in a hurry to rush. Instead, he was in the house ready to wait for the rain to stop. However, the rain continued for days at a time, with no intention of stopping. Yu Qishao didn't intend to wait any longer and left the town with his suitcase and umbrella. Most of the zombies wandering around the town had been reduced. It was estimated that they were swept up into the sky by the tornado and didn't know where they fell to. It was not known if these zombies would still be alive after the fall. Of course, if they didn't hurt their heads, they should still be alive. It was just that Yu Qingyang had only been out of the small town for a short while when her suitcase ran out of battery. She could only pull the suitcase along. Yu Qishao pulled her suitcase and umbrella as she continued to walk north. The land or houses in this surrounding area had been destroyed quite a bit by the hurricane a few days ago. There were also quite a few zombie limbs. There were either legs or arms in the roadside ground. There were even human heads. Yu Qingyang stood by the roadside and looked at it for a while. So he picked up the human head, whose eyeballs didn't know where it had gone, and put it to the side. Then dug a hole for it to be buried. Turning into a man-eating zombie was not something that this person wanted either. In fact, Yu Qingyang wanted the humans to win so that the zombies' corpses could be disposed of centrally. After all, people in their country were very particular about returning to their roots. Not to mention ordinary people. Even grave robbers despised the type of thieves who stole corpses. The death of a human being is the greatest. Yu Qishao looked at this small dirt bag in front of him, and suddenly thought of the bouquet of flowers that Gu Evening Qing had placed in front of her grave. This made Yu Qishao suddenly touch his pocket. And sure enough, there was a rose seed inside. Yu Qishao touched one and buried it on the edge of the small mound of soil. It's good to give you one. I didn't put much. It's up to you whether it can germinate or not. Take good care of this seed. In the future, when it grows up, it can still give you shade from the sun. Yu Qingyang said to herself, not expecting the head buried in the ground to answer her. Living in this kind of post-apocalyptic world was indeed difficult. If humans could really be reincarnated, they must be reincarnated in a peaceful era in their next life. Yu Qingyang looked at the small mound of earth, then turned to leave. Chapter 62. Sorry. You guys should just soak it in. Yu Qingyang walked all the way and buried it all the way. The limbs on the road were put under the road, and when they came across a human head, they were buried. After all, only the severed limbs cannot be sure that this zombie is dead. But if there was only a head or half a head, it was probably dead. After walking for 2 more days, Yu Qishao finally didn't see any more severed limbs. which also made Yu Qingxiao breathe a sigh of relief. She was about to turn into a mole spirit herself. It was a good thing that she had put a few engineer shovels in her suitcase after burying a few people. Otherwise, if she really used her hands to dig the ground, she would really become a mole spirit. The further north Yu Qingyang went, the hotter the weather became. Even on a rainy day, the temperature could reach over 30 degrees. No wonder even if there was no sun, and it was raining. Yu Qingxiao felt wilted and had little strength. He couldn't wait to point at his suitcase and ask why it wasn't moving. It had been almost half a month, and it hadn't cleared up for a single day. So this suitcase of hers hadn't been switched on for half a month. It could only let her pull it along. But at this time, Yu Qingxiao really didn't want to move. She walked to a county and passed by a bedding shop. This shop was made up of very large floor-to-ceiling window glass. A large bed in front of the glass looked very comfortable. Yu Qingyang stood under the eaves and leaned over the glass to look at it for a while. Then pushed open the glass door and walked in. This shop had not been visited by walkers, and there were no walkers in the house. Yu Qingxiao put the suitcase on the side of the bed, lifted the quilt, took off his shoes and clothes and lay on it. It was soft and felt good. And Yu Qingxiao slept this time, until the second half of the night. When she woke up, the rain outside had stopped. Taking out her mobile phone, it was already 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. The phone's battery was almost gone. If the sun didn't come out again, Yu Qingxian really couldn't walk anymore. Of course, not physically, but psychologically. Yu Qingxiao lay down on the bed and looked outside the glass, and found that the moon was visible in the sky. In other words, today was a sunny day. Great! She could finally sunbathe herself. She felt like she wasn't all moldy on her body. In short, she needed the sun badly. A zombie needing the sun. Saying that out loud would probably scare other zombies to death. What kind of zombie likes the sun? Of course, this also included Yu Qingliang. Yu Qingxian did look forward to the sun a few hours ago. After a few hours, she still couldn't help but open her umbrella. She had just experimented, and after less than an hour in the sun, Yu Qingxian felt pain. This made Yu Qingxiao a little shocked. She thought that zombies wouldn't be in pain. But if they were exposed to the sun too much, they would have felt pain all over their body. No wonder those zombies were reluctant to give the sun a go. It turned out to be the sunlight sterilizing poison. Right. The zombies are infected with the virus to become zombies. That's why zombies are afraid of the sun. In the past, Yu Qingyang thought that those zombie novels were just written for fun. But it turned out that zombies were really afraid of the sun. It's not that the corpse is afraid of the sun, but the virus that controls the corpse is afraid of the sun. Of course, the virus is also afraid of high temperatures. So if the temperature is too high, the zombie's activity will decrease. If the temperature on this earth rises to 50 to 60 degrees, won't all the zombies die? No. 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 Zombies can be killed. But at such high temperatures, wouldn't all humans die? This is not a good idea. Isn't it going to send all the creatures in this world to the sky? Yu Qingyang held her umbrella and watched the light on the suitcase blinking. She didn't ride on the suitcase as soon as it could be activated. Instead, she was going to let the sun fully charge the suitcase. At least it would last a while longer when it was full. If it suddenly rained for another 10 days or so, she'd have to go through the first few days all over again. As much as she hated the sun, she could still use her umbrella to block it. Without the sun here, the suitcase would really run out of power. Yu Qingyang didn't leave until noon. When she passed by a river, she found that the water had risen a lot. And there were even a lot of corpses floating in the river. There were corpses of zombies, corpses of zombie animals, and corpses of mutated animals. Some of them continued down the river, while others were washed up on the bank. Yu Qingyang startled a bunch of flies as he walked over. These flies did not pounce towards Yu Qingxiao, but instead avoided her. Yu Qingxiao felt that she had really made the right decision by soaking in the medicinal bath. Just so to say that corpses soaking by the river would develop infectious diseases. Right? Yu Qingxiao stood at the river's edge, and the river water had spread to a position above the river bank. That was why the bodies were washed up on the bank and stranded, or blocked by trees and houses. Yu Qingxiao lifted his suitcase and raised it above his head as he walked towards the bridge. The water on the shore was not deep, only up to Yu Qingxiao's calf. It seemed that the hurricane and rain from half a month ago still had an effect. Just this small river alone had risen so much water. I dare not think what the situation was like in the big river. Yu Qingxiao walked across the river. The reason why Yu Qingxiao didn't fish up the bodies in the river this time was simple. Those corpses were soaked and rotten. As soon as they were touched, the flesh would fall off from the bones, which made Yu Qingxiao think of the soaked noodles that he had soaked for 3 hours and forgot to eat, and the steamed buns that fell in the water. So such a corpse Yu Qingxiao didn't know what to do with it. Like this soaked in the water can still be intact. If she hands to fish, then the whole body is gone. Can a poisonous infectious disease be compared to a zombie virus? So Yu Qingxiao only thought for a second before giving up the idea of fishing for the corpse. After walking across the river, Yu Qingxiao turned around and bowed to the corpses. Sorry. You guys better soak. After saying this, Yu Qingxiao turned around and walked away without hesitation. The shoes, socks and trousers were all wet. Yu Qingxiao was in no hurry, and took them off to change into new ones. The previous trousers and shoes were wrapping themselves up tightly, and now there was no need to touch humans. Yu Qingxiao changed into her favorite little dress and little leather shoes again. Now that it was hot, it was suitable to wear pretty little skirts. However, Yu Qingxiao looked at her legs and noticed that her skin didn't seem to be as heavily colored as before. Of course, it was still greenish-gray as all. It was just that before. Yu Qingxian was very much like a gray-dyed aubergine. No matter how you looked at it, it didn't look like the skin that a human should have. But now that the color had receded a bit. At first, Yu Qingxiang looked like someone who had been bruised all over his body. Then now that the greenish-gray had receded some, it was actually a little greenish. This made Yu Qingxiao think of a potato that had been baked in the sun. Why couldn't he have some normal color? Forget about it. There were still black zombies. It was already very good that he didn't turn black. Thinking of this, Yu Qingxiao sat on the suitcase and went forward with an umbrella. Yu Qingxiao felt that holding an umbrella was not too flashy. How about finding a sun hat to wear? Thinking of this, Yu Qingxiao felt that he could try. After all, he was still wearing clothes on his body. So as long as he covered his head, it would be fine. The zombie virus was hosted in the brain. So as long as the temperature of the brain was not allowed to get too high, then the zombie virus would disappear, and it would become a corpse. To say that at the beginning Yu Qingyang really didn't have the need to live. But now, she seemed to have gradually found a little bit. Of course, it was only a little bit. If a person really rushed out to kill her, then she really wouldn't resist. Chapter 63 proving that you've arrived here. Yu Qingyang was originally worried about the rain. But after that previous rain, the day after that got hotter and hotter, when he passed by the river again, he found that the water in this river was already much less. Some zombie aquatic creatures dried up on the riverbed. Yu Qingyang placed her suitcase on the bank as she walked down the riverbed with a stick. She wanted to try if the aquatic zombie creatures could still live after leaving the water. The stick poked the aquatic zombie creatures and found that they had rotted and wouldn't even move. It seemed that the zombie aquatic creatures in the freshwater were not as tough as some of the ones in the sea. After all, the aquatic zombie creatures on the seashore had all gone ashore. Yu Qingyang squatted by the river and watched for a while, when she suddenly heard the sound of a car. She was so scared that she hurriedly went ashore and lifted her suitcase to hide under the bridge. Several cars traveled past her head, but stopped by the bridge. When Yu Qingxiao heard the car stop, her entire body was almost stuck to the bottom of the bridge. No, one shouldn't have been discovered. What were these humans doing? Yu Qingxia's hiding from the humans was subconscious. It wasn't really that she was afraid of being killed by humans, but she herself would subconsciously avoid them. After the flood comes the drought. Huh? Survival is getting more and more difficult now. And those hurricanes at the beginning of the month were really blowing. The people in the car just dropped the glass window to look at the river. After all, it was the beginning of the recovery and development, which was already difficult. Not only did they have to face the threat of zombies, but also the test of nature. The zombies could be killed, but there was no way to control the natural disasters. Like the previous hurricane, it wasn't like it was human-controlled, and you could still press pause. Even with the modified vehicles, there was no way to get too close to the hurricane. After all, not everyone had the guts to get that close to a hurricane either. You're talking about Chinan and the one by his side called Court Lady One? Those two are completely abnormal. How could anyone dare to run after a hurricane? One of them said. And Yu Qingyang was a bit puzzled as she listened to that person's words. These two names she hadn't heard of and didn't recognize. Gu Evening Qing's name was still something she only knew after that person who could see her called out. That teenager was called Ah Sheng. His full name was unknown. And the dog was called Sightseeing. Right. Right. That court lady one doesn't have much of a weapon either. Holding a baseball bat in her hand. I heard that the other day. She took out a level 3 zombie by herself. The person who had just started talking added. And while these words sounded like they were in an ordinary exchange, to Yu Qingyang, it was something extraordinary. The young girl with a baseball bat in her hand. She knew it. It turned out that little girl was called Court Lady One. And she had even killed a level 3 zombie. Sure enough, the little pervert was really strong. Then Qinan was the one beside the little pervert? How could Yu Qingyang not expect to hear the names of those two in this place? Sure enough, among the survivors, these people were all very powerful. It was all already well known among the survivors. Of course, she, a zombie, had also heard it. The people in the car should have come out from the base to scout the situation. The last month had been either a hurricane or rain. And now it was stormy. With weather like this, humans were naturally worried about what would happen next. It was as if humans had started to be eliminated from the earth. But even so, humans still had to live well. After the vehicles took a few pictures, they continued on their way. The people in these vehicles should be here to check the river's condition. Yu Qingyang came up from under the bridge after listening to the vehicles go away. Although this riverbed did dry up, there was no place for Yu Qishao to hide. Her small leather shoes were full of mud. Yu Qishao put the suitcase that was on top of her head on the side of the road. And only then did she look at her leg of mud. She had to find a place in front of her to wash it. Yu Qishao just stomped forward with a pair of muddy shoes, leaving a trail of footprints. Arriving at a small town, Yu Qishao looked for a few taps, but no water came out. She turned to the supermarket to see if there was any mineral water. It took several supermarkets before she could find it. Sure enough, this small town had been emptied by humans. After she cleaned her feet, she put on new shoes. Also looked for a full-body mirror to take a picture. Yu Qingyang uncovered her mask and looked at her face. It was fine and didn't show any signs of healing. And it certainly didn't rot. This was already a very good thing for Yu Qingyang to not rot. Sure enough, at this time, her whole body was on the greenish side. Yu Qinxian thought about it. It was most likely from soaking in medicinal water. I don't know if it can be restored. Although she did quite like the color green. It wasn't particularly nice to have her skin turn green. Yu Qishao also specifically looked for a sun hat and wore it to the sun for a while, and found that it still didn't work too well. It did cover some of the sunlight, making it not so unpleasant for her. But in the end, Yu Qishao still chose to use an umbrella. That was the most suitable way for her. Yu Qishao took her mobile phone and took a few pictures of herself in the mirror. Actually, she didn't really understand why many people like to take pictures of themselves. The previous her didn't understand it, but the current her seemed to understand it somewhat. Human life was fleeting for this world. No one knows when an accident will come. To be able to leave behind a photo, this was to leave some thoughts for those who cared about them. Yu Qingyang looked at the photos and was somewhat helpless. No one could see it even if he took a photo. Forget it. I've taken the photos. Thinking this way, Yu Qishao even took a photo with the stone at the entrance of the town. The name of the town was written on the stone. Sort of a tourist photo. It proved that he had been here. It was already the end of April when Yu Qishao arrived at the easternmost part. She felt that at her speed, she didn't know if she could catch up with this year's autumn colors. At this time, there were some zombies hanging around in the square. She looked here and there, and finally chose a suitable place, waiting for the sun to rise. And the camera in the back was recording at this time. It wasn't even 3 o'clock in the morning when Yu Qingyang saw the golden light flying up from the sky. It rushed out from the darkened ground. Mom and Dad said they were watching the sunrise in the middle of the night. Was this the sunrise they were watching? Yu Qishao turned her head to look at the camera. She moved closer to it, and as the sun popped up, she whispered, "Mom and Dad, I saw the oh-so-exciting sunrise that you wanted to see." After saying this, Yu Qinxian stepped aside, and the sunlight poured into the camera. Yu Qishao looked at the slowly rising sun, and then looked at the time. So the people in this city, what time do they wake up? It wouldn't be getting up at 3 in the middle of the night, would it? Yu Qishao muttered to herself. After all, she hadn't thought about this at all before. After the sun had fully risen, Yu Qishao turned off the video, and the surrounding zombies began to find ways to hide towards the lightless places as the sun shone. Yu Qishao smelled the scent of humans. She had just received her camera into her suitcase. And when she looked up, she locked eyes with a human at the edge of the steps in the distance. Yu Qingxiao also did not expect that she would encounter humans in this place. And it was still a human wearing a uniform. This was the official people. Chapter 64 Who has nothing to do with staring into other people's eyes? Yu Qingyang didn't turn and run at the sight of someone like he usually did, but stood up straight. And the man who was leading the group didn't have his eyes lingering on Yu Qingxi's body. He looked at all the zombies equally. After that, the dozen or so people behind him held shields and blocked the side of those people. Yu Qingxiao finally saw the red color in the hands of the person behind that person. She suddenly understood something. Then she looked towards that flagpole. Yes, this was the border. Even if it was the end of the world, it wouldn't let others take advantage of the situation. It was the first time Yu Qingyang had watched the national flag being raised in the morning. The zombies in the entire square came towards those people. But although they rushed forward, they were not killed, but were kept out by the shields. It wasn't until the flag was raised that those people took off their hats and saluted those zombies. Only after that did they shoot and sweep those zombies. Yu Qingyang walked to the edge of the square with her suitcase and also took in the scene. By the time she reacted, the zombies had already been dealt with. Yu Qingxiao crouched behind the fence, her body blocked by the flower beds. Therefore, those people couldn't see Yu Qingxiao, but Yu Qingxiao could see them. She watched as they helped these zombies tidy up their remains before taking the bodies away. The only thing left in the entire square again was the national flag that fluttered in the wind. No wonder there weren't many zombies in this square. It turned out that every once in a while, someone would come and clean it up. Yu Qingyang waited for those people to leave before she walked out from behind the flower bed with her suitcase. She stood underneath the flag for a while before she took out her camera and snapped a picture. Sure enough, looking at the red color, Yu Qingxiang, who was a zombie, felt very relieved. But then again, if the ones who killed themselves in the future were also official people, then wouldn't they also get the hat-off salute? Oh! Thinking that he was so respected when he died, Yu Qingxiao wondered if he could choose a coffin for himself in advance, lie down in it, and find a comfortable position before giving her a shot. Thinking this way, Yu Qingxiao took out his phone and added an entry to the pending catalog, find a beautiful coffin. But she's a zombie, so she shouldn't be able to leave a whole body. Right? Then find a pretty urn. It's best if it's one that I push the streaming hemp model. Yu Qingyang thought so, and got on the suitcase and left the city. There weren't many zombies in this city. It was assumed that there was a garrison guarding this place for the majority of the year. So the survivors in this downtown didn't go to other bases. When she first arrived in this city, she was still a bit scared. But now it seemed that even if she walked on the streets by herself, she wouldn't be able to bump into any survivors. When Yu Qingyang left the city, she didn't forget to take a picture with the city. After thinking about it, she felt that she should find something that could print photos. She had seen it on shopping software before. It could be linked in various ways. Not sure if there was one that could connect to a camera either. Then find a few pretty notebooks and pens and print out the photos and stick them on the books. It should be pretty. Yu Qingyang hadn't done this kind of handbook before. It would be a good idea to try it now. Then he would have to prepare the notebooks and pens first. This kind of thing should usually be available at the bookstore near the school. Yu Qingxiao pulled open the map and took a look. There was indeed a middle school nearby. So Yu Qingxiao went that way. But halfway there, Yu Qingxiao felt something was wrong, because she smelled a lot of humans. It seemed like it was in this school right in front of her. Yu Qingxiao suddenly pressed down and stopped her suitcase and thought of a problem. In fact, if the school was cleaned up after the zombies, it really was the most suitable place to be a gathering place. There were many dormitory houses, canteens, and playgrounds for exercise. So no matter what, the most suitable place to be a survivor base in a city was a school. It was no wonder that when students were still students, they felt that schools were the hardest places to get out of. Yu Qingyang didn't go any further, but backed away. This time it wasn't because she was afraid of people that she left. It was because she just didn't want to scare the humans. In her own appearance, she was a zombie at first glance. Humans today should already know that some advanced zombies possessed intelligence. Not all advanced zombies grew towards savagery. Because of this, humans needed to be exceptionally careful when dealing with zombies. Although intelligent zombies were human in appearance, their eyes still didn't look like human eyes. Although the eyes of high-level zombies were red, they weren't all red. Like Knight, his eyes were golden. Shi Xingyu and Xiao Ji's eyes on the other hand, were red. Although they were red eyes, the eye lines were still a little different. But where it was different, Yu Qingyang couldn't remember. Who had nothing to do but stare at other people's eyes. Although they were intelligent zombies, every zombie was different. Right? So the eyes would also change. For example, for zombies of the same level, the fighting power of a savage zombie is definitely above that of an intelligent zombie. Otherwise, that boy Xingyu wouldn't have been held down and smashed through a dozen walls. But when you think about it, a human alien of the same level can completely defeat a zombie of the same level. Half of the primary psychics were able to fight against level 2 zombies. And if they had the talent, they would probably be able to fight with level 3 zombies. Of course, some luck might be needed to survive. But a level 2 psychic was fully capable of fighting a level 3 zombie. Although she knew this, she didn't really know how to judge the other party's level. Like Shi Xingyu or Xiao Ji and Ah Yi could easily determine how strong the other party was. It was true that the stronger the zombie was, the more he could sense how strong the human was. Yu Qingyang thought to himself and turned towards the outskirts of the city. It would be good to go to another city to look for a laptop or something like that. This city, it was estimated that in a short while, it would be back under human control. Yu Qinxiao felt that it was fortunate that she had come quickly. If a few more months had passed, she probably wouldn't have been able to cross the city to see the earliest sun. She headed west again, and as she passed a road, she suddenly stopped. At that place, there was a barbed wire fence stopping it. The danger sign on it, Yu Qingliang knew, and there was an official sign on it. This place. Yu Qinxiao looked around and didn't see any landmarks. But Yu Qinxiao immediately took out a map to check where she was now. When she saw the name of the place, her green face went a little white. It was the place where Mom and Dad had their car accident. It was less than 20 kilometers away from where she was watching the sunrise. Yu Qingyang lay down on that net and then realized that this net should be the power grid. It was just not electrified because the power was cut off now. This road was also newly built later. In other words, the original road was blocked off. Oh, Yu Qingyang remembered that she hadn't seen her mom and dad's remains. And the official people said that they hadn't been saved because the car had caught fire. So it had burned to a handful of ashes. Even the cancellation of the account was done for her by the official people. Well, she just went and attended the funeral. Then she went home. And even how it was handled afterwards, Yu Qinxiao didn't really care. Now that I think about it, those relatives were right. It was better to raise her than a dog. All parents do not want to raise a cold-blooded child like her. Right? Chapter 65. Sure enough, it was a high-level zombie that came to take his dog's life. Yu Qinxiao reached out and tore apart those iron nets, then headed towards that place. Just the closer she got, Yu Qingxiao's head started to hurt a little. She thought of the feeling she had earlier when she was in the water park. But this feeling wasn't as strong as before. Before it made her feel like her eyeballs were going to shake out. Now this headache she was the pain of sleep deprivation that she had long been used to. Passing through a dozen or so barbed wire fences, Yu Qingyang finally got a good look at the scene in front of her. It was a huge what looked like a deep burnt pit. And there were quite a few strange fragments in the pit. The fragments were slowly glowing. There was just nothing in this place. Yu Qingyang jumped down from the edge of the deep pit. Originally, she should not have felt any pain at this moment. She felt her head hurt, as if she had been stabbed by needles. And quite a few images suddenly flashed before her eyes. But they weren't her memories. Rather, it was things that had happened here before. It seemed to have been recorded by these crystals. Yu Qingyang stood in the middle of the deep pit. And the scenes of that night kept flashing back in front of her eyes. The sky was suddenly bright, and then exploded like lightning in front of one's eyes. After that, it was instantly plunged into darkness. This image kept playing before Yu Qingyang's eyes. So his own parents. It wasn't because of the car accident at all, but because of this sudden bright light. As the image kept flashing back, that light was getting slower and slower in front of Yu Qingxi's eyes. Gradually she seemed to see something in the bright light. It was a crystal the size of a human brain. And there was more than one of them. It was only because the moment was so bright that other bright lights in the sky were overlooked. In other words, there were countless of these crystals falling all over the planet in a single moment, causing countless accidents. And his own mom and dad were killed in this accident. The image was still playing in front of Yu Qingliang's eyes. But Yu Qingliang felt that he was a bit physically exhausted. It was true that this place was not only dangerous to humans, but also to zombies. But in fact, Yu Qixiao was willing to die in the place where his parents died. Yu Qixiao just flopped down on the ground. As the sun set, the sky around them grew darker and darker. The crystal fragments in that pitch-black pit were also glittering. Even Yu Qixiao's body was flickering. It wasn't until the middle of the night that Yu Qixian woke up again. She was a little disappointed when she realized that she hadn't died yet. Yu Qixiao crawled up with slight difficulty and just sat on her knees. The sky was dim, but stars could be seen. Obviously, it was already nighttime. Yu Qixiao turned her head to look at the moon, then determined the time. She had probably passed out for about 7 hours. At this time, she had already adapted to the pain caused by the crystals. During the daytime, she couldn't see too clearly, but now she could see clearly. After all, even if the zombies were unrestricted at night, things that glowed would be especially conspicuous in the eyes of the zombies. As long as the sun does not appear, then a little bit of light in the eyes of the zombie will be magnified countless times. This was also the reason why zombies tended to light. Zombies are also human beings, so their subconscious still knows that wherever there is light, there are humans. And humans were food. Yu Qingyang stood up and picked up all the pieces of these crystals. Well, Mom and Dad died here. There wasn't even a body. So take this as a souvenir. It's just that even though this crystal blew up, there should still be a big piece of it. Forget it. Since the officials have sealed this place up, it means that thing has already been taken away. Thinking of this, Yu Qingyang suddenly had a flash of insight. The thing that attracted night wouldn't be this crystal, but this crystal would be harmful to both zombies and humans. Right? Or did the officials make modifications to this crystal over the past 3 years? Removing the harmful substance in the crystal. So what is this harmful substance? Is it the zombie virus? Since the state has removed this harmful substance, how did the end of the world happen? How did the end of the world happen? Yu Qingyang suddenly reached out and slapped her head. Was she a fool? There were so many countries on the entire planet. It wasn't like if their country controlled it, other countries could control it as well. Yu Qingyang was like picking up pretty little stones by the river, bending over and squatting here and there to pick them up. And at this time, the sky was almost bright in this place. It meant that it was already 3 in the morning. She put those broken crystals she picked up in her pocket. Only then did she climb back up again. Then the barricade net that she had ripped apart was screwed back again. Although it was obvious at a glance that the barbed wire had been damaged. But she really had tried. There was no way to get it back as it was, in order not to be caught doing something bad. Yu Qingyang mounted her suitcase and quickly ran away. In fact, there was another good thing about the end times, which was that her suitcase had been sitting here for hours. And surprisingly, no one had taken it away. It was really great. Of course, she didn't mean to say that other people like to take things. Well, Yu Qingyang had this idea. After all, when she was in school, her mobile phone was taken from her pocket on the way home. It scared her so much that she didn't dare to go out for 3 months. Taking away one's mobile phone without a word. Then whatever that person wanted to do, they could do it without a word. It was really too scary. As soon as Yu Qixiao thought of this, she became even more cautious and reached out to protect her backpack. Obviously, there was no one around. Not even zombies. If someone or a zombie saw Yu Qingxi's movements, it was estimated that Yu Qingxi's life would really be tied to the word sneaky. When Yu Qixiao entered the next city, she realized that there were a lot more zombies in this city than in the previous one. She happily headed towards the bookstore in this downtown area. After all, there was something she was looking for inside. Yu Qingyang had just walked into the bookstore when she felt the sound of breaking wind behind her. She turned around sharply and saw a shadow coming towards her. Yu Qixiao was shocked and directly closed the glass door. But obviously, the glass door could not stop the other party. The figure directly passed through the glass door and landed in front of Yu Qixiao. Yu Qixiao was shocked. It's over. It's over. It was really a high-level zombie that had come to take her life. Only when she saw who the other party was clearly, her eyes instantly went cold. It changed back to eyes with only a black dot. The old cow went home. Shixingyu looked at Yu Qixiao, who just now had a terrified look on her face, and reverted back to her pea eyes when she saw clearly that it was herself. But had she just stared wide-eyed? He had seen the color of Yu Qingxiu's eyes. It wasn't just a color. What was it? Shixingyu didn't understand. But neither did Shixingyu think that he would suddenly see Yu Qixian. It turned out that she could run so fast by herself. He had thought that Yu Qingxian was still hiding somewhere. So Yu Qixao didn't really need herself. When Shixingyu thought this, he saw Yu Qingxian come up to pull his hair and look at his clothes. Yu Qingxian stared at Shixingyu in front of him and noticed that his hair had grown a bit longer and his skin was already close to Ye's skin color. Not so white. Moreover, Yu Qingyang stared at Shirshingyu's alien pupils. One golden and one red. He had indeed evolved again. In other words, Shixingyu was moving in the direction of a corpse king. However, his speed was too slow. Next time, he would introduce Shixingyu to Yi to get to know him, so that Yi could teach him how to advance. Chapter 66. Having an old ox on the side to back her up. Yu Qingxian was not the only one observing Shixingyu. Shixingyu was also observing Yu Qingxian. If he hadn't seen Yu Qingxian's suitcase and heard the sound, he wouldn't have been able to sense that Yu Qingxian was here at all. Her aura was getting weaker and weaker. Obviously, she had become stronger. But it was getting harder and harder to feel Yu Qingxiu's aura. It seemed that she hadn't failed to grow in these few months. At least it was getting harder and harder to detect her presence. May I ask what this zombie was doing by trying to hide itself instead of raising its attack power or leveling up? Yu Qingyang looked at Shixingyu and thought for a moment before saying, "But how did you find me?" Since she knew it was Shixingyu, she wasn't that worried. Chased here by someone. Shixingyu answered honestly. After all, he had been held down in front of Yu Qixao, so there was no need to pretend in front of her. Yu Qingxian looked at Shixingyu with some surprise. He? Being chased? It shouldn't be Could it be that humans have evolved very much these past few months as well? It's that little pervert you mentioned. I don't know why. I was locked by her and chased me for more than a month. The hurricane didn't even get rid of her, Shixingyu said. When Yu Qingyang heard the hurricane little pervert, he immediately remembered what he had heard before. It said that court lady when ran after hurricane. The one who was emotionally chasing after it was Shixingyu. Good lord. Since he was locked by court lady one, then Shixingyu was in danger. Can't stay with him. Otherwise, he was going to be found by that little pervert. Court lady one. Since you're being chased, go somewhere else. What are you doing here looking for me? Yu Qixao stared at Shixingyu, a little speechless in his heart. I was heading elsewhere, but I didn't expect you to run so fast. And I didn't expect to meet you in this place even more. Shixingyu was also somewhat speechless. He had already said goodbye to Yu Qingyang before. It was true that he did not expect to meet her in this place. Then you go now, and head somewhere else. Yu Qingxiang pointed to the door, and told Shixingyu to go. Shixingyu also did not expect Yu Qingyan to actually rush him away. Although being a zombie at a time like this wouldn't have any feelings. Shixingyu was still a little puzzled. Whose fault was it that he would be locked up? Just thinking about it made Shixingyu a little angry. Don't you know the reason I was targeted by that little pervert? Believe it or not, I'll hand you over to that little pervert right now. Shixingyu also pointed outside the door. Really? It was so hard for him to be on the verge of advancing. But as a result, she let herself go. Obviously carrying the consciousness of a human, but without a bit of human conscience. Yu Qingxian shut up instantly when he heard that Shixingyu was going to hand himself over to that little pervert. If she was really sent out by Shixingyu, she definitely wouldn't be able to resist. And maybe that little pervert would even cut herself into 8 big pieces. Sorry. I was wrong. Don't give me away. Yu Qixao directly knelt down and sat in front of Shixingyu. Her tone sincere. Shixingyu. He really felt that Yu Qixao really never faced up to his abilities. But then again, Shixingyu felt that this was good. With her nature, if she knew how powerful she was, wouldn't she jump into the sea with all the zombies around the globe hand in hand to kill herself? Although she always said she was fair. But as long as she still had humanity, it was impossible for her to turn a blind eye to the deaths of humans. Forget it. I only came over to take a look when I saw your suitcase, thinking that in case it was a human who killed you and robbed your suitcase, then I would help you take revenge. I didn't expect it to be you. Shixingyu opened his mouth. He had suddenly barged in, and really didn't realize that it was really Yu Qixien. When Yu Qixien heard that Shixingyu wanted to avenge himself, she quickly waved her hand. No. No. If I die, remember to snatch my body and bury it. See, I designed the coffin for myself, she said and took out her mobile phone, showing Shixingyu the coffin she designed. Shixingyu looked at those strange lines. Even if he was a zombie, he couldn't quite understand this kind of what she was drawing. What are you drawing? Shi Xingyu finally couldn't help but ask her. When Yu Qixiao heard Shi Xingyu's words, she spoke. Coffins. Ah. Coffins with urns and coffins containing corpses. She was very satisfied with her painting. But looking at Shi Xingyu's puzzled look, she felt that it must be unrecognizable after turning into a zombie. Of course, she wouldn't laugh at Shi Xingyu. Yu Qingyang also didn't care about Shi Xingyu, but went to look for a book suitable as a handbook, and then pens of various colors. Shi Xingyu still stood on the side, as before, without saying anything. Although this period of time away from the old ox, the mobility aspect did make it a little difficult for her, especially when there was no electricity. Yu Qingyang could only drag her suitcase along. When she was done taking these things, she put them in her backpack, and she had just zipped it up when an aroma came from the tip of her nose. It was the scent of a human, and this smell was familiar to her. It was the smell of the little pervert. As expected, Shi Xingyu was really locked by the little pervert. Yu Qixiao looked at him. You run. Run in the opposite direction. In short, the further away from me the better. After saying this, Yu Qinxian lifted his suitcase and rushed out of the shop, running towards the west. Shi Xingyu, however, did not move. He actually felt that he could talk to that human. He had fought a few times with the other party, but that little girl hadn't even made a move. So Shi Xingyu felt that that little girl running after Yu Qingyang wasn't trying to kill her. Perhaps there was another reason. Are you just going to run away for the rest of your life? Aren't going to talk to her? Shi Xingyu didn't move and just looked at Yu Qingxia's back. The advanced zombies weren't really completely unreasonable. Like that kind of difficult human, they would naturally deal with each other in a human way. After all, humans felt that they zombies were once humans, and had developed their zombie intelligence, and could even communicate with humans. Then there can be some negotiation. After all, humans do not want to consume too much. There was also no benefit to be gained from a deadly fight with the zombies. So humans would believe. They would believe the zombies. Yu Qingyang's footsteps lurched when she heard Shi Xingyu's words. She had never thought that she would have to deal with humans. There was no way to properly talk to humans as a human, let alone herself, who had turned into a zombie. She didn't feel the need to intercede. But why did Shi Xingyu look so sure? That little pervert can negotiate? Court Lady Wen finally detected the little zombie again after a few months. Sure enough, as long as they locked on to that high-level zombie, they would be able to find this little zombie. Just that they didn't run away? Why? Strangely enough, in this month or so, she had directly dealt with that high-level zombie several times. But the other party had simply left. If the other party really got serious, although she could take the other party's head, she would definitely not be able to stand it either. That's why Court Lady Wen was a bit surprised when she saw two zombies sitting and standing in front of a bookstore. Because of Shi Xingyu, those zombies around them directly withdrew to several kilometers away. Qinan saw Yu Qingyang at a glance. Although he was indeed surprised after learning from Court Lady Wen that the other party was a small zombie, and looking at her all green and wearing a white dress. She was sitting on a suitcase. That male zombie who had fought with them several times was also there. Only this time the little walker wasn't running. She turned her head to look at the two in the car. The two people in the car also looked at her. Yu Qingyang had thought that she would be scared, but strangely enough she wasn't. Perhaps it was because there were only two people on the other side. But how could she say it? There was still Old Ox on the side to back her up. Chapter 67, I'll rot it in my stomach too. Court Lady Wen used her system to probe Yu Qingyang's ability again. It was found that her combat power had even dropped. To say that there was 8 before, then it was only 5 now. Not only had it not grown, it had even regressed. It was also, if it wasn't for the system making sure of it, she wouldn't have been able to detect the existence of this little zombie. Her presence was also weakening. As a zombie, being so weak, could she survive well in the end times? The answer was probably unknown. After all, this little zombie was alive and well. When Court Lady Wen made sure that the surrounding zombies were all a few kilometers away, her eyes fell on the male zombie. Glancing at him, before placing her eyes on Yu Qingyang, Shi Xingyu knew that he was ignored. The people and zombies nowadays really didn't give him, a high-level zombie, the slightest bit of attention. It was really the world style that was deteriorating. Qinan did not get out of the car. Originally, he thought that the person who gave him the medicine was an expert, so he was prepared to pull the other party into the team. However, after learning that the other party was a zombie from Wenchan's mouth, he gave up on this idea. The members of his own 3 squads also stayed in the official base afterwards. Nowadays, the zombies were also getting stronger and stronger. So Cheenen naturally wouldn't let those 3 teammates follow, thus leaving them in the official base. He also didn't like staying in one place all the time. More importantly, Cheenen was somewhat fond of Wenchang. And Wenchang was even more reluctant to stay in the base. Even if she was by herself, she still wanted to leave. Cheenen knew that Wenchang was not as gentle and needy as her name, but he still couldn't help but follow. It was just that Cheenen didn't know why Wenchang was so obsessed with that little zombie. He didn't ask, and it wasn't like he had to know. So Cheenen was dead set on Yu Xiao at this point, wanting to see the unique points of this little zombie. But it was indeed quite unique. It was the first time he had seen a green zombie. But he was also curious as to why this little zombie would help humans. When Yu Xiao saw that both of them were staring at him, he tugged at Shixingyu and hid behind him. But there was absolutely no way. She was lifted from behind by Shixingyu. They can't understand when I speak, Yu Qingyang said. This had been tried when facing that mother and daughter. The humans couldn't understand what she said. Shixingyu sniffed, but said, "It's because you don't want to communicate with humans. Right. Try it the way you humans speak." Yu Xiao had some doubts emerge on her face when Shixingyu said that. He himself had always spoken like this. But since Shixingyu had said so, it's better if you say it for me. Yu Xiao shrunk behind Shixingyu again. Shixingyu, big sister, come out and say it yourself. But this time, he didn't bring up Yu Xiao, but instead looked at Court Lady Wen. What are you trying to do by running after us all the time? Make it clear beforehand. Just because she doesn't eat people doesn't mean I don't eat people. All this time I've been looking out for her face to not make a move on you guys. And this time as well. Be prepared to make it clear. If you keep chasing after us in the future, I won't be polite. Shixingyu was already very skilled in speaking human language nowadays. There wasn't that hoarse feeling from before. And it sounded like a normal boy's voice. It wasn't particularly good, but it certainly wasn't hard to hear either. After all, Yu Qingxia's ears had been raised to be very tricky by those radio dramas and all sorts of fan dramas. So a normal voice in Yu Qingxia's ears would be considered a good sound for a normal person. Right? Thinking of this, Yu Xiao thought, I wonder if his favorite voice actor is still alive. Should I ask for a photo? When those voice actors appeared in the past, there were too many fans, and she didn't dare to go. At this moment, Yu Xiao began to wonder again. Court Lady Wen watched Yu Qingyang staring at Shixingyu's back, not knowing what she was thinking. Her eyes retracted and landed on Shixingyu's body. Regarding the fact that 2 zombies would live in a group, Court Lady Wen was indeed surprised. After all, the system had also said that zombies would not be in a group living situation. Especially 2 powerful zombies were even more unlikely to come together. Of course, if it was a low-level zombie, it might be possible. South Court Lady Wen was thinking that Yu Qingyang was controlled by Shixingyu. But with the current situation, it seemed that the relationship between these 2 zombies was more like the other way round. I'm sorry. I'm just more curious about this zombie. After she turned into a zombie, her combat power not only didn't go up, but instead decreased. And I've been wanting to explore. Of course, I have no malice. When Chang opened her mouth, and she could tell from this male zombie's mouth that that little zombie didn't eat people. In other words, it was likely that she still retained a human conscience. Otherwise, she wouldn't have helped Cheenen get the medicine. But how much of it was retained? Court Lady Wen wasn't sure. It shouldn't be much. If she still retained a human consciousness, she would have wanted to integrate into the human world instead of mixing with the zombies all the time. Shixingyu's eyes narrowed slightly as he listened to Court Lady Wen's words, clearly not believing her. Just being curious. You could follow Yu Qing for most of the year? This kind of words. Shixingyu did not believe. He asked Yu Qingxian in a low voice, Do you believe it? When Yu Qingxian heard this, his eyes moved to Court Lady Wen's face. Then he retracted his gaze. Tell her not to follow me anymore. As for that question from Shixingyu, Yu Qingyan directly ignored it. Shixingyu had also long been used to her being like this. So he relayed Yu Qingyan's words to Court Lady Wen. After Court Lady Wen learned of Yu Qingxiang's words from Shixingyu's mouth, she seemed to want to say something else. But in the end, she chose not to say anything. Don't worry. I won't show up again in the future. And I'll rot it in my stomach about you guys. Court Lady Wen had thought that this zombie would have a common language with herself. But now it seemed that even if they were both out of place, It didn't mean that they got along. After saying this, Court Lady Wen turned around and went back to her car and erased these two zombies from her system. There was no need to track this zombie in the future. As Qinan started the car, he still looked at Yu Qishao. Thank you for the medicine before. After saying this, Qinan raised the window, and the car drove past Yu Qishao and Shi Xingyu. Shi Xingyu watched as the car disappeared into the street before he turned back to look at Yu Qishao. Yu Qishao was not touched by the human's thanks. I thought you did a good deed just for this, thank you. Shi Xingyu said with some surprise. This kind of thing put on a human should be something that makes people very happy. But looking at Yu Qingyang, she didn't seem to have any feelings. Her expression remained the same as before. It's not like I did this kind of thing just to hear him say thank you, because doing so would make me happy. That's all. Yu Qingyang said. She only satisfied herself by doing things. Probably people like her lived in groups and belonged to the selfish category. One had to make themselves happy first before it was others' turn. Doing good deeds was also done because one wanted to do it. She really couldn't be a kind person like her parents. As Yu Qishao thought this, she saw Shi Xingyu staring at her. She was a little puzzled. What was this brat looking at? It wasn't like she was some stunning beauty. Your face? You sewed it up? Shi Xingyu said. You're just finding out now. Huh? I'm not bad with my hands. Am I? Yu Qishao ruffled her long hair with a proud face. It sucks. Shi Xingyu said honestly. There were even several pinholes poked out because she had sewn herself crookedly. Luckily it was her own face, and she didn't go and spoil it for other zombies. Chapter 68. What an excessive request. Yu Qingyang knew that the zombie didn't know how to appreciate it, so she didn't bother with him in general. But she suddenly remembered something. Immediately, she returned that third-level crystal core from her backpack to Shi Xingyu. The crystal core is returned to you. You don't even know that I'm carrying this crystal core on my back. And I'm being targeted by those zombies. And I'm having a hard time. Yu Qishao handed that crystal core to Shi Xingyu. Finally, he could get rid of this hot potato. And Shi Xingyu looked at this crystal core intact being handed back to her hands by Yu Qingxian. How could she not think of it? This crystal nucleus she froze and carried it for 2 months. She really hadn't even nibbled on a single bite. Who are you fooling? Shi Xingyu didn't believe that Yu Qingyan was having a hard time. As long as Yu Qishao was on guard, it was expected that there would be no zombies in this world that would really want to grab something from her. Yu Qingxian didn't care that she was poked through the lie by Shi Xingyu, and instead rode on the luggage. She started the suitcase, and Shi Xingyu consciously followed on the side. As for that crystal core, Shi Xingyu didn't eat it, but put it into a bag on her waist. Yu Qishao inclined her head to look over, only to find that Shi Xingyu had an additional small bag on his waist. He didn't know what was in it, but after putting this crystal core in, it bulged. But it didn't matter. The crystal core had already been returned to Shi Xingyu anyway. You're about to advance, aren't you? Yu Qingyang asked him in return. Well, soon, Shi Xingyu said. If it wasn't for the fact that he was being chased by that little pervert, then he really might have already advanced. But now he seemed to be stuck. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. When Yu Qishao heard Shi Xingyu's words, he suddenly thought of his gold and red eyes. So he couldn't help but say, a level 4.5 zombie. That's the first time I've seen it. Saying to each other, Shi Xingyu wasn't blown away. After all, he had never seen a zombie that didn't eat people either. Originally, I was going to wait until September to go to Autumn Color Lake to return the crystal core to you. But I didn't expect to meet you in this place. So do I still have to visit in September? Yu Qingyang sniffed. She wanted to go to too many places, and was afraid that she wouldn't be able to go to Autumn Color Lake in September. Go on. You said it before, Shi Xingyu said. Yu Qishao looked at Shi Xingyu. It doesn't matter what the scenery is like. Right? It's not like you. A zombie can appreciate it. Shi Xingyu, however, did not reply again. Although the truth was true. It was so right. But he always felt that it wasn't quite right. Anyway, just go and watch, Shi Xingyu said. Also, go and see. After Yu Qishao said this, he suddenly looked at Shi Xingyu again. I do know a zombie. He's already above level 5. If there's anything you don't understand, I can take you to see him and let him teach you. These words made Shi Xingyu a little surprised. She actually knew other zombies, even at a higher level than himself. The things Yu Qingyang had experienced in these 2 months were quite wonderful. I don't think that zombie will teach me, but will instead knock my brains out. Shirshingyu said honestly. He didn't feel that that walker could accommodate his own existence, especially since he had half a foot in level 5. The other party would definitely do everything possible to get himself killed. How could it possibly get along well with itself? Why? Yu Qingyang asked with some confusion. After all, she felt that apart from her love of fantasy, Yu was still very gentle as a zombie. Of course, like Shirshingyu, it didn't understand appreciation, because I also want to crack the other person's head. Shirshingyu answered honestly. If the other party was stronger than him, then he could only submit to the bottom or be killed. Zombies also had pride. Of course, they couldn't submit under another zombie. This would only make that zombie stronger and stronger. And the zombies below would not be able to partake in the fresh flesh and blood at all. Of course, it was only right to be the king by itself. When Yu Qingyang heard this, he also realized this problem. There was no such idea as cooperation between zombies. The only way to become stronger was to eat more blood and flesh. Otherwise, if you grew a crystal core, you would also be the one to have your skull lifted by other zombies. Yu Qinxiao fell silent when he thought of this. Seeing that Yu Qingxian didn't say anything, Shirshingyu reached out and pressed Yu Qingxian's suitcase to a stop, then skillfully pulled the lever from the back. Yu Qingxian was completely turned around. She also didn't expect this old cow to be so self-conscious. I can only send you out of the city. I won't follow you. It seemed that Shirshingyu had begun to understand Yu Qingxian, and she said the words before she could even open her mouth to ask. Shirshingyu didn't get Yu Qingxiao to get a response and didn't care. He had said before that he was different from Yu Qingxiao. He himself was a real zombie. It was impossible for him to not eat people for Yu Qingxiao. And the fact that she saved people seemed inexplicable in his eyes. Around her, he would always be under her control. Even if she didn't say anything, even letting himself be casual. But her whole body, filled with the aura of not allowed, not allowed. Arriving at the edge of the city, Shirshingyu let go of Yu Qingxian's suitcase. Yu Qingxiao also started her own suitcase. I'll see you in September then. Don't die. After all, I have no way to contact you. Yu Qingxiao waved his hand behind Shirshingyu's back. A sort of ending to this short gathering. No one knew if they would still be able to live in this world tomorrow. Humans didn't know. And neither did the zombies. Yu Qingyang withdrew his hand, tapped on the map, and continued traveling west. Shirshingyu didn't care as he watched Yu Qingxiao not return his head. He reached out and patted the fanny pack on his waist. What an excessive request. There were quite a few powerful humans in this world. And there were quite a few zombies as well. Let's hope. In September, his head was still on. Yu Qingxiao seemed to have thought of something. And when she turned back, there was no longer any figure of Shirshingyu on the edge of the city. She was thinking. At this time, she should have said a wish for a safe journey. But saying it to a zombie didn't seem to be of much use. Yu Qingyang entered the place she wanted to go. And the map showed up. And a route was made for her. It even told her which base would be more suitable as a place to rest midway. When Yu Qingxiao looked at the route, she felt that it wouldn't work at all. This route was just asking her to break into the crowd. When Yu Qingxiao thought of this, she took out the photo from her backpack again. On it was a photo of herself with her mom and dad. Mom and dad were smiling happily. And only herself was expressionless. She really was a failure as a person. Even when she took a photo with her parents, she wasn't willing to show a smile. Yu Qingxiao stared at the photo. But there wasn't a single tear. She clearly knew that at a time like this, if it was someone else, she would definitely be in tears. But she didn't want to cry at all. But she understood that her parents were very important to her. Ever since she was a child, she had never been able to fit into the human social circle. It was especially worse when she was 15 or 16 years old. So severe that she felt physically ill when facing strangers or even acquaintances. It was also during that time that her condition progressed from not being able to interact properly with others as a child to having feverish symptoms in her body whenever she took a trip outside. Barely able to negotiate with humans on her own. Even when she went to the doctor, she didn't even listen to a few words the doctor said. But why? Why did this symptom decrease a lot after turning into a zombie? Yu Qingyang was not clear and could not figure it out. Chapter 69 once again. She felt the coolness on her body. Yu Qingyang's next stop was a place she had been looking forward to for a long time. It was also the place where she used to say she wanted to go to see the snow. Only now it seems that the place no longer has snow. So it's to see flowers. But that place is covered in snow all year round. Can you see flowers? It would be good to go to a flower seed shop. If there were no flowers, then she would scatter all the way there. Anyway, next spring, surely it would be possible to bloom. Right? Even if it was once a harsh winter, it can still bloom in the next spring. Right? Yu Qixiao said that she was choosing flower seeds. But when she saw so many flower seeds, she was a bit torn. What seeds could grow in the north? But then she looked at the sunlight outside and felt that she was overthinking it. Yu Qingyang gave up on those seeds and instead went to look for those flower seeds that had mutated during the end times. Like there were a lot of them on the roadside. These flowers were beautiful. And although some of them hadn't been inoculated yet, there were some that already had seeds. Yu Qixiao looked at those plants in the fields and put his suitcase on the side. Along with a backpack, of course. She was going to those thorn bushes. And she scratched her clothes the last time she went to the rose bushes. Still, she put her things slightly to the side of the road, worried about being spotted by passing survivors. Of course, in a place like this now, she probably wouldn't see a living soul for a few days. So she didn't have to worry. Yu Qingyang crossed the aqueduct with a stride, walking into the thorn bushes. It was just that she had only taken a few steps when something seemed to be wrapped around her foot. It wasn't because Yu Qingyang felt it, but by the time she realized it, she had already been hung upside down. The long skirt was all reversed, blocking her view. Yu Qixiao reached out and pressed the skirt down. And only then did she see that there was a super beautiful petunia in the thorn bush. At this moment, she was caught by the vines of the petunia, and one of her legs was caught. Yu Qixiao could barely see the vine on her leg. There were green leaves and pretty petunia flowers growing on it. Yu Qixiao stared at those flowers and then spoke. "I'm blooming." But she couldn't be kept hanging in this place. Although it was now close to evening, the sun would rise again in the morning. If she kept hanging in this place, she would definitely be dried up by the sun. Yu Qingyang reached out and grabbed in the air. But this petunia seemed to realize what Yu Qixiao was trying to do, and even lifted her up a few more meters. At this point, she was estimated to be more than 10 meters away from the ground, and it was still head down. She couldn't care about the front at this time. However, from this viewpoint, it was possible to see this surrounding area clearly. This should be someone's vegetable patch. But now it was filled with all kinds of vine plants. Obviously this petunia used to need to climb other plants or tree branches and fences to grow. Now it was actually able to lift 90 pounds of her. It's really powerful. It was true that the end times had made a lot of things awesome. Even herself, a social terrorist who was unwilling to step out of her room, had embarked on a hiking tour. Rowdy. So whatever happened in this world, Yu Qingyang wouldn't find it strange anymore. But first put her down all. This petunia didn't understand her words. Not only didn't let her down, but also threw her up like a windmill. Yu Qingyang wrapped her arms around her chest and was thrown around by this petunia. She didn't have that feeling of congestion. Sure enough, turning into a zombie still had its benefits. As for Yu Qingxiu's sudden quietness, this petunia seemed to be a bit dissatisfied and directly threw her out. Yu Qixiao fell to the ground, grunted and rolled around a few times, and then laid down on the ground in a big shape. And when she sat up, she met eyes with a pair of beautiful eyes. Of course, it wasn't a zombie or a human, but a big white dog. By the looks of it, it was bigger in size than any dog she had ever seen. After a zombie and a dog stared at each other for 3 minutes, Yu Qingyang finally realized that it was a mutated dog, like the big wolfhound beside Gu Evening Qing was. However, she hadn't raised a dog or a cat. Oh, it wasn't that she hadn't raised any. It was just that they had passed away. She, who wouldn't be saddened by the death of a human, seemed to cry a lot at that time. It was a civet cat that grew up with her. But by the time she was 10, the cat passed away. Now that I think about it, that was the worst she'd ever been in terms of emotional outbursts. It wasn't because mom and dad died, but because of a cat. Yu Qingyang once again felt the coolness in her body once again. The dog was huge, and there seemed to be no way to break the collar around its neck, which was tightly pinched at this moment. What was once a sense of security had become something that was killing it at this moment. Yu Qingyang knew that it probably thought of itself as a human. It was ready to ask for help from humans. If it was a zombie, it might have pounced on it at this moment. Yu Qixiao stood up and went forward. And this big white dog didn't back off. I don't know if I can break it. I don't have a knife in my hand. Yu Qixiao reached out and grabbed the collar. With it came a strong aroma. Sure enough, the collar had strangled deep into its neck. Yu Qixiao grabbed the collar, and the mutant dog seemed to be in pain, its whole body trembling. But it didn't instinctively come to bite Yu Qixiao. She grabbed both sides of the collar with her 2 hands, and then with a forceful tug, the collar collapsed. The collar was actually very loose and wasn't something that was used to bind it. That's why this mutated dog was able to become so big and wasn't immediately strangled to death by this collar. Instead, it was just put around its neck for most of the year. Yu Qingyang looked at the name on the dog tag. Tyrannosaurus Rex? That's your name? Huh? Your name is Tyrannosaurus Rex, ah. Yu Qingyang stared at this big dog in front of her with her beady eyes wide open. It was only at this moment that this big dog was lying on the ground, and the sudden relief made its taut nerves loosen up. The place that was originally bleeding had already stopped bleeding. Yu Qingyang inclined his head to look at it, and found what an awesome self-healing ability. It was probably this self-healing ability that saved it. Yu Qixiao looked at the collar in his hand. The collar was actually almost scratched off. There were many marks on it. It was only because this collar was strangled in the flesh. Even if this big dog was strong, it was impossible to scratch the collar off directly through the flesh. She stood up and carried the collar to the edge of the aqueduct. There was water flowing in the canal, and she squatted down to wash the blood off her hands and the collar. Only then did she place it on the edge of the aqueduct. The Tyrannosaurus Rex also followed with shaky feet. But it hadn't eaten for a long time, I guess, and it looked big only because of its fur. There wasn't much meat on it. It was just the only thing Yu Qingyang could do to help it. How could Yu Qixiao not think that trying to catch a bird would be so difficult? Originally, these birds had already mutated and were even more agile. Luckily, Kung Fu was not enough. Finally, in the middle of the night, it allowed her to find a nest of bird eggs. She even terminated the bird's nest. The 2 birds then chased after her and pecked. After getting rid of the birds and returning to the house, Yu Qinxian found that the Tyrannosaurus Rex had already fallen asleep. This left Yu Qixiao speechless. So why on earth was she fighting so hard for a dog that she had no idea who it was? Never mind. It was just this once. Anyway, once this mutated dog regained its strength, its fighting power would definitely be above her own. She didn't have to worry about it. By the way, the dog owner doesn't need to worry either. Your Tyrannosaurus Rex is still alive. Chapter 70. You won't die on this road yourself. Right? Yu Qingyang fed the Tyrannosaurus Rex 5 mutated bird eggs. Of course, with 5 bird eggs, a normal child wouldn't be able to get enough, let alone a mutated large dog. It was just that this was all she could do. Previously, she had wanted to catch a few mutant birds, but in the end, she had no choice but to back out and choose to give people's children a litter. Yu Qingyang mourned for the 5 bird eggs in her heart. Sorry. The Tyrannosaurus Rex that had eaten the 5 bird eggs did look to be in a better state. Although it didn't feel like it was enough to stuff its teeth, it was still better than nothing. It was better than a corpse and a dog staring at each other. Yu Qingyang did not know if the owner of the Tyrannosaurus Rex was still alive. If he was alive, why did he leave the dog behind? So it was probably dead. Of course, Yu Qixiao had no way to take this big dog with him. It was already a mutated dog. It was bleeding every day and hadn't let the zombies eat it. It was enough to prove that it was powerful. Yu Qixiao left the room, carrying her suitcase, and headed out. Just as soon as she moved, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, which had just closed its eyes, instantly stood up and wanted to follow Yu Qixiao. Yu Qinxian had only taken 2 steps when her skirt was bitten by the Tyrannosaurus Rex. This made Yu Qingxi's footsteps lurch. It was just that Yu Qinxian herself was a bit stubborn and pushed forward. The Tyrannosaurus Rex wouldn't let her go. So one by one, the already thin skirt was torn in half. When Yu Qixiao heard the sound of fabric tearing, she looked back, only to see that the Tyrannosaurus Rex had a piece of its own skirt in its mouth. And the Tyrannosaurus Rex seemed to have realized that it had done something wrong on its own, and immediately lowered its eyebrows to the ground. But Yu Qingyang didn't care. She opened her suitcase and took out another skirt from it. Dang dang. I have a spare skirt. Yu Qixiao looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex with a proud face. It turned out that the white skirt was supposed to be changed because the petunias were getting all muddy. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's eyes lit up as it watched Yu Qinxian change into a new skirt and pose in front of itself. Because just now, it had done something wrong. But Yu Qixiao in front of him didn't blame it. Yu Qixiao threw the broken skirt to the side before looking seriously at the Tyrannosaurus Rex in front of her. I don't know if you can understand me, but I'll say it anyway. Yu Qixiao couldn't afford to raise this big dog on her own. Perhaps Gu Evening Qing or Court Lady Wen should be able to raise it. First of all, I'm a zombie. Or a zombie that doesn't eat. And I'm clumsy and not very capable. There's no way I can raise you. And even though I said I can go and get the dog food for you, I surely can't lug around that much dog food. Yu Qingyang explained to the Tyrannosaurus Rex very patiently. The main thing was that the places she passed through were either nowhere to be seen or places full of zombies. The Tyrannosaurus Rex definitely couldn't follow. In case they encountered a high-level zombie, such a mutated dog would definitely be a tasty meal. Therefore, she felt that it was better for the Tyrannosaurus Rex to go its own way. Yu Qixiao saw that the Tyrannosaurus Rex seemed to have listened to her words. And only then did she carry her suitcase out of the courtyard of this house. The yards in this place didn't even look tall. And the houses weren't tall either. It was probably to keep warm. But the temperature in this place was very high right now. And a small, low house like this one must be very stuffy. Yu Qingyang walked out of the courtyard, continuing onwards. Originally, she wanted to look for flower seeds. But that petunia was too grumpy and just threw her around during the day. What if she went again by herself and this petunia swallowed herself? Plants in the post-apocalyptic world could eat living things or zombies. It was only when Yu Qingyang had walked for about a kilometer or two that she felt the Tyrannosaurus Rex following her. Although it did try very hard to hide itself. But anyways, even if it had mutated, its size was naturally bigger than before. So the Tyrannosaurus Rex hit its head. But its entire body was exposed. Yu Qingyang was helpless. She had only ever raised cats. And that was nearly 20 years ago. Now raising such a big dog. This was completely making things difficult for her. Obviously this Tyrannosaurus Rex had an owner. One was only helping it to get its collar undone. It wasn't like it had done anything great. Why did it need to follow it? Yu Qingyang didn't care about it either. After following itself around for the day, it would leave when it saw that it didn't care about it. Yu Qixiao did think so. But 5 days later, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was still following her. Although sometimes the Tyrannosaurus Rex would leave for a few hours. But then it would follow again afterwards. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's back was already over a meter tall just by standing on all 4 feet. If it stood up, it was estimated to be over 2 meters tall. Yu Qingyang was helpless. Of course, she didn't care about it. But in the past few days, she saw some small wildflowers on the side of the road. She would be very interested in taking a camera to photograph these small flowers, directly lying on the ground, to find an angle for the small flowers. Originally it was tiny growing on the side of the road. But Yu Qingyang photographed it as if it was holding up the blue sky. After looking at the photo she took, Yu Qixiao was very proud. Over the past few months, her photo-taking skills could be said to have improved qualitatively. Although she didn't have much talent. But as long as she took more pictures, then quantitative changes would produce qualitative changes. Yu Qixiao saw that around the highway at this time, all of them were some hardy trees. It was just that they were dying from the sun. After all, these trees are hardy but not heat-resistant. However, when Yu Qixiao passed by a small hill, he found that amongst the yellowish trees, there was a red pine tree. It wasn't an ordinary red color, but a red color like blood. Yu Qixiao stood at the bottom of the hill and did not go forward. She took 2 steps back and photographed this blood-red pine tree. Although it looked somewhat eerily beautiful, but Yu Qixiao knew that this kind of existence that was weird in the end times were dangerous. Although if this pine tree was cut down, maybe the wood would still be of some use. However, Yu Qixiao didn't head towards the mountain, but continued onwards. Yu Qixiao didn't find too many flower seeds, so he planned to look for them in the town in front of him. If there weren't any seeds suitable for this temperature, then when she went to the south, she would bring a packet with her and wait until next spring to plant them. Of course, if she was still alive as a zombie at that time. Yu Qingyang took out the map to have a look and realized that she had already reached the northernmost part of her country. If it was in the past, this place in June would only be in the teens. I think. Yu Qixiao was a bit wilted even with an umbrella. She took out her mobile phone to take a look at the temperature. 42 degrees. Yu Qixiao. No wonder she was listless. So the temperature was so high. It's just that with such a high temperature, she won't die on this road. Right? If she is going to die, then she has to choose a beautiful posture. Thinking this way, Yu Qingyan also stopped walking. She took out an engineer shovel and prepared to dig a hole for herself. But she had only squatted down when she heard a sound. Immediately, Yu Qingxiao rolled and crawled down the roadside trench with her suitcase in hand and directly plopped down on the ground. Although it was a bit of a cover-up, Yu Qingxiao really had no choice but to do so. Because the temperature was so high, she felt that her sense of taste and hearing had dropped a bit. Wanting to run farther away was definitely impossible. Luckily, the ditch was still quite deep, about a meter high. It was originally supposed to drain snow water. There was no snow today, so it was dry. Plus there was 50 centimeters of dirt on the side of the road with weeds growing on it. It was a good way to keep her out of the way. Chapter 71. Don't hesitate. Just go straight. Yu Qingxiao was lying motionless in the ditch at this moment. She suddenly remembered the Tyrannosaurus Rex. I don't know if that stupid dog is hiding or not. But if it wasn't hiding, it shouldn't be a problem. After all, many alien squads would raise mutated animals to help them fight. So Yu Qingxiao was less worried about the Tyrannosaurus Rex than he was about himself. But Yu Qingxiao noticed that the car stopped in the distance, and a group of people came down from the car. They looked around carefully before going up the small hill. Yu Qingxiao looked at those people, and then looked at the location at the top of the hill, and instantly understood the target of those people. It was that blood pine. Sure enough, this mutated plant. It couldn't escape the clutches of humans. Luckily it wasn't here to catch her. Yu Qingxiao didn't dare to move at this moment. She squatted in the gutter, and even grabbed a handful of grass and hung it above her head. There were still 4 or 5 people below standing on guard in front of the car holding their guns. And the rest of the people were carefully heading up the hill. Yu Qingyan watched as those people even wore special helmets and carried several things that looked like fire extinguishers on their backs. She didn't know what it was. But since these people were heavily armed, they must have stepped on the ground in advance. Maybe someone had already suffered at the hands of this tree. It was just that Yu Qingyan didn't know what a blood-red pine tree was good for. She didn't know what was happening on the mountain. But she could hear some booming sounds. It was followed by a booming explosion. The few people in front of the car were also shocked and looked towards the top of the mountain. At this moment, the top of the mountain suddenly burst into flames, and the fire snake was swept up by the wind and went straight up into the clouds. Yu Qingxiao didn't dare to take his camera out to shoot. He could only take a few shots with his mobile phone and record the screen. What followed was a few people running wildly down from the top of the mountain. Get in the car. The fire can't burn down this tree. The person in the lead was a little panicked, looking back as he ran. It seemed like something was catching up behind them. Those few people immediately got into the car and opened the door. Once those people scurried into the car drove off quickly. Yu Qingyan looked at the fire at the top of the hill, and then looked at the cars that ran out of sight. Not setting fire to the mountain. Yu Qingxiao didn't know if the fire would burn several mountains in a row. More than a dozen people went up, and only less than 10 came back. Obviously those people stayed on the mountain. Yu Qingxiao waited for half an hour, but the fire on the mountain did not spread. She heard the sound of leaves soughing, and a wisp of smoke rose from the top of the mountain, after which nothing moved. Yu Qingxian climbed up the road from the gutter and shook off the grass on her head. Then a smell that made her feel sick drifted from the tip of her nose. Those people were already cooked. Right? Yu Qingxiao lifted her suitcase up from the ditch and stared at the top of the mountain for a while before she felt the smell slowly dissipate. She jogged over and saw that the trees in that area were all burnt pitch black. But the blood pine still stood there. Even Yu Qingyan felt that it was glowing. The color even felt a little more brilliant than before. Yu Qingxiao understood at this point. This tree ate people. But it was obvious that this tree existed in such a place, and was naturally a safety hazard. It was normal for humans to want to get rid of it. Or maybe this blood pine should have some medicinal or other value. Yu Qingyan didn't go up to greet it either. He just took out his mobile phone and took a few more pictures of it. With so many people hitting on it, it was estimated that it would definitely be dug up by the roots in the future. While he could still look at it, Yu Qingxiao looked at it a few more times. When it was dark, Yu Qingxiao finally walked to a small town. This town looked beautiful. The road surface wasn't that kind of concrete road, but a very pretty cobblestone-like ground. The outskirts of the surrounding houses were all built out of wood, and there were large floor-to-ceiling glass. It seemed to be conveniently used to see the snow. But Yu Qingyan could only see those pine trees at this moment. This place used to be covered in snow all year round. But at this time, the snow melted, revealing the rocks underneath, which was quite a sight. Moreover, some green grass had grown in the soil between the rocks. And for some reason, Yu Qixiao felt that this place was definitely suitable for herding cows. It would also be fine for grazing sheep, because the high places were all rocky. Yu Qixiao found a small building with a relatively good view and stayed there. After tidying up a little, she went out in the night. The temperature did drop quite a bit at this time. Yu Qingxiu's energy was also quite a bit higher. She walked through the entire town and climbed up a high mountain on the ground floor. Standing on top of the mountain, she could overlook the entire town. And as she turned to the north, she could see another country in the distance. But that country was sparsely populated, so there was no need to worry too much about zombies rushing over. Yu Qingyang looked at it for a while and withdrew her eyes. The town she came to was just an ordinary town, just to see the winter cedars. And the city more than 10 kilometers away was where humans went more often, like sled rides on the frozen lake. Skiing and such. Nowadays, Yu Qingyang couldn't play with these facilities. Although it was a bit of a pity, Yu Qingyang didn't have the intention of having to play. That's what he said. However, Yu Qixiao set off in the middle of the night, heading towards the city next door that had a lot of entertainment facilities. For more than 10 kilometers, Yu Qixiao walked for 2 hours. It did take some detours because it followed the road. There were mountains all around this area. As this area went over to the southwest, there was a large mountain range. The birch forest on this side was not yet tinted with gold like in autumn and winter. But as Yu Qixiao listened to the sound of the wind blowing the leaves, it was as if the trees on both sides were applauding her. Yu Qixiao suddenly stopped her pace and raised her hand to wave at the trees on both sides. "You're welcome, you're welcome." Yu Qixiao had a smile on her face. She had only seen videos of others walking through various woods during the day, but it was the first time she had walked through this kind of forest path at night. Yu Qixiao sat on the luggage, but she couldn't help but sing birch forest. It was just that at this time in this place, there was no snow. The sense of atmosphere was not very adequate. But Yu Qixiao was very happy. After passing through the forest path, Yu Qixiao walked back to the road, finally arriving at that city, City, when it was almost dawn. But a little further north of this place was a good place to see the northern lights. Yu Qixiao thought about the time being right. After all, the best time to see the northern lights was after September. She came to this place at the hottest time. It was still at a time when the Earth's climate had shifted dramatically. Yu Qixiao felt like traveling somewhere. Don't hesitate to go straight away when you have the time and the financial means to do so. Because when you want to travel, is the most suitable time to travel. Yu Qixiao looked at the map, still following the particularly common traveling strategy. First going to the first northern post. This was the northernmost town in the entire country. But Yu Qixiao didn't dare to strut over there. Because of this place, Yu Qixiao smelled some aroma. In other words, there were humans in this place. This made Yu Qixiao seem a bit cautious. After all, in the city where the sunrise was earliest before, there was also a garrison present. So Yu Qixiao naturally had to be a little more careful. She didn't want to startle those garrisons. Fortunately, this place was quite big, and even if Yu Qixiao went over, she did not attract attention. She sat on a long chair in the distance and turned back to look at the fluttering red flag again. She stared at the flag for a while, took out her mobile phone, and took a picture with the flag. Chapter 72. Are these people geniuses? Yu Qixiao didn't see the aurora borealis in this place. And in the evening, she headed to the next attraction. Just how could she not expect that the Tyrannosaurus Rex was still following her? After more than a week of recovery, the Tyrannosaurus Rex looked a bit rounded than before. The previous Tyrannosaurus Rex would still hide from her, not letting her see it. It seemed to know that she wouldn't intentionally drive it away, so it became more and more unobtrusive. Yu Qingyang didn't bother with it either, but pulled her suitcase and followed the road signs. When it came to this kind of tourist destination, there was no need to even look at a map. There were road signs everywhere. At this time, the map given to her by the man in the black market was no longer in her hands, but a book of scenic spots she had shunned from the ticket office. Every time Yu Qingyang arrived at a place, she took a picture with the stone monuments of those attractions. Looking at the photos in her mobile phone, Yu Qinxian was stunned. She thought of her parents when she looked at the photos of herself and those landmarks in her phone. Yu Qinxian immediately flipped through the photo album and found the photo that her parents had sent earlier. Sure enough, this position she was standing in. Her own parents had once stood here as well. However, she was too slow to understand. Only now, 3.5 years later, did she slightly understand the significance of the photos her parents had sent her. People would die. The scenery would change. But there were traces of them everywhere in this world. Yu Qingyang was not alone. There was still Mom and Dad with her. She stared at the photo and slid another one to the right. And sure enough, the scenery was still here. Mom and Dad were really patient. Not only were there photos and videos, but there were also various written explanations. Yu Qingyang put the copy of the scenic introduction sheet she had taken on the side of the road, and instead viewed the views based on what her mom and dad said. It wasn't the same though. She opened the video, and inside was her mom's voice. The scenery that the video was recording was exactly what she was seeing in front of her. She looked at the scenery in the distance and listened to her mom's voice. It was like a family of 3 traveling, along with the images in the video. Yu Qingyang climbed up to the viewing platform of the cliffs by the river and looked at the place as if it was like a long dragon, just 9 curves and 18 bends. This place had a wide view, and she could see far away. She put her mobile phone in her pocket and held her camera in her hand to take pictures. Yu Qinxian didn't know if this sudden switch in climate between the north and south was for a short period of time, or if it would be like this from now on. But since she was here, of course she had to take pictures. It was only through the camera lens that Yu Qinxiao saw a black, unknown animal crawling up from the river. Yu Qinxiao immediately put the camera away and took out her own binoculars to look at that place, only to see that it seemed to be a big fish. But this fish actually had claws growing on its body. That big split mouth was full of sharp teeth. Oh! What was that? The fish had landed. No. She had seen fish land before, but those weren't as big as this one. On its own like this. It swallowed it in one bite. Right? And it was still crawling from the river to its side of the country. Yu Qinxiao blinked her eyes, and only then could she resist the urge to tell this strange big fish to crawl to the other side. And while Yu Qinxiao was thinking that the big fish shouldn't eat the zombies, a zombie deer shook its almost dropped head and passed by the side. So from the mouth of that big fish spat out a long tongue and rolled the zombie deer over. Although he couldn't hear the sound, Yu Qingyang felt as if his bones hurt a little. So this big fish also ate zombies. The big fish crushed the trees and climbed up the river bank towards the city. Just as Yu Qingyang was worried, several off-roads had already driven over from the road. That big fish also stopped when it heard the commotion. Yu Qinxiao looked around and pulled his suitcase and squatted behind a rubbish bin. Only then did he sneakily look at the situation below. Several people came down from the car. However, they weren't wearing uniforms, which meant that they were people from the alien warriors. Yu Qinglu crossed over their faces one by one. Good. Don't recognize any of them. Yu Qinxiao couldn't help but cover his face in surprise as he watched those people skillfully use fishing nets to catch fish. Were these people geniuses? She just thought that the fish had grown legs and didn't need to breathe, so it was natural for them to go ashore. But because of the zombification, it did make Yu Qingyang's thoughts trapped in the fact that this fish would no longer be an ordinary fish once it landed. But she didn't expect that these people would use a fishing net. And this fishing net seems to be specially made. No matter how much that zombie fish struggled, it didn't break free. However, the zombie fish started to spit when it couldn't break free. This saliva was corrosive. If spit on the human body, not dead will have to lose a layer of skin. But obviously these people and this mutant zombie fish have already fought several times. So it was easy to avoid the zombie fish's saliva. When the zombie fish spat out that strong and powerful tongue, one of them cut off the zombie fish's tongue with a single slash. After that, several people held their submachine guns in their hands and shot at the zombie fish. The submachine gun was fitted with a silencer, so Yu Qingyang couldn't hear much of the sound. After some fighting, this zombie fish stopped moving. The man in the lead stepped forward with a knife, pried open the head of the zombie fish, and took out a crystal core from inside. Yu Qingyang couldn't help but hold his head as he watched the other party's skillful movements. How many zombies did this have to have killed to have such a skillful maneuver? However, when they came over, they naturally attracted zombies. But these people were obviously used to it, and after getting what they wanted, they directly turned around and got on the car. Those zombies only came close. A few cars directly pressed through the bodies of these zombies, and then sailed away. And some of the zombies that were knocked away landed on the ground. and then quickly climbed up, frantically chasing towards the car. That speed was the same as a sprinter. However, these zombies followed the car and left, and also moved away from Yu Qingliang's field of vision. She put away the binoculars, put the camera back into the suitcase, and put her mobile phone in her backpack, and was ready to leave this place. She was really too close to the humans, and the humans here were obviously experienced in combat, and were not ordinary people. Yu Qingliang carried her suitcase and sneaked out of this place. She didn't take the highway, but rather took the path from the mountain. There was no way to ride a suitcase on this kind of mountain path, so she could only carry it. But both sides of the path were full of weeds. It was obvious that no human had set foot in this kind of place for a long time. After Yu Qingliang walked for a while, she turned around and saw that the Tyrannosaurus Rex was still following her. She didn't know where the Tyrannosaurus Rex was hiding before. Obviously, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was hiding much better than herself. She stared at the Tyrannosaurus Rex, while the Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly started to show its teeth. While Yu Qingliang was a little confused, the Tyrannosaurus Rex directly leapt up and jumped over her head. Only then did Yu Qingliang look ahead. She saw several zombie deer blocking her way. Yu Qingliang was not in a hurry, and took out her mobile phone to click pictures of the few zombie deer not far away. Don't worry. That zombie deer shouldn't eat zombies. Yu Qingliang finished taking pictures, and retrieved his mobile phone before opening his mouth. Yu Qingliang really didn't need to worry, because these zombie deer weren't rushing towards her. Instead, they were rushing towards the Tyrannosaurus Rex, a living creature. The Tyrannosaurus Rex barked a few times at a few zombie deer, and the zombie deer took a few steps back. But it was only backing up to build up its strength. Yu Qingliang knew that she couldn't persuade it, so she could only go to a higher place, giving this place to the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the few zombie deer. She placed the suitcase firmly, and took out her camera to start recording. The battle of life and death between the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the zombie deer is about to begin. Who will the champion actually be? Will be revealed soon. Yu Qingliang even thoughtfully dubbed the video. Chapter 73. The zombies that followed me before all ran away hungry. The Tyrannosaurus Rex had a superb self-healing ability, which Yu Qingliang was aware of. However, she was still a little surprised when she saw the electric light coming from the Tyrannosaurus Rex's body. It seemed that the Tyrannosaurus Rex wasn't just a mutated animal, but a dog with psychic abilities. With electric light on its body, it charged straight up, and with a single claw, it directly scratched half of the head of the zombie reindeer that was at the very beginning. That zombie reindeer's brain instantly fell out all over the place, and its body began to shake before it fell to the ground with a loud bang. It was obvious that the Tyrannosaurus Rex also had a lot of experience in actual combat. It knew what it took to kill a zombie. But also, for the majority of the previous year, its neck had been bleeding every day, and zombie animals were exceptionally sensitive to the smell of blood. To be able to live for half a year while carrying a fatal wound, the Tyrannosaurus Rex really deserved its name. Those few zombie deer were resolved by the Tyrannosaurus Rex in 3 moves. However, the Tyrannosaurus Rex didn't leave immediately, but used its claws to pull something from the brains of those zombie deer. Yu Qingliang listened to the Tyrannosaurus Rex grunt at itself after pickpocketing. She thought that it wasn't the skulls of the zombie deer that were stuck in its feet. So naturally, she moved over to look. As a result, she saw that the Tyrannosaurus Rex pushed the 2 crystal cores in front of her. Yu Qingliang. She wasn't a monkey in a zoo. How could anyone want to feed her? Senior zombies were fine. How come even a dog wanted to feed her? Does she look like she's about to starve to death? For me? No. No. You can eat it yourself. Yu Qingliang waved her hand, indicating that she wouldn't eat it. When the Tyrannosaurus Rex saw that Yu Qingliang wasn't eating, it lowered its head and swallowed the 2 crystal cores. Yu Qingliang walked back to where she had just sat and pulled on her suitcase to continue over the mountains. She didn't know how long she had walked before Yu Qingliang realized that she seemed to have arrived at a ski resort. However, she just looked at the entrance. Nowadays, there was no snow in this place either. So naturally, there was no way to ski. There were zombies in the ski resort, and these zombies were still wearing ski suits, and they all looked like travelers. She looked around and found a place where quite a few dogs were kept. But all of these dogs had turned into zombie dogs, and hadn't eaten anything for half a year, and many of them had already turned into corpses. There were only a few left that were still alive. But looking at them, they should be starving and eating their own kind. They looked ferocious. Yu Qingyang didn't go up to open the door either. And she was also a little afraid. She was afraid of dog bites. Yu Qishao wandered around for a while. Then she saw the sled. She had an idea and pulled out this sled. This sled was originally supposed to be for reindeer. But Yu Qishao felt that it was just right for the Tyrannosaurus Rex at this time. So she happily called the Tyrannosaurus Rex over. And then haphazardly tied all of the sleigh ropes to the Tyrannosaurus Rex's body. And placed the suitcase in a safe place before sitting on it herself. "Let's go!" Yu Qingyang said. The Tyrannosaurus Rex also cooperated and rushed out. Although there was no snow, the flat ground was not a problem at all for the Tyrannosaurus Rex. It carried Yu Qishao around. Sitting on the sled, Yu Qishao was also happy. It was the hat that was blown away, and she still had to get off the sled to pick it up. She pressed the hat with one hand and grabbed the sled with the other after that. Next time, she will change her hat with a strap so that the wind won't blow it off. Seemingly because Yu Qingyang was in a good mood. The Tyrannosaurus Rex also scattered. It even closed its eyes. Yu Qishao then watched as the Tyrannosaurus Rex pulled the sled and led her headlong into the bushes. When Yu Qingxian managed to climb out from under the overturned sled, she saw the Tyrannosaurus Rex squatting on the side, with its eyes squinting and its tongue showing, its big tail thumping the ground. Yu Qishao saw that it looked like it was asking for credit. So he reached out and gave it a hammer. "It's overturned. You're still happy as hell. If I were a living person, I would have fallen to my death," Yu Qingyang said, and pulled out the branch that was inserted into her thigh. If she was still a living person, this branch inserted into her thigh would have hurt her to death. Of course, if the pain was numb, it didn't seem to be felt. Yu Qingyang looked at the bloody hole, and there was no blood flowing out. But a little bit of plasma could be seen. Even though her body had been dead for most of the year, the blood hadn't completely coagulated. When the Tyrannosaurus Rex looked at the bloody hole on Yu Qingxian's thigh, it immediately walked over and then stuck out its tongue and licked it. Yu Qingxian was a little puzzled by what the Tyrannosaurus Rex was doing. Was he comforting himself? "I'm not in pain. You don't have to worry." Yu Qishao reached out and rubbed its big head, indicating that he was fine. After saying this, Yu Qishao pushed the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head away and then prepared to pull down her skirt. As a result, she saw that the bloody hole she had been pierced through by the tree branch was actually slowly healing. This was definitely not her own ability. If she had this ability, she wouldn't be running around with half a cracked face. So this was the T-Rex's supernatural ability. But isn't it a thunder or electricity type ability? That means the Tyrannosaurus Rex is a dual system ability? And this kind of psychic ability is all the kind of psychic ability that only appears on the hero and heroine in those post-apocalyptic novels. You kid. You can do it. A proper protagonist. Dog. Yu Qingyang suddenly thought that perhaps writing about the post-apocalyptic world from a dog's perspective seemed not bad. As she stared at the Tyrannosaurus Rex, she felt that her occupational disease was acting up again. It even felt like a good idea. Thinking of this, Yu Qishao couldn't help but praise the Tyrannosaurus Rex. By now, she had met 3 people suspected to be the female protagonist, an underground emperor suspected to be the male protagonist, and now a dog suspected to be the protagonist. Then who was herself? Was she the NPC responsible for discovering the protagonist? Thinking about this, Yu Qingyang began to pinch her chin and think. Firstly, the protagonist was indeed very powerful. But there was one thing that was fatal. That was that the protagonist had a lot of things going on around him. And it was always possible that he would encounter something that he would see once in 10 years. Or once in 100 years. Or once in 1,000 years. Although from the protagonist's point of view, it was indeed very cool, killing his way through the zombie horde. But if he were to speak as an ordinary person, Yu Qingyang only wanted to beg the other party to save himself. But generally the protagonists of post-apocalyptic literature were not saintly. And many times they would see death to save them, because there was any possibility of threatening their lives. They could turn a blind eye to it. Yu Qingyang certainly wouldn't blame these as protagonists. It was just that she sometimes thought that if this ability was in those soldiers, the result would be completely different. Yu Qishao thought so, and withdrew her thoughts. But a cool article is all about being cool. In the post-apocalyptic world, human life was the most worthless thing. Some human lives might not be as precious as a piece of bread. Moreover, human nature is the most untestable. What someone who is the protagonist would be tempted by. How could an ordinary person refuse? Yu Qingyang stood up and patted the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head. If it casually followed a powerful person, it would have no worries about food and drink in the future. Following itself, it was a little difficult to eat. Tyrannosaurus Rex, why don't you just leave? Following me and having nothing to eat. The zombies that followed me before all ran away from hunger, Yu Qingliang said seriously. Regardless of whether it was a human or a zombie following her, they were able to reach the achievement of starving for 9 meals in 3 days, as well as the achievement of being the first in the number of steps in the circle of friends every day. Chapter 74 Can't be here for skiing. Right? After the Tyrannosaurus Rex heard Yu Qingxia's words, it just flicked its tail and had no intention of leaving. When Yu Qingxiao saw that it didn't move, he bent down and removed all the ropes from it. As for the sled, Yu Qingxiao had no intention of pulling it back. No one would want this kind of thing anyway. In case Autumn Color Lake froze over again this winter, wouldn't it really be possible to ski? How come she didn't think of it last year? I should have known better than to let the old ox pull her to go skating. If the river wasn't frozen in September, then she would have gone boating. Yu Qingliang added this plan to her mobile phone memo as she thought so. She looked at the several to-dos listed by herself. Grasslands, deserts, and clearings, and check out the canyons and rainforests and whatnot. That's pretty much it, Yu Qingliang thought as she walked back. The mobile phone camera in her hand was constantly slid by her. She had to make sure of the places her parents had been to. There were many places that Yu Qingxiao did not want to go to. Rather, she felt that it was too troublesome. It was already good that she could make it this far nowadays. Yu Qingxiao consoled herself. She passed through those groups of zombies, picked up her suitcase, and continued to go west. The further west one traveled, the more one had to pass through the ancient capital that was thousands of years old. That place was not the capital of today, but in many dynasties, that place was the capital. But it was still a long way from where she was now. It was estimated that it would take 10 days and half a month to walk up. Yu Qingliang had to cross this mountain range. There were originally a lot of wild animals in the mountain range. Of course, now it could be zombie animals or mutated animals. In short, all of them were dangerous for humans. But for Yu Qingliang, it seemed safe. And along this mountain range, there were roads going past. The trees on both sides were also beautiful. She had seen them before in many travel bloggers' videos. Yu Qingxiao naturally packed up her things. At this time, the suitcase was full from just a camera at the beginning. When Yu Qingxiao opened the suitcase to check her things, she was a little surprised when she looked at the suitcase of things. She had originally thought that she would be able to travel light. And this journey, on the contrary, she had collected quite a few things. She put her books and camera aside for now, before looking at the few dresses she had prepared, which were all halter-length dresses, so they didn't take up much space. Then, there was the bouquet of roses she had stuffed in her suitcase. She'd gotten a few to use as bookmarks, and the rest were just tucked away in her suitcase. Originally, she thought that the roses had wilted, but now when she looked at the fresh roses, Yu Qingxiao wondered if she had blurred her eyes. She picked up the bunch of roses, and then saw the small bunch of flowers underneath. That was what Gu Evening Qing had given her. Let's just say, even that small bouquet of flowers looked like a few revivals. This made Yu Qingxiu's head full of questions. She didn't understand why the flowers that were supposed to have wilted were now alive, until she saw the small bag in the corner. Inside was the crystal fragment she had picked up. Could it be because of this thing? Yu Qingliang put the flower aside before she picked up the small bag, opened it, and poured out those fragments. These fragments were emitting a beautiful light, and even the dust on them, that looked like it had been created by friction with the atmosphere, was gone. It was like a beautiful dark black bead at this point. But the look of something flowing through this bead looked familiar to her. That's right. It was a crystal core. It's just that the stuff in the crystal core was very little and would barely move, unlike the kind of stuff in this crystal fragment, which was on the verge of flowing out. Yu Qingliang probably understood that the crystal cores that appeared in zombie bodies and alien bodies were the same as this crystal fragment. It was because of the energy in these things that could make the zombies stronger and allow humans to evolve their psychic abilities. Even these 2 bouquets of flowers of hers were because of these crystal fragments. So why do humans die, but turn into zombies, and come back to life? Also because of the strange energy in these crystals? But aren't zombies a virus? Yu Qingliang was a bit confused again. After all, she wasn't studying this area, so she couldn't understand it at all. Yu Qingxiao couldn't think clearly. so she wasn't going to think anymore. She tidied up a bit more, then put the 2 bouquets of flowers into her suitcase, and put those crystal fragments back into the bag and placed them under the 2 bouquets of flowers again. Yu Qingyang flipped through her book. The book was also made of plants. It couldn't be that this book had sprouted as well, could it? Yu Qishao flipped through his book and looked at it. It was found that the rose flower stick stuck in the book had really taken root and had grown together with the book. Yu Qishao held the book and could only find a place to dig a hole to spread the book out and bury it. After all, this flower stick had already come to life and taken root, so it was better to plant it in the soil. Yu Qishao suddenly thought of the seeds in his backpack. These seeds wouldn't have sprouted as well, right? Thinking of this, Yu Qishao immediately buried the flower before opening her backpack, which didn't contain much. There were only photos of her and her parents, a mobile phone, a small comb, and more than 10 bags of shampoo and shower gel, as well as the seeds of the roses. These seeds looked like little pomegranates in Yu Qingyang's eyes. But now these seeds also looked fresh, just like they were just picked. But there was no sign of germination, which made Yu Qingxiao breathe a sigh of relief. But as she breathed a sigh of relief, she suddenly remembered that she had picked the seeds just to plant them later. After thinking about it, she went back to the side of the book she had just buried. Only half of the roses were in bloom. Yu Qingyang was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, she was waiting for this half rose to really take root in the soil. After waiting for a few days, Yu Qingyang found that half of the branches of this half rose flower started to sprout. Then it meant that the rose was indeed alive. Determining that the rose was alive, Yu Qishao then carried her suitcase and prepared to leave. These days she squatted under the tree during the day to cool off, and only in the morning, afternoon and night did she look around, and tried out those kinds of skis. It made Yu Qingxian feel as if she was duck walking after putting them on, and instantly took them off and threw them away. As Yu Qingxiao was sitting on the bench doing stretches, she had just bent over when she heard movement. It made her bounce straight off the bench. There was a car coming over. Yu Qingxiao carried her suitcase and rushed straight up into the forest next to her. Then she crouched behind a patch of bushes. This place was the hiding place she had envisioned before standing in the small square in front of the ski resort. If someone came, she would run towards this place. And this place was a few hundred meters away from the ski resort. It was impossible for a survivor to head into the forest for no reason, which made Yu Qingyang slightly more at ease. She squatted behind a bush and looked down through the gaps in the leaves. The car could be seen, and it looked somewhat familiar. It seemed like she had seen it a few days ago. After the people in the car came down, Yu Qingxiao could be sure that it was the group of people who killed the zombie fish. Just don't know what they were doing here. It couldn't be to ski, could it? There was no snow again. Chapter 75 Loyalty to humans can't be erased by a small virus. Of course, if Yu Qingyang had seen this group of people back then she wouldn't think she didn't recognize them. After all, when this group of people were in that town before, she had even gathered the zombies for a party. It was just that Yu Qishao didn't know that the people she saved were a few of this group. And the person leading this small group didn't think that the one who saved their lives last year, the one they had been looking for a long time to save their lives, was just a few hundred meters away on that small hill. The reason they had rushed all the way from the south to the north was, of course, because it felt a little easier to survive when they got to the north. After all, it was cold, food kept longer, and winter was rare in the south. But who would have thought that they would go all the way to the north, only to have the weather get hotter the further they went? The zombies had evolved again, and they had also settled down in the capital base as well. Naturally, there was no need to risk going back to the south again. Of course, during this period of time, they didn't give up looking for the person who saved their lives. It's just that it's been half a year and still nothing. Nowadays, most of the vegetables planted on the ground would mutate, although it does an official basis at stocks. But they were the people of the alien warriors, and they had been eating what the bases gave them. So of course they were unwilling to do so. And it wasn't like they were incapable of doing so. So naturally they just left those things for those who needed them. Plus, the Alterans would have needed to hunt zombies and obtain crystal cores. And this kind of ski resort, the terrain was wide, the view was good, and there weren't too many zombies. It was indeed very suitable for hunting zombies. And this kind of ski resort must have spare food, even if the fresh food can't be kept fresh. But the preservation time of many things was also quite long. Most importantly, in this kind of post-apocalyptic world, as long as the food didn't stink too much to eat. Then it was all edible. So naturally, they started to clean up the zombies in this ski resort. Yu Qingyang went from squatting in the beginning to directly lying on the ground later. She watched as those people were like chopping up cabbages, and directly cleaned up the entire ski resort of zombies. As expected, ordinary people's legs went soft when they saw the zombies pouncing over. Like these strong people, it was just like playing a game over. As the zombies became stronger, they also became stronger. In this world, there was never a lack of strong people or heroes. Yu Qingyang stared at these people for a while, took out her mobile phone and took a picture, then got up and left with her suitcase. Only after she had been gone for half an hour did the Tyrannosaurus Rex come over with a super large white rabbit in its mouth. The rabbit was dying. Not dead yet. And the Tyrannosaurus put the rabbit in front of Yu Qinxiao, and even used its long nose to arch in Yu Qingxiao's direction. The meaning was obvious. That is, if you don't eat crystal cores, then you will eat living things. Yu Qingxiao felt that this Tyrannosaurus Rex was really worried about the matter of her eating or not eating. But she really didn't need to eat all. This is better for you to eat yourself. I don't need it. I really don't need to eat, Yu Qingyang said bitterly. It was really difficult to catch living things in the end times. So Yu Qingxiao felt that there was absolutely no need to waste it on her. The Tyrannosaurus Rex stared at Yu Qingxiao's face for a few minutes before making sure that Yu Qingxiao wasn't lying about the rabbit. The rabbit looked like it should have mutated as well. It was almost half her size. But for the Tyrannosaurus Rex, it was just 2 bites. It even swallowed it with its skin and bones. At this moment, Yu Qingyang thought, this Tyrannosaurus Rex wouldn't have evolved to the level of cannibalism. Right? But on second thought, it shouldn't be possible. Even if it recovered some of its wildness, the loyalty to humans in its bloodline should not be erased by a small virus. Yu Qingyang listened to the Tyrannosaurus Rex chewing on the rabbit clicking and clacking, and listened to it with some stuffed teeth. It was a good thing that she was soon on that road. It was surrounded by woods, and the scenery was great. Yu Qingxiao sat on the suitcase with an umbrella, but as she looked at the slowly darkening sky in the distance, she was a little worried in her heart again. It's not going to rain heavily again, is it? And Yu Qingxia's worries were soon realized by the falling rain. The bean-sized rain fell as soon as it was said to. Yu Qingxiao couldn't even find a place to shelter from the rain, because this was a self-driving highway. There weren't many vehicles on the road. The time when this highway was generally more popular was autumn. That was when this road and this mountain range were at their most beautiful. However, Yu Qingyang was sitting on the luggage with an umbrella open in his hand, barely blocking the rain. But the Tyrannosaurus Rex wasn't so lucky. It crouched down and sat beside Yu Qingxiao, and its whole body was soon wet from the rain. Yu Qingxiao looked at the sky, then took out his mobile phone to check the weather slightly. However, the distance of this place from the base was already too far, and there was no signal. The various information updates were already 3 days old. But the news from 3 days ago gave Yu Qingxiao some information. 3 days ago, the Huaxi base had predicted that powerful rain clouds were drifting towards their country. It was heard that this rain cloud had plunged many countries into the midst of flooding. And with the rain landing, there was also cold air. After it rains, this rain will be frozen on. So the survivors around the various bases were asked to return to their bases as soon as possible for shelter. Yu Qingyang finished reading the message and received his mobile phone into his backpack. Only then did she look back and forth. And there wasn't any place to hide from the rain. It was also impossible for her to keep sitting here. So she could only lift her suitcase and walk forward with her umbrella. Until it was dark, Yu Qingxiao finally saw a caravan by the side of the road. The door of the caravan was open, and there was no one inside, nor were there any zombies. But Yu Qingxiao knew that this caravan could indeed be used as a temporary shelter. She got into the caravan and stopped the Tyrannosaurus Rex when she saw it about to come in. Shake the water off your body first before coming up. The T-Rex obeyed and quickly shook off most of the water stains on its body like a big gyroscope, then leapt into the car. The car shook a little because of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's movements. Only then did Yu Qingyang close the door of the caravan. She sat in the caravan for a while and reached out to touch the table, which was all covered in dust, while there were also some blood stains on the walls of the car. The RV belonged to a couple or a husband and wife. She reached over and took off the picture that was taped to the fridge, the two of them smiling for the camera. It was assumed that these two had arrived at this place and stopped to rest. But without thinking, one of them had turned into a walker. She looked at the blood on the floor that had turned black, continuing from the side of the bed to the car door. As for the blood on the road outside, it should have been washed away by the rain. Yu Qingyang idly pulled a pot to catch a pot of rainwater and wiped the caravan clean of dust. Only when it was almost dawn did she sit down in the caravan's living room seat. And the Tyrannosaurus Rex had long since climbed into bed and fallen asleep. The not-so-small 1.5-meter double bed was barely big enough for the Tyrannosaurus Rex to sleep on. It was true that a mutated animal like A.T. Rex still needed to sleep. She sat there for a while, then headed over in the direction of the cab. Pulling back the curtain, she sat on the driver's side. The car keys were still there, so Yu Qingyang tried to start the car. The sound of the car starting woke up the Tyrannosaurus Rex, which grunted like a puppy until it heard Yu Qingxian's voice. Then it retracted back to continue sleeping. After Yu Qingxian started the car, she looked at the fuel gauge and found that the caravan had only used a little bit of fuel. She didn't start the car, but turned off the engine again. Walking back to the living room from the driver's side, the heavy rain outside hadn't stopped. The ditches on the side of the road kept running. There was no telling if this place would be flooded, but it shouldn't be too likely. This place was halfway up the mountain. Even if there was a flood, it wouldn't be able to flood this place for the time being. Chapter 76, All Good Dogs. Yu Qingyang watched the time on his mobile phone come from 5 in the morning to around 12 at noon. The heavy rain outside still showed no sign of stopping. The water in the ditch by the highway had begun to swell. It was obvious that the previous message had not been faked. The message was transmitted from the West China base to the North China base, and she had received the message 3 days ago from within the range circle of North China base. Now she was out of the North China base's range, but hadn't yet entered the West China base's range. It was estimated that she still had to go over a few hundred kilometers before she could reach the communication range of West China base. But now it was raining so hard that she couldn't see anything clearly beyond 5 meters. And the temperature is getting lower and lower. 2 days ago, the temperature was still over 40 degrees. But from yesterday's rain to now, it has dropped to more than 20 degrees. And it's still dropping. Yu Qingyang didn't feel the drop in temperature until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when Yu Qinxiao took his mobile phone again. He found that the temperature was only 10 degrees. This drastic drop in temperature was another test for humans. Yu Qinxiao got out of the car with an umbrella and went to check the tires of his car. The air was gone from a few wheels. It looked flat. Yu Qinxiao didn't know how to inflate them. It wasn't within network range right now, so there was no way to receive any messages. It was good that the map book was still working, but of course, it was limited to just checking out places. It wasn't as good as the mobile phone that Big Brother had changed for her. But once she stepped out of the signal area, the phone became a brick. Yu Qingyang, with her umbrella, squatted on the ground and looked at the flattened wheels, then got up and went to pull the door everywhere. She had watched a lot of caravan traveling videos, and naturally, she had seen those bloggers introduce their caravans. They would also say what things were put where. So Yu Qinxiao wanted to see if there was anything that could inflate the wheels of the vehicle. However, Yu Qinxiao opened the door of one of the vehicle's boot boxes, only to have an arm fall out violently. Yu Qinxiao subconsciously went to catch it. This arm was already badly rotted. Her other hand opened the boot lid completely, and she found the female owner lying in this trunk. This female owner was curled up in the boot, and her body was badly decomposed. It was unknown whether she died from injuries or starved to death after turning into a zombie. Yu Qingyang put back the arm of the female corpse before putting the umbrella back in the car and wiped his hands with a towel before he took out the engineer shovel from the boot. The Tyrannosaurus Rex got down from the bed, and Yu Qinxiao let it stay in the car. It closed the car door before coming towards the back. Either way, this female car owner should have been hiding in this boot because she had no way to run after being injured. Unfortunately, she was not saved. Even though Yu Qingyang hadn't wanted to face this kind of situation for most of this year. But when she suddenly faced a female dead person, it wasn't as hard as she thought it would be. Yu Qinxiao carried the other party's body out of the boot, then emptied the plastic box containing clothes in the other boot, and put her body in it. The heavy rain in the sky was still very heavy. It made it a little difficult for Yu Qinxiao to help the corpse put on clean clothes. For some reason, Yu Qinxiao suddenly thought of a song lyric. Cold icy rain slaps haphazardly on the face. Yu Qinxiao changed the female owner into clean clothes. But as the heavy rain came down, that box quickly became waterlogged. Yu Qinxiao put the lid on and put the box up again to control the water. I don't know why, but it made it seem like she was cooking to control the water. After the lid was put on, there was no way for the rainwater to enter the box. Yu Qingyang dragged the box to the forest, choosing a place with a good view. He dug a hole and buried her. Those who could come out for a self-drive trip must love freedom. This place had a great view, even though it was raining heavily now, and nothing could be seen. After Yu Qishao buried the female car owner, he even took a rose from her bouquet and placed it on the grave. Looking at this humble grave, without even a tombstone, Yu Qishao could only do so much. She folded her hands. Early to ultimate bliss, early to ultimate bliss. Yu Qingxian's tone was sincere. Although humans were unintelligible, her heart was sincere. After handling the body of the female car owner, Yu Qingxiao was like a chicken in soup. Water had been running down her entire body. She looked up at the sky and the rain was just like someone splashing her with a basin. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Yu Qingyang walked up to the car and was drenched in water as well. Transform into a water ghost. Yu Qishao stuck her tongue out at the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was lying on the bed, and the fur on its body looked even fluffier because it had been rinsed by the water damage. At this moment, it was as if a bed of cotton had been spread out. Yu Qingyang took out the shower gel and shampoo from her backpack and just stood by the door to take a bath. No one could see her anyway, so of course she was not shy. After showering and shampooing her hair, she walked back to the car, put on her skirt, and went to start the car, which had electricity. Yu Qishao rummaged through the owner's hairdryer, and then dried her hair. The sky outside was getting darker and darker. She moped through another day at a leisurely pace. The caravan's tires were flat, so naturally there was no way to drive it anymore. It wasn't like she could continue on in the heavy rain outside, although she could go forward in the rain. Her 100,000 or so suitcases couldn't. So Yu Qingyang stayed in the caravan. But this stay was for 7 or 8 days. Although her location was halfway up the mountain, the rain didn't flood the place. But such heavy rain never stopped. It was just like the sky leaking. With this kind of precipitation, slightly lower-lying places were definitely flooded. And I heard there would be cold air. Yu Qingyang didn't feel any cold air. She glanced at her mobile phone. The temperature at this moment was around 3 degrees. Although it was said that this temperature was still within the acceptable range for humans. But now there was still such strong rainfall. It would be a catastrophe. On the 9th day, the rain was a bit lighter, but it still hadn't cleared up, and it was blowing. Yu Qingyang glanced at his mobile phone again. It was already -5 degrees. What floated in was no longer rain, but like a piece of small ice. The small hailstones thumped on the roof of the car. Yu Qingyang felt that she couldn't nestle in someone else's caravan anymore. And this small hail couldn't kill her anyway. She thought about it, and packed up her things and prepared to leave. When the Tyrannosaurus Rex saw Yu Qingxian collecting her things, he immediately got up. There was a bag of dog food in this caravan instead. The owner's puppy, Yu Qingxian, hadn't seen it before, so she just used it to feed the Tyrannosaurus Rex. However, she fed the Tyrannosaurus Rex just a small bowl of dog food every day, and it was barely enough to sustain the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Of course, the Tyrannosaurus Rex slept every day and didn't move around. So Yu Qingyang thought that it would probably leave now that it knew that it would definitely go hungry by following it. After all, it could go wherever it wanted on its own. Yu Qishao first held the umbrella to get off the car, and only then did he carry the suitcase down as well. And the Tyrannosaurus Rex also immediately squeezed her down. Afraid of being shut up in the caravan by Yu Qingxian, Yu Qingxian felt a little funny when she looked at its anxious and panicked appearance. How could she lock up a living creature in a place where it couldn't leave? The reason for closing the door before was because it was raining heavily, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex had long hair. After all, it belonged to the long-haired dogs. Although it appeared large because of the mutation, Yu Qingxiao could barely tell that it should be a breed dog. Before, Yu Qingxiao had never bothered to dwell on what kind of canine it was. But now she didn't dwell on it either. No matter what breed of dog it was a good dog. Chapter 77, and I don't know if this electricity will electrocute myself. Yu Qingxiao wore a female owner's clothes, which she didn't mind. Also took 2 Macintoshes. One of the Macintoshes wrapped around the suitcase, and the other, Yu Qingxiao put it over the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head. It was really too big, so the Macintosh barely covered its head, because the Macintosh was a small yellow duck. It was very cute. At this moment, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was wrapped around its head. It was indeed very cute. Yu Qingyang took out his mobile phone and took a picture of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The big white dog with a little yellow duck on top was really super cute. The Tyrannosaurus Rex didn't move either, letting Yu Qixiao take a picture of it. It was still grinning and smiling at Yu Qixiao. When Yu Qixiao left the caravan, she even closed the door of the caravan. When she took a few steps, she noticed that something was wrong. That was that the ground was icy. It was fine at first, but there was a slope as she went forward, so she started to slip a bit. But that had no effect on the Tyrannosaurus Rex. After all, with its claws, it could probably climb near vertical walls. So originally walking in front of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, Yu Qingyang walked on her hands and knees. It was as if these legs were borrowed from another zombie. After 3 minutes, Yu Qixiao gave up struggling, coupled with the fact that the umbrella in her hand was still being blown by the wind. She didn't even move forward. Instead, she fell back half a meter. Yu Qixiao could only put the umbrella away in her backpack and reached out to grab the Tyrannosaurus Rex's fur. Forward. Yu Qixiao opened her mouth, with one hand grasping the hair of the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the other carrying the suitcase. There was no way for her to make the movement of pointing in front of her. Fortunately, the big dog was smart and pulled her forward. Yu Qingyang didn't even need to walk. She was pulled by the Tyrannosaurus Rex and paddled on the ground. After all, her small leather shoes were not non-slip at all. This made Yu Qixiao somewhat want to go back and get the sled. By grabbing the Tyrannosaurus Rex's fur like this herself, she wouldn't be able to scratch its fur off. Right? What if it went bald? Fortunately, the Tyrannosaurus Rex's fur was strong and wasn't pulled off by her. It was better to walk all the way up the hill. At least the first part of the road was flat and not uphill anymore. The hailstones that fell on the body of the Tyrannosaurus Rex turned into water, making the body of the Tyrannosaurus Rex wet again. However, the hailstones on Yu Qingyang's body didn't have a trace of melting. This made Yu Qixian puzzled for a moment. Then she immediately reacted that she had no body temperature. Whatever the temperature in this air was, then her temperature was. Thinking of this, Yu Qixiao thought of waiting until the next town and taking a thermometer in her pocket. At any time, she could see how many degrees she was. Yu Qixiao took off the Macintosh on the suitcase and rode on, but did not start the suitcase. Instead, with a pedal, the luggage slid out quickly. Through inertia, Yu Qixiao's speed was much faster. At this time, the surroundings could already be seen clearly. Although there was still hail, this hail was not splashed down like the heavy rain before. Passing through a forest, Yu Qingyang knew that he had arrived at a place that was perfect for viewing the foliage. A small stream ran underneath the road, and I heard that it was very beautiful. And if you were lucky, you could even see wild moose, roe deer, and other animals. I don't know why. When I hear about this kind of deer animals, Yu Qixiao will feel that they come with the feeling of immortality. So Yu Qixiao rushed over there with great expectations. Although he might not be able to see the living ones, the zombie ones would be fine. Just before she got close, Yu Qixiao heard that rumbling sound of water. As she approached, the trees receded from her eyes, and what Yu Qixiao saw was not a pretty stream or a small pool of water. Instead, it was a muddy flood, and even the trees on both sides had been washed away quite a bit. Even the road was somewhat waterlogged and frozen. It was only because the temperature wasn't that low right now that flood water didn't freeze. But even a small stream in a place like this had turned into a 10-meter wide river. Wouldn't that 10-meter wide river turn into a river? Yu Qingyang walked over and looked in the direction of the mountain range. Although the road was indeed in the mountain range, it was also built along the foot of the mountain. After all, building a road would also damage the habitats of many wild animals. Of course, it was a good idea to choose a place with less damage. Yu Qingyang placed his suitcase on the side of the road. So he jumped across the ditch and looked at the bottom of the mountain. It was found that the location below the mountain was full of muddy floodwater, like a large brownish-colored mirror. The beautiful puddles and grass that were there had now disappeared. Yu Qixiao folded back again, took her camera, and recorded this look as if everywhere had turned into an ocean. Fortunately, when she left, she used the car's power supply to fully charge the suitcase and camera. She wasn't worried about running out of power anytime soon. Yu Qingyang did not get too close to the location of the flood. Even though the place looked sturdy, Yu Qixiao didn't know if she would be the last share of the weight of that place collapsing if she walked over there. She was shooting those videos from a position several meters away. A few zombie animals gathered across the bank, presumably smelling the blood and flesh from the Tyrannosaurus Rex. It's just that they didn't realize the danger of that flood. And to come over, they were directly swept away by the flood. Of course, not only were there zombie animals coming from the opposite side, even from their own side of the mountain and behind, there were also zombie animals following them. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was originally protecting Yuqingxia's suitcase, but those zombie animals pounced on it, and it had to make a move. Yuqingxia wasn't worried about the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Instead, she took her camera and switched from the video function to the photo function. She turned back to look at the Tyrannosaurus Rex as it changed its cute appearance just now. And that little yellow duck's Macintosh was instantly in tatters. The silky hair on its body instantly stood up, and its entire body was filled with electric light. Yuqingyang immediately picked up a piece of the Macintosh and stepped on the ground. After all, water conducts electricity, and there was no telling if this electricity would electrocute himself. But apparently Yuqingxi's worry was superfluous. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was very skilled in controlling its powers. Every electric light struck the zombie animals with precision. As the electric light struck the zombie animals, the heads of those zombie animals instantly exploded. Yuqingyang even wondered if the Tyrannosaurus Rex had secretly stuffed explosives into the heads of these zombie animals. This Tyrannosaurus Rex was really powerful. It was just that there was no telling how long it would take for this flood to get smaller. When Yuqingyang put away her camera, she realized that the hail had stopped. This made her unable to resist looking at the sky again. But the thick clouds didn't disperse. The wind was even blowing. Yuqingxia stared at the flying water splashes and realized that they had turned into ice in the wind. How cold did it have to be to make the water freeze instantly? Yuqingxia took out her camera again and directly opened the video and placed it on her suitcase. In fact, she had already prepared for a long time. Since those water splashes could quickly freeze in the air, then maybe these floods would also freeze. But it shouldn't be for a short period of time. It was just that this cold air didn't let Yuqingyang wait too long. In less than half an hour, the water flow became smaller. Yuqingxia couldn't help but look up the hill and found that the trees on the hill had started to turn white. It was like someone had sprinkled a large amount of frosting on the trees. Chapter 78 is now banging hard and cold corpses. At around 4 in the afternoon, it was getting late, while the 10-meter wide flood in front of them was completely frozen by the cold air. It was flowing a lot less, but it was still clattering. So now when it was frozen, it was like a brownish-colored road with many small bulges. When Yuqingxia looked at it, it was as if this was jelly dripping down from the mountains. However, Yuqingxia knew that this was a good time for her to go over this side. She immediately picked up her camera, pulled her suitcase, and headed across the river. However, when she passed that small bridge, Yuqingxia still moved a stone and threw it over first. The stone smashed out sugar crumbs on the ice, and then slid out a long way. It seemed that the ice was very sturdy. Yuqingxia first sent the suitcase to the opposite side of the road, and only then did he hold the camera and shoot from the top to the bottom. Trees had fallen where the floodwater washed over. This floodwater was extremely destructive. Looking further down, it was a clear view. This floodwater is just like a reckless man. The original creek road does not even go directly rampage. It directly washed away a large part of the forest. So looking down from this place, one could see the wilderness. This is both the scene is not an ocean anymore. It should be considered a huge ice surface. After Yuqingyang finished filming, he turned off the camera and crossed over this ice. The Tyrannosaurus Rex also came over. But Yuqingxia noticed that the hair on the Tyrannosaurus Rex's body was also frozen. Even if it was a mutated exotic dog, there was no way for it to generate a temperature with its wet fur at this point. Yuqingxia reached out and patted its head. It was hard. If it didn't get warm, it was estimated that the Tyrannosaurus Rex would freeze to death. Yuqingxia took out her map and saw a town at the foot of a mountain a dozen kilometers ahead. She didn't play anymore and immediately pulled on her suitcase and took the Tyrannosaurus Rex towards that place. The Tyrannosaurus Rex needed temperature and food. This was the fastest she had ever run besides running for her life. When she arrived at the town, Yuqingyang didn't smell any odor belonging to living creatures, and her heart felt a little more at ease. But there were quite a few zombies in the town. After all, this place belonged to the tourist area of the town, and there were naturally quite a few tourists. Yuqingxia searched for a room that looked good at keeping warm, and let the Tyrannosaurus Rex enter the room. She naturally went to look for the lighter and the axe. After more than 10 minutes, when Yu Qingxiao came back, she found the Tyrannosaurus Rex shivering and coming together by the sofa. But this sofa that couldn't generate temperature didn't work at all. Yu Qingxiu's axe directly chopped towards the sofa. Anyway, what could be lit on fire? She piled on. She took a lighter and lit the pile of sofas that she had split. After all, she didn't know how long this cold air would be gone. She had to save her burn. Yu Qingliang avoided the fire, but the Tyrannosaurus Rex came over to it. In less than a few minutes, the Tyrannosaurus Rex's body was steaming, looking like a giant steamer. Yu Qingxiao watched it crouch and sit by the fire, which revealed a reassuring smile. You have a good time roasting the fire here. I'll go see if there's any dog food in this town, or something that can be eaten. As soon as Yu Qingliang stood up, the Tyrannosaurus Rex followed, and she was immediately comforted. So big in size, so small in guts. The Tyrannosaurus Rex sniffed, which made it sit back down again. Yu Qingxian opened the door and walked out of the room. At this time, there were quite a few zombies gathered over outside this house. However, Yu Qingxiao was not worried about the safety of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, but went towards the supermarket. Generally, this kind of thing should be sold in the supermarket. When Yu Qingxiao almost reached the entrance of the supermarket, he felt as if his feet were having some difficulty stepping out. At first, Yu Qingxiao thought that it was her illusion, but when she walked to the entrance of the supermarket, she felt that her legs actually felt like they were rusting. Even bending them was a bit difficult. Yu Qingxiao immediately knew that the temperature was definitely very low now, and it was already beyond the tolerance range of the zombies. She looked back. Sure enough, those zombies were all like popsicles. Standing still, Yu Qingliang instantly realized the crisis. She had to go back quickly as she needed that fire too. The supermarket did have quite a few things, like sausages or something. Yu Qingxiao turned round and carried a few bags of dog food. She also cradled all the sausages on the shelves into the box as well. She then carried 2 shopping baskets back. But her pace was getting slower and slower, and Yu Qingxiao felt as if she was really turning into a log. How low must this temperature be? After all, this was the first time in the past half year that she felt cold, and when she was halfway there, she really couldn't move. It was good that the Tyrannosaurus Rex came out to look for her, when he saw that she didn't go back for half a day. When he saw her standing in the middle of the road with a shopping basket in one hand, the Tyrannosaurus Rex quickly rushed over and then carried her back in his mouth. She even heard that sound of bricks hitting the floor when she was placed on the floor. Now she was more than just a cold corpse. She was bang hard and cold. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was smart enough to even know to open and close the door. It then pushed Yu Qingxian towards the fire. Only then did it sit beside Yu Qingxiao and tore open the dog food bag by itself and started to eat it. By the looks of it, it was really hungry. Yu Qingxiao stood by the fire like a statue. It wasn't until 10 minutes later, when Yu Qingxiao was finally able to move around, that she sat down with her bum. And the dog food she brought back had already been eaten by the Tyrannosaurus Rex after 2 bags. Yu Qingxian moved her suitcase to the edge of the fire as well. In this cold weather, she couldn't let her babies freeze. At this point, even if she didn't take her mobile phone out to check the temperature, she knew that it must be a few dozen degrees below zero right now. She walked to the window and looked out, noticing that the zombies at the door were also immobilized. There was no telling what kind of powerful zombies would evolve after this period of time had passed. As for the matter of going to Autumn Color Lake in September, Yu Qingliang definitely had no way of reaching it successfully. After all, from here to Autumn Color Lake, it was almost 5,000 kilometers. And now, it was almost the middle of July. Yu Qingliang had nothing to do, so she chopped up and dragged down everything that could burn upstairs to prevent the fire from going out. She felt fine on her own, but the Tyrannosaurus Rex wasn't able to leave the fire too far away, so that sort of thing would have to be done by her. After that, she went rummaging through people's wardrobes and carried down several quilts for the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Afterwards, she also put on a cotton dress for herself and cotton shoes on her feet. It was a good thing that the winter in this place before the end of the world was also very cold, so there were all sorts of things to keep her warm. She even found one of those insulating tinfoils, although she didn't know if it would be of any use to this corpse of hers. Yu Qingxiao still wrapped herself in it before putting on her thick clothes and shoes to go out. This time, she was going to use the trailer to bring over more dog food and things that the Tyrannosaurus Rex could eat. She didn't want to run out every day and be frozen into a popsicle. Perhaps it was because she had done a very adequate job of keeping warm this time. In any case, she didn't have the feeling of freezing into a popsicle that she had before. This made Yu Qingliang very happy. Very, very good. She made a few more trips back and forth, emptying that supermarket and taking quite a bit of water. The Tyrannosaurus Rex also needed more water. By the way, she stomped around to see if there were any other supermarkets in town. And just as she was about to check out another supermarket, something slammed down in front of Yu Qingliang. It directly collapsed the houses in front of it. Dust scattered everywhere, and Yu Qinxiao saw a nearly 2-meter tall figure in the dust. There was no aroma. It was a zombie. Chapter 79, You Dog Thief. Stop right there. Yu Qingliang stared at this zombie, and just maintained an enemy that did not move. As the dust fell to the ground, Yu Qinxiao finally saw the true face of this zombie clearly. There was not a single thing on its body. The skin of its entire body was just like wearing a black plastic suit, and it would even reflect light. The two eyes looked a bit weirdly white, and the mouth was split to both sides. Yu Qingliang only felt that this zombie looked slightly familiar. It seemed like he had seen it somewhere, until this zombie slightly opened its mouth. Yu Qinxiao suddenly remembered in a trance that it seemed like venom. But it wasn't that similar. It just looked as if it was a black man with a pitch-black tan. This zombie opened its mouth and said a few words. And Yu Qinxiao was confused. She couldn't understand what this zombie was saying. This is a foreign zombie. As expected, this place was too close to the border. Even though there were official people stationed in these places, there was no way to blockade the entire area. Just how could she not expect that there were still walkers smuggled over? It was even if they had smuggled them over. But this dude had turned into this. Stronger and balder? Yu Qingliang saw that it was very agile, and didn't seem to be affected by the temperature. In other words, this foreign zombie was in the cold has evolved towards the other extreme? If it was not afraid of the cold after evolving to become this kind of ghost, Yu Qinxiao would definitely be unwilling to do so. Yu Qinxiao couldn't understand the other party's speech, and the other party couldn't understand Yu Qingxia's speech either. It was obvious that the two zombies failed to communicate. However, Yu Qinxiao knew that this zombie should be rushing towards the Tyrannosaurus Rexes. The only living thing around here should be the Tyrannosaurus Rex. As expected, when the zombie saw that it couldn't communicate with Yu Qinxiao, it headed towards the direction where the Tyrannosaurus Rex was. Yu Qinxiao looked at the zombie that suddenly disappeared. And only then did she react with hindsight that this foreign zombie was heading towards the Tyrannosaurus Rex. She directly dropped the gloves in her hands on the ground, but picked them up again a second later and rushed towards the house. No. If you want to eat an animal, you go home and eat it. This is someone else's dog. You dog thief. Stop right there. Yu Qingliang thought to herself. Had she ever put her life on the line for anyone in her life? Of course not. But now she's fighting for a dog. It was now dark, and the temperature outside was an unknown degree. Sure enough, it didn't feel so simple to want to travel in peace in the end times. After all, even if it wasn't the end times, there would be all sorts of difficulties. Yu Qinxiao chased after them, and when she arrived, she found that the zombie was banging on the door. This made Yu Qinxiao anxious to go up and pull this zombie that was close to 2 meters tall. When she grabbed this zombie, there was something wrong with that grip. However, she still tugged hard on this zombie. I know you're hungry and want to eat living things, but that dog is mine and you're not allowed to touch it. I can tell you. I don't only know a few high-level zombies. I also know several powerful humans. If you dare to touch a hair on my dog, I'll let those zombies and people come after you. Yu Qingliang was dragging it to walk backwards. His mouth was still chattering to warn this zombie. So what did this foreign zombie eat? Evolve so horribly. See, it said not to eat everything. Eat the problem. Yu Qingliang also didn't know how long the Tyrannosaurus Rex could survive in this low temperature if he was allowed to escape. There was no way for the Tyrannosaurus Rex to leave that fire now. Yu Qinxiao directly pushed this zombie out, and then opened the door to enter the house. Without Yu Qingxia's block, the zombie started to bang on the door again. At this time, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was also looking out vigilantly, and the hairs on its body stood up completely. A low growl of vigilance emanated from its throat. Yu Qingliang's eyes looked everywhere, but he couldn't find any suitable weapons. A gun? No. It was simply useless against this kind of high-level zombie. Thinking about it, Yu Qingxiu's eyes looked towards the burning fire. She copied a leg of a stool that was on fire and headed straight towards the door. The moment before the zombies were about to break through the door, Yu Qingxiao directly pulled the door open. The cold wind instantly poured in, blowing the torch in Yu Qingxiao's hand somewhat out. But Yu Qingxiao didn't have the slightest hesitation, and directly held up the stool leg and shoved it directly into the zombie's mouth. Zombies were afraid of high temperatures. This was something that could not be avoided whether it was a high-level zombie or an ordinary zombie. However, Yu Qingyang never thought that the leg of the stool that he had stuffed on fire would have such awesome power. The moment that spark of fire met this zombie, it was like igniting a methane pool. This high-level zombie was instantly spread by the fire. After Yu Qingyang only had time to hear its screams, this zombie was instantly engulfed in flames. Even after it took a few steps backwards, it directly exploded. With a roar, the flames went up to the sky before being extinguished in an instant. And where the zombie had just stood, only a black mass of debris was left behind. This made Yu Qingyang a little surprised. There was something wrong with the feel of the zombie she had just pulled. Whether it was a human or a zombie, one could touch bones. But just now when she grabbed this zombie, she felt as if its hand had no bones. She had originally thought that if all the flesh inside had rotted away, wouldn't it have become flammable? But how could she not think that it would even explode? It was as if this zombie was carrying a lot of hydrogen in its stomach. Yu Qingyang couldn't feel any pain, so she didn't realize that she had actually been affected by the wave. When she looked down and saw that her cotton clothes had actually started to burn, she was so scared that she patted it hard, and then directly fell on the ground and rolled twice before the fire went out. Not only her cotton clothes were burnt, even her long hair was burnt quite a bit. This made Yu Qingyang directly lie on the ground. She loved her long hair. Now that the fire snake had licked some of it, it didn't look good. If she was a living person, then her hair could still grow back. But her body had long since lost that function of metabolism, so the hair wouldn't grow at all. Yu Qingxiao had nothing else to be proud of. But she, a night owl, had long, silky black hair. Now, it was burnt by fire. While Yu Qingxiao was lying on the floor not wanting to move, the Tyrannosaurus Rex poked out of the room and went to look for something in the pile of ash. In no time, it came into the room with a crystal core in its mouth. Yu Qingxiao didn't lie on the ground anymore. The door was shaking at this time, so it was expected to break if it was lightly touched. The cold wind kept pouring into the house. The fire that she had managed to light could go out. Yu Qingyang could only find nails and boards to nail the door shut. Anyway, she could go out through the side door. It was always the case that the temperature in this house couldn't dissipate. She added some more firewood to the fire and got up to look for a mirror and clippers. Although she did like her hair, it didn't look good to let it burn hard and hang on her head. Yu Qingxiao found the mirror and looked at her entire face around her hair that had all shrunk due to the heat. She could only take the clippers and trim it carefully. After more than 10 minutes, Yu Qingxiao was able to cut off the burnt hair. The good thing was that it wasn't bald. The hair on the forehead was not burnt because it was blocked by the hat. And what was burnt was the hair on the sides of the ears. These have to be cut off completely. Chapter 80. She belongs to justifiable defense only. Yu Qingyang and the Tyrannosaurus Rex stayed in this town for some more time. Because of eating that crystal core, Yu Qingxiao noticed that the Tyrannosaurus Rex seemed to have grown a bit bigger again. It should have advanced. She took out her mobile phone and looked at the time. It would soon be August. There was no way for Yu Qingyang to wait any longer. After these few days of wandering around blindly, Yu Qingxian had already adapted to the temperature outside. So she packed up and prepared to leave. She was fully armed nowadays, and even put several rolls of insulated tinfoil in her suitcase. The Tyrannosaurus Rex had also adapted to this low temperature over the past 2 days. Being a sled dog itself, it was also hardy. When it was frozen hard before, it was because its fur was all wet, so it could easily lose heat. But now, looking at its furry appearance made it feel warm. Yu Qingyang thought about it. So she went out to see if this town had a sled or a small crate or something like that, so she could put it on the Tyrannosaurus Rex's body. That way her journey could be sped up. Yu Qingxiao took the Tyrannosaurus Rex around the town and found that this town actually did have a sled ride. Just thinking about it, if they were to go somewhere else, it would be more appropriate to have one with wheels. After thinking about it, Yu Qingyang felt that it wasn't like the sled couldn't glide on the ground. So a beautiful sled was chosen to give out. It was just that the dog pulling the sled wasn't as big as the Tyrannosaurus Rex. So Yu Qingxiao still had to assemble one on his own. It took a morning for Yu Qingxiao to get it right. This sled could not only sit on people. There was also a shelf at the back. Of course, Yu Qixiao unceremoniously turned out all the dog food in this town and boxed it up. Then tied it to the shelf. Then came the water. It was just that the water was already frozen. So when the time came, they could only let the Tyrannosaurus Rex eat it as ice cubes. After preparing these things, Yu Qixiao sat up. After more than 10 minutes, Yu Qixiao was back on that road. With the Tyrannosaurus Rex, Yu Qixiao's speed was much faster. In only 2 days, Yu Qixiao's mobile phone was within the signal range of the Huaxi base. Her mobile phone kept dinging, and she couldn't even ignore it if she wanted to. So she told the Tyrannosaurus Rex to slow down a bit, which led her to take out her phone to look at it. Then she found several messages from the base pushed out. Yu Qixiao checked them one by one. The earliest one was for the survivors of the various bases to take good measures to keep warm, and not to leave their rooms unless it was necessary to go out. As for the 3 meals a day, the officials would uniformly distribute them. And as for how long the cold air would last, the prediction was that it would be more than 3 months. Yu Qixiao finished reading the first one and then looked towards the second one. This second message was about the matter of the alien squad. The alien squad could not leave the base at will for the time being. If they wanted to leave the base, then they would need a fire alien in the squad before they were allowed to go out. After all, the fire alien can generate thermal energy for the team members in time. And the alien war team is now considered to be the main force against the zombies. The officials gave some leniency to the management, but they also needed to be responsible for the lives of these people. As for the third article, Yu Qixiao was a bit shocked. It meant that more than 20 days ago, a certain country used some chemicals to poison zombies, and also used the world's banned weapons. As a result, the zombies in that country had mutated and had a strong fighting ability. And no one from our country had ever met with them head-on. And a blurry photo was attached. Only a black figure could be seen from afar. Yu Qixiao stared at that photo and instantly knew that wasn't this the same zombie that she had killed with fire a few days ago? The time from when this message was posted was half a month ago. It was also the day she had just encountered the caravan. In half a month, this zombie had traversed tens of thousands of kilometers to get here. Yu Qixiao thought that this zombie ran really fast. With this speed, she would have already swum the country long ago in this half year. Yu Qixiao quickly crossed out the 3 messages. The last message was sent 4 days ago. It was sent the day after she arrived in this town. The content made Yu Qixiao's body jolt. How could she not have thought that the officials had monitored this zombie? And after it was killed, the officials were well aware of it. It was just that they didn't know if the zombie was killed by someone or by a high-level zombie. So this message was released to tell people across the country that if someone killed this zombie, they could look for official confirmation. Of course, where it was killed, the official didn't say. This was also to prevent anyone from impersonating it. If no one claimed it, then it was likely that the zombie had killed it. Yu Qixiao stared at his mobile phone. This was news from 4 days ago. But the person who killed this zombie wouldn't even go and claim it all. Because this zombie was not killed by a person at all. And it wasn't considered to be killed by her either. She was in self-defense only, stuffing a leg of a stool with fire. If she said that the zombie had burned itself to death, would others believe her? After Yu Qixiao read the message, she stared at her mobile phone for a while, and instantly switched it off. The signal of this mobile phone was not the previous signal. If the bases had let the alien warriors not be allowed to leave the base half a month ago, then it would have been possible for the alien battle team that left the base to kill this zombie. But there would be no need for the official to send this message out. After all, the official should know which alien war teams left the base. But what if there were other Xenos who directly occupied the land? After all, in a post-apocalyptic text, those who could be the protagonists were definitely not willing to be subservient. Now that he had encountered so many suspected protagonists in the post-apocalyptic world, Yu Qixiao felt that it didn't seem out of place for him to encounter some more. But this kind of thing wasn't always clear to the officials all. So would the official base lock their mobile phones during this time all? After all, today's mobile phone was the one that person in the black market had helped her to get again. What was used for the signal source? She wasn't very clear. In the past, when there were more than 1 billion people, the officials wouldn't deliberately lock these signal sources. But now there was no telling how many survivors were left in this country. And signals hovering outside the base would definitely be locked by the officials. People who dared to wander around in the end times were definitely people that the officials wanted to recruit. Yu Qixiao switched off the machine, which was a relief. whether it would be or not. In any case, being careful was a good thing. She had just stuffed the phone back into her backpack when Yu Qixiao heard what sounded like a train traveling on the tracks. This made Yu Qixiao feel a little puzzled. Could it be that it was her own illusion? But she did hear it. It was still some distance away from herself. As the Tyrannosaurus Rex pulled her up a bridge, she discovered what was actually a railway underneath. She looked up to where the sound was coming from, and saw a somewhat old-looking green-headed train. This train burned coal. Yu Qingyang still knew about this kind of old antique from her mum and dad's conversations. But seeing it was still the first time. The old antique locomotive had already been hit and deformed. But the back was reinforced. The windscreen had a layer of white frost attached to it, so it wasn't clear what was going on inside. But since this train is moving, it means that there must be someone in the train. Thinking about it. In fact, the train in the end of the world is also very good. After all, the train could be completely transformed into a mobile house. Much better than a caravan. Yu Qingyang stared at the train as it drove past under the bridge. She counted it. There were 8 carriages in total. It was just unknown how many people were in the train. She couldn't smell the aroma. So it seemed that the sealing of this train was done quite well. It was probably being modified for most of the year.